Spill the tea, my friend. Karma's listening to you. Slanderous is all for show. Scandalous is all I know. You signed up for so much more. Talk that talk behind my back. Whisper about me, how about that? Can't get enough, just like a drug. You know, all my name is on your lips. Cold sweats, regrets, can't resist. Chit chat like that, I'm blowing up. I guess I got a fan club. I guess I got a fan club. Guess I got a fan club. A fan club. Go ahead. Talk that talk behind my back. Whisper about me, how about that? Can't get enough, just like a drug. You know, all my name is on your lips. Cold sweats, regrets, can't resist. Chit chat like that, I'm blowing up. I guess I got a fan club.
Just a night of letting go. A night I can't forget. Get back to how it felt. And it all feels possible. Now that you are here, I was running in the night, remembering myself again, moving to my own rhythm, running, just running. I was shaking up the pain, standing in the light again. Some words doesn't need speak, running, just running. Now I'm back to how it felt, and it all feels possible. Now that you are here, I was running in the night, remembering myself again, moving to my own rhythm, running, just running. I was shaking up the pain, standing in the
troubles and pour me a glass of them bubbles. It's my cry and I'll party if I want, party if I want, party if I want. You only live once, but that's all I need. So keep it flowing and I'll buzz just like a bee. Dancing on the tables, throwing out the labels. Life is a ball and I'm living it large. I'm the entertainment and I came to play. You gonna know my name. We're gonna misbehave. Oh, bring the champagne. Oh, that's how we celebrate. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. And do it on the double, baby. Give me them bubbles, yeah. It's my night and we'll do it like we always do. Louis bag and Prada too. Show stopping makes you move. You only live once before you turn to dust. I'm feeling fabulous. We're gonna misbehave. Oh, bring the champagne. Oh, that's how we celebrate. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. And do it on the double, baby. Give me them bubbles, yeah. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles, yeah. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles, yeah. Forget all your troubles. Forget all your troubles. Forget all your troubles. Just one more glass. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. And do it on the double, baby. Give me them bubbles, yeah. Fresh out the oven, I'm piping hot. Get too close and you might get shocked. Told everybody, sit back, just watch while I climb all the way to the top. Oh no, I can't just pass by, cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen a goddess in plain sight. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Don't you see my electric glow? Fresh out the oven, I'm sparkling. Lighting up every room I walk in, so intelligent, all I do is win. Didn't hear me before, let me say it again. No, I can't just pass by, cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen me light up the night sky. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Once you see my electric glow. See my electric glow.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Deceived daywalkers, tricked to live in the light, crippled by the fear of darkness, taught to flee from it, blinded by daylight. You forgot the beauty of true darkness. I will make you remember. You expected daylight to protect you? Your sun sets. Look into my eyes. I will help you see. I will set you free from the chains of lies and bring you back home. Into the shadows.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Monkey King, who goes invisible temporarily thanks to the glimmer, but he's just going to get swiftly brought down by Mickey. This is way too much damage. Double kill from Mickey, and Nisha has come. Boundless strike onto both heroes. This is going to be a full team wipe.
How are you gonna kick their ass today?
Just play.
Just play. That's changed lately. What are you guys doing new?
Just play.
Oh, come on, dude.
Heading up at the heels also. Big stun.
Oh, very nice there. The two-man stun in the vacuum.
Roar comes out, holds the Monkey King in place. Finally, they get the puck, but here's initiation from Siamese Cat. A beautiful hook shot, forcing 3 heroes from Liquid away.
Needs a hook out. Gets it, but the Ember Spear, Dark Mogul follows him through. Maybe what a burrow strike hit from Sacred on the buyback. All of them low. Talon falling apart now.
Oh, no!
Happy birthday, Shiver!
Storm's coming out as well, jumping forward onto Moon. The Lash Rack, it's just paper at this point. Dives into the fountain, needs to loss it, and there we have it. Rampage for BZM, well deserved.
Welcome back to the Dota 2 Berlin Major. We are ready to get day number 2 of our group stages underway. So we're in for some intense gameplay, top tier teams, top tier action. So let's dive right in and welcome to the Berlin Major. Good morning. We're ready for some Dota 2. It's gonna, of course, all happen here on the main stream and on all the other 3 streams. Haha. And it's gonna be talked about by a lot of different people, and 3 of them are standing right next to me. That is right. We're having Jenkins. How are you doing this morning?
Great to be here, Shiver.
Good to be here. Yes.
Excited to see some Chinese Dota, finally.
Finally.
It's going to be a good time. We saw Aster yesterday, but they, got carried by the king.
Yeah. Peter, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Had some great sleep. Excited for some games again today.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Cap?
I'm on panel.
You're on panel.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
I've been on panel.
Are you
Missed the
excited for it?
Yes already.
Why would you say that?
Because I have to be on here with Jenkins. So
Can we restart? Why would you say something like that?
Sorry, is this rehearsal?
It's almost like you're playing.
It's not rehearsal.
Back to you, Shiver.
This is actually live. Our rehearsals are a little more actually positive. I don't know what to say.
It's very negative. Very negative
No.
so far.
We are very positive here. We have also got 18 teams still here, which is very nice. We'll be a little bit more negative towards the end of the group stages because we're going to send 6 teams home. But at the moment, there are still 18 teams playing. We saw them all in action yesterday, obviously, with various results. They're all trying their best to get their hands on some DPC points. And, of course, some prize money would be nice as well, but only top 8 gets that. So there's a lot of pressure to perform, and there's a lot to figure out. We saw all the teams participate on the fresh patch yesterday, and Cap, it was a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, there are some teams who just seem a step behind when it comes to the patch. TSM, I watched a couple of their matches. They were looking rough out there, man. They were just starting their games way behind. It was not looking good for them. And Execration, they had their moments. I feel like they did a little bit better than TSM, and the fact that their games were a little bit more competitive, but still not doing great.
Yeah, what's one of the games that stood out for you, Peter?
Well, we got to analyze the Gaming Glads and Evil Geniuses. Both those games were super one-sided, but in their follow-up series, both those teams dominated, and I think they look very, very good. Both these teams.
Yeah, sitting on top of the leaderboards. I'm sorry, Jenkins, you did get to see your punch demolished. Wasn't even close.
This was the AC game, though.
Yes, of course. It was expected. We knew this would happen.
That was air conditioning, not a assault cure.
Yes,
Right.
At home.
That was a very important situation there for Chris Smile. But, the Mage Slayer was going to come out anyway. They were going to lose. It does look like both these teams, EG and Gaimin, though, they're feeling the patch in both the games that we saw. In game 1, we questioned, dude, has EG, read the patch notes? And then game 2, they were going to every single water rune. They were, not water rune, the wisdom rune. They were going to the carpenter in the top right, bottom left corner of the map and killing that, at every single timing. So they knew what's up for sure on the new patch.
Yeah, Group B also had a lot of exciting matches. I believe, Cap, you were on we were commentating quite a few of those. Actually.
Yeah, we casted the Xtreme versus OG matchup, which you see the Chinese teams are there at the bottom, but Xtreme, they had a little bit more hope for them, especially in this game 1 against OG. They really could have won this. Ghost and Paparazzi, they were the two popping off. Unfortunately, the rest of the team could not really keep up the same pace.
And of course, OG is playing with 2 stand-ins, Peter, so this was extra impressive for them to start the day off with 4-0.
Yeah, love seeing these, a couple of teams got some cool stand-ins at this tournament, and love seeing this OG team who hasn't been, they've been a shell of their former self. Last year, they were major champions. This year, not really standing up to Tundra, Liquid, or Gaming Glads. They're kind of the 4th best team in Europe, which is not bad, but maybe this tournament, things start turning around.
Can you explain KitTrack to me? This
Kit
guy,
Track?
he's an enigma because I've heard so many people say that he's one of the smartest Dota people ever, and yet it feels like he's just never tried to play on a team seriously.
I don't have too much personal experience with him. He would always play in the in-house leagues with stuff, and obviously we see him in matchmaking.
Oh, yeah.
I think that he was in school, right, and very committed to finishing his degree. I don't have all the details, but I think his schedule is a little bit more available now, so definitely a player to watch out for in years to come.
Because I know Quinn said that KitTrack is probably the #1 person that he learned Dota from.
People really like him. He's a great guy, super nice, easy to play with, and those guys are always welcomed on a team.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many players there might be out there that are like KitTrack that are just, they probably could potentially, win TIs, But instead, it's like, no, I gotta focus on my school.
It's
career.
hard,
And that's
dude.
very respectful.
It's a hard choice to
It
make.
is a
It's
hard
difficult.
choice because it's also obviously an unknown choice.
It's a big risk.
Yeah, and we had a lot of unknowns yesterday with, of course, a new patch, and some people liked the patch, some people were a little less excited, and we asked the pros what their least favorite change of the patch was.
Least favorite thing about the patch? Well, I can start. I think the BKB change is silly. I really don't like the change. I think it makes no sense. I also don't like the fact that the heroes, that much has not changed, I think. But maybe we're gonna get last place determined, I'll be wrong, so who knows. But my impression of like the pub games I play is like every hero is like the same, except throwing Chen there. Yeah, I feel it's kind of a big bait.
My least favorite change in the patch is Roshan, because I cannot remember the Roshan spot. Is day or night.
Changes I don't really like. It's kind of hard to say because you need to learn everything, and you just play. Yeah. It's something, a new game, because a lot of changes.
My least favorite change is that we are forced to play Enchantress and Chen right now. There's nothing else to pick.
I think maybe there's too many objectives. The Lotuses might be too much, for example. Like you have to play for the Bounty Rune and the Lotus at the exact same time. And then 1 minute later you have to be on the Power Rune. There's just like, maybe it's a bit too much in one go. It's a bit overwhelming for some people.
I love it. It's very cool for me. Like the whole map is different. There's a lot of high grounds, low grounds, new spots for the wards. The map is bigger as well. So yeah, I love it.
My least favorite change in Dota, I'll say like probably Bloodstone. It's still in the item. I don't think they have changed much about it. I think they just nerfed it like for 1 second duration. The item's still in.
So with this patch, the map got a lot bigger and there's a lot of new objectives. And I think a big thing that this changes is for our playstyle specifically, we can feel this is where before we could make the map smaller and smaller and force people to fight us very easily. So we got an advantage, we hit our timings and then we just run at them. They either have to fight us or they have to leave, but that doesn't work anymore because the map is too big. So it means that you need to be a lot more creative with your movement. You cannot have vision everywhere. There's even less sentries, so you cannot control as much. You need to be a lot more creative and ready for a lot of things, because there's gonna be a lot of weird things happening that you've never seen before.
So my least favorite change in patch is the new like fountains where you get like heal. It's just not important for game overall, just small thing.
New objective and map changes are pretty overwhelming. There's a lot more new things to the game now than before. Whereas Towers and Roshan were the main objectives and map control. Nowadays there's these Lotuses, there's the EXP runes, there's the bounty runes, and there's these twin gates here just everywhere. It's just crazy madness.
I guess it goes hand in hand. I feel like maybe there's a bit too many objectives. Maybe with time it won't feel like that, but at the moment it's quite overwhelming, so too many objectives.
A little bit too many objectives for some to really focus on, and I'm looking forward to hear, like, yesterday we had a lot of games, like a lot of data to pull from. Cap, how did you feel like the teams were balancing all those objectives in the game you commentated?
I think you have to prioritize certain objectives. For example, my favorite part of the game, the magic minute, is what I like to call it, the 42-minute mark. 42? You know what spawns at 42 minutes?
Everything.
Everything. Power runes, bounty runes, wisdom runes, all spawn. Very likely, you've got your third tormentor coming up at that time. You've got the lotus flowers to be able to pick up. Like, you have to prioritize some of that. Maybe Roshan is respawning.
Yeah, block
at that
of
time.
cheese. Maybe that's actually when you have the
there's
block
a block
of cheese.
of cheese.
No, literally around 42,
that's when you can't
just
about get it. Yeah.
Realistically, have at least a block of cheese.
Unless you're completely stomping, 42 minutes is when on average you actually will have enough. Lotuses.
Come on, what are you doing, man?
That wasn't even.
This is embarrassing.
First slash, now
Anyways.
Jenkins. All right.
God damn it.
It's all good.
There's no eternal MVC.
You're too hyped up on the monster, man. You got to take it easy.
We'll take a moment to clean Jenkins up as we check in with Sir Action Slacks, who's out there somewhere. Where are you, sir?
Hey,
God.
What are you guys doing down there? What's up, guys? Good to see you.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I don't know. My cameraman came up with this idea. I thought it was a bad idea. But he's laughing his ass off right now, so I'm having a good time. We are here at our player arena. The peeps are setting up right behind us. LGD is getting their computers ready. They're up against EG, so yeah, everyone's they're chilling, they're avoiding eye contact and scurrying to the booths. Things are good. How are you guys doing on that panel?
I have a question, Slacks.
Oh, yeah, Shiver, what?
Yesterday, we had a couple of check-ins with you.
Yeah.
And they were all in front of that wall. And you keep, like, looking around, like, there's this, there's this. I want to see actually what you see. I don't know if this is breaking the immersion or if this is not done, but is it possible for me to see what you see?
Well, clearly it's not, Cheever. If it was, I'd be showing you. But, we're working on it.
Okay.
Turn around. You want to see, Cheever? You want to see? You want to embrace the darkness?
Yes.
Freaking dark. You like that, Cheever? You wanted to just call out production a little bit. This is a good way to get hired for ESL again.
they're
Could you
actually
show
there.
me why I can't see? Now you know, Sheeves. Now you know. You think LGD wants this?
They're
Think
there.
They want to be on
They're right
camera?
there.
Slacks, very important.
Yeah.
You, of course, know which one Zeal is, right?
Yes.
On LGD.
Uh-huh.
How's he looking? This is his first international event, so I'm curious. Is he nervous at all? What do you think?
Is definitely not nervous.
Okay.
I just talked to him. We did a little interview. Spoiler alert. You'll be seeing that later. But Zeal is hype, man. I mean, he speaks great English. He seems very excited. He seems very humble. He's frightened of me. If you'll see in the interview, he kind of moves away from me, and I keep chasing him. We go all the way back. But he's going to have a time of his life. I mean, who wouldn't be nervous working under Zhao Wei, for God's sake? I'm nervous being in the same room with him. I feel like my MMR is increasing, but he frightens me. He's looking at me right now. He's shaking his head in anger. So, yeah. I mean, I'm nervous always being around Dota pro players. You never know what they're going to do. Are you guys nervous on panel?
Nah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Yeah, we're definitely not nervous with Peter on panel with us.
I mean, what's he going to do? Drag you down with him? I mean, it's all good. Anyway, great to see you guys. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. We'll, of course, hear from those interviews later on. But first, to try and make this situation a little less awkward, we're heading over to a different awkward duo. It is Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you for that compliment. I think, Cheever, appreciate this segment that has been added just because Jenkins could not be not disgusting and spill his drink all over the floor.
That's
really
not why this
appreciate
was
that.
added.
Jenkins is a terrible human being.
You were not watching the stream yesterday.
You concur with that as Jenkins continues to disrupt this cast even more.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us what you think about Jenkins?
Be careful. I see you.
We see him right there.
There's not much to say, is there? I think he.
Don't put the camera on me. Get this off. Get it.
I think.
You can speak to Jenkins right now.
I've never been this lost for words. Actually, Jenkins really brings out the best in everyone. I have nothing to say.
Thank you, Cinderman.
No further comments, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
We'll play some Minecraft tonight on the server.
Are we just added to the panel? Is this an extended panel?
Yeah.
Do you want to be on the panel?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, now what's your thoughts on the patch?
Oh, it's great. I love blocks of cheese. I was wondering if you think that they would add something for lactose intolerant people, because I feel like it's a bit offensive that they have so much cheese now in the map and nothing for the intolerant types.
Have you played a single game? He hasn't played.
No, but blocks of cheese generally is like way more mature. I mean, harder cheese, and that means that they're less lactose.
They're more aged.
Yeah, they contain
so it will
less
disrupt
lactose.
the bowels even more, Shiva.
Oh.
Thank you for your time.
I'm not informed. Thank you very much. Sunset and
Shout outs to Pepto-Bismol.
Great. Shout out to Pepto-Bismol.
Maybe he's playing less because of the lactose issue. You don't know, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That is probably true. Okay, well, let's talk about what's coming your way other than these three here, and obviously our commentary duo and Slacks as well. There's a lot of Dota. That's right. There's 4 streams going on at the same time. I'm looking for the right cue card because I had to write them all down. There's no way I'm gonna remember all the games and all the streams. There's 4 streams. Obviously, you're watching the main stream. We will be continuing PSG LGD versus Evil Geniuses. That's what you'll be watching right here. And then on Ember, you can listen to Gareth and the Cost, and they'll be commentating Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. We have Team Liquid versus 9 Pandas on the Storm stream with our Cryptic and John Expire, and then there's an Earth stream with Trent and Purge, and they'll be commentating Execration taking on Aster. And that's just round 1 of all the games. There's 4 rounds of games. There's a lot of games to go through. We'll try to keep you up to date with everything that's happened and everything that's happening, but you know, you might also just use the squad stream that we got going for you, because then you catch all the action here. Though, as I mentioned, it's PSG LGD versus Evil Geniuses. We'll talk more about those teams after a break. Our first series of the day is PSG LGD taking on Evil Geniuses. It's a 2-game series. It's a group stage match. We're in Group A, which is considered to be arguably the most stacked group of the two groups, and these two teams are both considered to be in contention for, of course, the top 4, which is where you want to be. That's where you want to be. You can also be, you can be 5 and 6, but then you'll be in the lower bracket, and that's not where you want to be at all. Let's start talking about PSG LGD. They're coming in here as a team that has a lot to prove because we see them do well in their region, and then when they got to Lima previous major, they had to play with a stand-in, and then they changed their offlaners after that. And now we kind of don't know how they will do here, Peter. This is, for me, it's a little bit of an unknown.
Yeah, I think people are optimistic or maybe hopeful that LGD will sort of, bring back the torch for China, as Zhao Wei has often done, but he's not playing. I think they need him in game. I think he's got to step up and help lead these guys. They had, a good series to start the day off against Execration, but I don't think Execration is one of the stronger teams here. And then up against Gaming Glads, they kind of got slapped around a little bit, but that's not the worst, right? Gaming Glads is kind of the best team. So.
Well, it's kind of bad when your first game against Gaming Gladiators, you only get 1 kill, and that's off of First Blood Smoke, and you promptly go 27-1.
Is that what happened? Did you cast that game?
I did not cast that game, but I watched it. It was rough.
That sounds like a
22-minute game.
I didn't realize it was like that.
I will say the EG series we watched yesterday was similar.
Yes.
But then we saw it go the other way afterwards.
Yeah.
So
there's something going. I don't know. The East is just so far behind the West nowadays. It seems like you look at the standings, you see all the Eastern European and Western European teams at the top, and then you have Shopify, who I also think is kind of in that category as well.
LGD's talked about it in interviews. They basically, like, what they say is, we have not been able to scrim any of the Western EU teams, and we feel like they're the best teams, and so we're lacking behind internationally. And they've also spoken that going to Lima was a pretty big step forward for them. They got to actually experience what it's like to play against other teams internationally. So they seem to have high hopes coming into this major, and we'll see if the international practice has actually panned out.
Yeah, and of course, for Zeal, this is his international practice. He's not been to any major event before, and we already heard Sir Actions like tease it because he was able to catch up with Zeal earlier today.
Hey guys, I am here with Zeal. How is it going, sir?
I'm doing fine. Just preparing for games.
Preparing for games. Have you done one of these interviews before like this? This is our first time working together, right?
This is my first interview and first time in major, so I didn't do any interview before.
Well, fantastic. Well, you got nothing to be nervous about. You can't screw it up any more than this one. It'll be your best and your worst interview ever. So, Zeal from PSG LGD, have you seen your Liquipedia picture?
I did.
Thoughts?
Not really good. Think I might have made someone angry.
No, you didn't make anybody angry. You just got to leave your mark now. This is the major where we get your headshots. You start the fan base. People know a little bit more about Zeal. So tell me a little bit about yourself. What's your story so the audience can know you?
I played in eHome last year, and this year I got a chance to play with my ex-teammates, Shiro and Planet, and I'm here to make a mark, I guess.
Well, that's fantastic. That's what I like to hear. So can you tell us a little bit about LGD? Have you been scrimming in China, or what's the deal with that? What's the relationship with your teammates?
So I think 2 weeks ago we were camping in EU already. We are in Paris, and so far, before the new patch actually, so we didn't really get too much of scrim time also for the new patch, but we are trying to adapt to the new patch, yeah.
I mean, I think you guys are adapting pretty well. Are you feeling confident on it?
Yeah, I'm sure we are doing okay. we want to do better. Yeah.
Is there anything here that is surprising you so far? Because I know, China, Southeast Asia has their own metas. Now we're at the international stage. Any hero that's popping off that you're like, oh, wow, didn't know that was good?
I guess everything is kind of new to me since this new patch, right? Even we are trying to bring something new to the mix, yeah.
Well, you guys certainly are. And I noticed that during our interview, you were doing a casual thing that players do. They tend to get away from me, and they move a little bit. So I'm going to bring it in real close. We're going to end this together. Thank you, guys. And that was Zeal here from LGD. Thank you, Zeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He does have a special talent of making players feel both comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. But I think after that interview, Zeal will have a lot of new fans because that was
Adorable.
That was adorable. Yeah, great.
He was
smile.
great. He was great.
I will also say the picture on Wikipedia that they talk about, it's very positive.
Show
It's
it.
a big smile. We can't show it. We can look it up. Well,
No, we can do a zoom on your on your phone.
zoom on my phone?
Yeah,
I instantly looked it up. Excuse my.
We get a zoom on that. There we go.
I think it's nice.
How is he allowed that? Because they're very strict on what your headshots have to look like. And they're just like, that was like the last team that submitted. They're just like, oh, whatever.
Oh,
They just let him have this one.
Let him
the
have
goofy
this
smile.
one. It is a nice smile. Let's focus our attention, though, on the opponents of Zeal and PSG LTD today as Evil Geniuses. And before we talk about that, let's learn a little bit more about their carry player, Pakaz.
Pakaz, I think he is really dedicated to the game. He plays a lot of pubs. He fits in the team because he's really well at playing aggressive. He doesn't care about trips. Yeah, let's go, kill heroes. I don't need farm.
Bryle's just front. Whoa, what?
Bryle is dead. 90
What the hell?
The hook shot not really going to connect to anything, but they get the nice shackle shot onto Ari, and the rest of TSM have to get the hell out of here. Whitemon is dead on the stairs of his jungle.
The only thing I have to say about him with different players I have played with is that he doesn't play me. Pakaz is the only player in our team who decides what he wants to play. Everyone else is like, I want to play, no, you're playing this. Pakaz is the only one that has a vote. Sometimes Matthew doesn't want to listen, but I have to push forward to Pakaz's idea, so we end up playing it.
And mid again, there's Matthew.
It's going to have to be BKB. Quinn can even live up. I mean, Pakaz is on top of him, the route into the bash. Quinn will be able to get the sports buckle on. And Steve Duracho trying to help out with the invest, but Pakaz is in, takes him down. And now he can look over towards Duracho. And this troll, he's far too far.
The pressure from the drought in the last major, it didn't seem to affect him. He was still playing like always, really chill, making jokes. If I could clone any player, I would choose Pakaz.
A little laugh there at the end of the video makes you wonder which player he said first before someone told him.
He may have said himself. He may have said that it was a leading question, all right? He didn't take the lead.
It's all good. It's a good smiles on this team. This team is a team that generally seems happy to be playing together.
Yeah.
They did have a little bit of struggles in Lima, I'd say, Cap. They, especially the first day on the stage, maybe it was the home crowd that they struggled a little bit with the pressure that they had there?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there was also some other issues going on there. I mean, when it came to some of the playoff matches, right, they had, that was a wild crowd. There was a lot of whistling going on. There was some audio issues and stuff like that. They couldn't hear each other. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think that perhaps, though, this matchup against LGD may not be as easy as some of the stats show. China is falling behind, but at the same time, China has always done pretty well against the South American teams, and LGD specifically has beaten this group of players a number of times, both on Beastcoast and Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and we see, of course, Panda here in front of us, and it would be really nice to also be able to hear his voice again.
Hey everybody, Slacks here with the one, the only Panda Boo from EG. How you guys feeling this morning?
Right. I got breakfast this morning. I'm good.
What did you eat?
Everything.
That's what I like to hear. A man of everything. Fantastic. So you're up against LGD today. They're actually sitting right behind the camera staring at you as we give this interview. How are you feeling about this team? You think they're any good?
I think they might be decent, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, he does not look happy about that, but that's not a big deal. No problem. Any special strategies cooking up as they sit 2 feet away from you?
Yeah, I might feed a little some kills, but that's nothing new.
Okay, absolutely. Fantastic. And how was yesterday, by the way? Any review of your games? Any regrets? Any happiness?
We're really bad. So, yeah, we need to play better today.
All right. Well, that's as honest as it gets. Thank you very much. That kind of intrinsic look I could never have on myself. Thank you so much, Panda Boo. Back to you guys.
You always got to look for ways to improve, but they were not that bad. They ended the day in 3-1. They're on top of their group, doing pretty well for themselves.
High standards.
High standards. Now, I want to hear from you, Peter, what you feel like is going to be very important for this upcoming series.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, the obvious, right? Laning phase, the draft, all that good stuff. Making sure that Pakaz has a good game. Pandaboo playing on a hero that he's comfortable with. We watched that video earlier, and he's like, "What's your least favorite thing about the patch?" He's like, "I hate Enshin Chen."
Yeah, that's not good.
So, does he have to play those heroes? Is he going to be comfortable on what he's working with? We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. It's going to be an exciting game because we learned a lot yesterday, but we're not the pros, and the pros will have played the games and they've learned way more than we ever could from just watching the game. So it's going to be very exciting to see all the lessons put into practice here today, as it is time to head to a break, because after that break, we will have the draft ready. PSG LGD taking on Evil Geniuses. Stick around.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
get ready for the first game of the day. We got PSG LGD and Evil Geniuses ready to dive into the draft here for the first game of their 2-game series against each other. And if yesterday is anything to go by, we learned a lot in terms of which type of heroes we're going to see in that first phase. And I think that's always going to be a discussion, especially with the new patch. Those heroes are going to be very indicative at for the type of Dota we will see. Yesterday, a lot of focus laid on supports. Supports in the first phase is nothing new there, but obviously it's the type of supports we saw. Jen and Enchantress, Cap obviously banned a lot, but some games also completely ignored. Maybe depends a little bit on if players are comfortable with it.
100%. EG ban away both the Chen and Enchantress. Panda's like, I don't want to take the chance that LGD is going to take it, and I don't want to have to play it myself. I agree. I think Disruptor and IO are both pretty high up there in priority as well.
They are indeed. We are here, of course, not just with Cap, but also PPD and Jenkins. And they're both going to say smart things, right?
That's right, Peter, you first.
Yeah, I think Wisp is kind of ignored, but I actually don't think either of the teams really loves this hero, even though it's, arguably one of the strongest in the patch. But yeah, not a big surprise seeing Disruptor here. I think that's also one of the favorite supports at the moment, and historically good against Mirana because you can't leap out of kinetic field. So easy glimpse into a setup on this hero throughout the entire game.
Yeah, this hero's catch was really strong towards the end of last patch and feels even better in this patch when there's a lot of chasing to do on such a big map.
Yeah, Disruptor just checks off a lot of boxes. Like, you don't really have to have catch on just about any other hero as long as you have a Disruptor in the game, and very, very good at forcing fights. So would love to see EG follow this up with some big team fight.
Maybe an Underlord?
Possibly. Yesterday, they 2-3 Disruptor plus Monkey King. They also did Disruptor plus Leshrac against Gaming Glads, which worked out pretty well. See what they're leaning towards here, but they're definitely taking some time to think about it.
Yeah, and that's unusual, right? Because normally the openings is what you can practice most.
Well, who was predicting first pick Mirana? That wasn't really on my radar.
And apparently not on Evil Genius's radar either. They'll go for the Death Prophet, and we do know that they played this a lot, especially previous patch. So they are very comfortable with it.
Yeah. It's probably C-Smile's best current hero. We saw him picking that a lot in Dream League and, even in the tour. But it got nerfed. It's fallen off pretty hard in the pub scene, and Leshrac seems to have taken the place, despite also being kind of nerfed, just not as much. But I always felt like C-Smile was a better Death Prophet than Leshrac. And when he plays Leshrac, it kind of feels like a discount Death Prophet. So I like that EG's at least trying it. See how it feels. And if it goes well, then they still have the duo of DP and Leshrac, and it's hard to ban both of those heroes. So C-Smile will always get something comfortable.
It seems like both teams got a nice mix of very strong laning components here, but also being able to have good catch potential, and they've also got a hero that, we'll see what Beastmaster does here, whether or not he goes the Aghanim Scepter, but if he does, right, then you both have a hero that really commits into team fights and has a lot of AoE damage.
Who wins in a man fight? The Slom on the Beastmaster or the Death Prophet ulti?
When you say Slom, is that all his creeps or what?
No, that's his drums.
Yeah, it's called the Drums of
The Drums of Slom, Peter.
Oh, sorry, that's an ability?
Yeah.
That must be.
It's a passive now. It's a passive.
Is that this patch or the previous patch?
It was added in the previous patch.
I don't know.
Now it's a passive.
Now it's a passive on this patch, and basically you just kind of go in, and as you and the other units hit, or when you Primal Roar, you just start doing AoE damage and you're healing yourself, so kind of similar to Death Prophet and Spirit Scythe.
Yeah, it's an it's like a poor man's epicenter.
Yeah.
I think it's I've heard people say it's kind of OP since they changed it to a passive, but I've not actually seen it in a game.
Beastmaster can be a bit of a favorite against Death Prophet. The Roar is actually really good at disengaging, because not only does it kind of stun that initial target, but it also pushes everyone away. Unless it doesn't do that anymore.
No, it does. You're good.
Yeah,
it does do that. Okay,
it does that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of slow on it as well, potentially.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
think.
DP's a natural BKB builder as well, so the Roar great against that, obviously.
Yeah.
And both those heroes should do good in their lanes. And I think that's so important from the matches we've seen so far. We've seen a lot of 20-minute stomps. So you got to make sure that you win your lanes. And Beastmaster's axes are insane this patch.
Yeah, dude.
50 mana. What is that?
Nothing, actually.
Yeah, the hero seems good.
Ooh.
We got ourselves a Marcy picked up.
Probably a carry Marcy to be matched up against that Beastmaster on lane. Probably with Disruptor. Pretty solid lane. And I guess that's probably the off lane for LGD as well, right? So we'll have Mirana Beast up against Marcy Disruptor.
Yep.
Who do you favor there, Cap?
I'm really interested to see, like, I think that sometimes that lane's going to be hard just because Beastmaster is so insane, but I want to see the Marcy rotate, right? Like, we've seen these carries like RTC with this Ursa, right, go through the gate really early. Marcy has insane ganking potential as a core. So if they choose to be active on this, I would love to see what they're going to do.
That's a good point.
That's a cool pick because not only does Death Prophet have the heal, but Marcy has that heal, the
sidekick.
The sidekick. So.
And he's cool.
No lifesteal for Marcy.
Shiver, what's so great about Ancient Apparition on this patch?
Okay, I love Ancient Apparition on this patch because I no longer have to buy a shard to get the shard effect that was previous patch because this Ice Vortex now actually does damage regardless. So if you level that, you can help push out waves, clear camps, small camps anyway. And the shard is actually, I think, really cool if you still get it, which supports now get anyway with the Tormentor, of course, because when your Ancient Apparition Ice Blast hits, it actually casts the, well, not the Cold Feet itself, but Cold Feet proc on every character every hero that you get in your Ice Blast. It doesn't last as long as the original Ice Blast, but you do have, it's just AoE stun. You get an AoE stun, and if you, the thing that I like a lot is you stand on one portal and the fight's going on at the other portal, you send your ultimate from the other side of the map, but then you go through the portal because you go faster across the map than your ultimate does, and then you get the gigantic Ice Blast, AoE stunning everyone, and you're right there in the fight as well.
What is your Dota Plus level on Ancient Apparition?
Level 30.
Yeah, you were just nerding out about it over there. I was kind of tuning you out, no offense.
All 3 weeks, she's like, they're going to pick AA here.
Yeah. I think the EG, if this Marcy is actually a carry, I think it's kind of strange that they picked this in this 3rd slot so early in the draft. Now they've, this carry Marcy doesn't really seem that great now that there's this AA there. Now they're picking Primal Beast to sort of deal with Naga on lane. But, I mean, look at their cores. Primal Beast, Marcy, Death Prophet. Do you guys like this?
I mean, it might be flex, right? They might be thinking, oh, Marcy as a 4 position is really great with Death Prophet if you were on off lane with Whisper. And
Primal
mid. Primal. I love the Primal pick personally because it destroys Naga Siren.
Yeah, it does.
Especially if you can get in the lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Marcy Primal, I remember when Primal just came out, everybody was like, you jump off the Primal, you give him tons of move speed, he tramples, you've got throwback into all the Primal abilities. Like, this is a pretty devastating duo. Even if they ran the Marcy carry, she could rotate through the portal and then jump off the Primal, and dude, that's a kill for sure.
I do agree that, like, I feel like we are doing a bit of overlap, but I also like the pace that they could be bringing to this game against a Naga Siren plus Beastmaster. You don't have necessarily the fastest run-around ganking heroes with an Ancient Apparition as well. It just run at you team fight.
The pace from EG can be good, but I think Chris Smile here, is that what he goes by now?
C-Smile.
C-Smile, Christopher Smile, Christopher Luck, whatever you want to call him.
Chris Suerte.
Yeah, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, I think he needs to have a great game on Death Prophet because I'm not sure that Marcy is going to be this like godlike carry endgame. So if Death Prophet's kind of lagging behind, I'm not sure Marcy's going to be enough.
What carries, if it was, say they flexed it to support instead, what carries do you like here more?
Up against the Beastmaster?
Yeah, or just, the matchup against Naga Siren or whatever you think they need.
Sniper.
I don't know what they need, so I'm not going to, I don't know. Sorry. I could guess, but I'm not even sure where to place it right now.
There's a lot of unknowns in this patch, so I think it's kind of fair.
I got to think they're taking another support, and those are their 3 cores. Unless they're doing something really wild and strange.
I mean, Matthew could play Marcy as well if they want to.
Last pick support, though, like 20, is it 24? Is that the slot? But
yeah, that feels kind of weird.
It's never good, I think.
Yeah. And LGDers, they're banning away Dusa and Monkey King, so
they think it's a carry coming out.
Yeah. I think that Deuce is interesting.
Deuce is good, dude.
I mean, TSM didn't make it look good, but...
Wow.
Dusa could be good. It's not a bad Dusa game. What's Xiao thinking, though? What do they need on their side?
Ooh.
The Ricky mid.
Ricky.
This one has also not panned out, at least from what we've seen on the mainstream.
I feel like it'll be a good... We saw Chris Luck play against it yesterday. He played Leshrac mid up against Quinn's Ricky. That lane went pretty well for him. I could see the same thing happening here. Could see Death Prophet get some early tier 1 tower pressure.
Yeah.
Ricky not really the best hero to wave clear or kind of, clear out those creeps so Death Prophet can't just, damage the tower.
I just look at the Riki and I feel like you're just missing out on team fight if you're PSG LGD in early on, right? Like 15, 25 minutes. I feel like you're going to get run over by EG.
Yeah, they don't have any team fight, so they're going to have to probably dodge this Death Prophet ult and look for their moments.
A lot of roar and song resets on team fight.
Yeah.
I see Exorcism.
So does EG want more catch to kind of catch these rats? What do they get here? Another stun?
Well, we'll see what role they pick as well.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of flex potential on the side of Evil Geniuses, and well, they can go any way with this, to be honest.
Bloodseeker is still available.
I want to see a new carry.
Oh, Bloodseeker has been doing hot here at this tournament, and it's got some very different builds that it's being run as well. Zai did offlane Bloodseeker with Team Auras. Bakaz actually went Gleipnir build, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Sven. Okay. They go for the classic stunning illusion killing carry in the Sven with the cleave.
Yep, it will be the carry Sven. We'll see how they divide the other heroes, as I'm sure that's going to be Matthew, Marcy then. It could be Matthew, Primal Beast as well.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're making that decision right now.
Ton of physical damage on the side of the LGD cores, right? Especially if you don't go the drums on Beastmaster. That's all physical damage. That Warcry is super value.
Yeah, that's a really good point. There was a while there people were like just picking Sven literally for the Warcry.
Yeah.
Not even going the cleave or the ult and just playing the Sven as a 4 or 5 position, and it actually looked really good.
All right, for Marcy, but they haven't decided who's mid.
Yeah. What would you rather have against? Okay, we got Primal Bit mid. Death Prophet on the offlane.
I think it's better for their laning phase, but I also think Primal Marcy probably would have done fine against Naga AA.
Yeah.
Both those heroes pretty weak.
I guess they want C-Smile to have the early levels, run around, do damage, kill people. Whisper on the offlane. He should be able to apply tower pressure because his lane will be fine. So put the hero that needs more levels mid, which is probably the Primal.
You compare the rotating power of a level 7 Primal Beast versus a level 7 Riki. I mean, it's no contest.
Yeah.
When Primal Beast shows up to one of these side lanes, he could destroy the Beastmaster or the Naga Siren pretty easily. I think it's much better mid here, personally. I love to see this.
We'll see what C-Smile can get done in the early game. LGD's lineup, I think we've agreed it's a little bit slower. Is EG going to hit those timings? Is that first Death Prophet ult going to result in a tower kill? See what kind of a fight LGD's able to put up.
So we're feeling like Evil Geniuses got the upper hand, especially at the start of the game, and then we'll see if PSG LGD can keep up and take over.
I think so. I also think they're the better team. So
Evil Geniuses.
Yes.
I mean, the combination of LGD getting run over in previous matches and Evil Geniuses both getting run over by Gaming Gladiators and doing it back to them, I think they have a better understanding of like what they need to do in the first 20 minutes of the game to get a huge lead.
I just like the EG draft. I feel like even if LGD does end up dodging, then you're dodging against a Sven who's going to get giga fat. So I really like EG's draft.
All right, we're going to find out how they'll do here in this first game of the series. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It is Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver.
Feels good.
Game number 1, PSG LGD versus EG. EG is currently 3-1 of the group stage, LGD 2-2. We have some very cool picks, which I definitely want to break down, but because we start this game with a pause, it would not be a Suns fan Synderen cast unless we talked about something not relating to the game, although it partially is. There's a Primal Beast. If there was an IO Synderen, I don't know if this bug has been fixed, but apparently if you ult, this is to grief a lot of pubs if people didn't already realize this, but it was top of Reddit. You can ult the Tormentor, and if you time it correctly where you TP with IO back to the enemy fountain, you can actually destroy their fountain, which we didn't think like mechanically was even possible to do, because this is something we've talked about a lot in the past, because Dota 1, you could do that. Very interesting gameplay.
I can't even I'm selecting the fountain right now. So the fountain has 500 health. And I was just
interesting.
I was thinking to myself, okay, so if the fountain has 500 health, shouldn't you in theory be able to kill it with blade mail as well, since it does physical damage and you would reflect it? But I'm assuming the blade mail is just hard coded to not do damage to fountain or something. But apparently the Tormentor, at least for a short while. Like you said, I don't know if it's been changed either, but it was an interesting clip to see. It was like a blast from the past. Like you said, in Dota 1, you could actually frostbite the fountain. You could use Guardian Angel and then run in and destroy it. Destroying fountain in nowadays Dota 2 would be pretty incredibly powerful for your win rate. The enemy team would just not be able to go back and heal at all.
I mean, that's the same as Dota 1.
But
yeah,
I mean, it was a different time, I think. But yeah, this is not going to happen this game anyway. And
yes,
you wonder if the teams did it, what would what the repercussions
you think they would be
be,
disqualified from, like, would they forfeit their game?
I feel like that would be a death loss because it's like you know that's not. I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, it's
maybe
not
we'll
happening.
see at some point in this tournament. But I do want to talk about some of these heroes that were picked because some cool changes and whatnot. First and foremost, we're going to see a mid Ricky by Nothing to Say. And this hero, I think the biggest change for him is the shard obviously is no longer the dart, but instead it affects smokescreen, which I believe it lowers the armor of the targets that are underneath, but more importantly, it makes them untargetable to allies. So you can't force staff your ally, you can't save them in any way, which is a crazy mechanic.
I'm not going to say it's unheard of because there are like one or two other ways in Dota that you can become untargetable. One is Dark Willow's Shadow Realm, and the other one is Book of Shadows.
Which I guess Shadow Realm you can now be targeted.
You can
by
even
allies.
be targeted by allies. So now it's technically just Book of Shadows, I think, and it's just such an incredibly powerful mechanic because it allows Ricky to isolate targets, and if they don't have their own force staff, he can literally just kill them 100-0. Like he is the ultimate support killer right now.
Well, you smile is dead.
The ultimate
So
support
first
kill is
blood
actually the. Oh wait, he might just live here. He's 285 move speed.
Yeah, he doesn't
He'll
have his rebound
eventually
for a
get
bit.
hit. He's not gonna.
Oh, wow. All right, I pulled a Cinder and apologies. No first blood yet.
No, take it easy. So where was I? I was talking about Ricky, yeah. So on top of that, another buff Ricky got in this patch, which is very unique. I don't know if Dota has actually ever had this before. He gets bonus experience for hero kills. I think this is a first. At least I can't remember in my, I don't know how many years I've played this game. Like 17 years.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Which, if you think about it, is kind of weird because we have like track, right? That's
yeah, we
been
have
in the game
bonus
forever.
gold for kills, and that sounded like I was going to make a list. I didn't have anything else to. But yeah, he gets bonus experience for both kills and assists. So a snowballing Ricky can snowball really fast, and like with the shard, he gets solo kills, as we've already talked about. So
Is that tied to his ult?
pretty powerful. Yeah, it's Cloak and Dagger. So you do need level 6 before you start getting that
so
extra
it's a
experience, but-
fixed XP per kill.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you need to be. Oh, it grants it for hero kills and assists.
Yes.
Okay.
So as long as you're involved, as long as fights are happening around you, you do scale that little bit extra than other heroes. And we've seen in the meta so far that it's been very fight-centric, right? So there's a high chance that there will be a lot of fighting going on. However, Ricky has been polarizing as well in the tournament so far because he's still a weak laner in mid. He doesn't really like beat most heroes, and he does need some time. You know, obviously the shard will be 15 minutes at its earliest, and he doesn't really offer too much in the way of team fight. He's very single target oriented, but if the game goes his way, I think the hero's incredible. And it was one of the highest win rate heroes in pubs as well.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about picking it with a Naga? Because
yeah,
they're kind of stepping on each other's toes to a degree, right?
I'm kind of with the panel that I think there was maybe a more interesting mid pick in this game than the Ricky. It might just be a comfort thing for LGD that they've been practicing and they feel really confident when they run it. But I would have also liked some more team fight like the panel talked about. So, you know, maybe something that could combo with Song of the Siren or something that could kill with the Roar and set up bigger fights. C-Smile, you're doing some good
There are
damage.
some other heroes I want to talk about, but first this mid lane is C-Smile playing the Primal Beast versus Nothing to Say's Ricky. That is a weird matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've never personally seen that 1v1 before.
I mean, Ricky should be fine, right? Because he has 2 disengages.
Well, right
I mean,
now,
currently he has 1, but he will have the second one when he hits level 4. He's going to skill Tricks of the Trade as
first
an
blood in the bottom lane.
unexpected
So
first
Matthew
blood.
takes a tumble to Shiro.
This is actually a kind of cool lane, right? So Naga in this lane will skill Ensnare on the early level, and it's one of the longest. It's probably this is the single longest route in the game that a carry has, right? So
there's not many routes for carry.
yeah, well,
Period.
let's just call it the single longest individual, like single target control, right? It's the longest control you have.
What is Dragon Tail?
like
How long
3
is that?
seconds stun now, I think.
3 seconds?
On max level. And snare on max level is 5 seconds root. But obviously it's a root, so you can get out of it. But in the early game, people don't have dispels. So this is actually a guaranteed cold feed procer, right? Cold feed snaps after 4 seconds, and the ensnare lasts for 2.75. And you can't cover enough distance unless you have a blink. So this hero combination actually is very, very nice for the AA to play with. It's not a classic combo, I would say. You know, usually when you think AA power lanes, it would be like AA Chaos Knight, AA Sven, you know, these like carry stuns. But with the Naga and Snare, it's actually, it's pretty interesting. And it does net them that first blood there for Shiro.
And what do you think of the AA changes? Because I think that's one of the bigger ones as well, with the Shard, which does damage with Ice Vortex now basically built into, I mean, it was nerfed a bit, but it's built into the skill now, so allowing you to cancel Blink Daggers a little bit easier and giving AA a way to actually farm without needing the Shard, as Panda's going to get taken out in the top by Planet.
And on top of that, it gives AA more damage in the lane together with the Naga, right?
Yeah.
So we already covered why those heroes in the past would be good
Looks
together.
like he's
Now
going to
they
get cleaned
better.
up, so it's a trade of sorts. Required C-Smile to come to the top lane.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see the... Wait, is that the Shard that they made it with Ice Blast? Yeah.
Yeah, the Ice Blast stun.
So
it does 60% of the stun of Cold Feet.
Considering that you're going to be taking out the Tormentors and he's going to be bottom 2 net worth, there's a pretty good chance he's going to be getting that Shard, so we might be able to see it, which would be pretty cool. He'll taking some heavy damage here. He's going to get glimpsed back into the right clicks of Pakaz. Planet has come, though. Give him a little bit of support. And what are your thoughts? I mean, I know that this is still very early in the patch. We haven't seen that much. But Sven in a patch like this, do you think that we should be seeing more position 1 coming from him?
It's a bit hard to say. I feel like Sven is still primarily a counter pick, at least the way teams are running it most of the time in the last year. He has been a counter pick. You pick Sven when you're against illusion-based carries or if you need the armor from Warcry. I mean, many of the games we've seen in this tournament so far feel kind of determined around the 20-minute mark, and usually Sven needs longer than that.
That combo again. Cold Feet is going to proc in the bot lane. Why You Smile looks to be perfectly fine. Whisper healing up a decent amount.
With this lane.
Why You Smile is going to get rebounded back in. Crypt Swarm just tags him there. Looks like he's going to get taken out eventually. It's going to be a trade, though, 1-for-1, support for support. Well, the reason I bring up the Sven is we're going to see Zeal get taken out, actually.
Another C-Smile rotation there.
Yeah, he just stuck around, it looks like. But I figured that in this patch, still very early on, but these heroes that can get us like just a little bit of farm early on, they can go jungle, would benefit. So like a hero like Sven who gets like a Mask of Madness or something, you can just, there's so many more camps now to take advantage of. We'll see if that comes into play at all. His Smile gonna pop his haste, so he's A-okay. And nothing, I mean, that's the thing about Nothing to Say playing mid on the Riki. It's not really a hero that's gonna gank. Like in normal circumstances, whereas C-Smile probably would want to. Plus, he can push the waves faster than a Riki can.
I do think for LGD, though, if you weather the storm here and you get to minute 15 and Riki buys the Shard, he has some serious potential. The minus armor of the smoke screen is really good for Naga and Beast. If they just get to hit with all their summons or illusions, there's definitely kill potential in it. It's potentially a really big problem for a hero like Death Prophet, who usually is an equilibrium-based hero, right? But she can just be overwhelmed. She will survive this with all the healing.
Taking quite a bit of damage.
Almost
Planet almost finishes him off. So you do think that he's going to prioritize the Shard on Riki like immediately?
I think he's going to go Diffusal and then Shard. And if you're playing mid and you're just farming and you're just making that many moves, or not making that many moves, you can afford both.
EG get both Wisdom Runes, by the way. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's big. One of them on Pakaz here, almost level 6 now. And I feel like we should have a Lotus counter as well. I think that's actually going to become increasingly important. I think
you want to rework the UI to show everything?
It's still, I think it's still, obviously the pro teams right now understand very well how powerful this item is, but I think just in casual play, people still underestimate just how strong these Lotuses are. So every 3 minutes, you grab this 125 health and mana instant use item, which corresponds to, how many stick charges is that? It's like 8? Basically. So you just have your one.
Are you asking me? Because I just assumed it was
Yeah. I'm just waiting for you to say that's right.
Yep,
so
that's correct.
Yeah,
definitely right.
Very good.
Planet looking to arrow potentially here for the rune. And
good arrow.
Ooh, I thought that did connect because that is a fat body from the Primal Beast.
Timing was still good enough to
Polarize.
ensure the rune for Riki, though.
Yeah, Nothing to Say does snag it.
Definitely a fine arrow there. If you're paying attention as Primal there, you're never going to get hit by the arrow, but you still have to move and give up position. And immediately smoke broken here by NTS. Very nice. one of the theories that people had about this patch when it came out was that the map is bigger, there's less sentry or fewer sentries, so invisible heroes will be more powerful as a result. We saw Ricky get a boost in win rate. I think Nyx is going to be a heavily contested hero this tournament as well as time goes on. So with that in mind, you're just going to be seeing this Ricky moving around, and it's going to be hard for them to always know where he is, even if you have a gem, right? Like, it's just, you can't control all the areas that you used to with the gem, so he will find avenues to get into fights with. He's actually going to see Pakaz here.
He uses his ult to take out a measly Mud Golem camp as nothing to say he's going to get his courier.
Can't really go
looking
on
to
it,
take out Panda, so he's inside that smoke screen. It looks like that's going to lead to an easy one. Stormbolt does connect. Pakaz looking to at least get some collateral here in Planet, but the leap onto the other side looks like he's going to be fine as well. Pakaz pops the war cry, but a nice juke from Planet. There's nothing to say. Continuing to scout this out, and knowing that the God Strength is about to end, we'll see if they try to re-engage potentially. As you're right, he is going for. There's some nice stacks here from Pakaz. I'm surprised he didn't go for that first with that God Strength. Now some of the XP is going to get leached to Planet. As bottom lane, Why You Smile, that's going to be an easy one. 3 members of EG there waiting for him.
Definitely looking to put on the pressure here and look for that bottom tower early on. These side lane towers, it feels like both the top Dire Tier 1 and the bottom Radiant Tier 1 will be even more important than they were in the past because it's the connection point to the gate as well. You can obviously still teleport on the outpost, but that teleport is longer. So having that tower gives you more flexibility. Oh, damn! Does that actually deal damage? I haven't had this happen to me yet. It does.
Yeah, it's like 200 damage.
You get hit by Bash. Okay.
Yeah. Panda, it's basically Spear Breaker.
Right.
As nothing to say. Cleans up Panda. Pakaz forced out for the time being. And I mean, just going back to this shard that will be coming, we assume at some point for Nothing to Say, not to harp on it too much, but exciting to talk about new things, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Like you talked about, I think Death Prophet is going to be the main target that she might have to buy Force Staff herself, which feels horrible.
I think that's part of why Ricky's win rate is so high, is that first of all in this patch to begin with, Diffusal was just extremely powerful because of the way it interacted with BKB, which has been changed. But secondly, it's the fact that this shard is a lot of the time going to force heroes that don't want to buy Force Staff to kind of have to. And even if then they can protect themselves with that. It's 2k gold that you didn't want to go in that direction with, so you're kind of forcing awkward builds. Speaking of forcing here, I think Planet will be forced back to the fountain at this point. He's out of leaps.
It took a bit of a commitment from EG, but they find him.
The tower as well, so they should be feeling pretty happy about this. They also brought Pakaz, actually. Is that all 5 heroes bought? No, it's 4. Okay, Disruptor mid, so they brought 4 heroes for this rotation. I think that's completely okay. Can reconnect back to top with the gate if they want and try to backstab the Beastmaster. Or otherwise, just take control of this bottom area, start farming out with Sven, and got to keep an eye on the Ancient stacks as well, of course. There's currently only
getting
one.
Caught out. That's going to be another easy one. Attempted save there from C-Smile's not going to result into anything.
Diffusal complete in 200. He might actually be, he'll probably be a little bit late on the shard at this rate. I am assuming he will want to buy that. You can obviously gamble for getting it later on the Tormentor, but then you need your teammates to buy shards. So it's
that's
gonna
like
come out
40 minutes in.
It's going to come out way too late unless you have heroes in your team that buy the shards, so you get it early, right?
True. You could get it at the 30-minute, I guess, if you get the first one.
But I think that's just a mistake. I think the shard is way too good to pass on. I think get it.
But we haven't seen it physically yet, right? Have you seen it in a game?
In any of the games of the tournament so far?
Even pubs?
I've definitely seen it in pubs, yeah.
Okay.
It's very powerful.
There's been times in the past where we think something's powerful, and
of course, I mean that's
complete garbage.
That's part of the charm, and stuff that you think is powerful, and then you get this confirmation that yeah, it is powerful, and then 2 weeks later it isn't anymore because people figure it out.
Yeah.
So this tournament will have, I think, a very, very shifting meta, even if there's no patches coming out. Which I say if, because we had one literally right before it started, so who knows? Might even drop patches in the middle of it.
Yeah, every day we should get a little patch.
Yeah, just a little spice.
Well, the other thing is there's, like, it wasn't in the patch notes, but there's a lot of bug fixes as well that are coming out. I wouldn't say they're undocumented, but they're not in the official changelog. You kind of have to search for them.
Yeah.
And some of them you don't even know if they're bugs, but...
That was a pretty big fix log last night.
I think the defusal going through BKB was probably the biggest one, I want to say.
It's one of the most egregious ones for sure.
Mid lane, Marcy.
That is a swing and a miss on the arrow.
It's a good attempt.
Zeal dropping the well played. I don't know if that was because they got the kill or because they missed a point blank arrow, but whatever.
Those are always the hardest ones, you know? The easiest ones. You just lose focus.
Yeah.
I've been there a time or two. Zeal.
Closing in. Does he have the full Crimson flying out? I think he does, so he's going to have a Crimson Guard now.
Nothing to say. He's got his Diffusal Blade. We're seeing the AA Blast on top of the Primal Beast. Nothing to say. Gets credit for that one. And, I mean, he does have his ult now, I would assume, so that's a little extra XP for him. As Crimson Guard, like you talked about, is picked up and used by Zeal.
I mean, they're not even
a whole
close
static
to
storm's
killing
gonna
him
get
yet.
okay. Getting pursued by Matthew, disposed back into the fray. Gets off his primal roar though, and the teammates are coming. Mirana ult's still there, and here comes the carry. Shiro has come to play, looking for Whisper. Gonna get that easily, and now Matthew getting helped out by the glimpse, but looks like he will find his way to his base. But a nice turnaround there from PSG LGD.
You gotta say with how this game is potentially shaping out, first of all, the Riki has been very impactful. We were unsure if that was going to be a good choice, but NTS has found a lot of success around the map. We're approaching now the 15-minute mark, still looking at that shard and looking at how EG's lineup plays this phase of the game. I think they're going to be a little bit hard-pressed to find the type of fight that their lineup wants, right? It's pretty clear when you look at these heroes, they want some sort of telegraph team fight where the Death Prophet pops ult, you fight around that, you get ahead in the fight, you glimpse people back and you find kills, but I think it's going to be really scrappy what LGD are going to bring their way. Ricky's going to flank them, there's going to be a roar, Ice Blast kills with both of these heroes very easily, there's going to be arrows flying around, and Naga will be split pushing waves, so I don't know if you can actually enforce the type of fight that you would be looking for.
Oh, they might kill Whisper again! AA Blast, and yeah, that's another easy pickoff. TPs are coming for EG. If they can get Nothing to Say, he's going to Tricks though, which essentially dodges the glimpse, but he's going to get dusted. And here comes the Primal Beast, but the smokescreen providing a nice cover. They don't have BKBs yet. Nothing to Say, looking to pursue now. I'm going to try to turn this around as Cold Feet procs on the Marcy, so Matthew's just dead. And EG just crumbling right now. Primal Beast cannot do anything, getting kited so hard.
Yeah. Nothing to Say is putting on a masterclass on Ricky right now. This is super clean. He's moving around. He looks to not be buying the shard, by the way. We talked it to death, and he doesn't even want it. It's very disappointing.
Yeah, well, maybe he's prioritizing the BKB first and then shard after.
I don't know. Maybe he forgot.
Is there.
Maybe he doesn't know.
He doesn't know it's changed. Didn't read the patch notes.
Oh, Ricky has high win rate. Guess I'll play it. Wait, there's a new shard?
Well, they're going to take the gate to the bottom side of the map, and
I honestly think for PSG, you've kind of conquered the hardest part of the game already. Feels like at this point the map will just be...
Oh, Pakad, A Blast. I can't, man. The cooldown on that is absurd. Primal Roar on top of the smoke screen. Another easy pickoff, but a very valuable kill for LGD.
They're just going to be running around. Ricky will be invis. They're going to use Moonlight Shadow. And they're going to naturally gather information about where the enemy heroes are because Naga will be pushing waves constantly with the mirror image. So, yeah, really tricky for EG, honestly. I think playing Dota in this game state with this kind of lineup is very difficult because you need to somewhat try to stem the bleeding, like find a way of setting up a team fight, but you also have to spread out your heroes to acquire farm. And
Whisper, same combo, other than the AA Blast, not even needing it. Gracious. It's a feed frenzy for this Death Prophet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look at the mid. I mean, Primal Beast was your mid laner, hasn't died nearly as much as the Death Prophet, but lower in net worth still. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's, I mean, he has been making rotations quite a bit, right? So he hasn't been looking too much at farming, but that's the thing that LGD have accomplished in this game is that they're not only killing with the Riki and the Beastmaster, they also have decent CS, and the Naga is obviously just the big breadwinner here, just going to keep progressing. And once you're ahead on the map with Naga, you remember in the last patch how it looked with just, oh no.
Well, Matthew's dead. Just going to call it now.
So last patch, when you had map control with Naga, it felt like the map was extremely small because you always needed to put out fires. Now the map is a little bit bigger, but in return, Naga just has more camps to farm. Like, this hero is going to explode in terms of net worth when it gets control of the enemy side of the map. Kaz He got off the war cry.
Ice Blast coming. There's a Primal Roar. Tricks of the trade. Panda trying to tank up a little bit. He's actually going to pop his BKB, so he'll live as a result. But that means he can't actually fight. As a Crimson Guard giving nice cover for PSG LGD. And look who it is. It's Whisper coming up. But C-Smile comes with a nice trample. Pulverize as well. Can they get the Ricky? The song! Not enough to save the Ricky, but the rest of PSG LGD should be able to get out. That was very close to being a full escape.
And if Pakaz, the fact that he manages to turn around there on 10% health, come back in and land that stun is actually what kills the Ricky. So really well played by him to just barely get out, and of course from Panda to save him.
Not done yet.
With a disruptor.
Now that Shiro does not have his ult to work with, has to pop the Manta. Tempting to get away with that Moonlight Shadow, but he's going to get stunned, and they have the vision. That is another big kill for EG. Is he actually going to die? They're trying to turn this around. A lot of damage being applied. Finally, the Naga does drop, but they're able to get some collateral here. Sven getting extremely low. Planet not really doing that much damage, but they find it in the end as Zeal, very tanky indeed, and they get 3 kills somehow after losing their Naga.
What an insane Crimson Guard, this item, man.
It is quite absurd. Whisper will be TPing out. Panda is the sacrifice, so they lose 4.
Goodness.
After that looked like a really good fight for EG to continue.
Yeah, it's a really tough judgment call to make, but Crimson Guard just absolutely saving the day here. So keep an eye out for, just look how much damage he's taking at the moment, and here comes the Crimson.
Oh, yeah.
And now, my God, like they had 5 heroes, but obviously, I mean, it doesn't matter how many heroes you have hitting. If the flat damage these heroes deal if that damage is lower than the Crimson Guard, you can hit it with as many as you want.
I missed the Ice Blast. Oh
my God.
Oh, that is actually so unfortunate. Poor C-Smile, just trying to finish off a lowly AA. By the way, Tormentor now available for the taking.
Yep.
And PSG LGD is occupying somewhat close.
Naga is a lot worse at this than it was at the beginning of the patch because illusions don't soak up damage from the Tormentor anymore. It only hits real heroes. So heroes that were able to maybe solo it in the past, like Naga and PL, will be struggling a lot more with doing that. But you obviously still have a lot of damage for it.
EG gets it. EG. Ice Blast a little too slow. So Panda on the Disruptor will be getting the new Aghanim Shard, which we'll talk about. See if I can remember exactly what it does. It makes the range of Thunderstrike ridiculously long. It's like 1600, and you can cast it on the ground, which I thought was a little weird. I don't know if that's even...
it's going to be like very situationally useful against certain heroes that play like tree lines or try to sneak up on you or whatever, but for the most part, the cast range is the major part of it.
But can you cast it on your you can't cast it on your teammates anymore, right?
I don't think so. I think it's enemy only.
Because that was actually a nice buff for Sven. I've seen that before in the past.
That's very true. I actually think in this game he would prefer the old shard.
Yeah, I think so. But 1600 range is insane.
It does offer Disruptor some really good ways of finding glimpses later in the game, because a lot of the time when, let's say you're 20 minutes in, your Disruptor can't really go and cast Thunderstrike in a lot of games without getting killed. But now he can cast it from the back line and get a glimpse way later in the fight. So he can kind of set himself up a lot more than
Does
he
it
used
add
to.
extra strikes? How many strikes does normal Thunderstrike have? Because now it has 6 with Shard.
I think it has 4.
Okay, so it adds 2 as well. So it's not just what we talked about. So, okay. We'll see how that works for them. I mean, it was between him or Marcy, right? Which Marcy Shard was also changed.
That's the rebound off of enemies, right?
Yeah. So instead of having a toggle for your teammate, which...
That was the original version of the hero that came out. Could rebound off enemies. It got nerfed day 2, I think.
I wonder which one they would have preferred between the two.
Pretty strong. I mean, considering how bad a game Marcy has, I think the Disruptor one's actually better. I guess there's still going to be some situations where Marcy can maybe benefit from jumping on an enemy to chase, say, the AA in the backline or whatever, but I just think Marcy's game is really, really rough right now. It's hard for her to initiate into anything without just getting blown up instantly by Ricky or Beastmaster or Naga. Any of these 3 heroes can solo her without any problems. So
I mean, LGD themselves have not even... By the way, Death Prophet did go for the 4-step, so actually going for that before Ricky even had Shard.
Yeah. I mean, she's still struggling. That's the thing. Somebody has to buy the 4-step, and the supports might be too poor, or they just want more of them. But also in anticipation, of
nothing
course.
to say. Breaking up a part of the smoke, and now more of the smoke. There's the sentry. Nothing to say. Wants to initiate, though, onto the Marcy to start things out. C-Smile looking for the onslaught initiation. Gets off the BKB, focusing on YU Smile along with the help of Sven, but there's the song to save him. A Blast is there as well, and somehow the A is going to survive throughout all of this. The Primal Beast, not so much. 2 dead already for EG. Pakaz forced to BKB. He's trying to find an opening, but he might just have to run away as Matthew's going to get cleaned up, and it looks like Whisper will likely be next as LGD looking very good in this game number 1, actually stopping the TP with the ensnare. That is 4 dead with 0 dying, and even keeping the Aegis intact for LGD.
Perfect fight. They did absolutely everything correctly there. Yes, LGD just, yeah. The super clutch song because Sven doesn't pop BKB on the initiation on that kill. Make sure AA survives. That in turn gives them an Ice Blast on the Primal and the Sven. And that because of that Ice Blast, Sven kind of has to reset and get out of the fight, and they just run down everyone else. So super clean, really nice spell casting from LGD. And yeah, at this point, what's really going to stop them, right? Like now you've used Primal BKB, you've used Sven God Strength and BKB. Can you even do anything here? I think you might have to just give up a lane. You might lose heroes too.
Marcy, well,
good force.
Saved a bit by the force/kinetic field. And at the very least, the tower will go down, but like we said, the Age is still intact for another 2.5 minutes, so I'm not sure what PSG LGD, if they're even going to bother waiting. I mean, the big ult they don't have is the song. They just expend the Mirana ult. They're going to pop the drums.
Atos into Arrow.
Going to get dodged thanks to Force. And now they will focus on the ability, but C-Smile wants to try to clean up these illusions at the very least. He's going to be forced to BKB, but there's the roar. A Blast comes as well, gets the Force Staff, and will likely live as a result. But the Rax might not be so lucky. Smokescreen placed just as a zoning potential. And, I mean, the backdoor protection does go off. And now that God Strength is available, is this enough for LGD to...
Pakaz is trying to flank, but he's being spotted by Zeal.
Yeah, Pakaz spotted out. So this will be a melee Rax at the very least. Pakaz, he's going to get Atos, force that pop to BKB. Doesn't use his ult yet, though. There's the Primal Beast initiation. Look for Pakaz to potentially use the God Strength, but C-Smile, he's just dead. Double kill for nothing, they say. There's the song. Trying to find the more value kill on the Sven, but looks like they'll focus on Whisper instead. We even more deaths to this Death Prophet's name. 4 dead for EG. Nothing is stopping PSG LGD now.
Yeah, this is... It's funny to watch in this tournament how, you saw yesterday EG against Gaming Gladiators. EG got absolutely bodied in 18 minutes, and you were like, okay, there's probably a tier difference going on right here, and they do it right back in the next game. And overall, yesterday, apart from that, EG looked they just looked good, right?
Yeah.
They show up today. LGD yesterday was a bit of a mixed bag, and this game one just looks incredible. This game's just over. Like,
yeah.
I think all of EG's heroes could respawn right now with all of their abilities ready, and they can't take this fight. Like, LGD's lineup's just very well crafted.
Tier 4, C-Smile, he's ready to come in. Does not have his BKB ready, though. Has to dodge. There it goes off. There's the Primal Roar, and he's just going to die. It's a very sad Primal Beast indeed. And Sven finally popping the God Strength, looking for something. He'll get the AA. That is likely all that he will get. Although, PSG LGD kind of waiting out the Exorcism, it looks like. BKB popped by Zeal in the meantime, but there's a Primal Beast ult on top of it, not doing that much damage thanks to that 50% magic resist that you get from the BKB. He's going to get trampled down, though. Crimson Guard not going to help in that regard since it is magic. So LGD lose 2. EG technically defend. It's nothing to say of tempting the TP out. There's no Primal Beast ult to cancel it out.
I'm actually surprised they held. I thought that game was over. I really thought this fight was going to go LGD's way, but killing off the AA like that with the Sven...
Well, it might be over if they don't kill this range creep that's hitting the Ancient.
Yeah, true. They might still win off the creep.
Either way, they get a full lane of Rax, tier 4, expose the Ancient. Yeah, the buybacks as well. 14k lead for LGD. No longer have the Aegis, I believe. Yeah, it's gone. So maybe they do have to wait for the next Roche. And this might buy enough time to see the Ricky Shard Center because he does have it now.
Yeah, he bought it.
It's about time.
And with that in hand, he can kill any of the heroes that don't have... So what heroes don't have BKB or Force? So Primal has BKB, Marcy has Force, DP has both, Disruptor has Force, and Sven has BKB. So all 5 heroes.
It's useless!
Well,
it's actually useless now. You have to wait out the BKB. And they're finally going to go for the Tormentor.
I mean, you might say it's useless, but you forced the enemy team to buy 3 Force Staffs, right?
RNG AA.
Yes. 4 Force, not 3 Force Staffs.
All right, we're going to get to see the Ice Blast upgrade.
Ice Blast stun. It stuns for 60% of the current level of Cold Feet, which is maxed.
Wait, when you say that, I need to read this again.
Look at the AA skill build, by the way. He never skilled Chilling Touch. He's taking attribute bonus over it. That's very telling. I think he won't buy his Ag Scepter because that does nothing for him right now.
Okay, I'm actually not understanding the shard on AA. Does it not just cast a 60% version of Cold Feet?
No, it just stuns.
It just gets the stun.
Yeah, it doesn't do the damage.
It's 60% of the stun of. That's actually kind of weird, don't you think? That's like I think that's the first time.
Maybe it also does the damage instantly. That's a good question, actually. What is it? So, enemies hit with the current level of Cold Feet for 60% of the duration. My gut says it's just the stun, but it might also do 60% of the full channel of damage, which would make it a lot better.
This might be the beginning of the end here. Well, yep, it's not.
Oh my.
And there's nothing that EG can do. That's no spin.
Yeah, he was smoke screened, so that was.
Well, he had his own BKB.
Well, he was stunned.
Yeah, you can't use it while stunned.
There you go. So the 4 staffs were.
Yeah, true.
Man, that shot was so useless, Shane.
Man,
thank you for your
very
comment.
good.
Yep.
I mean, the game is over already. It doesn't matter.
You said
We're
it was
expecting
useless.
it out at 15
You were
minutes.
wrong.
The Ancient exposed. The Ancient will go down. Eventually, GGs are finally called. LGD looking extremely good in game number 1. Gracious.
Was,
all on the back of that Ricky shard, like we talked about. Man, we're so smart.
We talked about it so much and used it one time. But hey, it ended the game. It was amazing. Yeah, what can you really say? I think LGD just playing a really, really solid game. I love the AA Naga lane. I think for me, that's one of the takeaways from this game. That's a really cool strategy that LGD have up their sleeves here. Naga historically, or rather AA and Naga in each of their ways, haven't been the best laners in different ways, but if they enable each other like this, and then you always, in the game, you're going to have the Song of the Siren into Ice Blast combo, you're making Naga, or you're making AA useful in lane because of the Cold Feet having the guaranteed latch. Seems like a pretty solid lane that LGD have crafted in this game. Weren't sure about the mid Ricky. It worked out wonderfully for them. They just played a great game. And once again, I got to say, Beastmaster getting 50 mana cost on the axes makes him quite a
he seems to have a good lane every time. And is a great Crimson carrier, which we've seen is the item of the patch so far. Let's go to the panel so they can break down that Ricky shard, which we saw for literally 1 second.
Thank you. I thought it was a great shard. I also loved seeing Why You Smile do more damage than the highest, or more hero damage than the highest hero damage dealer on the side of Evil Geniuses, which was the Death Prophet. But it was a great game for PSG LGD. Here to break it down, of course, with Cap, PPD, and Jenkins. This game, though, I mean, obviously, my whole panel knew that PSG LGD had it from the start, but we did think that they were going to have a little bit of a tough laning stage, Cap. We thought that was going to be the point where they might fall short.
Listen, you don't need to lie for me, Shiver. I was all in on EG's lineup. I 100% believed that they were just going to roll over LGD. I didn't expect the lanes, you know, that Ancient Apparition Naga Siren definitely went a lot better than I expected. But seriously, that was such a crazy Ancient Apparition game. I think he was getting a kill every single minute, every single time he came off cooldown. I would love to see like just the combo of like how often he used it and how often he got a kill with it, because I feel like that hit rate was just on point.
Yeah, Shiver, you were right. You were the right one. We were all wrong. Ancient Apparition. I'm actually kind of sold on this hero.
We saw this hero get first banned in a couple.
We did, and we were like, "What is this?"
Everyone's aware of this hero being much better than it was previously, but as Cap said, I think that enabling this hero, or the casters are talking about it too, but enabling this hero in laning phase has always been the tricky part. Naga AA up against Death Prophet, which actually isn't really that good against Naga, I think we saw. You know, they picked that Primal Beast as a response to that Naga, but then didn't put Primal against the Naga. So I think, you know, I don't know. I was leaning towards EG originally, but I think their kind of decisions of, you know, putting Primal mid versus offlane kind of bit them.
Yeah, and part of the offlane problem was also the Marcy, right? You were not a fan of that hero.
I don't know what this hero does. I thought maybe it could be a carry, but then once they saw the AA, they were like, never mind.
Yeah, pivot this. Yep.
But that hero did nothing as well. Like, there was no impact from Primal Beast this game, no impact from Marcy, no impact from Death Prophet. Pakaz was doing his best, and Panda played decently well on Disruptor, but not enough damage really to get through this Crimson Guard.
You know another cool thing about the Naga plus AA? Naga's obviously a hero that can, you know, move to the jungle and farm and stuff, and AA can now take the lane. Like, because his little thing that he puts on the
Does
ground,
damage.
it does damage now.
He has wave clear.
He has wave clear, exactly. Like Warlock, we saw recently at the start of 7. Whatever the letter patch was. When Warlock got changed and Upheaval got changed so it does damage, people started picking that and running that as a 5 and taking lanes with it. And now AA kind of feels like in the same boat, except with all of these other buffs on top of it.
Oof, these are some nice numbers on the side of Why You Smile. Let's talk about the positive things first.
Okay.
Yeah, but he crushed it on the AA, as we keep talking about, because that was really the lane that I think went way better than what we thought, and they could spiral the game off the back of that. It does mean that Panda played Disruptor in a game where he was behind from the get-go, and I believe, Cap, that normally has always been one of the biggest issues with Disruptor. Once you're behind, how you catch up.
Yeah, both of these supports actually have that issue that if they're behind, they're not necessarily the best reactive heroes. They love to be able to have this set up first. So LGD, when they got the momentum, they're constantly setting up stun into, Ice Blast. In fact, he was part of 23 out of the 30 kills. So almost every single one of those kills that they got in this game that were important was probably off the Ice Blast. And Disruptor, not as good at being able to react to that aggression.
No, he struggles a little bit. So we're going to see if Evil Genius, of course, can learn from that game and come back stronger. So they are having a little bit of a break to talk about how they're going to do that. We're having a little bit of a break as well. We're going to check in with Slack, see what he's up to.
Hello, Shiver. Good
Hello.
to see you. Hello. We,
different background.
That's right. The players in Chinese teams, I don't know if you guys know this, but the meta is to instantly get up and then leave and go discuss somewhere else. So we're going to do a hit where I went through their booth and told you what it was like while they weren't here, but they came back really fast. So I'm kind of stuck back here now. I can't really leave until the match is over because I saw notes and stuff. They did not ask me to move, though, so they're just letting me stand here. I don't think they care that I'm back here. Kind of fly on the wall scenario. Things are hype. Right now, they're looking at replay. They're having some fun times. That guy's just looking at the mini-map, which is cool. I don't know why it's full screen. He's literally just staring at the mini-map. I think he's trying to learn what it's all about. And a lot of education going on here. They're straight into... They're watching the other stream right now. He's watching Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. Very interesting stuff in spectator mode. They're fighting Roshan right now. I don't know. I can't see his face, but I assume he's smiling. I would have to imagine. Not going to look over. Is he smiling? No, he's definitely not smiling. But things are pretty hype here. A couple wireless mouse. Now he's smiling. A couple wireless mouses. Some guys are drinking coffee. There's 2 coffees. There's water. They are having a very serious discussion over there. But I am not allowed to leave till the end of the game. Any questions that you guys have for your on-site reporting behind the booth?
Are you going to suggest any picks to Zhao 8 again?
Who's good? Who's good, Cap? Who's good in this patch?
Omni Knight.
Bloodseeker.
Omni Knight mid. Yeah, that does sound good. He did not react. No, we're fine. I don't think that's going to happen.
He heard you.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, that's all I have to report. Things are pretty dank in here in LGD. I feel like I'm a part of the team. I feel like I'm very welcome. They're great guys.
Great guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck being there for the rest of the draft when he's apparently not allowed to leave for the
whole
time being.
the whole game.
The whole game?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, that might be quick if it goes anything like the last one, though.
That's true. We have had also some quick games yesterday as well. We're going to find out if maybe Evil Geniuses can bring it back and tie this one up, just like we saw them do yesterday. But of course, we're going to have to wait and see. We'll be right back with game number 2.
You can ganz allein hier oben unter uns ein Meer aus Liederwolken. Oh, oh, oh. Jeden Ballast über Bord geworfen, denk nur an jetzt und nicht an morgen. Bye bye Ängste, bye bye Sorgen. Oh, oh, oh. Halt mich an deinen Lippen fest, Baby, du bist simply the best. Dieses Gefühl von Schwerelosigkeit. Ich will dich nie mehr vermissen, ich will, dass du immer bleibst. Ich will dich nie mehr vermissen und ich will, dass du weißt, denn immer wenn du da bist, wenn du mir so nah bist, fühl ich mich so la 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 leicht, so la 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 leicht, la 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 leicht.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
PSG LGD's plan worked perfectly in their first game here in the series against Evil Geniuses. You're watching the Berlin Major. We're in day 2 of the group stages, and every series is a 2-game series, so Evil Geniuses only has 1 game here to try and force out the tie, and then they will move on to another series later on. But it's all about those points. You got to get those wins in. We saw yesterday that they were able to adapt and strike back very hard, and can they do the same thing? Today is the question, as well, PSG LGD definitely had a good plan in place. I'm here joined by Jenkins, PPD, and Cap. Jenkins, in game number 2, Evil Geniuses, we saw them adapt yesterday. What kind of adaptations would you say they need here in game number 2?
To be honest, I would say I don't want to ignore the elephant in the room. It's got to be laning stage. This patch is incredibly snowbally for a number of reasons, one of which is the fact that when you are behind and the enemy team is getting all of your wisdom runes, your supports, or if your cores are taking them, your supports are going to be very underleveled. And that is not good. It's like stealing the Tome of Knowledge from the enemy team on the previous patch, which would be like literally a griefing scenario. So I think that teams just have to double down on laning. At the very least, like maybe another solution would be to pick heroes that even if they lose one fight and they're a little far behind, they have like enough synergy that they can win a fight regardless of being behind, something like Disruptor plus Naga. But laning would probably be the first place that I would start. Pick better lanes.
In which case, I say ban Beastmaster. I think that hero wins lanes too easily right now.
Yeah, I agree.
And you also mentioned earlier, Peter, that you wanted to see, or rather you didn't want to see a lot of cores picked in the first 3. That you felt that was where Evil Geniuses went wrong previous game in the draft.
Sure, yeah, I think the Marcy was a bit of an it was too, I don't know, it was too revealing,
yeah.
I think is the right word.
Yeah.
And they were able to respond on 6-7 with that AA Naga, or not 6-7, I don't know, 16-17 with AA and Naga. So, yeah, just not a good setup for them.
I agree. Really. It's like when you force it to support because it's no longer a good core Marcy game, then it's like now you have a support Marcy on your team.
And it's still not a good support Marcy game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a bit unfortunate. They got a little bit out-mind gamed by PSG LGD, and that is something that they can. Yesterday was the air conditioning easy fix. Just move chairs, put Panda with this big hoodie underneath the AC. Worked like a charm. This time around, hey, just don't reveal too much early on in your draft, so you can keep things maybe a little bit more flexible, a little bit more open, so you actually get to play the plan that you have in mind. Because, Cap, I feel like we did not see Evil Geniuses get to play their game plan.
Yeah, certainly. I think maybe I'm still not like the Marcy. I definitely agree is definitely the big misstep there. That hero as a support just feels pretty bad. But I still kind of feel like their lineup as a whole, like in theory, it should be fine.
Mhm.
And I still think they should have been able to take the momentum in that game. I do think that some of it was just execution. I think there was some missteps there and things started going wrong and snowballed against them. So I hope they don't change too much in that regard.
I think they could have made it work. I think maybe putting the DP mid could have given him a better laning phase against that Riki and also maybe enabled Primal. One of the trends that I'm sort of noticing is that we're not often seeing these like very specific like ganking, roam, stun heroes on mid lane have much success. It's more of a, maybe I have a stun or a disable, but I'm also like a semi-carry.
Yeah, scaling hero.
We saw Chris Luck play in his 2 games that they won yesterday. He played Monkey King. In the game against
Leshrac.
he played Leshrac. Death Prophet, I think, could be a similar sort of carry-centric, secondary core hero. But this Primal Beast, I feel like he has too much pressure to go make stuff happen on the map. And if his side lanes aren't going super well, those plays don't often present themselves very easily.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, the best lanes to gank the side lanes from is now the side lanes because of the portals, right? So it actually makes a lot of sense to put your ganking heroes on the your Primal Beast on the off lane. Yeah, makes a lot more sense.
I was pretty convinced that mid would just turn into a place where the carries actually go. I think the only problem with that is all the farm is on the side of the maps, right? That's where all the
no
neutral camps are.
Look at us. We are deep into the draft.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a lobby issue on our side. The players obviously didn't notice anything about that, so they just continued on as we waited for it to appear. So we have got EG a Radiant side, PSGLTD Dire side, Rubik Brewmaster, and Disruptor Legion Commander. Brewmaster and Legion Commander, that's not 2 heroes that we saw a lot of yesterday.
Yeah, we were hoping at this tournament we'd see a lot of different people with a lot of different ideas, and we're seeing them here today. LGD, following a playbook of their own. We saw Mirana first picked. We seeing this Panda here now. Somebody tell me about Legion Commander. I'm sorry, this year got
this
changed.
Hero feels good.
You guys were talking about how awesome he is. What's so good about him now?
So now you have this overwhelming odds is now based around your hero. There's a bigger AoE as a result, and also the spell just feels like it's doing a ton of damage. So I feel like this hero is a lot better at killing than he used to be, especially when it comes to the laning phase. Much better lane winner. And I don't know, then you just have the scaling factor to it as well.
Would you say he's off lane only, or where does he fit in?
I've only seen it off lane, but to be honest, I feel like it's blurry, these side lane cores,
Yeah, what does it mean to be an off laner anymore?
Yeah.
You just go to the safe lane. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Legion, I feel like the change where the heal now gives move speed makes a lot more sense for how people were playing it anyway, that was a saving ability.
Undying. You just put the guy in the tombstone that gets dueled.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh yeah, you could probably rip him right out.
You could.
It's a save.
And this hero's always the lowest net worth hero, by far, so he's very likely to get the shard for free from the Tormentors.
Possible, yeah.
I think one of the things, though, is that Undying has not done super well, I think, on this patch. And I think part of the reason is you want your supports to be able to farm lane. Undying isn't necessarily the best hero
he could
at that.
farm. Yeah. You get the decay his damage now.
Okay, but mangoes are limited. That's the big issue for me.
You go first item mana boots, you spam decay, you go level 7, you've got 4 points in decay, pretty much kills the archer, I think.
Yeah, and also if you draft Undying as your saving support and you wait for that Tormentor to go up, you will have your shard at minute 20. And we've been saying that games are spiraling out of control way before that, so it might be too late.
They are. But then again, Undying is very strong pre-minute 20, so...
Insta-Terrorblade.
Instant.
I don't think TB versus Luna is as good for the TB as it used to be, because the magic damage Luna build is now the carry build.
Yep.
Because when you get the Aghanim Scepter and then the Aghanim Shard, your Eclipse is giving you rapier levels of plus damage. So you can use the Eclipse to kill the Terrorblade, and then you can use the damage you get from the Eclipse to kill all of the other heroes.
His reflection on you is less effective because of this build as well. And then on top of that, part of the problem was range, right? Range was a big factor in that matchup. Well, when you're playing around your Lucent Beam doing big crit damage, when you're just, as you said, you get the Eclipse, you get all this bonus damage, then you hit him with a beam and it does a Daedalus proc, then
it's a different kind of matchup.
Actually,
Kind of fun, LGD with this early Panda pick, I think a screaming team fight. Then they grab the Undying second phase, more team fight. But EG has Disruptor and Legion, which are 2 heroes notorious for starting fights. So I think basically what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of battles, and I think they're both kind of doubling down on just saying, let's get more team fight.
Let's get in there.
One thing I like about Legion Commander right now, it's hard catch. There is no getting away for those heroes most of the time. Where we saw a lot of times in that last game, EG was chasing after the heroes, like when they chased after that Beastmaster for so long and then got wiped because they couldn't quite kill him fast enough. This is like fast, hard catch. We lock the hero down, you blow him up with the Skywrath Mage ultimate.
Yeah.
What's the Chris Luck hero here? Is he gonna play the Monkey King?
Could be Legion. Could be Chris Luck Legion.
It could even be Sky. We saw 9 try out the Sky mid. Obviously, it wasn't successful that time.
Please, let's not see that. Maybe
But
I
it
mean
has
maybe
been
it
done.
works, but
Oh, there's a Mars.
okay, so
More team fight.
maybe the Legion mid.
It actually might be Chris Luck Legion.
If we're going based on the logic that we were talking about having like that semi carry mid, I think we would prefer Legion mid, but I don't know enough about this hero to say if that's good or not.
I mean, LGD has the, like, you're against either a Mars or a Legion mid. I feel like this is very punishable.
They did double down with more team fight though. Mars is a king of team fight.
Yeah.
Really annoying for Terrorblade to get damage in and around that wall of the arena, blocking all those shots.
Yeah, so basically the fights are going to start. Everyone's just going to click their big team fight ults, and we'll just see what happens.
see what happens. Yeah. Chaos.
Panda's going to have to try though. Everyone else is just going to,
Yeah. When he gets the Ag shard, he has 12 seconds more of his ulti now, though. So he has to try a little bit less hard. I think Panda's good. I think Panda's underrated.
Panda's great this game.
I think
there's going to be fights. That's what Panda wants. Panda hates the games where he can't get the fights. He's like chasing and the other team split.
And to be clear, we're talking about not Panda the player, but Panda the Brewmaster.
Yeah, let's call him Brewmaster.
I was like, I think
Pandas have brown ears.
guys.
He's a really good player, guys. I think LGD needs something to like anchor the fight somewhere. Okay, they pick Alchemist. Never mind.
Does that anchor a fight?
It's a stun. It's a stun. They needed something to do disable to keep them in one spot while Panda uses his ult.
It will
Brewmaster.
be
sorry.
Legion Commander mid.
Yes, of course. And I think we can still call him Panda. I mean, I've been calling him Panda my entire life. I'm not just going to change it for some player.
Yeah, it's hard. Well, it's Panda and then Panda Boo, of course.
Oh, yeah, let's call him Boo.
Yeah.
Boo Boo?
Yeah, little Boo Boo.
Hey, Boo Boo.
Are we bold enough to make a poor prediction again?
I mean,
all in on EG. I am convinced that it was an execution problem, and I feel like their lineup's even better this time around at blowing up heroes.
Alchemist mid.
I'm in. Too greedy on LGD.
I think Zhao is just too big brained. I'm in the LGD ban camp now.
I think I'm jumping ship as well. I don't feel like Mars last pick against TB plus Undying is going to have a good time at all.
Mars is kind of questionable.
Like if you're Mars against an Undying, you don't want to be alive anymore.
Mars and Legion are almost kind of too similar of heroes right there.
Yeah.
But maybe New Legion's different. I'm excited to see this new Legion in action.
Is Evil Geniuses in the same boat as last game where they need to do well and get ahead? Otherwise, there's no chance for their lineup to work out? Because if I look at this, the scaling definitely favors PSG LGD, so it's EG that should be ahead in the lanes.
It depends on your Legion commander's damage.
I think Luna late game now also is very interesting. Like you can always burst somebody with the Ags Eclipse, no matter how farmed they are.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna find out though. Will Evil Geniuses be able to tie the series, or will PSG LGD make this a 2-0? We're finding out together with Sunsfan and Sinrin.
Thanks, Shiver. Game number 2 underway. More cool heroes to talk about. More new changes to Theorycraft. Very exciting indeed. Let's start with Legion. The best change of the entire patch. Something that I personally had a vendetta against the old Legion.
Yeah, you never
is now
liked.
not clunky, Cinderin.
When did you ever like the version of Legion that there was?
The one in Dota 1.
Okay.
Where I don't think press the attack dispelled anything back then.
I actually don't remember at all. But yeah, just to try to recap this hero's changes pretty quickly. Effectively, overwhelming odds and press the attack are swapped. So press the attack now gives the move speed, and overwhelming odds gives the attack speed.
Yes.
In addition, overwhelming odds is cast around yourself in a 600 radius. It hits everything there, and obviously hang on.
Oh, Zeo runs right into the entirety of EG. He's going to get bulwark. Overwhelming odds is there as well. It looks like he might be able to live as the rest of the team comes in to save him. Matthew dies. Glimpse. Save another potential kill here. So first blood going the way of LGD. A lot of heroes low, both the Brew and the Mars. Actually, Mars ends up dropping. I think that might have been a suicide.
So that's That's a 1k gold lead for PSG LGD before we even get started, pretty much.
Pretty quick. Yeah.
They got how many bounty runes? They got 3 bounties with Alchemist in their team, who obviously starts with Grieval Screed inherently now.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need to skill it, so he could still have Acid Spray in that fight and get the bounty bonus gold. And then they also got First Blood on their Terrorblade, so
and the bounties.
Really good start.
That's whew.
To finish off on the Legion breakdown as well. Oh my
might
God,
die
he's
here.
almost died.
Goodness gracious. That nerf to Alchemist Acid Spray yesterday, that actually prevented the kill there. But
Wait,
he might still die anyway.
Just die
It
if
doesn't
he has
matter.
Acid Spray.
That's a full concoction.
Oh, he
with
didn't
the
spray
acid spray.
before.
I think he got it in time, and that is going to be
Oh
the
my
death of
goodness.
Legion. Gracious.
Yeah, this is not a lane Legion is supposed to die in. Legion historically is really good against other melee heroes, but the head start LGD have, and the fact that he must have shown up to lane with pretty bad health in order for this to go this
Get
way.
This range creep, XP, he dies. Oh God, so close. So close.
So the final thing about Legion, you can cast Overwhelming Odds during duel.
Yes, that's what makes her not clunky.
Which is a big quality of life, obviously, because you can just blink duel someone with Blade Mail on if that's what if you're going that standard build, and then you can press the attack, or rather, you can overwhelm as you start the duel.
Yes, but Cinderin, the panel did mention it. Undying on the other side, who will probably get a shard because of the Tormentors.
Yep.
You can save, I assume. I don't know how that interacts with Legion. I doubt she even attacks the tombstone. She probably just stands there.
I hope it doesn't cause the game to crash.
Yeah, it could. Maybe they didn't test that one.
That's the
we'll find out.
That's the kind of thing, if you think about stuff historically in Dota that has just crashed games, that's the kind of thing that could do it, because then suddenly Legion is dueling nothing, and the game doesn't know what entity she's
done
dueling.
nothing to say. I mean, that's the thing about Legion, though. I think with these changes, we're going to be seeing her more as a, I don't want to say a right clicker, but kind of like more core than the offlane / support, which she was basically just press the attack before. That's her only reason for existing. Duel was there, not really to gain damage, but to be a stun for your team to be able to pick up a kill. And then you have this huge dispel. Now it's more, it's a gray area with Abaddon, right? With the, and even Omni Knight now, who's played mid in some cases. So very cool change.
I gotta draw attention to this. Nothing to say almost has a 3-minute Meteor Hammer.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Yeah, Whisper died in the other lane, so LGD with a 3K lead at not even 3 minutes yet.
This is... Yeah, well,
have Alchemist,
Cap's been on point with his EG are going to own so far, and he's keeping up his track record here.
Yeah,
this is...
I think he went to the Cinderin school for prediction.
No, I'm never wrong.
Okay.
And if I am wrong, I'm not that confidently wrong. I'll be like, I think this lineup is better. I'll always give myself a little bit of an out.
That's not actually true.
I'll add like a caveat. So it's like, yeah, but if they do this or if they do that.
In the middle of a game, that changes when the hero's about to die and you call it incorrectly. Zeal.
That's different.
Will he die? Glimpse back.
You don't
pop
know
his
me.
Wand.
Oh,
looks fine.
Good damage, yeah.
He looks fine.
He's rushing the Vanguard, which most strength melee offlaners are doing right now.
All right, that is the final hero that I want to talk about, which is the Brewmaster, Zeal.
Yep.
The Void Panda is just automatically part of the arsenal, and it's also part of his Drunken Brawler state. So, very different take.
Yeah,
Get stuff automatically. Obviously, it's going to be reduced in... I mean, the fact that you get 4 Panda instead of 3 by default, that's just more damage.
Yeah. And if the audience is a bit unsure about these changes, it would be nice if the observer could just mouse over Primal Split to just quickly show the changes there.
Why don't
We'll get there.
There's some action here, Cinder.
Yeah,
Don't
just
be
relax.
rude.
We'll get there. We
Okay.
need a little bit of a lull to have time for that. I think this is calming
Make
down.
sure while we're
so-
doing that, we have the
So
Roche cam
just a
available.
quick
just in
change log
case.
here for Primal Split. If we mouse over that on the
We'll get there.
Primal Split here. Oh, that's
Go.
off.
There's
screen.
Roche, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, there
If you're a little bit out of touch with this hero, just read this very quickly. There you go. All right, that's how Primal Split works now. Good luck, everyone, in your games.
That's right.
It's very, very
So
straightforward.
the Drunken Brawler state for that Panda, it's an attack slow.
Oh yeah, can we
and
mouse over
status-
Drunken Brawler as well? In case you're a bookworm and you
That's
love...
not, there we
if
go.
you-
There we go.
If you're a little bit bored at work, this you can study this hero's spells for 10 minutes before you understand what's going on.
It's fine.
So, there you go.
I mean, I think it's. I love the changes though, generally speaking, because the
This hero
shard
has a
changed.
ton of depth. I think the... What's the word? The skill cap on this hero is insanely high.
Yep.
Compared to what it used to be. It already used to be a micro hero where you needed to play the panda as well, but now that you have these forms you need to choose between and you have the 4 pandas, playing a good Brewmaster is really, really difficult, I think. But it's one of Zeal's absolute best. This guy's a master at this hero.
Yeah, but we were talking about this. Even for the best Primal Beast, for the best Brewmaster players, they're probably not used to having 4 pandas because nobody went for the old shard, right?
Yeah, it was
now you have this
a
Void
relatively
Panda,
uncommon
this
pickup.
Void Bruling, that they actually changed the ability as well. It used to be a disarm AoE, as we see the Meteor Hammer already online there for nothing to say.
Gonna
He's
get
popped his
ganked,
ult as well.
gonna
just
not
make sure.
care.
Yeah, he's
Jeez, oh my god, he's gonna just go at Matthew here.
Yeah, not looking good for Matthew. 1v2, no big deal. But in addition, the actual skill change, it's kind of like is it like a mini reality rift, but you can use it on allies? Is that how it works? It's like a push or a pull?
Yeah, so you mean the Void active, it's kind of like the, it's like the Wild Wing Ripper's tornado, right? I think it's like Hurricane. I think it works the same way.
So is it vector targeted, do you know?
I think it's vector. I don't know, just read the spell, man. It's right there. Just read it.
Well, it doesn't say. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. They couldn't fit it on the screen.
yeah.
Like, if they actually wanted to...
No, hit
yeah, read the... Oh, what is it? If you mouse over Brew, can you see the change log? Oh, anyway. I'm going to see if I can find this out for
Anyway,
you, Shannon.
cool changes. I like it. Nothing to say. He gets off another Meteor Hammer, taking some damage now that his ult is down, but it's up in 2 seconds. But there's the duel, and it's going to be enough to get C-Smile his first duel damage of the game. A little bit over cockiness coming from LGD. I mean, he was only 2 seconds away from that ult from being available.
He's going to lose his tower minute 7, though. I mean, it's something that you get this kill on Alk, but the map already, EG, a little bit in struggle city here with how the lanes have gone. Brewmaster now has Vanguard bottom, so he's going to stabilize. Curious to see where...
That's a steal.
Yep. And they also get their own on planet.
Indeed. It will cost the life here.
Well worth it, though.
For why you smile, but Mr. Innocence is going to be A-okay with that exchange. Nothing to say. He's making his presence be known in this top lane. He's going for the Meteor. That was a concoction into 5 heroes and just using Meteor Hammer instead. He gets pinned to the tower for his transgression and will die.
He was not expecting there to be that many easy
That
heroes
needs
there.
to be a highlight at some point. My God.
Crazy, actually. I mean, from our perspective, with our vision, that just looked like grief, but obviously he doesn't have the info about all the heroes. He just literally just ran in and started hammering the tower.
Little did he know the entire team was waiting for him.
If he had thrown his concoction on the Skywrath, he might have actually been able to kill him there.
Yeah, all he wants to do is use Meteor Hammer. When it's off cooldown, it's like a Midas. You know, you just have to use it. Surprised he didn't use it in Fountain just to make sure that he has the animation down. But okay, that's a couple kills on the Nothing to Say. I mean, LGD were pulling away with this extremely early, but
it was looking like this could be an absolute snowball fest, and now they've at least stemmed the bleeding a little bit here.
as
Thank
we
you.
see that ability
As
with
we have
the wall
another
effect,
look at Primal Split.
he'll be able to click that in just a few XP points.
Yep. All right, we need promise us when he uses Split that we mouse over the ability of the Void Panda.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work for the production here.
Yeah,
but we see the gank
what
coming in.
it's all
C-Smile
about.
wants another dual victory. They're trying to get the Brewmaster before he hits
good
6.
concoction.
There's a huge Meteor Hammer from Nothing to Say. It actually hits everybody. Goodness gracious, this time it works. C-Smile dead.
Astral Pull.
Luna dead as well. Astral Pull available for the Void Panda.
We have plenty of time. Let's read it
Double
all.
kill
Read it
for
all
Zeal.
quickly.
Yeah, click on that. Okay.
All right, there we go. Pulls the
Is it
target.
Vector?
You moved
But,
away
hey,
from
no,
it.
The Void Panda. We don't care about these other
Oh
ones.
my god, it's over. All right, it had
Production
300
fire.
range, and it did 50 damage, and I think it was plus 50 damage per level, or 100, and then the distance goes up by 200. So you
But is
pull
it
people.
vector targeted? Didn't answer that question.
I didn't have enough time to read.
All right,
They kept
110 seconds away from having a second opportunity. I mean, generally when it's vector target, it doesn't say a lot of the time, I feel like, so might not ever get an answer to that. I'm sure somebody will tweet us.
So, I mean, it's one or the other, right? Either it's vector, or it pulls toward the purple panda directly, right?
You're just going to call it the purple panda.
The purple panda.
It's longer than saying void.
No. What is it? They're called Bruling. That's the official word in the game, right? So the
Bruling.
Void Bruling.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm getting infected by Peter Pandan to call him Panda.
I mean,
maybe that's why he likes it so much.
I mean,
It's part of his nickname.
When he was first released, he did look like a panda as well. I mean, obviously he was in Dota 1.
Now it looks like a tiger.
Well, this cosmetic makes him look quite different, yes.
This reminds me of Frosties.
You mean, wait, what? Frosty?
Yeah.
You mean the cereal?
Yeah.
That's not... Is it Frosted Flakes?
Yeah, didn't that? Wasn't that a tiger that was like the?
Yeah, Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Not Frosties.
Oh.
That's
I think they were called Frosties in Denmark.
Yeah, they would be called something ridiculous in Denmark just because of you.
Yeah, well, anyway.
We're back to the game. 37 seconds away from seeing Primal Split again. We should mention that the brew shard was also changed a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot. You could basically get the old. What was it? Was it part of the ult inherently before, or was this part of the Ags before? As we're seeing a dual victory, not important.
Nice.
More damage for C-Smile. More important is Brewmaster skills, of course.
Yeah,
But
apparently.
the ult lasts 12 seconds longer
Yeah.
with the shard, and you get to cancel it whenever you want and choose who you're spawning as.
Right, that used to be Ags.
That used to be the old Ags before this current version, which was still in the last patch.
So the shard now is actually incredibly valuable in this hero because getting the extra duration is obviously a no-brainer, but also having that old Ags component now in the shard is definitely well worth it. Which reminds me, what does the Ags even do now? Oh yeah, it's still
The
Primal
companion.
Companion. Yeah, it's just the same. Okay, that was unchanged.
Which the companion, I don't know if it works in this. I mean, I was gonna say this meta, but this is a brand new patch, so we don't really have a meta per se. But it does feel like it was good for farming, but considering you need all these auras, I don't think you can really fit it in your build. Is kind of the issue. But we'll see if we end up seeing that at some point.
All right, we've talked a lot about Brewmaster and Alchemist. It's time to talk about EG. Pakaz is dying.
He's dead.
Here comes EG. That is not what you want to be talking about for EG, but it
Back
is
to
what
the
you're gonna
Brewmaster.
get.
Thank you, production.
So Pakaz will get ganked here. 6k lead. It's obviously with Alchemist, so it's inflated for sure. But definitely starting to have a very good grip on the game.
Toggling it. Okay.
So what have EG accomplished now? They've got a dagger on Mars. They've got a dagger on Legion. So they definitely have the initiation, and they want to probably pair their heroes together with the Skywrath to find kills, or maybe with the Static Storm when Panda finally finds 6.
Oh, we got the duel into the Mystic
There
Flare.
it
That's
is.
enough. C-Smile, 30 damage now.
Probably going to pay for this, though.
Let's see. Concoction stunts for quite a while. Zeal is there. He pops that Primal Split. Now we're going to be able to see the Void Panda in all his glory use that ability that I can't remember the name of because nobody cares. Didn't even need his ult to get that kill. Astral Pull. Huge usage, even though it's still off cooldown because he didn't use it, in fact, Cinderin.
Yep.
It says Vector Target. Okay.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Unit Vector Target.
There you go. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Good job, Valve.
Curious to see him use it later in the game.
tips worked.
Maybe. It had really bad cast range, though. It was 150. You basically need to be on top of them.
Well, it
to
does
pull them.
slow, right? As we're seeing a replay now. Hopefully it shows the replay of hovering over the tooltip of
That's what we
Primal
really want to
Split,
see.
Of course, yeah.
Shifting the forms there into the Earth form.
There we go. There we go. The misclick production. Need to work on your micro just a little bit longer. But yeah, good turnaround there. I mean, what at this stage, like, got to hold that thought. There's
the
a
dagger from
Margarita.
Mars.
Yeah, Mystic Flare to follow. Big overwhelming odds, and C-Smile gets another dual victory. And they know, of course, Zeal does not have his ult, but it matters not because Whisper is the target. Has nothing to say, gets another kill to his name. 8k lead for PSG LGD. And they're not done yet. Concoction onto C-Smile. Inside the kinetic field now. Why? Why am I not surprised? Trying to get full value out of the meteor. Look at the bounty rune comparison. 3k versus 200. 11 to 1.
Oh my god.
How is that possible?
They got one rune?
That's insane.
Okay, that's actually ridiculous. This accounts for such a huge part of the gold lead. I didn't realize it was this bad. That
Hitting
is
the
rough.
14-minute mark, that means the Wisdom runes are about to spawn. Divisible by 7.
EG have not got a bounty rune since minute 0.
EG will get at least their Wisdom.
They will get their Wisdom rune here for Panda, so level 7 unlocked now for him. The max glimpse. Yeah, I think I like what EG are doing because like they're in a game state now where they're clearly behind, and what they need to do is they need to try to find skirmishes with every duel, with every arena. They just need to use their blinks, set up kills with their Static Storm, set up kills with their Mystic Flare, and try to make space for Pakaz that way. I think you have to skirmish non-stop because if you slow down, PSG LGD are going to run at you, use their teamfight abilities, and just kill you and take towers. So
Duel into
find
Mystic
Zeal
Flare.
here.
Do they have enough? It's going to be close. He has his Primal Split, and he will use it. No, he gets Static Storm in the last moment, but they don't have a kinetic field to keep him in place.
Oh my
He
God,
gets it off
that
before
is
the glimpse.
no good.
And now the Void Bruling in all its glory will go absolutely ham on the Legion Commander. Tombstone is placed there as well. So C-Smile will take a tumble, and they lose the Mars before that.
This Brew is stupidly tanky. He has Cloak Vanguard and Raindrop. So They dueled. They used Mystic. They used the whole combo from Skywrath with Veil, but it's not enough. Like, they need a third hero. When they're ganking this hero in particular, this is the hardest kill on the enemy team for them to get. They need more than that, and they misjudged.
Yeah, I mean, if they had Blade Mail on the LC, I think that's very close to a kill. Maybe it's not, though.
With Blade Mail, would that have been close? Not really, I think. I mean, Brewmaster doesn't really deal that much damage, so don't think it would have made that big of a difference. And it's only going to get harder. If he gets this pipe, like if he gets Blink dueled and he reacts and presses pipe in time, they're not even going to be remotely close to killing him, because it's going to block the entire Skywrath ult. As we talked about a little bit on yesterday's broadcast, obviously the change to barriers makes an item like pipe a lot more appealing, since the barrier is applied after reduction instead of before, which is how pipe worked in the previous patch. It would block 400 magic damage. Now it blocks 400 magic damage after your reduction, which means for the pipe carrier himself, with pipe you have about 45% magic resist, I think. So effectively the barrier suddenly, instead of blocking 400, will now block like 700.
Oh, they're trying
gonna try again.
Onto the Brew, and Concoction's coming to try to slow this down, and there's not going to be a dual victory, but they do get Brew regardless.
That was enough.
Indeed. Nothing has the double damage, though. Now he's applying all the pressure to see Smile, attempting to run away. Concoction's coming for him again. Looks like that's going to be an easy cleanup for him. So ends up being a 1-for-1 mid for the off lane in favor
it's not
of
1 for
PSG
1.
LGD. It's not over yet. Nothing to say. Continuing. Double kill for him. Whisper is next on their list. Gets off the Rebuke and the Spear. Concoction looks like it's going to be a self-stun, but the Mars falls nonetheless. So 3 for 1 after the initiation looked decent from EG, but they're just too far behind.
Yeah, they really seem to just be getting outclassed today. Like, neither of these games has really felt remotely close, and the scary part is it feels like EG in this game drafted specifically to have strong skirmishing and early fighting heroes, but they're losing the early fights despite having that, right? Like, the Brewmaster is too tanky, the Alchemist is too tanky, and what happened at minute 0 is also just setting them up for a terrible game, right? They basically started the laning stage 2k down, which is kind of unheard of.
True.
And LGD just haven't let up.
The bounties continue.
This is... I'll say right now, I don't think this is happening again this tournament, this big of a discrepancy minute 18. Like, this is ridiculous. One bounty rune on a team, minute 18, is...
I mean, that
quite
feels
something.
like that is... I don't know. It feels like they're fucking up real bad.
It's a mistake from EG. Like, that... Even if you're losing, you can't be losing the map that hard that you can't find bounties, and it is a high priority against Alchemist. Like, the reason, the reason he's this farmed is obviously that he's just getting a bonus. I don't know how much free gold he's been getting from bounties at this point, but it's probably at least about 1,000, right? So, yeah, it very quickly ramps up. He will be running into trouble.
Huge kill. Duel is there. Blade Mail as well.
Okay.
And they get it.
Everything on him. Eclipse, they dropped the Mystic Flare in the duel, and they should. Like, get this Alchemist out of the game. He's the top net worth hero. It's a massively valuable kill for EG. And they get a little bit of breathing room, and they win another duel.
Yep.
And I think, did Chris take the duel damage talent? He did, right? So he now gets 18 damage per duel victory, soon to be 28. It can ramp up pretty quickly if you find a little bit of momentum in the game on this hero, but...
This is true.
It is. There's still quite a bit of ground to cover, and you need to remember, even if he has high right-click damage, the enemy carry has one of the highest armors in the game. Terrorblade right now rocking 29 base armor, which gives him a physical reduction of about 2/3. So if your Legion thinks he hits hard, well...
And I would say that I think the changes to LC, because we saw her be picked as a, I don't want to say a counter, but maybe a pseudo counter to TV, because the overwhelming odds is really good against the illusions, but now that it's self-cast over you, that might not be as relevant, I feel like. Because a lot of times that was like long range, like...
Right, you would cast it from far.
You're like high ground trying to defend, and...
Yep, that's very true. You don't have the luxury of LCS playing zone control so much anymore. I still think the new overwhelming odds is better in most scenarios, but you're right. When you're playing against artillery ranged heroes with illusions... Okay.
Another duel attempt. Concoction's coming. It's not going to be enough to save the life of their comrade. The planet does die, but C-Smile, again, it's going to cost him his life.
Yeah, maybe he should select a tier 2 neutral item. Maybe he'll be
doing
fine
just.
then.
He's fine. No,
Why is he running around with a token?
Okay.
He swapped out his broom handle. He might have lived with broom handle. I'm triggered.
Sounds like you're triggered. Mystic Flare.
You're dead now. You have so much time to contemplate. Please pick an item.
Was he dead, though?
Oh. I mean, Broom Handle, the 4 armor might have made the difference. That was a pretty tight kill, right?
It was a decay that killed him, right?
Yeah, but obviously, I mean, he took a lot of right clicks along the way.
Okay, so I thought he swapped at the last moment. Is that
No,
not
he had a tier 2 token when he started the duel.
Oh, I see.
He just played the whole fight without
Very
it. He
interesting
still hasn't realized, I think.
That is another blunder. As
So
Pan's
we've
gonna
seen
use a
other-
static storm,
Okay.
but he's going to be destroyed.
We've seen other players not select a neutral item. Oh, he finally picked the Gossamer Cape now. So it took. Maybe his options were bad, but I mean, you still want to take
Okay,
something.
is that how does that work with
duel?
With Moment of Courage? If you dodge an attack, do you counter attack?
Oh, I don't remember actually.
Because that could be a nerf to you,
Yeah.
right?
I'm not sure.
To have that.
I don't even know if this was a good option. I feel like if he has 5 options to choose from, are there 4 options that are worse than Gossamer Cape on this hero?
I mean, I know one of the. I mean, obviously don't know what his options were. So we're going to see Roche taken out by LGD. But I mean, there's the one that was built for LC, which is the counter attack one.
Yeah.
Right?
I find it funny that this is not the first time we've seen players have this neutral item in their inventory for quite a while. Like you pick up the token, so it goes in your slot, so you know you have it.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes maybe players are like indecisive, don't really know what they want. Was there another hero that just had a
Careful, Matthew. Careful, young man.
I think. Oh, he's
They're not doing that much damage.
He's electric band brace. So
Okay. Sky
like
gets
people
it.
will pick up these neutral item tokens and not select, and then they might just forget. It's like there's something else in the moment that's more important to them.
Oh, they got the 50-50.
Oh.
Undying Tombstone can now save duels, theoretically, and it will not crash the game, probably.
So I believe the cast range on this that the Tombstone gets, I don't know what the ability is called. There's going to be a lot new trivia now.
Yeah, very,
So
very
I think the
entertaining
Tombstone has, is it 300 or 350 range on picking up allies into itself? And they can stay in the bunker for, I think, is it 3 seconds or something?
No, I think it's way longer than 3 seconds.
Is it?
Tombstone. Wait,
Oh, they
heroes that
cannot
enter
leave
cannot
for 3 seconds.
I
Okay.
think you can stay in it indefinitely.
Oh.
But it doesn't give you any, like, it doesn't heal you or anything like that. Not that it should, but I mean, if it turns out to be a bad ability, they probably just add a heal to it or something.
All right, hear me out.
Yeah.
You use Supernova, and then you go in the Tombstone as an egg, and it's just the Tombstone's just burning.
Yeah.
And you stay in there, so the egg doesn't explode. It's just like a 45-second Supernova.
I
What
like
do you think?
that. I think that seems balanced.
Yeah, you seem like a game designer to me.
Nothing
Here
to
comes Al.
say.
Okay.
Concoction.
Hurry up, Meteor Hammer.
Yep, it's time. Oh, he's not
forgetting.
using it.
He's forgetting the Meteor Hammer.
Doesn't remember that he has it. Yeah.
No.
He actually picks up a shard. Which I don't even remember.
Wait, he
what the
bought
hell
shard
that
on L?
does.
Oh, yeah.
That's Berserk
there's
Potion.
Berserk Potion.
Oh.
All right, he's probably just going to use it as a protection or an empowerment for Shiro, who we haven't really talked about. He's just quietly been getting giga farmed on Terrorblade. He has Manta, Skadi, Dragonlance, 23 minutes in. Luna has kept up very well too, though, Pakaz, but is not seeming to go for the item build that the panel wanted to see with the Ags to try to counter the Terrorblade. So his inherent hero-to-hero matchup will be pretty tough to play. There's a Tombstone.
Tombstone down, ready
Oh
to
my
consume
God,
an ally.
fighting into
It's
this
called
disaster.
Grab Ally. Very lore-friendly name.
Oh, it has a green arrow over it. It's like you can hop in. Grab ally. It doesn't show the cast range, though. Oh, there it does. The circle.
Yeah, it's the AoE there. The Arena with the spear. Mystic Flare as well. Trying to soak up a little bit of damage. There's nothing to say. But the Terrorblade does die. That is the Aegis, but no more Metamorphosis. Nothing to say with the BKB. Just trying to get off this tower and attempt to run away in all likelihood. And they're going to try to turn this around onto the Terrorblade. Shiro
They used
already
the
at half
Void Pole.
HP. Has this under veil, but will get dueled instead with the Lucent Beam. That's enough magic damage to tear right through him. So PSG LGD now attempting to run away.
All right.
Nothing to say. Looks to be next on the list for EG. They've only lost their Mars. So a 1 for 3, and that's not even including the Aegis. If you want to include that, that's even 4.
Damn, what a great setup there from EG. This combo from Whisper is just so clean. He blinks Spear Arenas, so he gets the full combo instantly. They use that to get rid of the Aegis and meta. The Tombstone at this point is also about to expire, but I think you probably still would have been fine just fighting into it at this point. Like, you were doing very well in the fight from that beginning. You get the dual victory onto the Terrorblade. You kill the Alec for a big burst of gold, and you didn't even lose your barracks. This is very, very big news for EG. I I thought for sure they were going to lose this lane, at least. This Aegis push with Terrorblade and Tombstone is so difficult.
Only a 4K lead now.
Whisper with the God play there on Mars really set them up for success.
And even though it didn't matter, I just want to mention a cool mechanic.
50-50, Gaben.
Wow. Okay, I was not expecting 50-50 even after that.
All right.
We saw Nothing to Say pop his BKB and then very smartly run into the Mystic Flare to try to share damage, because before, it obviously would not do anything. But now you're sharing damage, you're taking 50% less. Extremely smart play. Didn't matter, but I thought that was a cool anecdote.
Absolutely.
That we haven't seen before.
Yeah, look at that dual
114.
damage.
He's looking good. Gossamer Cape.
And you got to highlight in that fight, you were questioning Zeal. He did use Void Pull to try to save the Terrorblade, so he's on the ball. This guy's not on the ball, though.
He smiles like, should I go? Should I
hang
go?
on.
I can't decide! And now he might die, but the spear will save him.
Oh, they put Pavis on him. He's invincible.
That's true. That's a good item.
He's fast, too. They spank him with the whip, and then he uses press the attack, and he has like 500 move speed. So
that's accurate.
I don't know why I said spank. I mean, when you hit someone with a whip, you whip them. You don't spank with a whip.
Yeah, usually use your bare hands for that.
Yeah,
my experience.
That could be an inspiration for a hero design, actually.
I think that was Marcy.
Well, she doesn't spank. She punches.
Yeah, she's just barehanded.
Have someone who just every ability they have is just flat hand. What do you think?
Like a karate.
I could be a game designer too.
Karate.
4 runes. All right,
Okay.
EG, you're back.
Making a comeback here.
That's they quadrupled their bounty runes in the last 5 minutes.
This is against an alchemist, which again, it's like a level 2 Grievel's Greed. We've talked about it before. So it's not, the old days if you're up 10k on alchemist.
Oh, there's a duel.
Is another duel attempt onto the out.
I got it.
He's saved by the tombstone.
The game didn't crash.
Ally.
We're good.
Huge usage. C-Smile will TP out the BKB. Matthews stuck inside the kinetic field. Looks like he's going to get dropped, but they're focusing on Panda first. Nothing to Say, ensuring that with a BKB of his own. And there's the Void Panda being used to full effect, not needing it.
All right.
But it was cool looking.
I genuinely wonder in this moment if EG knew what happened.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility they didn't know this could even happen in this moment?
Yeah, that's the counter now. Undying counters LC. Who would have thunk?
Undying counters a lot of stuff if the Tombstone's played well enough, right? It's just a hard save.
Yep.
Killing the Tombstone is pretty difficult for a lot of lineups in the right moment, so... Damn. All right. That seemed like a bait from LGD. From Nothing to... I mean, they were definitely set up to try to help him, but...
Yeah, and now they might be able to get racks. Everybody's up from EG, though, and they have most of their ults to work with.
They don't have Tombstone.
That's true. That's the big spell missing from LGD's side. You can see Brewmaster taking the brunt of the damage, but he's mitigating a lot of it there. Finally, the Eclipse is used. Mars Arena on top. Pakaz taking a lot of right-click damage, but there is the duel to try to save his teammate, but Terrorblade getting really low. Has the Sunder available. Finally uses it, and now focusing on Pakaz, who's dead for 85 seconds. But now that Shiro's BKB is down.
Get the hell out of here with Chris buyback.
Now they've lost their mid and off laner. I think LGD have to try to get the hell out of here. They'll sacrifice the Undying.
All right.
The buyback came out, of course, from the LC.
I hope we can get a replay of that team fight, and I want you to watch Brewmaster taking damage.
He didn't.
It's absurd how much damage he absorbed in that fight. That was genuinely ridiculous. So he popped Crimson and Pipe, and he just stood there. Just have a look at this team fight. Look at Zeal. Just think about what he's tanking right now.
Yeah, they just stopped.
He's tanking a full static storm. He's tanking Eclipse. He's tanking beams. He's tanking glaives. He's tanking Mars.
He's just bouncing left and right.
Now he dies. And in the meantime, Legion lost during the duel.
And during that time, he did tank a lot of damage, but other than that, he did literally nothing. He was just like walking back and forth.
If he had Primal Split there, they would have probably won the fight too. Because he survived all of the silence, but he didn't have the ability ready. So LGD again choosing to go high ground with no Tombstone and no Split did end up costing them. They got the buyback out of C-Smile, but I think when all said and done, that was pretty good for EG, actually. That was an all-right outcome given the circumstances.
Yeah,
only having to use
buyback
that
is
one
the
buy.
big thing probably, but that puts C-Smile a little bit farther behind than he was hoping.
And he didn't lose the duel, right? Yeah, nobody has damage on the Dire. So
yeah.
It's really important to not lose a duel to Terrorblade.
Do you agree
don't want
with
to give that guy 20
Deso?
damage.
He's going for Deso right now in the LC. kind of a late one, I feel like.
It's kind of an uncommon item on the hero in general, right? Obviously, you are a hero that hits really hard, but a lot of the time, the heroes that you see by Deso are heroes that have a natural crit, because that makes the Miner's Armor so strong. Legion Commander has no way of critically striking, so I guess he's maybe he's just trying to make the fights easier for Luna. He's trying to make the fights easier for, I mean, Mars isn't really dealing that much damage. He's more controlling. Maybe it's just the best bang for his buck. He's like, I need to do more damage. We need to be able to kill these Terrorblades and Alchemists, and with this item, maybe they can pierce through it. Possibly. I don't think it's a bad purchase. It's just uncommon.
Roche up in 30, by the way.
They're checking it. It's not there. Nothing to say we'll be soon completing an AC. And Brewmaster's going Aeon Disc, so at that point he's just genuinely invincible, it feels like.
Is there a point?
Satanic.
Going for that, honestly.
I don't know.
I'm not even kidding. I don't know if there's a point.
That's a good question.
Maybe going for an early...
Maybe that
see the
concern that
refresher
he's
on
gonna be
Whisper.
the
I think a
dual
refresher
target.
on Brew would be huge this game.
Yeah, but I think it's a genuine concern that Brew gets dueled and dies, but they still have Tombstone, so if they're well positioned with that save from the Undying, maybe it would be fine. Anyway.
Arena.
Oh, quick reaction from Zeal.
Not the longest
But also
cooldown.
good reaction from Whisper there, immediately using the Rebuke, so bad spell steal for Planet at the very least.
By the way,
Arena.
By the way, Whisper went Aether Lens, which doesn't upgrade into anything. And he will be going Octarine.
It gives him, he just wants the reach on the initiation, right? He wants the Blink and the Spear combo into his arena. It makes it a lot easier to land the combo that he did land in base earlier.
They smoke. They have the high ground advantage. Brewmaster actually jumps right in, gets speared immediately. Mystic Flare to follow. Nothing to say, jumps in, but there's the Static Storm applied. Matthew just getting beat down by Nothing to Say. C-Smile in the meantime looks like he's going to get taken out swiftly. The Undying is dead. Are they trying to take the gate during all of this? Pakaz finds the BKB. TP will be successful. So it's a 3-for-1, and that leads to the Aegis and Cheese for PSG LGD.
And it's just the same story again, right? Brewmaster blinks in, he tanks literally everyone, and then he gets saved by Tombstone. And
did they save him with Tombstone? I didn't see that. Okay.
So they placed the Tombstone right above on the high ground, and it was in reach to get the Brewmaster, and then Pakaz is like, shit, what do I do? And he starts hitting the Tombstone, and he finally breaks it. The Brewmaster comes out with like full health and just pops ult. So the amount of just damage mitigation that LGD are running by playing this way is actually, it's incredible to watch. Like, this is some new tech right here that they're running, and they're making it look good. I'm still impressed overall with EG in this game, making this competitive for this long. I felt like this could have easily been just another 25-minute game, but they've been executing good fights. They're still just running into this problem of, what the hell do we do when Brewmaster jumps us?
Yeah.
They can't duel and burst him, because he's going to get saved by Tombstone. And they can't ignore him either, because he's just burning up their entire team. He's going to pop ult. He's going to make the fight a mess and make Terrorblade's life extremely easy.
It's Tormentor time. Come on. Come on. They're both available.
Yep, there we go.
Who needs some shards, huh?
So a Rubik shard would give them yet another save on the side of LGD.
For the Rubik?
Yep.
Well, it might go to the Brew, though. We'll see. It's a 50-50. Yeah, the telekinesis would be very nice, as Disruptor will get his shard.
And they're struggling to beat this one with TB and Brew. They will get there, but that took a while.
Yep.
And it goes to Zeal. So now he has the long split, 30-second split.
So we'll see if...
can cancel early and can choose where to go.
Man. Planet might have been banking on getting that shard for free, because he is going... Is that a sheet? No, he's going for...
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker. Interesting.
I'm surprised Brew didn't buy the shard. I actually think it's just really good value. But he obviously he wanted the tankiness items, but considering he's sitting on as
he had
much bank
plans
as he
for
is,
it, apparently.
he could have bought the shard, so they got the Rubik shard, right?
Yeah.
I think there was a case to be made for that.
Then it's a 50-50 between him and TB, which...
That's true.
That one is not nearly as useful in a game like this, I think.
Yeah. And it's confusing, because then when Terrorblade's like, I'm using Zeal, then Zeal's like, what are you talking about? So it's probably,
I'm Zealing?
Probably better to just avoid that whole complexity in communication. Just wonder if those, I mean...
I wonder if it translates to...
I was just going to say, they speak Chinese, so it's probably not any communication issues at all. But hey, whatever.
Oh, Shiro has double damage.
Okay.
Smoked up right now. Planet looking for an opening.
if they got a ward in the Radiant base now, this could be an insane jump for Brewmaster.
Yeah, there's the telekinesis jump. Zeal jumps in as well, gets the Brewmaster ult off. Static Storm, not really going to find anybody. Tombstone's placed as well. Grab ally, ready to go. Nothing say jumps in, looking for Matthew. Pops the BKB finally, just right-clicks him down quite easily.
Pakaz can't stand this.
Yeah, he pops the Eclipse, but not doing that much damage in the end. Now trying to focus all his efforts onto Shiro. Pops the BKB, gets the Sunder off, and that is a dead Mars who has buyback, so still the ult available, but Pakaz not going to be so lucky. Dead with no buyback. Aegis and Chi still intact for PSG LGD. This is going to be multiple sets of racks. They can't get the third, but they could theoretically just throne now, knowing that Pakaz will not be able to come back.
It's looking like Game Ogre.
Good one.
They don't have their carry for a minute and a half.
Tier 4 dead. One more to go. Crimson Guard is popped. I mean, Shiro's meta is going to run out soon. So we'll see how much they want to pressure.
Do EG even have damage to kill Zeal?
Sure. I mean, C-Smile does have quite a bit of dual damage, but against a Terrorblade, I don't think so. They're just going to focus down the Ancient, already at half HP. C-Smile jumps in for a last-ditch effort, pops to press the attack. Mars Arena pretty nicely placed, trying to save his allies, but C-Smile getting extremely low will finally drop. And now they can just focus on the racks. Grab ally still available, by the way, Syndorn. Very important to talk about here as the Ancient finally gets exploded.
When Zeal quickly buys Dagon 2.
And again.
At the end. So increasing the win rate of Dagon on Brew. It's not a common pickup, but
great.
A little bit of nice stat padding there. That was a fun game. I had a really good time.
I'm glad you did.
There was some cool new spell interactions, some cool new tech from LGD. I think EG played some solid team fights, but just were really... It was an uphill battle the whole time. If they had a more even playing field, like 15 to 20 minutes in.
That grab ally. Oh, that really screwed us up.
Grab ally is definitely nothing to...
I mean, we were memeing about it. I mean, Panel and us talked about it a bit, right? And its impact. And it saved a very crucial duel victory.
Absolutely. It was important this game for LGD. And yeah, really, really cool to see. I think they might be a team to look at a little bit more going forward. You know, there's a lot of concerns about, okay, is China going to look good in this tournament or not? And I don't want to, put too much faith in them based on this series because, again, there's a lot of...
Every time you put faith in them, they get crushed.
There's a lot of variety, obviously, going on, but a good showing today.
All right, so that does it for this series. 2-0 for PSG LGD. Panel, what do you think of Grab Ally?
I think Grab Ally good. I would like to see more. No, it was a fun game though. This one, it mostly was fun because Evil Geniuses found their footing at some point to try and actually create the comeback. Because it was an uphill battle from the get-go. We were watching the game, and 4 minutes in, it's like, well, this game could just be very fast. PSG LGD, of course, taking it in the end, as most of my panelists were thinking they would after seeing the draft. But Peter, did you think that it was going to get out of control as fast as it did?
I was surprised how well Terrorblade and Undying did in that top lane versus Mars and Skywrath, I think it was. They kind of were just... Terrorblade having a good laning phase. I mean, this hero... He has good early game, his mid game's good, his late game's phenomenal.
Yeah, I feel like that really does go back to the draft. I wasn't feeling the last pick Mars. It didn't really pan out. Maybe there were a couple of fights that looked like they could have gone the way of EG, but of course that Grab Ally and Planet also building into the Wind Waker, they were really valuing just disengaging from the fight and then re-engaging afterwards with their team fight, and that worked out very well for them.
If you're not able to burst somebody down, your fight is kind of over already with the way that EG set it up.
Yeah.
It was it was a one-sided game. I'm very happy that we did see Evil Geniuses have a chance to defend their high ground in that bottom lane. They were able to repel PSG LGD twice before still in the end faltering, but other than that, it was a fairly convincing game, very convincing game for PSG LGD. And it was, of course, it's the first major for Zeal, and we like to hear more of him. We heard him earlier already in the pre-game interview, and we're gonna also have a winners interview with him.
Hello, sorry, he's trying to get out of this. Zeal's trying to call in teammates instead of him. Congratulations, this is a big moment. This is the post-interview of the first big win at the major, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling happy that we got a 2-0. Yeah.
Feeling very humble, actually. Before this started, I said, great Brewmaster player. You guys are kicking ass. And he said, you know what? It's just a lucky day. Is that true? Is it luck or is it skill?
Yeah, everything is based off luck. So today is luck too. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Now, this is a big moment. And this is our one chance, okay? There's a lot of new Zeal fans out there. We're going to call them the Zealots, All right? Now, we need to come up with your catchphrase. This is a big deal. This is what people are going to be spamming. So I wrote a few with the help of the other talent, and I want you to let me know which one you want people to use, okay? All right, check this out. After you kill somebody, chat types, Zeal you later. Huh?
A bit of cringe, but...
Okay, a bit of cringe. All right, we can do better than that. All right, after you win a game, people point and they say, there it is. That's the art of the Zeal.
A bit cringe also.
Okay, all right, one more. After you nuke somebody, you play that Brewmaster, you destroy, I want you to type in all chat in your next game, your fate is Zealed.
This is also cringe.
You're not cringe! I worked really hard on... All right, well, you got one? What do you got? What do you want people to type?
I'll just like people to type Zulu when I die.
Well, that's great. All right. Well, I don't think that's cringe at all. So well done. I guess you know how to do it. Congratulations on your big game. And we'll be seeing a lot more from Zeal and PSG LGD. Thank you.
But not today, because actually PSG LGD has only one series today, and that was this one. So they get to rest and revel in their victory here today and continue on with their group stages tomorrow. It was a great showing indeed for PSG LGD. They are now sitting on a 4-2 record, which is very, very good. Again, what I said earlier today, it's a very tough group, Group A, and being in the upper echelons is definitely going to make a difference for them. And this series in particular, I don't know. We heard our commentary team also say, like, how much can we really, really read from this series? Was this PSG LGD cap just showing up big time? Or do you feel like we didn't really get to see EG play the way that we saw them play yesterday?
I think LGD definitely changed a little bit their play. Given the match or two that I kind of watched, skimmed over, it did feel like they were playing a little bit more coordinated and just faster around the map. They were moving a lot more. And I think in this series, I'm more interested in what Panda feels. Because yesterday he said, they went 3-1. He's like,
We're bad.
I figured out we suck.
Yeah.
What does he think now after they win 0-2 against LGD?
That's tough to recover from.
They looked a bit lost.
They
not
did.
Gonna lie.
They
I think
did.
Both their drafts just felt weird. I didn't feel like didn't see anything from yesterday that I sort of like, they found their groove, right? We're just very uncomfortable with their drafts and nothing really ever got going for them.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's a new patch. People are figuring out what's working.
Time is limited. It is
limited.
time to figure it out. This tournament is all about who can figure it out the fastest.
Yeah, that's why people are stealing from each other. We see the Pugna Storm. We just saw that in another series. Was it the BetBoom series, I think? Another series. Everybody's doing the Pugna Storm. Storm is one of the most picked heroes at the tournament now.
Not this series, though.
Not this series, but who plays a really good Storm? C-Smile. He plays an amazing Storm. So I could see them going for that. Like, it really feels like they're figuring out how to draft, and when they do get a good draft, the games go well for them. When they don't get a good draft, it just looks horrendous because they're like, well, what are we doing? Like, it's a new patch. It's chaotic.
Yeah, simultaneously, LGD didn't go for Storm Spirit at all in this series, but they ran it in their previous series, and that they lost that, right? The IO Storm that they opened up with. Yeah. So, it's good to see that they found something that seems to be working for them.
It is good to see that indeed. And you will see more Evil Geniuses later today. They are playing again in the next series. It's going to be up against TSM. And TSM has not had a really good day, so I think maybe this will be, not a good day. They didn't have a good day yesterday. I hope they're having a good day today because I personally haven't seen them in action yet. I think maybe for Evil Geniuses, it will be nice to face an opponent that might not be as strong, Jenkins, just for confidence boost because it seems like they need it.
True, but I also feel like with how black and white their performances have been, it could actually be a series where if TSM figures out, like when you lose, you get a lot of information on what's bad, and then eventually at some point, like you're going to start picking something that's good, right? And so
just don't do what you did in the last game.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Something else.
Just
might work.
ban all of those heroes, get it out. I feel like TSM has not figured out the patch yet. They seem a bit lost. If they get their shit together, and then EG remains shaky and dependent on the game, it could honestly be 1-1 series. Possibly, which wouldn't be good for EG.
That is an interesting question. When you go to study a team that's only losing, on a new patch, especially. Aren't
What
they
do
going
you
to change
learn?
everything that they do?
Yeah.
So
There's nothing you can move forward with.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to move forward very soon. There's, of course, a lot of games going on at the same time, and this series might be over, but there's loads of other streams you can hop over to. We got all these series named their Ember, their Storm, and their Earth, and they still have games going on, so make sure you check those out before our next series, because we are jumping into another series on this very stream fairly soon as well. We're, of course, waiting for the teams to finish their previous matches, but BetBoom and Team Liquid coming at you in a 2-game series after this.
Think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let Vergiss, was war, hat Mama gesagt. Du kannst das schaffen, hat Papa gesagt. Schau nur nach vorne, das sagt sich so leicht. Denn der schwierigste Glaube ist der an sich selbst, wenn nur Leben nicht reicht. Ey, das ist jetzt vorbei, auf dem Weg ins Hier geb ich alles, alles von mir. Für immer, für heute, für diesen Moment, für all meine Kraft, die schon lang in mir brennt. Für euch und für mich, doch vor allem für mich, für immer, für immer, für immer, für gestern, für alles, was war. Ich lieb den Moment, Fehler sind ganz normal. Für euch und für mich, doch vor allem für mich, für immer, für immer. Du bist stark genug, sagt mir mein Kopf. Nein, das kannst du nicht, ruft mein Herz wie...
We go to our second series of the day. You are watching the Berlin Major, and it is time for Team Liquid and BetBoom to play their second series of the day. That's right, they already played earlier. We'll get you up to speed with how that all went down. And to do that, I'm joined on the panel by Jenkins, by PPD, and with the addition of Sheep, we're all ready for some action, aren't we?
Thank God Cap's gone.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Didn't really like that guy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, good to be here.
Guys, the handshakes. Why did you start this?
Let's handshake, my friends.
It's just a handshake. It's fine. We got this. We got this. And we got this also with the series. These two teams, they have been having some good performance overall. Let's focus our attention on Team Liquid first, as this is a team that comes in as one of the favorites. Or should I say as the team that is to come second, because Game of Gladiators tend to have their number. But they're doing well. And I say they're doing well, but they're not doing amazing. And I think people normally expect them to do amazing.
You can't be amazing all the time, but the important thing is that in the last series they played, they lost the first game and then came back in the second, so they clearly showed an adaptation there and the passion to win. So I believe I also heard the rumorings that they were quite mad after their loss and they worked things out. I say mad. This team doesn't get mad in the typical.
They weren't mad at them. They weren't mad at each other.
Yeah.
They were like
They're mad at themselves.
They're mad like we lost. We gotta fix this.
Exactly.
They really don't like losing.
And they're spite motivated, because we could see that. Because when you lose game one and then you win game two, and also Blitz told me, they're spite motivated. They're like, okay, we can do better than this. Let's crush it. And they did. They've done it. So we'll see if they can bring that spite into game one of this series.
Yeah, the need to win, it needs to be there. And it's very strong, especially in their mid laner, Nisha, who Insania is going to tell us something more about.
I think what makes Nisha so special is that he would fit in any team. I think he is the kind of player that adapts the way he plays to his teammates very, very well. His ability to play the game no matter what position he's in is absolutely incredible. I know before he joined our team, I thought he was like this amazing laner that had to play from ahead and then he snowballs his game, but the more I've played with him and the more I've watched him play, it's crazy how creative he can be no matter what situation he's put in. If he has a slow start, if he has a fast start.
But again, Insania is able to get the ults off. This time round, I know he's still alive, finally gets taken down, but it's going to cost the efforts of the life of Tofu for the effort he gives him for that. And they're straight back up to the top of the Fiends, guys. Anybody else up here that they can look to try and make a move on as well? Duracho is around.
He has to be careful.
They're hunting for him.
Oh, the tree.
They see him.
He gets it.
They cut the tree. Duracho
He's going down as well. Double kill for Nisha. Liquid continue to stay fast with their moves across the map.
I think Nisha's a very intelligent team fighter. I think the way he plays his team fights and how he finds impact on the map in between that time, I think is very, very valuable.
Smoking to the high ground, but you got slept and you got grip.
Oh!
And then you got Static Storm.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely dead, but he's going to set up his team to maybe fight this one. That
They're
shield
so
crash.
clumped.
Oh! He grabbed him midair. That shield crash was going to be so good, but instead he gets put on the cliff. Zai is still going to be caught, though. OG are going to try and chase after them. Oh, that swashbuckle is just enough.
I definitely consider Nisha to be one of the best, if not the best player in the world. I think the way he pressures is, unmatched. So during this event, I'll be rooming with Nisha. Unfortunately, I've only had one night's experience, but I feel like he sleeps in very late. He likes to stay awake at night. He watches more Dota than any man I know. He barely plays. So last night before we fell asleep, Mickey had watched this anime, Tokyo something. Nisha was inspired to watch it too. He was like so sad that he couldn't speed up the playback of the show, so we had to watch it in 1x speed, and he was very bored. It's like they're Zoomers, man. They have to. It's like it's too slow. Attention span too short. I mean, plus you have to read and look at the image. My boomer eyes are happy.
Yeah, if you're used to watching Dota X2 speed and watching shows on X2 speed, your brain must be able to comprehend everything you see so fast that Dota all of a sudden seems like a very slow game, Sheep. And anime especially, I would imagine. Because there's a lot of visual storytelling.
I don't know what they were watching it on. Like, I watch a lot of anime on 2x speed. It's very easy to find a player that lets you speed that up. So, I don't know. But yeah, no, Nisha is an absolute beast. And yeah, I've seen him play from behind loads. I've seen him, I think after like Tool 1 especially, he started to lose his lane more and more and more, and he would always just play exceptionally well in the mid game to come back.
Yeah, Peter, this team has definitely had a bit of an up level. Even I say that even knowing that they came third at TI, right? So it's already really good. But this season in particular, with the addition of Nisha, it seems like they really found their groove.
Yeah, but now there's a new patch, so they're kind of in a little bit of a troubling spot. They're about to play against BetBoom, who I think is also one of the better teams, I think, at least what we've seen so far. They've got a tough series ahead. They don't have any 2-0s. They've tied, all of their series with Liquid.
Yep.
I think that, I would be surprised to not see them in that top 4 of their groups, but at this point, they're kind of fighting for their lives.
Yeah, I agree. I think the series against BetBoom will be really interesting because speaking of, being uncomfortable, obviously it's a new patch. Everybody's kind of uncomfortable, but BetBoom seems to be one of the only teams that is like consistently picking illusion carries. And I think at the start of the patch, everybody was talking about PL and Ricky being like the most OP2 heroes, and yet we're like not seeing PL in any games other than BetBoom's games. So we'll see if Liquid can figure out how to defeat the PL in this series.
If they let it even through.
If they let it through.
Maybe just ban it.
Yeah,
that might
maybe
be as well. Normally around that time, we'll check in with a player and see who Slack's found, but I believe Slack is having a problem.
Hello, yes. The problem is that ESL is allowing the players to eat. I don't know why. If I were in a tournament, I'd let them starve. If they won, they got to eat, but no. It's lunchtime, so Team Liquid and BetBoom, they out eating some chicken right now, but we are here in their booth to provide you with some very, very interesting information. Number one, did you know, fun fact, 2 of the players on Liquid are on the official Arteezy guild instead of the Team Liquid guild. To me, that seems a little messed up. This guy's Team Liquid, this guy's Team Arteezy. This dude ain't even in a guild. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know who's sitting who. But I did notice one thing. Mouses and mouse pads. We got 2 pink mice here. Pretty cool. Small mouse pad, medium. But look at this. This is the official giant mouse pad from TI11, and they did not sell these. Whoever's sitting here stole this thing. That is Insania. Literally stole it from Valve Software, our wonderful benefactors. Thank you so much. Took it from the event, it covers the entire table. What kind of person needs this much room? It's so big, in fact, it loops over upon the mouse. Such arrogance, such capitalistic arrogance from this man. Truly disgusting stuff. Anyway, great team, great guys. Any questions here? They're coming back from the chicken.
Smell the seat.
Smell the seat?
Yeah.
Stop.
Smell the seat? Whose?
Insania's, obviously.
I don't want to smell Insania's seat. Can I smell Boxy's
zoom in on,
seat?
No, what do you mean Boxy? Why?
Because, you're
obsessed with him.
I think it'd smell better. All right.
Okay.
I'll give you a whiff.
No, not there.
What do you mean? Where do you want me to smell it?
The head part. I don't know.
The head part? I smelled Insania's ass for nothing? You want the head part? Why do you want to know what his head smells like?
I don't know. Why'd you go straight for the ass?
It smells
Maybe
like
a
leather.
shampoo.
Oh, of course I'm going to go for the
Maybe
ass.
it's coconut
you want me to
shampoo.
smell something. What am I going to smell? Is the leather? Oh, here it comes. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Back to you. Incredible interview. Insania, please take a seat. All good? Nothing weird happened? It's all Gucci here.
Thank you very much for that, Slacks, indeed. And it's gonna be a fun series and a fun time here, of course, as we should be focusing our attention on BetBoom. That's the opponents of Team Liquid for this one, and they also just came off a tie. They did have a 2-0 earlier yesterday. They had the 2-0 against TSM, but other than that, also a tie. So we have a lot of ties here, and with the knowledge that BetBoom likes the PL that we just heard from Jenkins, it's gonna be fun to see how Team Liquid deal with that. BetBoom though, Sheep.
Yes.
I mean, they're doing well, but they
I watched
are playing.
that last series, the one that just happened. I watched the last series. We're good.
Okay.
I know everything.
So they're playing with the stand-in, and then they swapped the roles also, because Nightfall's no longer playing offlane because he's replacing the carry, and then Rezo is playing the offlane. But they're doing great.
Yeah, I mean Rezo. I was talking about this with BSJ about how Rezo has always been like a really greedy offlaner. So now that you have all of these like extra camps and stuff, it actually probably benefits him. Like in game 1, he was playing this Beastmaster. He was consistently top of the net worth the whole time. Dude's like farming up a Storm, doing his best. I think more importantly than him though, they are playing this Storm Pugna combo that we've been seeing absolutely friggin' everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I actually really liked Gamemin's approach. In game 2, they kind of figured out how to play against it. They didn't bother banning it. They just changed their whole strategy and made themselves kind of like so tanky that this combo didn't really do anything to them. Like they weren't feeding on BetBoom, but they weren't able to get kills either. So I really like that approach. So I'm curious to see how Liquid will deal with this combo that they seem to really like.
I'll also just add to that, Liquid actually won their last game with Storm Pugna as well, so it's probably going to be contested in the first phase, if not banned.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Yeah, it will be fun for sure. I want to also talk a little bit about the mid laners because we already mentioned Nisha, but I feel like we got to mention GPK as well. These are two players that are talked about a lot because they are star players. Now that the mid lane doesn't matter as much, Jenkins, how do you feel like this will go? GPK versus Nisha.
Well, you know, I feel like GPK has always played. I don't want to say on the greedier side because I know he does play the active heroes, but he is very typically like top of net worth, like guy that's like the entire game is on his shoulders. And I think that definitely fits with people opting to put more carry style heroes on the mid lane. I also think the mid lane's a lot more of like a 1v1. And I know that a lot of mid laners have hailed GPK as like arguably the strongest mid lane 1v1 player in the world next to like the likes of, you know, Sumail and Nisha. So at the very least, the mid lane will be very interesting between these two.
Interesting is what we're going for. They didn't do too well in Lima in the previous major. I'm really hoping that because they are playing with stand-in, so it's maybe a little bit different and do have that's by the way wrong in terms of
that
name.
Was not GPK. They got Toronto Tokyo, all right.
It's all good. But I just hope that they can do better than what they did in Lima because we just did not really see them that event, Sheep. I feel like they were there, but
they were boring. They were the most boring team I'd ever watched in my life at Lima. They would play incredibly greedily. They would never go out and do anything on the map. When Roshans would happen, they wouldn't contest them. They'd be like, just give it, guys. We'll just farm and get like some timings and win later. Like they were never contesting anything. I wanted to shoot myself every time. Sorry, I didn't. But no, I think they are much better now. Having watched their games this tournament, they are playing a lot more fighting. And you have to. This patch is about getting kills, not just hitting creeps.
Yeah, it seems like that is a style that maybe is now forcing them to be more entertaining. And Peter, isn't that what we all want? The entertaining back and forth games?
Of course.
We're hoping for them. Do you think we'll get them?
Yeah, I think these are two good teams. So I'm expecting hopefully a close fight.
We thought also that our first series was going to be two great teams. And it wasn't that back and forth.
Well, when you lose 3 lanes, that's kind of how it goes. So hopefully we have a little bit more of a close game. And, you know, we're still waiting for that 70-minute game we thought was going to be every one.
Yeah. These are strong laning teams.
It's true.
That's the thing here is like there's a lot of really high-skill laners out of all of these players. So
is that a good sign or a bad sign? Because it feels like then if one wins, it's just...
It'll snowball?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that it was a good thing, but now that you say that, now I'm not. Now that's like the pessimistic side of things.
Okay, who's going to be making sure for their team that the laning stage is going to go well? Because on the side of Liquid, you're going to have to think about Boxy. He's the one that normally rotates a bunch. Are we thinking the same thing for Save? Because he's not as heavy on the rotations generally, Peter.
I see a lot of, sorry, I had the draft open, but I lost it. But a decent amount of Chen and Ench. And we also saw this Pugna. They actually played like a 4 Pudge on Save. That was like
Hell
kind of we've seen Pudge be really unsuccessful. They kind of baited them. They did Resolution offlane Ench with the 4 Pudge.
Did they win with it?
Yeah, they won.
Oh
with it.
yeah, baby.
So making it work. I think they've got a good grasp on the patch. They look like they're playing very meta heroes. I feel like BetBoom's in a great place. They just took a game off Gaming Gladiators. They fought decently hard in that second game that they ended up losing. I'm kind of favoring them a little bit, just if I had to guess initially.
Okay.
I think probably 1-1, but who knows?
Well, that sounds like an even matchup, but we like those. We need those. We want those. A lot is riding on the draft, though, as you heard my panelists say. A lot is riding on the draft and the laning stage, and we're all going to witness that after a break.
So stick around. You're so cool. You're so stick around. You're so
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Team Liquid is 2-2 right now. They're in the middle of the pack, and that is not where we normally see them. We normally see them on top of the charts. They are, of course, 2 games behind on most teams since they only had 1 series yesterday. And we're looking to see if they can climb their way to that top, or maybe, though, BetBoom coming out with quite the impressive results so far with 4-2 on their record. And maybe Team Liquid will be stopped by BetBoom right here in this 2-game series as we are ready to head into the draft. Actually already began. Lovely, we got the Storm instantly banned out. We of course talked about the Storm Pugna openers. Interesting to know, Chen still in the pool. IO Enchantress already banned. Liquid will be playing on the Dire side, and BetBoom is playing on the more coveted Radiant side, and they will be having a second pick, and therefore Team Liquid gets to go first, but they cannot pick the Monkey King anymore. Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins, they will do their best to break down everything that's happening in the draft. Sheep, what do you got to say?
We're getting mad about Storm Spirit. It's gone.
You are?
No one wants
You
to
don't
deal
like
with it anymore. I mean, yeah, it's obnoxious. It can go everywhere onto all side lanes, and there's so many heroes that can pump it up with buffs and stuff. This hero's just running rampant.
Team Liquid asking themselves a question: do we want Chen?
The answer is yes.
And BetBoom setting the.
Ooh,
the answer
nice,
is
Jenkins.
no.
The answer was not
Jenkins
yes.
is wrong. Sorry.
He can eat the creeps. It's the Chen counter, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
How much does Toronto Tokyo play Chen?
I mean,
that's a good question.
He didn't play any support
Exactly.
prior, so
And Chen is one of those heroes
played
that
it.
you need a lot of practice on
They
to
won
be
a
able
game.
to be good.
He won a game with Chen this tournament.
Oh, cool.
So he's ready. He also
He is
played a
ready.
game of Ench. I thought they were maybe baiting the Chen so they could go the Underlord, right? Banning that Monkey King to sort of protect that 2-3 Underlord that we've seen a fair amount of times. But Team Liquid, you know, saying, hey, we're not going to take that Chen you decided to give us. And they go with the Doom, which, as you mentioned, maybe a bit of a block pick on the Chen as well. And would you look at that? A first phase Terrorblade. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Do you like it?
Do I like it? No.
No.
No. I don't like picking your carry this. They do see the offlaner potentially, right?
Yeah.
Doom doesn't often go there, but yeah, I'm not sure. They did win their last game against, not their last game, but the one before against Gaming Glads. They won with a Terrorblade. That he looked, very good. This hero is good for sure if he can get the farm.
But it was more on like the Storm Pugna, I'd say, on that first game, at least when they
Sure.
won. I wasn't too super keen on the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And also, I feel like Liquid have a million options here, by the way. There's like
They do.
There's the Chen, the Bat Rider. They could go for Muerta. They could go for Underlord.
They can go for the PL themselves.
Yeah.
Which is considered to be a counter
That-
to Terrorblade.
that is
And Undying, yeah.
like the highest win rate hero in the game versus TB.
I don't think they should pick PL here.
No, go for Sky.
Makes sense. You see the safe lane, you see Terrorblade, Undying, you've got your Doom. What do you want to lane with Doom to do well in this lane? They chose Skywrath. I think that works. Skywrath keeps at a distance away from Undying.
Yeah.
Good burst, good magic damage for Terrorblade throughout the entire game. And we've seen Boxy on this Skywrath. He can scale, he can scale and really kind of be like that. That's like semi-carry.
Yeah, he can.
Do you know the item build?
No, let us know.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm
I was asking you.
Pavite,
Atos?
ladies and gentlemen.
Is it actually Pavite?
No, I think it's normal
No,
items.
okay. I wasn't sure if they're still going Atos or like I know Phylactery got a buff in the B patch. I don't know if that's viable yet because it gives us slow, right? So it kind of actually helps Skywrath land his spells. But I mean, you're gonna land it anyway when Doom has his like Blink Centaur.
I was gonna say this is actually like it's like non-traditional setup for the Skywrath, but it is actually really good. The Infernal Blade into Centaur Stomp into Infernal Blade is more than enough time to burst somebody, and then the Skywrath amplification on top of all the percentage damage coming up from the Infernal Blade. You don't even need to doom somebody; they're gonna die.
Yeah, it's really good.
Taking a look here in his last game, he went Veil, first item, followed up with a Hex into a Blink and a BKB.
That's a Giga Chad build for
BKB
sure.
Sky,
What the hell?
that is definitely Giga
He was
Chad.
17-3.
My man.
God damn.
Pretty impressive.
Well, all the heroes that we just mentioned, Team Liquid still really liking to maybe deal with the Terrorblade. I'm sure the BetBoom is going to try to take most of them out. They already started with removing the Muerta from the game. Team Liquid ban out Beastmaster. Not too surprising. He's a very strong hero at the moment.
It's also one of Rezo's like best. I would definitely not want to give it to him.
What else could we see here?
I think the Muerta, by the way, might actually have a higher win rate against TV than PL does.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because that is such a smaller sample pool.
It is, because
like if you take millions of games PL does against Terrorblade and just literally 1 week of Muerta.
What Muerta does, like, it looks really good.
Guess what Muerta's win percentage is at this tournament is?
30.
You think it's low?
I think it's low.
I think it's 70.
The way you asked that made me think it was low. Now I'm second guessing myself.
22%.
Oh,
wow. Holy.
Lower than I thought.
So 2 and 7.
Okay. Not good.
Not good.
No.
But is it the hero's fault or the team?
It's the players. They're not good enough.
I saw like SMG, for example, they like first pick this hero.
Yeah.
Which first picking your carry is super sus, at least for me. So, maybe some people still trying to work that hero in. Yeah. I think the hero's strong, but, in the right game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We were questioning at Dream League, like, it was winning all the games we saw, but every game we saw it was against TB. And it's like, okay, well, that's the best matchup. And it looks like with the stats, that's probably the case.
And why is that the best matchup?
Yeah, because she does magic damage with her right clicks, and TB has the highest armor in the entire video game. So pierces entirely through that.
All right. That makes sense.
Yep.
Logic checks out.
So
Logic checks out.
Really thinking about the second ban phase here. I like that Pango's getting picked up again. I really feel like the removal of the entirely, magic immunity component to the role was kind of overrated at the start. Like, the hero stuns you if you go near him. So you're kind of magic immune by virtue of people not being able to do stuff to you when they're near you.
He did get like minor buffs on the B patch as well, which kind of helped make people want to pick him again. I saw like Quinn play earlier into BetBoom's lineup, going like the Ags Octarine build and just being this absolute nuisance, which I liked a lot.
Oh, this is good.
This is the 4 punch.
This is great.
Okay.
This is a terrible draft, but I like.
No. They won with the 4 punch earlier, so obviously they like it. But tell us why is it potentially good?
I think Core Pudge is a lot easier to counter than Support Pudge, just because Mage Slayer and Piper are such strong items. However, if you pick it and they're not sure whether it's a core or a support, and then you can actually pivot it.
Look, Blitz is blocking his mouse so he can't lip read.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's doing the coach thing.
Yeah, he's explaining to his team, he's like, guys, the hook speed is way faster now. That's a way better support. We got to be careful.
Darkseer and Alchemist. Okay, so grabbing both their cores. We saw this in the previous game from, I think it was, EG, right? They took,
I think it was EG, yeah.
Yeah, they took all 3 of their cores before their final pick. I'm going to go on the record saying that's not a good idea. But, yeah, they wanted to get them both right now before, next ban phase. So Alchemist is a hero that can have good timings against Terrorblade, but not historically always the best matchup for Alchemist.
I like Venomancer.
Yeah.
He's really annoying, which is a really good thing.
The new Venomancer is something else. Like, first day on the new patch, I was trying to, this hero, I was laning against it and all these different kind of poisons. I was like, what is this hero doing?
Yeah, there's 30 different poisons.
Like, why did I get Poison Novad again?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you dispel it, the Gale, it shoots again, or it does the...
Yeah, there's 2 of them now. There's like the Shard and the Scepter?
The ult.
Or the ult. Like, these things refresh on the dispel, both of them.
Yeah.
Or they've
Or is it the Scepter?
I don't know.
I've always felt like Darkseer is kind of a counter to Venomancer. Like, you just surge them, and they just run through all the wards, through all the Gales.
Pipe Greaves builder as well.
So, an Iron Shelled surged Alchemist is going to find this, find anyone on the back lines, I think. And Veno's not going to stop the Alch from killing Terrorblade, for example.
I think the problem is like the fact that Veno now has so many tools. Like, he's not like the old Veno where you would Gale someone and
you
they
do
would
the
just
one
leave.
thing. Yeah.
It's now like you have, for example, all these things that activate when you try and dispel them, right? It means that you're just taking so much damage that it's kind of maybe difficult for you to just go in.
And BKB only gives you 50% magic reduction.
Yeah.
So all of Veno's insane damage, which people would previously counter with BKB, it's not countering
and it stays
anymore.
on. Right?
Yeah.
After BKB.
Yeah.
And like, does this all open as well, like the potential for a vessel? Because it's like, okay, you want to get rid of the vessel, but then you're going to pop our like dispel activations on Veno.
that's true.
Vessel for who? Sorry.
For on BetBoom
for the Veno.
against Alk.
I will say though, like Pipe is really good against this BetBoom
Yeah, true.
team right now.
Yeah, but they have both a lot of physical and a lot of magic damage because Terrorblade's going to dish out a lot of physical damage. So I feel like they got a good mix.
Veno has to get a 4-staff, I think. Somebody's got to get a 4-staff, I think, just to save from Alk stun into Skywrath.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we got Tiny and Primal Beast banned out by Team Liquid for the last pick on the side of BetBoom. What are we looking for? Because
The Insania Oracle.
on the side of Team Liquid, it could work out.
Trying to think what else he wants to play here. They are last picking their support potentially, and the later you pick a hero in the draft, the more niche it can be. I guess the more hipster you can go, the more specific.
I like the idea of the Oracle because I feel like a Veno Pudge lane, you're just going to dispel the Gale and all the poisons and make your Alchemist magic immune as well.
Actually, I don't know if you can go Oracle because he'll dispel the Gales and you just get poisoned all the time.
Yeah, but then you can, protect from that with the Fate's Edict as long as
What about
they changed it, fixed it.
A Warlock, maybe.
Warlock, I mean, that'd be the same thing minus the dispel. You just heal through it.
Yeah.
I think you feel kind of bad having Skywrath Warlock supports with a Darkseer. Like, it might be nice to have one support that can play with Darkseer a bit more, so you're not focusing on having to own. Wait, is it support Doom or where is Doom
BetBoom
going?
thinks it's a support Alk or something.
Or support Doom or support Darkseer.
Yeah, something weird as a support.
Yeah, because they're expecting
banning mid.
Nisha to still have a hero in the...
They are. We'll see if their read is correct on that. Or if they're just banning mids when it is just like a last pick 5.
I mean, Liquid are that team that will just be like, oh, you picked Veno to counter our Alk? Okay, it's now pos 5 Alk, and we're going to pick something better.
Yeah, they for sure would do that. Pos 5 Alk could definitely feed a Pudge Veno lane, though, is the only issue.
I'm just confused about where these core-looking heroes are going. Like, you have a Darkseer and a Doom. Usually that would mean Doom would be going to carry, but, like, do you want to play carry Doom against Veno? And then there's an Alk. Or it's pos 4 Doom with the Darkseer, and then figure out where Alk and Sky are going.
Maybe they don't even know. Maybe that's what they're talking
That's my
about.
issue with taking the Alk Darkseer like this, is then you get this Venomancer, right? And okay, yeah, so they swap it up. They're like, hey, we need something better than Alchemist to lane against Veno. They land on Slark.
Yeah, but then who's going to be core?
I don't know.
That's.
I mean, Slark is
I think
gonna
it's
be
going to be boxy on Alchemist, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I think you... I mean,
standing us on Skywrath.
Yeah.
Nisha mid Doom, or is it mid Alk?
I think I want Darkseer to lane with a melee. I mean, I guess it
Could be 4 Doom.
They might wait with deciding until the last pick
I
comes
think Boxy
out.
Alk with the Darkseer makes the most sense.
What are we confident about?
No confident
I think
about
Zai on Darkseer.
Zai's on Darkseer.
Zai's on Darkseer.
Then what?
Mickey's on Slark.
Mickey's on Slark.
Okay, great. That makes sense.
So that leaves these other 3 heroes, which you can't run a Doom support these days. Come on.
Veno and Necrophos.
Necro mid.
And Undying. Put BetBoom in Toxic Waste.
Yeah, this is
the green draft.
This
Holy.
is really... They're the plague, boys.
Green heroes,
The 4
on Radiant.
Pudge as well, actually, is a big fat kind of plague type guy.
Yep, and he rots all around him, more poison. All right, so we got Boxy on the Doom, Nisha on the Alchemist middle, and Zai indeed on the Darkseer. Okay.
Oh, it's a Doom Darkseer lane. Haven't seen that in a while.
And Alchemist mid, do we like that against the Necrophos?
I don't think so.
No, that sounds terrible.
But I don't know, maybe.
Insania needs to be able to like leave lane or something and make stacks for Nisha.
Yeah.
Because he can't. I don't think he's gonna be very happy against.
You know
Necro.
what? Maybe Nisha just buys like 3 salves, gets to level 6, and then out regens with the Chemical Rage. Maybe that's how he deals with it. He just sacks the early game.
Yeah.
Which of course is absolutely terrible on this patch. And then, plays for the level 6 against Necro.
One thing that we've been saying is that, especially for supports, it's very hard to catch up if you're a little bit behind on the laning stage. Doom won't have that problem, Sheep, because he'll just get gold and experience anyway.
Well, he's a pos 4, so it's not like that important.
He will still eat the creeps and get money and things.
Yo, I mean, yeah, if he can get like a blink, then he's gonna be able to help set up for other people's spells. It's nice because they don't have like a very natural initiator on this team.
Super greedy draft.
It's incredibly greedy.
No stuns, no disables. They're going to rely on items to sort of lock down heroes. Alk is going to need a blink to start things.
Yeah.
I like BetBoom, but hoping for a great game.
I hope so too. We've been saying that a lot of games are decided in the laning stage. It makes me a little bit worried for this game, as we feel like maybe Team Liquid's laning stage is not going to be as strong as we would like it to be. We'd like it to be even, but we're finding out what's going to happen in the first game of this series. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It is Cap and SVG.
That's right. Team Liquid, fresh off of a tie, goes out to... All right, we already got a little in-game chat. Shout out to William, best CSGO player. And of course, Blitz plays a fair amount of CSGO with some of the players, and Rezo is one of them. Not that we won't be able to talk to you, I don't think, Avery. This is going to be a little bit of a solo cast. Sorry. The Avery's mic has died randomly, so you guys are going to enjoy a Cap solo cast for just a couple minutes. I'm going to get everything squared away here pretty soon. But yeah, Liquid, of course, going 1-1 with 9 Pandas, now matched up against an Eastern European team who's doing even better in BetBoom. So we'll see whether or not Liquid's going to be able to bounce back and deal with a BetBoom that seems to be just full of steam moving forward here. Very interesting drafts coming on both sides here. We got the Venomancer and Necrophos, so a lot of damage over time, while at the same time, Liquid, they've got a lineup that plays these longer team fights pretty well. The Alchemist regen coming in. Of course, the Slark likes to be able to play in and out of team fights constantly. BetBoom, generally speaking, just have a lack of disables, which is kind of interesting. But we'll see whether or not they're actually able to catch Liquid. Avery, I think I hear you.
Oh, we're so far away now.
Yeah, we are. He has now been moved
They cannot
across
stop
the
me,
room.
though.
Huh?
I will find a way to cast this game. Despite sabotage attempts.
Avery's now going to be casting from the panel. I'm going to assume Jenkins sabotaged something, honestly. He was talking about how much he dislikes you earlier, Avery. So
Well, Syndrome was also talking about stealing my job. So
he did.
I
He
would not be
suggested that we
surprised if he
swap
destroyed it.
co-casters and play-by-play, that we should have you and Sunsfan casting together, and me and Syndrome.
Yeah, that's if people want the tournament to end. I think that's when you throw that in. Maybe BetBoom want the tournament to end. This is a toxic lineup. Very toxic. I mean that literally.
I was just talking about the fact that they have very little disables on the side of BetBoom, which is slightly concerning me. Tons of slows, and if they land hooks, great. But there is something to be said about just the general lack of stunts they have against some of these heroes. Insania, they do manage to get the deny there. One of the big problems, I guess, with the Gale. Good for getting kills in lane, but might actually end up getting denied instead, like it happened here.
I think Veno is one of the heroes that can make 4-Pudge absolutely solid. I think this lane is just strong. You have to actually respect it. The kill threat is probably one of the highest in the game. I think it's maybe only rivaled by Veno plus some of these other melee heroes, like Spearbreaker, Tusk back in the day. There's a reason a lot of the lane-winning teams over history have valued this Venomancer, as most of the NA teams have. And I feel like it's just because you can dominate the lane. So I think if you're Liquid here, you have to survive this lane phase, get to a point where your outspam comes online, your Alchemist can start to pick up some of the slack here, at least a little bit, and then you can combat the 5-on-5 from BetBoom, because they're going to have ores, they're going to have sustain from Necrophos, who's going to have a good early laning stage here, playing up into a melee hero matchup. That's just brutal. So I feel like BetBoom picked for the lanes. If the lanes go well, they're probably in a decent position. Then it's just a question of how comfortable are Liquid believing in this Alchemist to propel them into the mid game, into a Terrorblade matchup as well, and an Undying. It's not necessarily the easiest out game either.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. It is not a lineup that is going to be guaranteed some of this late game interactions. Boxy, I mean, have you seen a whole lot of support Doom at this tournament? I don't think I've seen a single one yet.
Trying to think who played it, but yeah, not at this event. It's just not been that popular. GBK just getting run down. My God. Ooh, the first blood will be elsewhere, though. Save picks it up on Mickey. That's the Veno Pudge lane going to work. Can't deny it round 2. Good luck getting all those denies every single time. Tombstone also going to be dropped to pressure this tower. Just force Zai off the lane.
Oh, Nisha, he almost got the kill earlier. Finally picks it up now on a GPK. So big kill. Boxy closing in for the kill here onto Nightfall. The Illusion trying to get in front, but Boxy eventually runs him down with that Ion Shell that was given over. So A pretty decent gank there from Insania coming out, and didn't get the last hit on the tombstone. That would have been an extra bit of bonus gold.
Using blood grenades pretty well here for Liquid. I do not think that mid kill should ever happen.
I don't think so either, yeah.
I mean, I understand New Alk is, he's a bit stronger. You're leveling both his spells instead of Greevil's Greed, so his laning prowess is definitely a lot better, but this was a lane GPK was dominating CS and denies-wise. You're a sustain hero in Necro that abuses melees. He's just giving a freebie away here to Nisha. That is not something you want to be giving away when you're picking these lane-dominating heroes that are supposed to abuse these matchups to the max potential.
Yeah, it seemed like we got a little bit of glimpse of some of what happened there, which was, he got a lot of damage on GPK when they were going for runes and stuff. But Toronto Tokyo, next one in trouble as another Ion Shell rundown. And this is very concerning. They already have the Darkseer, which later on in mid to late game, that's a good matchup against Terrorblade. But losing the lane against this Darkseer is going to make that all the more potent.
I don't really understand why BetBoom are going bottom here. Don't you just 2v1 this Slark and he literally cannot enter the lane. He sits there and stares at Pudge, who stands between him and the creeps, on top of a Venomancer, which is a terrible matchup for the hero in the lane phase. And it forces some response from Liquid here.
Another rotation coming through. GPK actually having negative armor when he's got the acid spray on him, and then gets hit by the concoction for a ton of damage.
And Liquid just giving BetBoom the runaround in this early game. I do not think these lanes should be going this well for them early, but they're just making the dual roam work. And I guess sometimes when you have these bad matchups, you just dual roam, you can offset them a lot. That's one way to kind of make up for it. But still, I think the pressure points exist for BetBoom. Again, I don't think the Slark should be getting anything in this game. And I think GPK should be having the level advantage. These are the two things you want here. If
you
any
do
lane's
not
gonna
pick Necro Veno and think you're going to be losing lanes.
No. Or at least if you're going to lose those, you drag the enemy down with you.
Sure.
You're going to lose it with me. Once again, both supports bottom, the old tri-lane for Toronto Tokyo.
They do have the Pudge coming over. They're going to quickly deal with the Tombstone, but Zai's getting pretty low. They have the Ion Shell Vacuum going out. Decent amount of damage, but now Box is going to be pulled away from Nightfall, who getting the distance, can lay it out onto Boxy. They will get one return kill, maybe a second. Yeah, okay. Insania is going to be huge, apparently. Nightfall gets the double. Meanwhile, Insania gets the experience for the other two kills.
All right, Insania, you're the core now. Let's see how much you can get done.
Looking like it. I mean, Insania has been pretty well known for being, I would say, pretty greedy 5 position. I mean, he is a playmaking 5. And so maybe it won't be the worst thing in the world for him getting all the love here.
He's a 5 player.
What, are you saying 5s can't be playmaking?
I don't know. If you're playing Rubik Coddle, I don't know if you're a 5.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. My team would have never let me get away with that. You know, MSS would have insta-picked that Rubik. No way around it. So they're giving Insania some priority on this team for sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, this is a patch where I feel you can get greedy on supports because there's so much extra space and farm, and the game feels harder to gank cores reliably, which means oftentimes if you're just farming as a support, it feels better, right? Because then you're not trying to make these moves that are hard to land. If you miss one, your game gets shot. That's why Chen's a first phase pick and ban. He just farms the whole map. I would not be surprised at some point if we see more of these greedier support duos in terms of supports who can shove waves, kill camps, Coddle, Rubik, Phoenix. These heroes come back a bit. I mean, that's Insania's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's good to guard against the supports that really want to win lanes and don't play super farmy. If you lose the lanes with those heroes, they fall really far behind because there's no tome to catch you back up. Right? Even though the Wisdom Rune isn't going to give you nearly the same amount of experience. So there have been, I've seen some painful games where support is still level 4 or 5 at 12, 13 minutes in.
Gotta steal those Wisdom Runes.
That's true. Speaking of which, they just spawned. And it seems like, right? Clear on that? Neither team has actually put in the effort to get them.
They don't care. They're just saving them for later. Mass efficiency. Rezo does have level advantage up here, and he's just going to throw that ult.
Noxious Plague being put on Mickey. You cannot get rid of that one. It is something that cannot dispel, and when he dies, it's going to bounce over to Boxy now, who's going to take a healthy amount of damage and get hooked, so his TP is going to be canceled. Meanwhile, though, they do have the fight on the other side of the map, which Liquid will win still, though. A trade-off of 1 for 2 between the two lanes. Can't be feeling that good. But then I guess, if you're Liquid, anytime a fight doesn't go quite right, you're probably like, well, space for Nisha, guys. He's farming. And he's top net worth for now.
I don't know if he should be top net
Bite
worth.
to top. Insania going to be in some trouble here. Trying to get out of the rot range, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's going to duck away into the trees. I mean, he's a fast hero naturally, and he's got boots as well. Save.
Hook it too.
He's got the tranquil boots going, and the hook is... Oh, no! Don't get in front of him! Nightfall apparently saying, no, this is my kill. You don't get to have it. Blocked in the mid lane. GBK going to be in some trouble as all of those heroes focused on the top lane now trickle into mid and might be feeding one by one. Resolution, is he going to die as well? Oh, gets the space. Boxy, he'll end up dying. Oh, pops the stick. Actually, got a lot of charges there. Trying to bait Rezo in, get him melee range. Not quite good enough, though. Rezo keeps his distance very nicely.
These are not fun fights for the melee heroes. Absolutely not. Nisha are going to continue to try and fight with this shell.
Oh, Reaper's Scythe, that's going to be able to bring him down, and decent kill.
All right. And, well, let's see where we are in this game. I mean, Veno's at the top. What do you have to say about that, Cap? I know you're a Veno hater. Welcome to the future.
I thought Veno was bad last patch. He was bad last patch. Now he's good.
Can't do anything against his hero. Can't do anything against his ult. You're not going to be able to do anything against his auras. You're not going to be able to do anything against his net worth. Slark has no goddamn game. What's your answer?
Well, I mean, part of the problem is going to be...
I want it now. I want the answer exactly now.
Noxious Plague, you can't get rid of that through Dark Pack. That is a big problem. Especially since it does percentage-based damage.
What a weird game, honestly.
Yeah.
Very strange game. I feel like Liquid just didn't have answers to the lanes. They tried to make up for it, but you can only do it for so much. Now you have this weird position where Boxy's your 3, Zai's your 4, Mickey's your 5, and Insania's your 2.
He's the 2, and yeah, Nisha's the 1.
Know.
You're right.
Nisha's just there.
Everybody's role is different.
Who is who in this game? All I know is Nisha's probably got to come up big, right? If you're going to come back in this game.
Yeah.
And they're not insanely far behind, but it's going to feel rough going into the mid game because you have a decent level disparity, and I worry about how many of these Liquid heroes are going to need jungle to come back in this game, which means you're going to give a lot of space to BetBoom here, and they're going to hit a pretty decent mid game time between their 2 supports being tanky with Tombstone, Decay, the ult, as well as just if you get the fast items, you get some save or utility out between the Pudge and the Undying. Then all of a sudden, these big cores who are going to run at you and force objectives become even scarier. GBK just going Radiance? That is a bold Radiance.
Especially given the way that he's been getting ganked over and over again. Hook, going to be off the mark here. Nisha trying to run him down. He's going to stun himself. No hook for another 9 seconds. But we'll get the flows on him. And Nisha, Spirit Vessel as well. Yeah, that's definitely a big kill. All right, so immediately get the charges back on that Vessel. Resolution very happy with that item pickup.
He's so farmed. Just having an absolutely free game here. And he has the heroes that can play around him and back him up. GPK also went for this early Blade Mail before that Radiance. Pretty interesting itemization here since Liquid kind of just have uncontrollable damage to an extent.
Yeah.
Like Darkseer Shell, Skywrath ult. Alchemist, if he wants to man up on you during his ult duration, kind of has to just commit.
Weirdly enough, he was also had an armor problem, which you wouldn't normally say about Necrophos, but though a lot of those early deaths were with some armor issues there, as Insania is going to be found. That's the 2 position.
The 2.
Oh, no.
Is he the 2? Not anymore.
Not anymore. He's fallen from grace.
Do you like this new Necro Shard? You were playing around with it. I think it's pretty cool.
I love it. I think it feels really, really nice. Immobility was a big problem for Necrophos, and it's why like Boots of Travels was a very common build on him.
I feel like it's like mini Blink.
Yeah, now it gives him a lot, you know.
Anytime Valve gives a hero that didn't have Mechanism the game of Mechanism, you know he's going to be a lot better.
Gonna use the Doom. Zai has a lot of poison on him, so he'll use the Surge to get away. Rezo's still gonna catch up with him.
Yeah, will he get away here?
Keep some damage.
Doesn't have another Vessel charge. He wants to commit it, but will choose wisely to show mercy. The thing about this BetBoom lineup is every time they combine the Veno and the Necro, Two heroes that do similar things, also get countered by similar things, but in the ball they're very strong. Normally you think about where's the punish on the map. Can Liquid punish the group up here, outfarm the rest of the map, and pull ahead? Well, you have Terrorblade to just keep up the lane pressure, get all the neutral camps, accelerate off that. So I don't think BetBoom feel too sad about combining 3-4 heroes very early here. I mean, we see Liquid dots spread around. Like, they're going to gain something out of this group up tower push, but since your laning phase was also pretty bad, your acceleration in those jungles is a little slow. Like, Insania is farming mid right now. I mean, this is nice, but this just means you have a lot of cores in the jungle. The jungle is efficient. I guess Alk makes pretty good use of it.
Also, part of this advantage is they're grouping up, and that costs them an experience, but the Wisdom Rune's about to spawn. So they're going to take that away from Liquid, which kind of makes up for them grouping up as 3 right now. Or 4.
Depends who gets it.
And looks like Toronto Tokyo is going to be the one to take it. Mickey does get it on the other side of the map. Start TPing in. There goes that Noxious Plague. Insania very easily brought down.
And the cast range on this is pretty significant.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a single target Gale in some ways. With the slow, the damage, can't dispel it.
What was that? Zai stepping over to the side right as the hook comes out. I don't even think that was a reaction. I think that was just pure luck.
Sometimes luck is a reaction, Cap.
He's really going for it, man. He threw up a wall like that?
Oh, look at the blade mail damage.
Yeah, Ion
doing
shell.
absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
GPK will slay his
Help,
mirror image.
Nisha needs the vision. He's not going to get it.
Oh, he did get it.
He did get it. Oh, because Insania TP'd in.
And the hook got blocked.
The neutral creep was in the way. He had the save.
The Ogre.
Oh, no.
The Ogre throws himself in the line of fire.
I bet it would, if it was a Centaur camp, I bet the creeps wouldn't have blocked it.
Probably true.
It's probably one of those, like, if it was a camp with only 2 units, the hook would have been fine.
That's a nice gate by Insania to get the vision.
Yeah.
He definitely was not going to get it otherwise. Small things lining up for Liquid. He couldn't see it either. It's like a 0 HP Frost Ogre too. Insta dies to the acid spray afterwards, so giving Alk
back inside the game. They're using the Doom on Nightfall. Hit him with a pounce, and he is going to die here, but BetBoom are coming in force to try and punish. What are they going to get out of this, though? He started going for Mickey, but he just pounced himself to the other side. Still has his ult, too.
And Liquid are outmaneuvering BetBoom in this game. Not an easy game to do it, because I feel like if you run into the Necro or the Veno, that fight's hard right now. But they're just dodging him, finding the other heroes. Huge Terrorblade kill. Quick double kill bottom, and now Nisha, he's top net worth off a laning phase I don't know if he should have had. But either way, he's taking full advantage of it. And he's going to be cruising to some nice item timings here. Radiance into bots. He can join some of these engagements as well as keeping up the farm. That is a scary thought for BetBoom. Sure, you have Alk answers this game. I think Terrorblade's still a good matchup. I think Veno Necro can do fine.
Yep.
But the scary thing about Alk is always, what if he has enough gold to not care? Gold is the ultimate weapon.
Yeah, it is.
In life and in Dota.
I mean, the Veno Necro is really interesting.
I know you wouldn't know about that.
The Noxious Plague, because you got single target percentage based damage on top of single target percentage based damage, right? The Noxious Plague doing 20% of your health at level 1 combined with an instant tick of 200. That's going to bring you pretty close to that 50% line where Reaper Scythe guarantees the kill.
Now you're speaking my language. That's a lot of percentages. All I know is you throw your spells on somebody, they're probably dead. Because Liquid don't have a save.
They do not. That is a big, big problem for them.
Actually, I was going to say, Boxy can get Hurricane. Hurricane seems decent this game. You can pull people out of like the hook trajectory, you can pull people out of Tombstone or Veno range. Any sort of gap recreation is pretty nice here. Might be something he thinks about.
Yeah, maybe the shard from Mickey is going to be important as well.
Yeah, Depth Shroud. Just any saves, I think, go a long way. As a flank
out with the drums. Mickey. Hook. Mickey actually wants to be able to fight this. The rest of the team are coming through on the side, getting on top of the Venomancer, but he has the pipe. He has an opportunity to get off spells now as the vacuum. Not enough to finish him off. The Alchemist Nisha is just stuck in the pit. He's going to be scythed down.
He did not look tanky at all.
No.
He does not have BKB, but I don't think Nisha can fight without BKB in this game.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm surprised they're trying to bring the Alchemist to these fights at all, to be honest.
I'm also surprised. I think this bot's Alch is designed to join pickoffs or some good numbers engagement, not that 5-on-5. I think when you go in that engagement, you see BetBoom are all there, and you get the hell out. Like, there's no way you're winning these fights right now. Single Vessel plus Reaper just killed your highest net worth hero.
Yeah.
Time to reconsider the 5-on-5. The issue is, does it get better for you as this game scales? That's a big question. I think there are some cheeky things about this Liquid lineup that scale pretty well. You have the Darkseer versus the Terrorblade. If you ever get that illusion, it's pretty nice. Slark can become a menace in this game with the late game 4 or 5 slots with like his ult, his shard, getting in there with the pounces, just poking the fight out. And if you get a big Doom, that's probably their best spell in this game because it allows you to just commit on these cores without fear of repercussion.
Do you like that play? I mean, committing the Doom specifically to bring down the Aegis.
I think it's fine. Like, I think it counts as a kill. I mean, you're not going to get the kill, but you're slowing down this push that BetBoom want to be able to commit to. And Aegis is a big deal because of how powerful Doom is for Liquid. I think they need Doom on a Necro, a Veno, maybe Undying if you catch him at the very start to feel good in that fight. If I'm BetBoom, though, I'm just building as much utility, save, and kiting as I can. Like, I'm building Glimmers, Force Staff, Pipe, Auras.
You don't think they need... my concern is that they won't have enough lockdown. And Slark is... Like, they want to play long fights between Necro and Veno, but then Slark also wants to do that, and he's hopping in and out of fights. I feel like they need more lockdown.
I think the way the fight will come to BetBoom eventually is they'll be forcing an objective, and Liquid will have to fight into them. And if you look at Liquid's lineup, their initiation is a little lackluster in terms of how they reliably start the fight without getting in an awkward position around Tombstone, Veno wards that you have to fight through. Someone might get hooked in, right? Like, at some point, you just need to land one good hook, and something that fight is anchored around all of your spells, and Liquid have to engage with a huge vacuum, which may or may not come. Then it's just going to fall down to Zai's playmaking.
Sure. And that vacuum is really hard to land because he's going the Auras build, right? He's going Pipe, he's going Greaves. He's not going to have a fast Blink Dagger.
No.
So
I'm assuming you'll get Blink later. And that vac combo can be deadly with Concoction, with some Doom AoE Stomp. His Boxy will pick it up, has a Blink of his own. I just think that's the type of fight BetBoom want to set up, and I think utility to bail out your front line is really nice. Because if you dodge the Skywrath damage, if you disengage a Doom, I think you feel pretty good in that engagement.
I always love when teams set the pace by taking the enemy Tormentor right away when they feel stronger, because it's so hard, I think, for the losing team to take your Tormentor because they're putting themselves in such a dangerous spot, especially if your offlane tier 1 is still up. There's that Noxious Plague going out.
This is so annoying for Slark.
Yeah, it slows him down a lot. He is going to be okay, though.
I'm assuming Save got that shard, right?
Oh, they went for it. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Tried to go for the fast kill onto Toronto Tokyo, and they got him. So that's the Blink Dagger usage. Got a 5 position. Not the highest value, but it's something. And Save, by the way, did get the Aghanim shard. So now we have a save mechanism for BetBoom.
Save with the save. Kind of needs the Blink to make it useful in this game, because I think the burst is very fast.
Sure.
But once you get that, it's going to be annoying.
Yeah, I guess but they actually have... ooh, that was a close call. The Pudge and the Undying in that regard. Pretty interesting.
And they're just massing the utility. Force Staff for Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer already up for save. That said, I feel like this is one of the periods where Liquid can look to strike back because they're closing in on Nisha's BKB. Super important for Alk being able to commit in the fights. And they have some decent items. Like, you have Ags on Slark, he has Mage Slayer completed as well. And then Zai has your Auras, and Insania did get an entire Vessel on this 2 position, as we were calling it, Skywrath Mage. So, you have some significant damage and some anti-heal that can come through. You can find the right target with a Doom, which I still think is Veno or Necro here. I think you're decently happy with that fight as long as you get a big vacuum.
Second one went over to Toronto Tokyo. So now we've got both the saves on the supports.
I think Toronto Tokyo's reliving his core days here.
Maybe a little bit. All I can think about is the Pudge is going to eat somebody, and then the Tombstone's going to save the Pudge, and then there's going to be 2 people inside the Tombstone together.
Let's get them all inside.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid regained a lot of map during this period.
They did.
And they still have a gold lead in this game, even though I felt like BetBoom had been favored in these fights. not necessarily been able to find them. And these are the pickups Nisha is happy to join every time.
BetBoom are definitely going to have to think long and hard about where they want to play on the map, because I think that the pickoff game is going to be what could kill their game right now, because they feel strong and it feels like they can just go out there and take objectives, but the map is a problem right now.
And the thing is, you have Boxy becoming this fourth core. Like, you look at this chart, he's going to out-farm your other two supports here on BetBoom, as well as Alchemist, GPM off the Greevils. So Liquid have multiple mechanisms to inflate this net worth, sometimes a double-edged sword, depending on what you can do with it. But I don't think you're happy trading farm if you're BetBoom, especially in a period where your team fight feels stronger. You're just missing a lot of opportunity here. Maybe the large map causing them problems with their limited catch. Like, who actually starts fights for BetBoom? I think it's you force objectives, but forcing objectives doesn't necessarily feel that good if you're just trading versus two higher GPM heroes.
And one way to combat that is going Boots of Travels, but neither Veno or Necrophos went to bots, which is a very popular item right now. It was popular on both of these heroes in previous patches. I mean, you know, Rezo's going for the auras, so understandably he has Arcane Boots, wants to be able to go Greaves and such, but I kind of feel like these treads on GPK, I'm not sure if I'm a fan.
I mean, looking at how this game's played out, I think you really would have liked the bots on the Necro here so we can join Save, because it doesn't feel like Save can set up anything. I mean, he will buy out his Blink here and tank a Doom, so maybe when he respawns after this, it's time to make a play. No Doom, and you have that Initiator. But damn, you gave Liquid a lot of room in this game. They're up 6K now. Greaves finished for Zai. This team fight of their own is starting to become a little scary for you.
Smoking back the other direction. The Doom is on cooldown, but they still have the Mystic Flare here from Insania, so they blink stun, Centaur stun. Mystic Flare, that could easily blow up another hero. Looking for the Fine. Got him on the wall. They can vacuum him back in as well. Vacuums both Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK together. Boxy, who's really trying to cut behind them, barely gets out with his life because no disable.
Iron Fountain. Never mind.
Oh, Glimmer Cape just to help him out there. Ensure that he won't tick out inside the fountain. That was pretty bold move there, though, from Boxy.
I mean, it works out, right?
Yes.
Get the whole response from BetBoom here. A lot of spells wasted, and you're not losing anything on the map because you have this out going to work.
Yeah, Nisha's pushing out the top lane as we speak. And he could come through the portal and join in a fight if Liquid tries to take one. Oh, got him after the Dark Pact. They do manage to stop that with a silence, and he double pounces away, so even if he's slowed. Hook through the, yeah, that bridge is a death sentence against Pudge.
Yeah, I don't know if you're dodging that one.
Rough. I think Insania knows it too.
Need to pull your stomach in.
Suck it up.
So Pudge Blink, let him set a little bit up here. This is where you gotta snowball more.
Yeah, they really gotta get a little bit more. He goes for the blind hook. Does not find him.
Keep in mind, we have Depth Shroud up for Mickey early. Choosing to opt for the ability to maybe save one of his other two cores if they get grabbed. Limited stuns for BetBoom, so it should be pretty reliable here.
Yeah, you had Hook Dismember as kind of your only hard stuns, and both of those, well, especially the Dismember.
Those are your only stuns outside of Reaper.
Yep.
Too bad you can't put enemies in the Tombstone. That'd be kind of cool.
I want to see. I want to see Inside the Vice for GPK. I think they need that.
I mean, you want to see too much for this guy. I mean, he still has pretty good net worth. You wanted to see bots. You wanted to see sight. That sounds like you just think he built all the wrong items here.
Maybe I do. What of it?
Oh, yeah? I think he'll have a quick word with you after this game.
I mean, he is the pro player. He knows much better than I do. But
maybe he watches your cast and says,
I'm
this guy's cast all the wrong things. How would you feel about that?
You know what? If he wants to flame my cast, I welcome it. You know? Maybe I could learn something.
I can assure you he probably has. Don't worry.
Yeah, I feel like most players probably have.
Well, he will finish up BKB. So now he's negating a decent amount of liquid damage. If he gets it off before Doom, that's pretty nice. He can probably just walk it off.
Ooh, Mass TPing back. They're going to go for a smoke up, run for a team fight. This might surprise Liquid.
It's just all on save. He has to hit something here.
But
Glimmer
if
up
you
the hill.
Glimmer straight up to them. Oh, Boxy goes in for it, hits a 3-man stun. The rest of the team isn't really to combo off of it, though.
They're
And
not
they
there.
see this. Nisha's going to go
Need it
for it.
back.
They spot the Terrorblade. They get him inside the vacuum wall. That's pretty good.
so
There's a lot of
clumped.
sustain. Rezo's being ripped apart. He's going to be the first one down on the side of BetBoom. Mickey still trying to stick on a Nightfall. Nightfall can make his way back to the base, though. They had to deal with the Tombstone. Mickey had to be able to retreat after using his ultimate, will be covered by the unstable concoction.
That Terrorblade illusion.
With these illusions, wants to keep it going. Mickey's going to ensure that they can at least grab the Undying before the other two get through the gate.
You're just going to use BKB to get out of there. Didn't even pop at that entire fight. Back wall is just too nasty. There's way too much confusion. I don't even know what's going on in this fight. And we're looking top down. Imagine being in this mosh pit. 6 stun from Boxy, just buys so much time and gets the Doom on GBK before BKB. So he just doesn't feel like he can commit in this engagement, or he gets wiped. I mean, if he gets back there, he probably is dead. Meanwhile, Insane is just throwing out spells the entire time. I mean, Nisha just gets too much done. He takes out 2 heroes, takes out Tombstone, throws a stun for the road. You have sustain, you have tankiness on BetBoom, but not when you're giving Zai this good of a back wall. And Terrorblade Illusion is...
Also, great read by
it's odd.
Boxy to, like, he could have blinked backwards, right? But the smoke broke on him, and he said, I'm going in. He gets a 3-man stun. He gets his Doom off. He gets all his spells off and makes himself a target, allows everybody else to follow up. Also, just unfortunate for BetBoom that that's who their smoke breaks on. I mean, if they catch an important hero, that, you know.
The thing is, Save glimmered himself up the hill, and he was very close to just getting ult off on Boxy.
Yeah.
That fight might look very different. Now you're just getting extra
oh,
stats.
that Lincoln's going to be a problem.
It's already a problem. They're going to get chased down here.
They are. Force Staff gets him out of the pounce. That's nice, but GDK
not so
Force
lucky.
Staff to save him.
Nisha once more.
And he will have more. Toronto Tokyo doesn't last long against the swipes of Nisha. And once Nisha does get his claws on you, let's not forget about the Change the Alchemist. I think this, this ability is a little overlooked. It's usually not leveled up a whole lot early, but corrosive weaponry at this point in the game, when your Alchemist is hitting pretty hard and it's hard to fight back, once he starts hitting you, he's probably got you dead, unless you're some sort of blinking hero, because those slows start stacking up.
All right, Cap, I got the next level strat for you. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, hit me.
Just when you thought Nisha wasn't 10-head enough, he went Vindictor's Axe.
Okay.
This way, even when Nisha stuns himself, it's a good move.
So he gets the 20 armor?
Yeah. If he Alex stuns himself, he gets 20 armor. He sits there, he's a rock. It's like a stone form.
Sure.
It's the true next level play. As the Roche contest trying to come in there.
Oh no, GPK gets caught by the Doom again at the start
Put
of
him
the
in the
team
Tombstone.
fight.
He
That
put him in
means
the
it's gonna be up to
Tombstone.
Nightfall. They do have the Tombstone, pull it back in, but what a great vacuum wall. Nisha's just going to town. They're trying to save too many heroes, but they're just
This
getting
is the
caught in these
most
team finals.
clumped
No,
fight
Mickey.
of all
He ends
time.
up getting caught. Nightfall, he does some serious damage, backs against the wall. BetBoom fighting back, but they can't do enough. These illusions are just too powerful. A Reaper's Scythe on Nisha, not good enough. GPK will die there. All of BetBoom looking to be wiped here as Rezo bought back and die backed in that
just
fight.
call it.
GG.
No damage left. The Reaper hits BKB Alk, and that's it. That's your whole team fight. Doom on the Necro. You can throw him in the Tombstone, then they kill this Tombstone. Then where are you going to throw him next? Into the Pudge? He wasn't there. And they're all just jammed in the corner. Why are they
That
so
was
jammed in the
worst
corner?
spot.
Oh my god. That game kind of came out of nowhere. I did not think Liquid would be able to win those team fights as well as they did. But honestly, I still feel like that early game should have been even more dominant for BetBoom. Like, I don't think Slark should exist in this game. He existed, and he's able to come back. I know there's always going to be comeback room in the comeback space, but I'm telling you, if Pudge Veno sit top, Mickey's going to be level 2 at 10 minutes. Like, there's no way around it. Even if you're getting some pressure on Terrorblade, who cares? Terrorblade is going to catch up way faster than Slark. I feel like BetBoom could have got more out of that early game. I think it's what their lineup's designed to do, especially when you go for these lineups like Veno Necro that are really dependent on the snowball. Because as we saw, at a certain point, the auras kick in here for Liquid. You have Greaves, Crimson, and Pipe on Zai. You just can't punch through it. You have no Dispel of your own. You have no initiation to pick your target. Boxy Doom's your biggest hero every time. What's the game plan?
Yeah, Boxy got some serious initiations every single time in those latter engagements, and that leaves Liquid to a 31-minute victory in this game 1.
My panel said it was too greedy. That's right, they didn't believe in the Team Liquid lineup. Boy, were they wrong. I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins, and they got some explaining to do. Sheep.
Me?
Yeah, you
I
said
didn't
it was
say
too greedy.
No, Peter
I
said that.
said it was greedy.
And then I agreed.
There was no too greedy.
Okay.
That's true.
Well, the greediness was just right then.
I suppose so. They made it work. I think notable performances here from Nisha on the mid lane, like solo killing the Necrophos at level 3. I thought we were thinking this Necrophos was picked to sort of counter.
Yeah.
I think a little bit. So that was a big surprise. And then also resolution on this Venomancer. This hero was picked up against Darkseer. I felt like it didn't really have that much impact. It did decently well in laning phase, but once Darkseer was online with his mech, his pipe, SVG was talking about this, just not enough damage from BetBoom to get things done.
Not enough damage seemed indeed a little bit of a problem, Sheep.
Yeah, I think he's right about the mid lane as well. Like, not on top of that solo kill, they doubled down on it. They kept bringing supports mid to keep killing him. Like we talked about, mid's not important. No one goes mid, but I saw so much action there, constantly trying to kill him. It didn't work out, like, for the longest time because there was still like AUK's #1 net worth, then the 3 cores of BetBoom, so they were still keeping up net worth. But yeah, like PPD said, the items were just more impactful.
One more, but GPK was just like, he was playing way too confident. He was being initiated on like while close to the enemy tower. He died in the water. His supports felt like they had to come help him because he was being so aggressive. I think that if he could have, played a little bit more controlled, a little bit more contained, and allowed his side lanes to continue winning like they were, game would have looked maybe a little bit different in the early game.
And I think part of that is because it was AUK mid lane. So it's like, okay, you're supposed to be dominating the Alchemist with the Necrophos, and then he's not. And it's like, okay, let's like respond to this in just some way. Like, let's stop this AUK from free farming. We've been asking for it for the entire tournament. And pretty much since the patch has been released, even at Dream League, people were theory crafting, like, putting a carry mid. Yeah. What better carry is there than Alchemist? But also, because of how Greevil's Greed is now just an innate ability, you can still build the stun and you can still go for the acid spray and be active while also being a farming mid. It feels like another like TA, where you're like an active farming hero, an active carry.
Yeah, it was definitely a game where Anisha had a lot of fun on that Alchemist. We wanted to highlight 2 players, though, because we had 2 very different yet similar heroes in the offlane. As we first see here some extra highlights coming out. There were some great fight, guys, as we see Zai getting some great walls and vacuums off.
This comes back to that early pick Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Right? That was their second and third picks of the draft. They followed that up with Darkseer. They've got Slark. They've got the Alchemist. These heroes. It was kind of a tough Terrorblade game. I don't think he could really 1v5, and I think they were hoping that Necrophos would have greater presence. Yeah. Venomancer was almost invisible. It was a one-man show, and Terrorblade just can't really... Darkseer wall is so good against him.
Honestly, Darkseer counters all 3 of the BetBoom cores. It was Necro with a Radiance, which you're going to duplicate, and you get the Heartstopper, or you're playing into Veno, where you have Pipe and Greaves, and you could surge them out of all the Veno slows. Or you have the TB, where you get the illusion of TB, and it's stronger, it does more damage than the Terrorblade himself. It also counters the Necro because the TB illusion is going to have a Scotty. It's just a perfect Darkseer game.
It was a really good game. I think all their heroes seem to have like good games playing together on Liquid as well. Like you would see Darkseer and Doom being able to do stuff, whereas I saw a couple of BetBoom moves where you had a Venomancer and an Undying running at box. He's Doom and he's like, okay, peace, he just TPs away. And it's like your combos just feel a little bit weaker. And then towards the end there, you saw in that last fight, it's like there were ideas there, like they can bunker the doomed person and it looks really good in the tombstone. And Slark's dying for it. But then you have an Alchemist to deal with, and everyone just cleans up. And there's so many problems that Liquid are facing you with because you've given them this greedy draft and let them have it.
Yeah, and they didn't really have the solution for that at all. Back to the drawing board for BetBoom. Of course, there's going to be a game 2 for this one. But let's first check in with Slacks and see what he is up to.
Hello, Shiver. Yes, we are here again in another exciting result. Who would have thought Team Liquid wins again? How many more times can I say that till my face turns blue? Yes, indeed, they have won once more. In fact, it was such a predicted win that I thought I'd do a very fun tradition that I always do. I'm going to go ahead and interview my boss yet again. And ladies and gentlemen, my stage manager, once more, in front. Don't say the F word to me. All right, a lot of kids watch this. Twitch chat's like 12 years old. This is my boss, guys. This is the stage manager. How you doing?
No bad.
Oh, that's so good. What are you looking for?
You promised me that we'll do it later, not now.
I lie all the time. What are you looking for in an interviewer? Am I doing my job good? Any suggestions?
To turn mic to the camera.
Okay. Thank you. So if someone wanted to be an interviewer in the world of esports, you do a lot of different games besides Dota. What advice would you give them?
Enjoy the game.
Okay, that's not going to work for Dota, but keep going. Any other advice?
Be kind to the staff.
Strike two. Give me one more. Dota 2 interviewer, please. Here we go.
I think we're done here. It was like two of the most important things.
Yeah, that's right. You always have to be kind, and I forget what else she said. But anyway, pleasure to have you again, boss. Thank you so much. Always good. No more thumbs up. And guys, what do you think you have to do to be good panelists in Dota? Any advice after that, 90th Team Liquid victory? Talk about it. I don't know. Do your jobs. Thank you.
If we knew that,
We're just killing time, right?
Yeah, that's what we do.
I'm just here because they couldn't find anyone better.
Bring back the Dota. Let's get game 2 started.
I mean, we should get the game started. Let's do it. Let's just do that. We don't want to talk.
We
want to
power.
just watch some Dota, and we're going to do that after a break.
let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Team Liquid so far has only had ties, whereas BetBoom has never lost a series, but has had some wins and some ties. And the question is, does that trend continue here, or will Team Liquid take this series 2-0? We are ready to head into game number 2 of Team Liquid versus BetBoom here in the group stages of the Berlin Major. And of course, Team Liquid was successful in that first game, and we are well underway in the draft of game number 2.
Oh, no.
That's another Pudge, that's another Alchemist, and now we got Crystal Maiden Chen adding to the mix as well. Those are two heroes we talked about a lot, especially yesterday, because those are the two heroes people knew were strong this patch. Do we like these openings? What's your thoughts, Peter? First glance impressions?
Impressions are I like what Liquid's got going on. BetBoom decided to ban Doom this time, which we saw Boxeon last game have a great game. But they gave up to Chen, and Chen has, I think, over a 70, if not
87% win rate.
87% win rate currently at this tournament, and we talked about it early on, maybe being the hero of the tournament. I was suggesting that maybe it was overrated, but maybe I think I was wrong.
It looks like it was very overtuned at the start of the patch. I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers on the creeps. Like, you were getting like 40% or 50% magic resist on all of your creeps from the Centaur. So like those can't die to magic damage, and then obviously it works on heroes as well for half the effect or something like that. Chen seems insane.
Add a pipe with that.
Add a pipe, Crimson.
Get Mage Slayer on somebody. The enemy team just does no damage.
The Pudge, man. I'm sorry. The first pick Pudge is just so insane.
It's kind of crazy. And this Pudge CM was like, I feel like the only time we saw this coming out consistently was against Broodmother, like pre-big patch.
Yeah.
And then it just fell off because people were like, this just isn't that good. And now I don't even know like if Pudge carry looks good. The times we've seen it, it's looked very weak. If this is just a support duo, I guess that could work. They both can go to whatever lane Chen's in and maybe
they can go through the portals. Get some kills together.
Exactly.
Yay.
Yeah.
If that's the bonus of everything, then I mean, everybody can do that.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true. Now, there is at least positive.
Mm-hmm.
This Pudge is a flex pick.
It is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You think so?
I mean, we saw it as position 4. We have unfortunately seen it as position 1 as well. Did not work out yet.
It is a pretty decent position 1 versus Alchemist. There are timings. The timing is Ags. You get the Ags on Pudge. You're very strong against Alch because, Chemical Rage. All of that regen from that is...
Wait, didn't they nerf that in the big patch?
They nerfed it pretty... Yes, it's a pretty big nerf, but you still notice it.
Okay.
It's not nothing. I mean, I still don't believe in it because I didn't before, and it's only lost since we talked about it previously, so I believe less.
They did beat Chen. They beat TSM's Chen. previously with the 4 Pudge, but they also had a offlane Enchantress that game. So maybe the Ench was kind of the key there. I'm not sure.
He did have a pretty damn good game. I do want to say, I think Liquid are starting to find their stride of their own flexes. Like, I feel like Liquids always looks their strongest when they have heroes that they can just completely throw you off your drop by moving around. Like Doom last game, putting that on pause 4 is something that's going to be a really powerful part of their toolkit. Same with this Alchemist being able to be put on mid, like Nisha and Mickey. I'm assuming that at some point they'll just throw it on a support as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because why not?
Yeah.
Like if you,
At this
like
point.
they're kind of banning out counters. I imagine Ursa will probably come next after banning the Slark and the TV. But then if they do still feel like, I don't know, let's say the next 3 picks come out and they counter Alk, then you just flex it, and all of a sudden it's really hard to draft against these guys when they first face Alk, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
During our talk before, we said that BetBoom has been playing a lot of illusion-based carries. How do they play into an Alchemist? Like, is it still good to go for that? I'm thinking about the Phantom Lancer.
No, I don't think. I mean, maybe like a 6-slotted PL could do well, but I think the Chen Alk will hit their timings too early. Like an Alk Radiance is all of a sudden just a huge problem for this PL who maybe has Diffusal Manta. Diffusal Manta, even having 3 items on PL, I don't think is enough to match that like 5 or 6-slotted Alchemist.
So they can't go back to the style that has been winning them their games, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their answer is going to be to this Alchemist. Liquid had some good bans. They got rid of Slark. They got rid of Terrorblade. They got rid of Primal Beast, who can kind of go through the healing of Chen and kill this hero during laning phase. I think this Alchemist hero is being a little slept on. I think Liquid's sort of identified, hey, this hero can do it all right now. And I would predict that more teams are going to find ways to fit this hero into the first phase of the draft.
So I have a question. So on the topic of Alchemist and like Terrorblade, Terrorblade is considered good, but it's also part of like this range Scotty buying carry, right? Are there any other of the like typical ones that could work? Like Medusa, for example, I think her win rate shot up after the new patch. There's also like Morphling.
Yeah, is Morphling a good hero still? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, I saw the win rate was pretty low after the changes. I would say not. I don't see the Morphling players picking it. I mean, they can go the route of just like bursting the Alchemist with Ursa. That's kind of like the melee, like Slark, you know.
Ursa could work. Ursa CM, it's great lane.
Yeah. Pudge Death Prophet off lane. Doesn't sound too bad.
Liquid's got one more pick. They've got to show a core. They could probably take their... I guess they've got to decide, right? If Alk is potentially their mid, right, they're going to go off lane, or potentially mid Magnus could still be flexed to off lane, right?
And a bit of extra team fight, of course, coming out. It's not work out great for them having that team fight in the previous game with the Darkseer option. Magnus brings a bunch of it as well.
Shiva, I have a question.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh.
What animal is Ursa?
I think, well, obviously, he calls
Penguin.
Den Mother. A Den Mother would have done much worse. He's a bear. He's a bear.
Ursa's a bear, huh? Despite having those long, rat-like ears?
She's got you there, Sheever.
Wow.
I think everyone in the Dota sphere is just some sort of a mythical being, right?
I think the ears are like Drow's elf ears.
No, that's
think
a
they're
cosmetic.
part of the hat.
To be clear, Sheever doesn't think Brewmaster is a bear.
And when
right, because he has long ears.
When you are wearing your Meepo onesie, those ears are not real. These are also not real.
I don't think Ursa's
wearing a hat. He's a rat with a hat.
Anyway, that's it. Shiver's done. Brewmaster is a bear, panda bear. Case closed.
Yeah, you're right, Sheep. I think Brewmaster would be an excellent pick here for BetBoom.
So true.
Back to you, Peter.
No, is the Ursa a good pick here for Team Liquid? Is Ursa a good Alchemist killer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good. They need that.
It's, I think it's actually the highest win rate against Alk. Maybe Slark is higher right now, just because Slark is pretty imba since the patch. But pretty much an Alk with like 4 items can still die to an Ursa with 2, maybe 3. So Alk is obviously going to have more gold than Ursa, but Ursa still, just with a Basher Blink, is able to burst him down pretty easily.
Do they have enough damage, though? to actually kill Alchemist.
I think so.
If someone has
through the
an
Chen auras
Through
too.
the Chen,
that does
and
seem
through the peel
As
of
long-
like, hey, you're trying to burst this out, but now you're RP'd. Now you're
were
lifted.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Ancient apparition.
There's this great hero.
I thought
There we
about it
go.
too when
There
they
we
showed Chen and Alk first phase. Like all of a sudden, AA looks really good, but
Yeah.
can you fit AA CM into the same draft?
It would mean that, yeah, you can. First of all, yes, you can.
It's a
but
Pudge
it would
offlane.
mean that the Pudge would be offlane. I've seen
so-
CM play at S4 as well.
So can you really? Is what? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think you can.
He's a
in
blink
my
initiator.
MMR.
No, I think what BetBoom should do is just pick a hero that can get on backline, and then make a problem for Magnus or Chen, so that they can't deal with the Ursa, and let Ursa be able to go in and do what he wants. Because right now they just have nothing that stops Liquid from pressing their spells.
Yeah, they have pretty bad jump. Like we saw in the last game, BetBoom was really relying on Pudge to sort of start all of the fights, and when he would miss the hook, it'd be like, okay, let's try again in 15 seconds when it's back up.
Well, they picked the Venom answer themselves.
Look how Nisha's smiling.
Good versus Ursa.
Disgusting.
Good versus Death Prophet. Good versus CM.
And a deny pick, because I feel like Venom also has a bit of minus healing on his spells, right? So, also deny there. Are there any other heroes that deny healing in region?
Only one, Shiver. Only one.
They removed Bane's minus
They
healing.
did.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, just AA.
What about a Darkseer for themselves? Is that still in the pool? No, it's banned.
It is banned by themselves. So we are thinking we're looking for a resolution hero in the last couple of seconds that BetBoom has. And there's a lot of offlaners for him banned already.
Nice. I like that.
That
He's
will
gonna play
be
Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Death Prophet, indeed.
Death
Wait,
Prophet,
I mean-
Pudge offlane, Ember mid.
Am I crazy? I feel like Magnus should like obliterate an Ember Spirit. Isn't
Yes.
that a counter matchup?
Yes, it's very good for Magnus. Very good. Nisha
So-
will be very farmed.
So there's a Veno countering Ursa in lane.
Yep.
There's a Mag countering Ember in lane. And then there's a Pudge against the Alchemist.
Okay. Can they do musical lanes?
Got you. No, you can't do that in this patch. I mean,
No, but I mean, like, can BetBoom try to?
They need to punish the Alchemist
This match.
Chen lane, is I think what we're getting to, because Ursa will probably have a hard time punishing Veno. Mid lane is going to be just a farm fest for Nisha. Is this Alchemist also going to free farm bottom? And
Maybe-
if that's the case, it's going to be a hard game for BetBoom, I think.
I would maybe want to see BetBoom run the Ursa in the off lane, like against Alk.
Okay.
Maybe try and set that lane up like that.
Okay, aggro tri lane?
Yeah. My
Yeah.
only fear then is that Liquid just run through the portals and swap the
yeah, the
lanes.
lane swaps are going to be weird this game. This might be the
Yeah.
first game we get to see this, though, which is kind of cool.
Potentially, yeah.
Because I agree, Death Prophet against Veno, I mean, you just suck the creep, and you're going to heal through all of his dots, so...
Yeah.
Yeah? You think DP can just go up there top versus Veno?
I
feel like
think
he
so.
might feed his face off.
Yeah, I think so.
He might feed his face off, but he might not. And that's the risk we have to take.
I like the idea of putting the Pudge and the CM together. You just tri lane.
Yeah.
You just go for
I definitely
kills.
think lots of early game rotations to sort of make sure that your offlane is ahead. Make sure this Alk is feeding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it sounds like BetBoom really has a lot of pressure to not drown on the lanes, because it seems like that could be an option if Liquid gets their way with the lanes. We're finding out how this game is going to play itself out, though. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Ooh, the way the panel puts it, it is looking a little dark out here for BetBoom. See whether or not they can come up with an answer to this very clear laning phase problem that they have. I mean, did you disagree with any of their analysis? It all sounded on point to me. These lanes are pretty hard countered for some of the matchups.
Well, they're walking by, so no. I didn't disagree with any of the panel's analysis at all.
They're almost out the
Okay,
door.
they're out the room. That was
they're
absolutely... that was
terrible analysis.
Well, you're saying it's looking dark, but this is the darkness major. So that's a
true.
good thing.
You got to embrace the dark.
Exactly. You should be going for the worst situation possible.
That's one way to do it.
I might have been able to win this one.
Yeah, you've been in the
My team was always in the dark.
dark abyss for a long time. They gonna go through the portal? I was wondering if
five-man
Liquid
gate.
were also gonna go through the portal, and you have some crazy scenario with both teams are halfway through the portal when they run into each other.
Rezo just faking going through the portal. He's
All
not
right.
actually going to go through.
Start with the specific heroes. I want to talk about Magnus. This hero is now a universal hero.
Well, I want to talk about Venom.
Okay, then talk about Venom.
No, we can talk about Mag.
Okay.
He's running in the spot here. He's getting some exercise.
Yeah, apparently. Got a little bit of
you got
slight server issues.
I also got disconnected.
Universal hero. So this hero has a lot less stat gain. So basically any of the universal heroes, most of them, they had to tone down their stat gain. A lot of times on all of their stats, like such as Magnus. So all of his stat gain got taken down a notch to balance for the fact that his universal is going to give him more damage than before. So he is going to get a little bit more damage over time.
A little bit. Hero gets 4 damage a level. And then you're going to empower yourself. And that's...
They buff him in the B patch?
Like 50-60% plus more damage.
It says 3.9 on the 7.
It says 4 in game. So you snooze, you lose. All I know is this hero, now that I'm thinking about it, he's kind of a spooky right clicker.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Game.
Do you think this is a right click?
Yeah, I think Liquid were super debating who they wanted mid. Like maybe not this game, but draft-wise between the Alc and the Mag, I think they were very happy putting this Mag in any of the 3 roles. Putting it mid as a semi-carry, playing it safe lane for Mickey, I think would have been a very valid option here, and putting that Alc mid like they did last time. This Mag, I think, was a total flex for them, and then they know this Ursa pick's coming, and they're content with getting last pick Veno to shut down his lane, force the Ursa into the early jungle, which he doesn't want to do and is very slow, and then he'll be too far behind to contest the big bad Alchemist when the time comes. That's the game plan for Liquid here. So if you're BetBoom, you have to disrupt that somehow. You have to make sure the lanes either go better for you, maybe Death Prophet snowballs, because I think that is the one lane agreeing with the panel that can go better, as the Skewer having a little lag there.
The most obvious skewer I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to quickly Google Nisha's Magnus win rate here. But we are going to have our first blood.
Yep, there's that tri-lane.
Picks it up with the tri-lane. Resolution similarly gets pushed out, but not killed.
I mean, Rezo went Cryptstorm first, so he doesn't have the Siphon to get back up here and doesn't have the regen. It has to run all the way out. This is a very rough start for him. Is he just dead to Shen right clicks? Okay, he is.
Indeed.
Answers my question. That's a very tough start. I mean, there's not much you can do in the 1-on-2. I don't think there's a lot of way around this, but maybe if you're playing the 1-on-2, he's going to need help at some point here because that is a strong zoning lane. The upside for BetBoom is they get to disrupt this Veno Ursa matchup, which would have been very problematic in the game. But not if Toronto Tokyo dies as well.
Yeah, this is okay. Nice hook, though. Bringing back Zai, that's going to be well worth it. Hit him with the blood grenade, try and do what damage they can. But
that was a necessary hook.
Yeah, it was.
The Veno has no teleport now, however. So that is level 1 Veno who's going to have to walk all the way back top. Boxy, you're the 3 now. Congratulations on your promotion. I feel like this happened last game, too.
Yeah. But okay, so I looked it up. Nisha, of course, has multiple accounts. When it comes to his pro accounts, I believe he only has 2.
No, he has 6.
Well, the games that he plays professional matches on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we had a different conversation
Yes,
there.
but he does have like 6 different Smurfs.
Yes, he has 6 Smurfs.
Okay, so he has not played Magnus for Team Liquid, but on his other account, which is the secret one that he was on for a while.
Well, it's not that secret, I guess.
He's played 21 games at Magnus, 71% win rate, but the last time he played it was in 2020.
So basically, he's rusty as hell. Nothing to fear here.
Yeah, he might be.
Does get a skewer up to a weird high ground. Got to trade out some right clicks. Need building some CS, which is pretty much even across the board here, except for Zai, who...
Ooh, GPK with the triple kill on denies.
Triple kill, then. He had me... Yeah, I thought he got a triple kill.
No, but he denied 2 melee creeps in the flag bearer one, so...
Another hook top. Into another kill. I mean, the nice thing about trialing with Pudge is you get the strength stacks.
Oh, yeah. That is nice.
It's one of the upsides to trialing with these heroes that steal stats is you get a little extra out of all those little exchanges. Or Zai, he's having a rough start, and this will make the Ursa's game a lot better. Conceptually, I like this by BetBoom in the sense of I think it's a very good Ursa game. I think Ursa can carry this game outside of the Veno pick. And if he gets shut down on lane. So they're preventing that from happening, giving Ursa the start versus the Veno lane, where even if he gets into jungle later, he's going to have a good enough start where it doesn't matter. And then you get to play this really free Ursa matchup. However, if he dies, that is quite bad.
Go for the deny, maybe? Not going to go for it. Instead, go for the hook. Get the kill on his Zai.
+1.
Save almost dies. Nightfall lives through the Gale as well. So, again, BetBoom. At the same time, Rezo is really not happy, I think, with his circumstances, but...
Nobody's happier than Zai. He's level 3, he gets some siphons off. At least he's getting something out of the exchange. Got a Lotus too, you know? Things are looking up.
Boxy's going to be maybe pushed through the portal here. Or he
dead
goes
end.
behind. They can just go on both sides. No, they're at the... Oh, they going to go through?
There's a ward on this portal.
Yeah, they're going to see him.
Well, they're baiting it.
Yeah, they baited him out. He showed himself. They're like, okay, we know you have an observer ward here.
And now the thing is, Liquid don't know if they're actually going to go through or not. They have a creep on the portal at the other end. So Insania's actually waiting for him to come through. He's going to purge him up. They're just going to stay top. I don't think they really want to go bottom. I think they're just trying to bait out the idea. Because Rezo's still getting slain down here. Where
Zai, they just get right on top of him.
Yeah, he does not exist in this game right now.
He did not expect that. Well, you say if this is a great Ursa game without the Venomancer, well, it looks like the Venomancer's not really going to be a hero.
All right, Insania is coming up here. He's done messing around.
Yeah, time to get a kill out of this. They're going to get Toronto Tokyo. Pusei trying to get the deny there. Telekinesis stuns him up, though. So the CM dies, comes down to the ground, stuns up save, and they get a second kill out of that.
All right, Boxy is actually the 3 now.
He kind of is,
Welcome back, sir. We know you trained for 4 for a long time, but unfortunately, we're going to have to swap it up again.
Yeah, and condolences to Zai, who has now been demoted once again.
Yeah, but the thing is, Zai used to be a 4 player, so it all works out.
Even when he was a 3 on Secret, he was kind of a 4.
That's true. This is just, I mean, it's a Rubik, too. Oh, no. Zai's getting Yapsor flashbacks right now.
It's Yapsor all over again. He's taking all my last hits. Mid lane, good gang, GPK will fall. So Zai's like, you know what? You're right, guys. I am going to roam like a 4 position. It's the only answer.
That's a very cheeky gank. I like it. That's a very high value kill. Whereas he couldn't really enter top.
Yeah.
Just skewing mid for the skewer man.
Okay, so I have an interaction.
These networks are all messed up, to be honest.
That I know you won't know the answer to, because probably very few people know the answer to this. Noxious Plague and Ursa's Enrage. Like, how does that work? Is the slow, is it going to just stay like a regular spell?
When you debuff it, it has the debuff effect. And then you get the status resist versus it, so it'll pump out faster.
So it'll pump out faster, which also means the slow will take off faster, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
This is how generally those types of spells interact, unless there's something special about Plague.
Didn't they change that interaction with Doom?
Don't think so.
Cause I thought it used to be
it
that
just
Doom would
runs
tick
faster.
really fast, but I don't think it does anymore.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it still
if you
does.
Doom Enrage Ursa, it goes down at the faster rate.
Maybe it's because he's enraged. He's got the damage resistance, so I don't notice the fact that
Yeah, he just doesn't take anything. Right. That's why that matchup's so good. You just get rid of it, and then you don't take any damage. The Giga Chad play.
Can't get the vision.
Told you to throw it. Just gonna rush Radiance again. I don't know. My first impression of this patch was I thought Alk was broken. Yeah. I just think this hero's busted. He gets an extra spell. It's not fair.
Ooh, tossing him back, getting in front of him. He is
the bridge
across
fight.
the bridge.
Can't get in front. He's too big.
Trying to get around him.
Damn
Unable to do so. Boxy takes the hook to the face. Looks like they may be trading out supports here. They need the vision. Save, hiding in a combo. Oh, he pops out and denies himself to Ancients.
Save God.
Beautiful stuff. Look at the run for the Wisdom Rune. Ah, got him.
Oh, no.
Took your Wisdom Rune. Now I'm going to take your life.
Does have stick, can turn it around.
And tier 2 tower armor aura is pretty dangerous.
Oh, I don't know if Mickey's overstayed his welcome.
Oh, he certainly has. Now he's going to have to go for the deny
Take
on
me, Lizard.
Ancients.
Take me.
Nope. Rezo gets it with the Crypt Swarm. Insania also died to the neutrals. Okay.
Bro, these lizards be feasting out here. Goddamn triple kill for the Thunderhide.
You know how the neutral camps have, like, they can level up now over time, or when the Chen grabs them?
Yeah.
Maybe when they get hero kills, they should just automatically go to, like, level 4. Buffed-ass neutral creep.
Then you just can't ever farm him again? That sounds kind of cool.
Toronto Tokyo, telekinesis stop him going through the portal. Now Mickey's going to come back, hit him with another stun.
That was a ambitious gate attempt.
Yeah, I think he probably knew he was screwed either way.
All right, this early game has been really clowny, but what was the end result?
I don't know.
The end result was Zai caught up a bit, gets the lane top.
Yeah.
Rezo also caught up a bit, now has Urn and ult ready to go if you want to play around this exorcism.
And Ursa is super happy, I think.
So in the end, I feel like that is good for BetBoom because all they wanted out of that clowny laning phase was for Ursa to have a good start so that he can get into the Battle Fury fast and not get destroyed by Venomancer. And they got that. So everything after this is kind of just a normal Dota game for BetBoom in a sense. He's trying to make some action happen. He's just got Tread Tumbler Toy.
Yeah, he may be level 8, but he hasn't actually leveled up RP yet.
Very true. Rage after that, but still enough. Just slices and dices him. And another stack for save. My god, this guy has 7 Flesh Heaps already.
He's huge.
He's an abomination.
That is indeed his original name.
Oh, Centaur Stomp. Mickey did not like that. Did not like it at all.
Going to do a lot of damage. Not quite enough to get the kill, though. GPK.
This is a bold move.
One more second till another slight. Is that going to be enough? Mickey still not dead with a Ren, and we'll finish him off.
In style.
Gets him and gets him in style. You're right.
Abusing that cooldown for the ulti, and now 3-man through the gate.
And Insania. Whoa, what? They're like, wait a minute. That's Insania. Get him.
Get him, boys. What do you get him? This is a henchman.
Kinda, yeah. I mean,
what is happening?
Pudge would definitely be sort of like a mob boss type character.
What is actually happening right now? All right, I guess it's +1 from save again. Number 8.
He's gonna have a very fast blink dagger.
This has to be good for BetBoom. Like, it just has to be, right? You're getting a huge amount of Pudge stacks. Your 2 supports got a lot of early kills, so they have the extra levels here. And your Ursa is going to have a pretty damn fast Battle Fury in this game.
Yeah, literally the only way I would say that maybe it's fine for Liquid is if there were tons of stacks, but I don't think there are.
No. I mean, Mickey is starting to jungle, but honestly, he's not that farmed, right? He had an okay laning phase, but nothing amazing. 2 deaths. It's going to set him back a decent way. And then who's your playmaker on this Liquid lineup? This is a pretty passive Liquid lineup. They kind of want to just farm to that mid game where their tankiness on the cores with the Veno wards just becomes too much for BetBoom to run into. But if you're behind and the Ursa's ahead and he's accelerating the Roshans, that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Like, I still think Ursa has very good matchups for a lot of these Magnus lineups just because he can push the tempo so fast and get far ahead and he outman fights you. Like, you can have Empower, but Ursa does not care about Empower when he's enraged and getting stacks on you. It's one of these old school Magnus counters if you can play that type of game flow, and they're giving it to him here. I think Nightfall is set up for success. Just a matter of can they clinch it out? Does the game get too clowny? Decent position overall. Alk will continue to farm his way back in this game, though.
Echo Saber, first item choice for Nisha, but his first rotation did not go well. And he came up to this top lane and immediately died to Nightfall, so he is definitely a bit
he trapped himself.
What happened?
Yo, Nisha needs help, boys. He's stuck in the trees. He had the TP. He Tumbler Toyed into the corner, got stuck, and TP'd to the tier 1.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was pretty funny. Also, like, these shield runes look so weird on these heroes, man.
Yeah, they turns them all white.
It's like Dark Magnus or something.
Oh, snag. They have the damage for this. It's looking pretty good. Unstable Concoction, plus the damage from the Spirit Siphon.
Big hook. Yeah. Slowing this Alk down in the period where he wants to get to that fast Radiance. It's just getting delayed and delayed on that 3rd death. And Rezel's going to have a Vessel very soon here. So just more anti-healing for the Alchemist to have to deal with when his items are getting delayed. Solar Crest for Zai. It's a nice item for the Alk and the Mag when they're empowered. But it also means you're going to be delaying those big teamfight auras a little bit as well. Normally, I feel like the Solar is better here if your cores are having a better game. But since they're having a rougher game, it's like, are you throwing it on an underfarmed Alk or an underfarmed Mag? It doesn't feel as good, right?
Sure, yeah.
However, if they win the fight and they catch up, it'll also give them better Roshan. So I can see why I went for it. It's a good Solar Crest game for sure. Very nice versus what BetBoom want to do as well with the extra armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And I mean, Zai's in catch-up mode. He's just trying to get whatever he can off the map. Try and put these Plague Wards to work. They are maxed. We'll farm very fast, but Battle Fury is done for Nightfall. Very fast Battle Fury on the Ursa here with good core matchups. Now it's a question of what can BetBoom do with it? Can they continue to get hooks?
Oh, blinked to the other side of the hook. Blinked on him. Didn't actually get the steal on hook, though. Save did a good job covering that.
Very nice. Nice.
Flight
Stuck
chain.
with Rod.
Trying to catch him. Oh, RP, not quite going down. Now, Nisha, silence as well. Great coverage there from BetBoom. Getting 2 kills, and he'll turn it into a third with Zai. Surely he's going to be run down with so many heroes surrounding him. BetBoom, man, really taking it to Liquid here in this game, too. It's looking like it's their game to win already.
I mean, when GPK is giving you the pre-death high five, you know he's in good spirits right there. Another blade mail game for him, by the way. Pretty interesting. Maybe he just likes this item. Likes how he can use it for his team and be more aggressive in the early fights. It's not an item I would have thought of as being broken in this patch. And I think Boxy regretted that spell steal there. Yeah. I mean, you got to go for it, but Save just a little too quick with the Rot, and now you're stuck in an awkward position. No RP for you, sir.
This mag is not working out for them.
No. It is not at all. You're going to have to get some big RP fights somewhere in this game. Maybe soon, depending on how fast Ursa kicks up the speedometer. I guess the upside is you have a lot of camps to farm. 4 ancient camps on the map. That's worth something.
Yeah, for now. BetBoom, with a Death Prophet, though, I think are going to start closing out the map. And then it's not going to feel like you have that many neutrals to farm anymore.
BetBoom continue to just protect their safe lane, too.
Yeah.
Like, these tier 1s are nowhere close to going down for Liquid. They're just going to have to play on their side of the map. And Blink is already up for save. This guy's had such a good early game. He's got the 11 Flesh Heaps plus a Blink. He's just ready to go on anything. Line him up. Bring him in.
Perfect grab once again. I mean, you know, people were calling it crazy. I wasn't too sure about it either, but the early pickup of the Pudge, it's paying off.
It's definitely a lot more reliable when you play him in these roaming dual support duos with something like a Crystal Maiden. Then you don't have to rely on Hook skill. You got to rely on, I guess, Maiden being able to walk up and frostbite somebody. That might be worse than Hook skill sometimes. I think about it, but either way, a lot more reliable of a game coming from BetBoom. And you gotta imagine they're starting to think about this Roshan. Like, at some point, if they feel confident enough to go in there, Liquid group somewhere on the map, it's going to open it up. You don't need too many heroes to do it. This might even just be the signal. Yeah. Nightfall, thinking about it? No, they're going to join the fight. They want the brawl.
Look for the skewer back, perhaps. Hit the RP just on the Death Prophet, and he already got the Spirit Siphon off, so it takes a lot to be able to finish him off. Same time.
Reinforcements coming.
They are indeed. Jump forward from GPK, trying to get another catch. That's going to be Insania. Slowed down by Nightfall. Mickey, he's going to pop out here in a second. Doesn't get GPK, who I think he really wanted. Oh, Boxy, who had the stolen remnants, but is killed by the Slight. You can steal some of the spells, but you can't master them all.
Looked great for a second, at least. And that's more kills that your Ursa gets involved in. He's 6-0-5. Nightfall is just out of control. You got to stop him soon. That's one of your RP fights as well, where you get a big core kill, and you're still getting routed in it. Just too much early net worth for these BetBoom heroes, and straight into Roshan. This is non-contestable. Don't even need to pop the Exo, I think. Just got to clean it up, put an Aegis on somebody here. Start to close out the map.
This will also speed up the timing for second Roshan. Well, I guess that's no longer a thing. I was going to say second Roshan in the Ag Shard for Ursa, but now it's just cheese. Xania found. And Save is getting so damn big with these Flesh Heaps, man.
13. It's 17 minutes. I don't know what the average is, but this has got to be ahead of it.
This is the part of the game that I feel like is super snowbally. When you can hold your your safe lane tier 1 tower up, take the opposing safe lane tier 1 tower, and then just control both of the portals. I think the game gets super snowbally when you control both corners of the map like this. Like, where do you go if you're Liquid?
Into the middle, I guess.
Yeah, but there's not a whole lot of neutral
into the
camps
old
in the middle
frontiers.
Huh?
The old frontiers. Forsake the new ones.
Back to where we came from.
And you go to the triangle. The good old triangle.
Triangle and triangle.
It's tough. There is not a lot of space. What do you think about GPK's item build this game? Is he gonna do this on every hero? Simplifies Dota, I guess. I'm just gonna go play Mail Radiance, guys. Whatever you pick for me, I'm gonna do it. I don't care what I'm playing.
I mean, it cannot be that good, right? Like you're the Arcane Vanguard into Octarine, like that one seems really nice to me. Is Blade Mail Radiance that strong this patch?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. This doesn't strike me as a Radiance game. I mean, I get the evasion stuff is okay versus Mag Alk lineup, but generally Alk does not care about Radiance. Maybe it's just a early fighting to farm pattern thing they enjoy. I'd find it curious. Not necessarily bad or good, just I'm curious that he's going this item build on heroes that to me seem very different in very different games. Like between Necro and Ember. Those are quite different heroes.
Blade Mail damage bonus decreased by 8, but armor increased by 1. So you know what? That definitely doesn't feel like a straight buff to me. That's for sure.
It's an interesting itemization. We'll see if it pays off more this game when he's in a stronger scale position.
Yeah.
So I would say the downside is build is spell immunity, but maybe the spell immunity is going to be a bit delayed here for Liquid. They're not going to have as many ores as well to deal with the burn. They have Blink finished on Nisha, and they have BKB for Mickey. Liquid are going to smoke up, try and find a good fight out of this. Is I going to start off?
Nightfall steps over to the side to make sure the hook can't land, but there are reinforcements, and they manage to get the skewer back on a Nightfall too. Now he has the Aegis, don't want to overcommit for this one. The Chen army comes through, finish him off. Now Hurricane back onto Resolution, pulling him out of position as well, while immediately the blink away from Nightfall. He's just trying to get out of here. The first, is it really, it feels like the first real win for Liquid in this game too. And it was a big one. I mean, they got a triple kill for Mickey.
That is absolutely huge for Mickey's game here. And that's your Aegis Ursa fight. I mean, he didn't have BKB for it, but you used Exo as well. You cannot throw too many of these fights away. It's just looking like game one all over again to some degree.
Yeah.
I still think Ursa's going to scale a lot better, but you got to ride the momentum as well. And this is your Blade Mail Radiance timing for Ember. He's not even in this fight. GPK's TPing to off lane tier 1.
Yeah, he's
I can't help but think
he's just so far away.
Like, why are you here, right?
Yep.
That's your strongest damage hero. This is his timings with those items to go in and be the frontliner. And now he shows up to a Mickey triple kill going, I'm out. He's back to mid.
I think one point to remember when you're just, I mean, in general, both sides, I guess, but when you're pushing the safe lane tier 2, there is that outpost that is behind you that the enemy controls. So you are naturally putting yourself in a position to be sandwiched.
And you have this new areas of the map that's underneath those tier 2s where you can set up. Like, I mean, Mickey got on that side, kills the Pudge, and then gets to run the Maiden down in that tree line. It's not even in the main fight. That's just a double freebie. It's just it's a very tough fight to take unless you have the vision control and you're up on that hill as well. Tormentors are up. They're going to look to get a shard. Probably hoping it goes to Boxy here.
I think.
Who also went Phylactery. Very interesting.
Now, that item got buffed in the B patch, so it does a bit more damage.
Yeah.
It was the biggest part of that buff.
Seems pretty good. You throw the Fade Bolt on somebody to get a bit slowed, extra damage.
Yeah,
I can dig it. I can
more
dig
slows, maybe, against the Ursa.
I mean, you might like mess up an Ember Remnant or something and kite this Ursa a bit better. He did end up getting that shard. The RNG favorable today.
So that means they have a bit more save against the Ursa targeting.
Yeah, that single target jump not as good for BetBoom anymore. Really going to need to play around the level 2 Exo, keeping their supports alive, I think. And this Radiance for TPK.
Smoke wrap around behind the tier 2. BetBoom putting a huge priority in bringing down this tier 2 tower. Nightfall actually hops over the trees accidentally, but it's fine. Save has got you covered. It's a brilliant hook.
Venoags did go off here. It's ticking Rezo really low.
It is. That Poison Nova goes off automatically when he dies, so you got to be careful of that. Rezo almost dying there. Nightfall comes to the rescue.
Gotta siphon off a creep here. You got that burst. Would have been really happy taking that team fight. BetBoom escape with all their lives. Get a good level 2 Exo fight.
Looks like they still want to fight.
And they know these ults are down. They still have RP. It's just dangerous when you don't have Alchemist BKB.
So here's this play we were talking about. Insania is going to get behind him, bring his creeps in, but the tier 2 is already dead, so I don't know what he's going to do now.
Just got farm.
Yeah, I guess so. That'll take some farm away from BetBoom, presumably. Oh, another great hook, man. Save. He's just not missing.
This is why you pick the man as Pudge. 3-3 and 16 with 17 flesh heaps. Making it all happen. Initiator. Team fighter. Glimmer buyer. What more do you want?
Insania is going to be a Crimson buyer for his team. I don't think Chen's strength, it's okay. It's not bad. And the hero has some okay stat gain, but
it's pretty bad.
Not an actual strength hero.
It's pretty damn bad. He has 42 strength. Let's not sugarcoat it. This is going to be a basic Crimson.
Nisha, oh, we actually got off the RP. Still in trouble, though. That physical damage from GPK is going to cause some issues. A slight might finish him off. Throws out a shockwave. Mickey is going to die first, actually. Pull back in. Boxy's going to die as well. Save just every single time. You get one pick off, and he's like, I got the +1, guys. In fact, he might get a +2. Zai?
He has Blink. He has ult. Gets hit by Plague Ward.
Yeah, Plague Ward's causing
enough to dissuade him here. He's just going ham. There's no way about it. Game 1 seemed a bit rough for him, but this game 2, putting the team on his fleshy back as he walks around contemplating.
He's got that stun animation now.
That's the Pudge contemplation of life.
I mean, I'll just say it. This Pudge has had way bigger impact than Magnus.
I love these stun animations, actually.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Ooh, hooks a Centaur creep. See you later. Oh, it took him out of... Oh, it didn't take him out. Never mind. I mean, Insania's farming these creeps. He's just feeding them to save. He's doing the jungling for him.
That's true. Bringing the jungle to you.
Like one of those sushi conveyor belts.
Well, I guess I'll have a little bit of Centaur today.
I mean, what's the next big timing here for Liquid? Is it just
know.
Alchemist AC? Is that winning you the fight? When there's Greaves on the Death Prophet, you still have this Radiance to get through evasion-wise. GPK is just tanking up, going for the front line. Can't really burst this Ursa, right? It's got to be Mickey going in, baiting out a clump, and then you get a big RP. I think that's really the only way you're fighting. Maybe you can bait a fight off the Veno, but it feels like he dies really fast, and... The thing about the Veno in this patch is you kind of need enemy heroes to dispel or die. If they just commit on you and kill you and no one's dying or low, his spells actually aren't that broken. It's when they start chaining off of each other.
Yeah.
So if you're Liquid, you kind of need the big kill on the Veno spells as well. You got to line all this up and make sure it works. And then your team fight, you still have a way to win these engagements, as Nightfall is just waiting for the next Roche. This is your window to find that big pickoff. They will find GPK top. Can they get a stun on top of him?
It's going to be hard, Mickey. Going to blink for Box. He's showing himself first. Trying to hit the telekinesis into the concoction. And Insania getting blown up. Now Nisha's going to pull him down to the low ground here, but he's got to be careful for his own life. May have to use the RP just to save himself. Nice use of the telekinesis. Gets him up to the high ground. So that's going to be BKB on cooldown for the Ursa. But I don't think BetBoom mind too much. I'm not sure if Liquid can really contest this.
I think Liquid are worried about going on a single target Ursa like that, even if his rage is out, just not sure where the Pudge is. The Pudge can blink hook him, he can blink Glimmer cape him, maybe that's enough to save. Then you're stuck in a bad fight. The engagements are tough. You got to find the right target with the chain stun. Just get the burst, you get the numbers advantage. You didn't get it, and that means Roshan is back up. Nightfall is happy to commit, as he is Abyssal flying out as well. Aegis cheese for the BetBoom lineup here as Rezo pushes towards his BKB. Probably just throw this Aegis on Ursa and think about a fight into high ground.
Yeah, Aegis on Ursa, probably cheese on Rezo. I think that would feel pretty good because there is the Liquid do have pretty good high ground hold between constant slows and a repositioning of Skewer. That is dangerous.
Cheese on Rezo, Cap? You fool. You damn fool. Do not see this Embers build. Do you not understand? The Blade Mail Radiance must go on.
Of course.
You must get the 2 life value.
More HP for the Blade Mail.
The Blade Mail hungers. It requires sustenance. I don't know how Zai ended up here, but he's gone.
I think they're just trying to find farm on the map somewhere. I mean, you said if you can't play the side lanes, play the mid. Well, maybe try and play both triangles. Maybe that's the thought.
You look at the right idea. They're just going to try and split the map, get what they can, and make sure BetBoom don't go high ground during this Aegis timer if they can afford it. But if you're BetBoom, you just get these lanes, and you're going to think about high ground because you have Exorcism. Like, Exorcism is what gives you the high ground. Maybe the only threat is the skewer back.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be caught in some skewer back, but you have this Pudge who can blink in, kind of retake the fight. You have Ursa who can go in with Abyssal and Aegis. I don't know if the skewer back is that terrifying, honestly. I feel like you might just be able to take that fight.
I mean, there's a telekinesis after the skewer back. And there's some slows.
But who are you
start
skewering?
getting in the Venomancers.
Like, are you killing who you skewer here? And yeah, Nightfall's just...
Nightfall's, he's going to jump first.
He'll give you the skewer.
Which is really dangerous because he can be pulled into the fountain. He's going to take a bit of damage here. A lot of damage, in fact. Not enough to finish him off, though. Mickey looks for the unstable concoction. Going to land on GPK over the tower here. And he stuns, and he disables anything here. Nisha committing, going for GPK. He does have that cheese. He's going to pop it now as he goes in. It's a chain on it, too. Rezo's going to follow him in with the Spirit Siphon going out with all this ghost damage. GPK's almost dead. They need a little bit more, but he jumps away to his Remnant. Another Slight going off. He survives through it all and baits Liquid into a nasty situation with save. Hooks in one more once again. An extra kill for BetBoom.
Triple buyback.
To disengage, though.
You got to get the hell out. Even if GPK can come back in here, this is not a fight, and they're going to clean up at least 2 for something off that triple buyback. Double core for Liquid. Man, Nightfall, he gave you the skewer. He said, take me into your arms. I do not care. I'm too big and too bad.
And he was kind of right about that.
I actually like that play, you know? He's like, that's one of those plays, I know my teammate's going to get skewered, so I'm just going to go in. Like, screw it, I'm not going to give the chance. And that cheese pays off for GPK, man.
Oh, yeah.
He made the most of it there. He got in real deep with Display Mill Radiance build. Gets to work, goes to Fountain, comes back. That's like 3 lives for the Ember. I mean, at some point, your Exo runs out, and of course, triple buyback, you're going to have to get the hell out of there, but that's a fight BetBoom are pretty damn happy about, as it's going to slow Mickey's item progression and continue to boost Nightfall here, who's just going to go MKB and start the Shredder, the human Shredder coming out here. Whew. Do you have a way to deal with this Ursa jump damage? I don't think you do. I mean, it's got to be the fastest telekinesis of Boxy's life.
Yeah. His claws getting razor sharp now. Boxy's going to go for a 4-staff. Hell, you need as many 4-staff. I'm not even sure that Crimson Guard's going to do anything. What is that damage block to an Ursa who's doing 500 damage a hit?
Yeah, I don't think BetBoom are caring much about this Crimson. Also an Aether Lens on save. Man, if he gets a shard off this Tormentor, he's going to be living the dream. The absolute dream here.
See if he does. He does indeed. Liquid. Can they get their own shard? Tormentor just spawns.
Now you have this Blink Aether Lens Dismember save to deal with too. Even if you get a big RP on the Death Prophet or Ember, for example, if they get saved, regurgitated, I feel like that fight's out of the window.
Yeah.
You just need more damage. You're Liquid here. And I don't know where it's coming from in the short term. You have a double damage on Nisha. That's pretty nice if you can get a fight going with it. Shard will go to Zai here, so latent toxicity also on the board. A little extra slow and disable. That's something. But another high ground push, it might be coming. Exo back up. I mean, what's to stop you? Just take in a similar fight here if you're BetBoom. You don't have Aegis. That makes it scarier. For damn sure.
Yeah. Problem with that latent toxicity. I think same problem. You're going to most likely throw it on Ursa. He's going to pop in Rage, and then, you know, he just shrugs off that disable.
Yeah, at least you got it for free. Can't complain. This will be a 5-man smoke from Liquid. Just thinking about that base push that was coming. DD up for Nisha. It's going to time out here. You're not going to get the fight with it. Can you get the jump? Blade Mail Ember, do you want him?
I think they're hoping to be able to surprise BetBoom. putting themselves all in the corner here. The Shiva's going to be able to decent amount of vision. They see him all now. He stunned himself. Nightfall immediately going for the bounce. Telekinesis goes up. The Abyssal Blade catching back up. Nisha holding him in place with the RP, but somebody's got to be left behind. It's going to be Nisha. Oh, and another hook.
They just keep coming. He wants stack 22.
Cannot be stopped. GPK jumping in for more. The Venomancer dies in an instant. That's 3 dead. Remember, diebacks from before, so long death timers here. BetBoom, the base is theirs.
GPK just toying with him at this point. The man's in his element. And Save definitely put this game on his back, man. 22 flesh heaps. Gem to go along with all his net worth, and another hook for the road.
Get the slide chains to do a little fountain farming. Beautiful.
Why not make it 23? BetBoom felt a lot more comfortable in this game, I'll tell you that much. And they had a very good read of the concept Liquid wanted to do with their draft. Like, you get that Ursa through the lane stage, it's smooth sailing, right? And they took advantage of their lane advantage this game a lot more. In the last game, it didn't feel like they could close out the map. This game, Save rushed that blink. They have a bit more pickoff, and they have this active core in the GBK Ember who can enable the Pudge, fight with him, be another frontliner. Smooth sailing after that early game, as they will just take a second lane here. Look, we're going to have one more fight left in the tank. Feels like a tough one, especially when you have to use these RPs to save your Alk instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Mickey did find a shield rune. That's something.
I think what this game kind of says to me about this patch is everybody's like, win lanes, win lanes, win lanes. Keep saying that. But at the same time, I don't think you want to be overly reliant on winning lanes because the lane breakdown can get so weird.
It does get weird.
With this constant, like, 2 support roam back and forth through portals. Like, you can't guarantee that you're going to get the matchup or the kills that you're expecting to.
I mean, I feel like you want your early game to go well, but I don't think you want it to go well in the same way some of these other patches have been, where it's just like you get the lane matchups and you play these lane matchups because too much clowny stuff can happen.
Yeah.
Like this game, yeah, lanes will go great for Liquid if they just get Veno versus Ursa, but there's so much clowny stuff that can happen between getting that Veno and Ursa and actually getting it. You know, there's the tri-lane, there's the gates. The gates make these tri-lanes so that they can form and unform at will. You can hit these small power points. Like, this is a game where Save could have started top, killed the Veno twice, and instantly go bottom, and there's no punish for him, right? And he just stayed top for a while, but that's another play you can think about in another matchup where you have a hero that can stand against Veno better. Suddenly that matchup goes out the window just as bad.
I mean, if this is going to be the trend, these laning phases, you keep calling them clowny with these supports, you know, rotating back and forth. It's kind of like a traveling circus.
Yeah, get in the gate clown car. We're going for a ride.
Honk honk. Just like that clown car, you'd be surprised how many heroes can fit in the gate.
Roshan number 3. Refresher shard at night. Probably go to Rezo here. Unless Nightfall just wants to take it away and end the game with it. But I don't know if he has the slots to use all this.
I mean, what about GPK? You know,
GPK can take it too.
Remnants?
Yeah, actually, he has Ags and Shivas. Oh my god, he's so farmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll take it. I did not realize he had Ags on his Ember already. He just got so much gold off the double rack. So you were looking at a lot of Remnants, a lot of Slights, double Shivas, double Blade Mail. He wants to put it back in. Probably won't. It has served its purpose. This is a very tanky Ember. You're gonna need some fountain skewers. I think that's what you're up against now.
Yeah, pretty much.
I expect Nightfall to just go in again. Like, the second he hits this tier 3, he is blinking on somebody. Because, again, I think as long as you start the fight in a way where someone isn't just getting gone on by Liquid and put out of position, the fight's very awkward for them. Even if it's deep at this point, you have the net worth to sustain through it. Last tier 2 will fall. Always have that Pudge save up your sleeve. She's on Rezo this time around.
Oh, this is a cool play. I think they're going to smoke through the top lane, which is empty right now.
This is just the better way of accomplishing that same thing.
Yeah.
Like, start the fight on Liquid with everybody instead of just the Ursa.
It does seem like Liquid is relatively aware of that. They're playing underneath tier 4. The Alchemist is going to be jumped immediately. The Telekinesis and the Skewer back. Okay, now kite out the Ursa. That's the dangerous part. With his BKB going, Insanio doesn't actually die to GPK either. Oh, GPK's committed into the fountain to get that kill. Shiva's them all on the way back. That's a move and a half.
Disjointed Alex done in the meantime. He's going back in. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's going to go take a quick fountain trip.
Well, that's one way to style on somebody with a refresher shard. He's coming back anytime
Give the
now.
Aghanim Scepter over to Nisha. Nisha now has the new Horn Toss. He's going to be able to pull back the Ursa. Telekinesis midway through. He's going to die. Chain stunned up, but at the same time, another big hook comes out, grabbing Nisha Magnus, who does have buyback, and he does still have RP.
Don't have Algold for 10 seconds here. You got to line it up. You got to get a huge RP into a fight right now if you're Liquid. BetBoom going to respect it and back off.
You got to respect that Horn Toss. It's like the TI-10 Horn Toss is back, basically.
That just came out of nowhere, too. Not something BetBoom could have expected here. He has level 20 skewer range as well. Time to pull out the old collapse magic right now.
Yeah.
Get the skewer of your life.
Zion's pretty close to Heaven's Halberd, which would significantly help when they get the skewer back on that Ursa to help people survive.
I mean, this is kind of your window to get something, though, because BetBoom are just waiting for Exo to come back up.
Yeah. Kind of need to go out there and do something, but at the same time, you have your best odds for winning fights is still with the skewer back around Fountain.
Yeah, that's the thing. Your best fight is that high ground defense. Just feels like BetBoom have been getting the better of you in those high ground jumps. Forcing the issue, not letting you set up and find that hero with the skewer makes it very weird. And of course, that was Nisha buyback. So another situation like that happens again, Magnus goes down, you're just out of the game. No easy decisions at this point. Maybe Boxy's trying to get an Aeon so he can be the one in front.
Mickey's got the stun animation going on now instead.
And these are just all over the place in this patch, man.
I'm okay with it.
This Alc one's pretty good, though.
He's just kind of waving his arms in the air.
Looks like he's swatting at flies or something.
Oh no, the bruiser! What are you doing in this neighborhood?
Come to the wrong neighborhood, son. Swag.
Fortunately, he's got remnants, so it should be easy for him to get back to base. Made it home safe.
I mean, just in time, too, because the second smoke is coming. I think you're going to break it there. They were just going for the same play. It worked once. It'll work twice. Liquid not to be fueled.
Got him with the horn. Oh, okay. Ooh. So it looks like the toss up in the air, you can still cast spells and stuff during that point, but if you land, you get stunned. Threatening the RP, really trying to catch GPK.
Oh, he got Exo. That's level 3. A lot of extra damage flying around for Boxy right now. If you can get the fight going.
There's Heaven's Halberd. Stopping the Ursa, going for the RP on him, trying to help Mickey to be able to disengage. He takes so much damage, though. And now Nisha's dead as well. Mickey cannot get back to the fountain in time. A buyback on one, but Nisha doesn't have his.
GPK is just too big.
Yeah.
You cannot deal with this Ember Spirit right now. Exo be damned. You gotta get your poke going. Oh, Alcohol for 7. Another
hook. Zai just walking straight into that one.
Just stop save. They're already dead. They're already dead.
Oh, he's got it in for another one. Ooh, Mickey. A zoning hook, not able to chase after the Ember Spirit. He actually blinks in, goes to the Dismember, immediate force staff into the fountain. The fountain. It is not enough. The damage is too much. GPK with the buyback remnant play too.
Even the fountain, no match for the Ember Spirit.
I mean, the thing about this BetBoom rosters similar in the past, like Virtus Pro that they once had.
The reverse hook, trying to style on him, but you get styled back. Got yourself, son.
It was a little early.
You got
GG.
yourself.
Never mind.
Just like that game will come to a mute conclusion as BetBoom take game 2. Save putting on his best hooking shoes.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, the individual skill on this team.
So many flesh heaps.
Is off the charts when they get going. So.
Yeah, it really is. Now, I feel like that was what they wanted game 1 to look like. Like some early lane snowball into early objective taking with some map domination and just closing out the scale matchup. The previous game was the Terrorblade versus Alk. This game it's the Ursa versus Alk. The upside here is the Ursa can compound that early advantage into the faster Roshan's, the faster map control closeout. Made sure he had a lane with some nice early game moves. That's all it takes. Good conceptual game from BetBoom.
All right. Well, another tie. That's just, I mean, effective a new patch perhaps, but just in general, these series, a lot of series going 1-1. You have these kind of one-sided game ones, teams, I guess, learning from it, or what do you think exactly is happening there? Just like the turnaround 180 that occurs mid-series.
Nobody knows what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay. When nobody knows what's happening, teams are going to mess each other up. It's the law of Dota.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Well, Team Liquid losing game 2, and we're going to head back to the panel.
Yes, that was a tie then. BetBoom taking that game 2, Team Liquid taking the game 1. A tie is where it ends, and I think especially Jenkins is going to be very happy with this game. You saw your boy Podge popping off. Save did an amazing job getting all those hooks.
Yeah, that was awesome. This is my new favorite team. I really like Liquid. Shoutouts to them, but you know, if they're bringing back the support Pudge, I'm down for it.
Jenkins is here for this meta.
Dude, this Flesh Heap and Rot, get this boring shit off my screen. It's normal spells. I don't care. I want to see big hooks. I want to see the sick plays. These are like the three-pointers in basketball. Those are the things you want to see.
Watch out, matchmakers. Jenkins Pudge coming to a pub near you.
I'm coming in hot tonight, dude. This was inspiring. And I like the idea of Glimmer Cape on Pudge.
Yes, this is why you should first pick Pudge.
They got me. Glimmer Cape is great. With how the blocks work now, you're not going to chew through the damage block from the Glimmer Cape when you use Flesh Heap anymore. So I like that he got that. It makes a lot of sense. You can now actually do that. Glimmer on Pudge is great because you're going to get yourself into all sorts of trouble with these hooks. We saw a few times he hooked and actually baited his team because it's like, oh, he hit a hook, it must be good. And then they all die. But of course, they had such a lead that it didn't really matter, and he carried the rest of the game. So just beautiful stuff from Save.
Yeah, and it all started with the lane that we all wanted to see. Sheep, we said that they could make this work if they just shift the lanes around, get a trial lane potentially. They did it.
Yeah, Zai had one of the worst games of his life. I swear to God. 1-13? Like, oh my God. We saw him make that like rotation onto mid out of, I'm assuming, desperation.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've seen that move before and be like, wow, genius. Like, won the whole game making that move. But yeah, in this case, no. He just was homeless. He was sad. He's playing Venomancer. He's like not getting all the items he wishes he had. I think when you're playing into an Ember that's having a pretty good game and you're just a Veno, it's very easy for them to just get on him, stick on him, and he can't do what he wants.
Yeah, Veno's a hero that doesn't really recover very well. I think he's generally known for being good in lane, and so when he doesn't get off to a good start, his damage is just a little underwhelming.
Yeah, that kind of showed, and we talk about it a lot, but if you're behind in the laning stage, you're behind the rest of the game, and then it's trying to claw back for victory. And Peter, basically, it was all in the Magnus' hand. So no pressure Nisha, but literally all on him. And it was already to you because I thought I stopped talking, but my question was going to be, like, Team Liquid, like, what? Their chances to defend high ground, their chances to coming back, were they ever really there?
I mean, yeah, for sure. But I think the Ursa was, as Jenkins said, Ursa was just maybe a little too farmed. He had the Aegis. Things were kind of straightforward for them.
Yeah, Horn Toss sucks. That's what I learned from that game. Dude, it doesn't stun you when you're doing the toss. So what's the point of it stunning in the first place? You just BKB out of it. You can jump out of it if you're the Ursa. When I saw the Ags come out, I was like, here we go. Fountain Skewers coming in hot. He Horn tosses the Ursa. He just presses in rage.
It's
Or was it the Ags on the Ursa? Am I stupid?
I was about to say, it could be just an Ags, potentially.
I can't see on Dota buff.
Okay, well, if it does work that way, that's a real waste.
I'm just going to double down. Horn Toss sucks.
I think it was a good...
Fine,
they had to get it, though. That's how you win this game.
Speaking of things that suck...
Okay.
The phylactery that we said Boxy build, I
Experimental item.
Terrible.
Experimental, that's how you're
Part
going
of
to
the
call
new
it?
patch. Yeah, you gotta try stuff out. I don't think it's a Rubik item, at least, but he tried it.
Does it deal damage when you spell steal? Because that's a targeted spell, right?
Yeah, I think it would probably do the slow.
It seems kind of interesting, honestly, on him. I don't think I saw its impact. I think the problem is maybe I want it a little bit later down the line, just because when you're delaying your like force off and stuff, it feels bad. Or
But it's just like doesn't it? Am I crazy? It's like just flat damage block, right? Is it 100? It puts 150 shield on it, or is it does?
What?
It does
It does
150
damage, doesn't it?
Okay, so if it does 150 damage to them, it's still flat damage. Like it doesn't scale with anything.
Oh.
So I don't feel like you want to get this late game when there's a cooldown on it.
Yeah,
and the
I
damage
don't think
isn't scaling.
Rubik's item choices were like the reason that Liquid lost here. I think they just got outplayed. I think we're a little concerned about BetBoom's early game. They did this crazy tri-lane shenanigans. Resolution was solo offlane. Death Prophet dying to Chen. But they made it work. They got crazy. They got it chaotic. And you saw the Xi rotating mid. Insanity was trying to like rotate around on Chen, but this hero hates to move. As a result, he was really underleveled. Xi was really underleveled. Boxy wasn't having the best game. And they were kind of just depending on Nisha and Mickey to bring him back. And the plays that they made in the game just weren't enough.
Yeah, they were not enough. And then on top of that, we had someone having a fantastic game. Save on the Pudge had a great game, and he's standing by with Slacks right now.
Hello? Oh my God, we were practicing. I am here with Save, ladies and gentlemen, the Pudge God. Congratulations on that turnaround there. I want to talk to you about your incredible Pudge plays. Game 1, we're not going to talk about those incredible Pudge plays, doesn't matter. But the confidence to come out with the first pick Pudge in Game 2, how did you know it was going to work?
I'm just too good on Pudge, you know, so I don't care like what heroes I play against.
Wow, that sounds like every single Pudge in every pub since the beginning of time. First lock Pudge and just say, I'm going to win this. How do you feel about the hero in the new patch?
It's pretty good, yeah.
How do you know?
What do you mean?
Just because you won with it? You think that it's pretty good? You think anybody could play Pudge and play like you?
You know, like I have like 10 win streak in my pubs and Pudge.
Damn!
So I'll just pick it here on the major.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Valve is trying to get people to stop playing that hero. They introduced a neutral item that is basically Pudge's ability. It seemed like a way to make people stop. Is that going to work, or are we going to see a rise in Putka now?
Yeah.
We're going to see more Pudge?
Of course.
From you?
Of course.
Damn. All right. Ban that shit, guys. I mean, he's literally telling you to. What do you think about this tournament so far? Anybody, a big win against Team Liquid? Anyone else that you're looking out for, gunning for, want to face?
I'm feeling pretty good about this tournament. Like, it's been so far pretty good. I don't really have any teams that I want to play against. I mean, we just played top 2 in the world teams. Yeah. We played ties with both of them, so I feel like we can beat any team here.
I'm pretty sure I think many people consider you guys a top team in the world. So what are you going to do when you take the crown?
I don't know.
Play more Pudge?
Of course.
All right, then. Well, we'll see you in the local pubs. Pudge pick rate increases 100% just like every day. Great. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dave and Slaxy. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more Pudge everywhere, which some people will like, some people won't. And it's about 50-50, and it also means that it's going to get banned a lot. I see people complaining about that. They just want to play Pudge and just get banned. Is that you too, Jenkins?
No, people usually let me pick it because I go 1-22 and things are not so good there. But for Save, yeah, I can understand why it's getting banned for him.
I was going to say, I think he's got a better like Pudge attitude. You know, he's like, he doesn't have to explain himself. He's just, I picked this hero because it's good. Whereas you, I feel like you're just always talking about it. You're
constantly
trying to justify your
actions.
Right,
like, right.
I had 20 deaths because
there's the shame and the guilt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, one thing he was sure or right about is that he did tie with both Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid today. And those two teams are considered to be the teams to beat, and they did it. So they're looking very good. We can also see what that does on the standings, because all games of Group A for today have finished. Gaming Gladiators is still on top there. They had a great series against Execration, so they get 2 extra points from that. And that also makes me look at Execration on the bottom side. Cheap's not going too great.
Oh no, not Execration. This team. I actually thought they would do worse at Lima, but they came out and was a little bit surprising.
They did well.
Yeah. But this is about what I expected for last time.
You expected them to lose every game?
Not every game, but I expected them to lose a large majority of their games. Because whenever I watch them, they just don't impress me.
But Bob's the GOAT.
Bob is the GOAT, but not this tournament. When I look at the standard of every team that's at this event, Execration don't strike me as like surprising. Like these guys will take people by surprise and win.
I will say something that is surprising to me and that I'm very happy to see is Team Aster, Peter, as high as they are.
Yes, Sumail the king.
Yeah.
I like that team. You know, I said yesterday I like their jackets. You know, if I had to pick a winner, why not them? It'd be a great storyline. Love to see Sumail back on the main stage.
Yeah, he's having some amazing games, and his KDA is definitely looking very, very sharp. Anything else that stands out to you from Group A, Jenkins?
What stands out for me? Well, it's not on the screen anymore, so I forget what's on there. I actually expected TSM to do a little bit better.
Yeah.
I was speaking with Ari in one of the interviews, and things sounded confident. Things sounded like they were really happy to play on a new patch. Moonman, you know, Daddy Moon was going to figure it out for them.
Yep.
They did get a win today, right? Didn't they just get a win?
They won one game from Evil Geniuses. They tied.
Okay, so maybe just a bit of growing pains. They're figuring it out. They might end up getting into the lower bracket or something like that. But I expected a little bit more from them just because of getting top 8 in Dream League. That's good. That's great for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the involvement that we saw from the Dota being played, like the actual Dota on the fresh patch. Yesterday's our games were a little bit one-sided, and I think we have had teams have a better success today, Peter, in trying to equalize the lanes after the fact and trying to maybe stall out the games a little bit more. What did you think?
I don't know. Have you seen that? I feel like every team that's won laning phase just continues to win the game. I don't think I've seen a single comeback, at least on the main
Not a
screen.
comeback, but the games are a little longer.
That would explain a lot about Execration because they're notoriously terrible in the laning stage.
They are amazing late game if
Yeah.
it gets to that.
Exactly.
We're back to roasting Execration. Come on, should take it easy. They're already dead.
They're dead. Okay, sorry. Rest in peace.
But you are right. That is definitely, I mean, for them, a massive factor. And well, the games lasted a little bit longer today. I think I can say it like that, Jenkins. We had teams maybe trying a little bit more to stabilize. Like, there's the stabilizing. That's what we're going to go
I think that's the word. I think people are stabilizing the lanes. Like, for instance, in the last game, we saw the Pudge and CM playing together in the tri lane with the Ursa, rather than trying to, like, do some dual lane shenanigans. They're just like, no matter who you put against this lane, we're going to have a tri lane that's going to kill you. Like, teams are thinking more about laning, and I think that's kind of all that you can do.
I want to see more of these like heroes going through the portals
Yeah.
and ganking the side lanes before the 5-minute mark. How can you get creative to sort of offset maybe a draft disadvantage?
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe create some more tri lanes, minute 2, but then go back to the dual
Yeah,
lanes.
it's kind of like a fake tri lane. They're really quad laning in the end of things because they can just go through the portals and change things up.
The only team that works best from behind, Beastcoast. That team, they'll lose laning stage, and I'll believe in them to come back.
Well, they're not in Group A. We've not been watching that.
Well, I'm just saying, that's the team I've watched. I've been like, they make the comebacks when we talk about the strength of the laning stage. And then I watched Execration vs LGD, and that game was filled with throws, so those teams are not looking the best.
Well, PSG LGD did fine today at least. They had a 2-0. They only have one series today, though.
Wait, they played today?
Yeah, they only have one series. In the first series of the day, they played against Evil Geniuses.
They're in Group B? No, A?
PSG LGD is Group A.
They slammed today.
Yeah,
Oh,
big
yeah,
time.
yeah, you're right.
It was really good. We found out that Zeal gets Zealots for fans.
Oh,
so
God, that
great.
was so funny.
That's good. But if you want to watch Beastcoast, as she mentioned, well, you can. But not on this stream. Not yet, because there's another game first. But they are playing Group B, and we are done with Group A portion of the day. That means we're moving to Group B portion of the day, and it's going to be right here on this stream. It's going to be Talon, it's going to be Execration, and it should be a good best of 2 game series. And Group B will be very exciting, because this group is still very, very even. So stay tuned. More Dota 2 of the Berlin Major coming right up.
Forget all the non-believers. I'm walking with the dreamers. You better pick up your pieces before you become dust. When I keep falling down, I go and pick myself up. I just keep moving forward. Oh, you can't stop this. You better believe it. I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. Unstoppable. Forget all the way givers. Take you down to the river. I'm looking out for the bigger. I'm not scared to play rough. Oh, you can't stop this. You better believe it. I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. Oh, you can't stop this. You better believe it. I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. Unstoppable.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up. And make them back up, back up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro.
Is it almost 5 o'clock?
Tell me what you gonna do. Tell me what you gonna do.
I quit.
Tell me what you gonna do. I'm gonna run my own ish. Tell me what you gonna do. I'm gonna slay this, yes. Tell me what you gonna do. You better mind your own business. Tell me what you gonna do. I came to slay, yeah. Tell me what you gonna do. I'm gonna run my own
so I gotta get it now. Had to pick myself up just so I could put it down. Cause won't nobody giving no handouts. In a crowd full of stand-ins, I'm just trying to stand out. And working hard just to make my mama proud. Dream loud just to drown out all the doubt. Road to success, I had some rerouting, but found my lane. And won't nobody take me out, and I'm gone. So long. Yeah, let's go. Said I'm gone. So long. Yeah, way past the clouds. I'm up in the sky, not a bird or a plane. No, that's just me flying. I've been winning that life. Everybody else trying. Nah, I ain't just everybody. Anybody ain't mine. And working hard just to make my papa proud. I was trying to get it, tell them that I got it now. Road to success, had some reroutes, but I found my lane, and you won't ever take me out. I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone. Tell everybody so long. Woo. Tell them I'm gone. Yeah, 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 yeah.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now.
We're moving on to Group B, everybody. Xtreme Gaming are going to be our first opponents against Talon as we get to learn more and more about which of these regions, which of these teams, which of these metas are going to be evolving the quickest. I've got a brand new panel also to bring to you. Effie, BSJ, and Sheepstick. Welcome, my friends. We had a whole day of Group B action yesterday. It was exciting. Now Group A is also evolving. So much Dota's being played, Effie.
There is a lot of Dota.
A lot of Dota.
We love the group stages.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Like, literally, tell me about it. I'm curious.
Let me tell you all about it. It just feels like people are already figuring things out better. We're seeing an emergence in Storm Spirit as a hero, particularly with Pugna. BetBoom kind of started that trend, and it's caught on to a lot of regions. We're seeing teams that we thought would do better, such as Evil Geniuses, kind of not look so hot. And I think coming out of the laning stage, on top is probably the most important thing that I can highlight right now. It feels like the teams that have the stronger lanes have an easier way playing into this new patch, playing into an uncertain environment, and I feel like that's the emphasis in this day too, just trying to draft strong lanes.
That we had that conversation just before, but in a funny way where I was like, the only team that goes against that was Beastcoast, like, which is relevant to this group. This team is so dumb in how they come back after having a laning loss. Everyone else, they get crushed. It's like over, you know? Unless they're a throwing team, right? Like you have your SMGs, your like Execrations. These C teams are like notorious for just throwing games. Those guys might have a lead and send it into the grave.
And we're looking at the Chinese team for this one, Brian. Xtreme Gaming is going to be coming up. And we saw them going up against OG. It was a bit underwhelming. Maybe that's because OG are overperforming, but for a team that got top seed in their DPC tour, I can't say I was too impressed with their performance yesterday.
Yeah, what I didn't like about their draft was that they took a last pick Timbersaw and then ran it like all these other offlaners. They bought like Greaves and a Crimson, and I felt like the way OG drafted, they just had a much better idea of like how this map currently works and how the fights are connecting with like 4 heroes, one guy building the auras, you have jump. Like, I think Xtreme Gaming went a little bit all in too much with damage. Like they had Storm, Lion, Sven, and Timber all in one draft. Like that's just way too much damage-oriented focus, and that kind of leaves them lacking in certain aspects.
And not just that, right? It felt like their last picks yesterday left a lot to be desired. That last pick Timbersaw in game 1 did not do what it set out to do at all, and that last pick Muerta in game 2 looked atrocious, right? So I do feel like they need to correct some of their drafting mistakes.
Yep. They also ran the Storm with an IO. Those fools. They've learned now the power of Pugna. We'll see it this series for sure.
All the mana batteries I would have thought were useful. What about Storm Coddle?
We've seen a bit of Coddle this tournament so far. I think the laning stage is just a bit too awkward for him right now. I think the supports that are not playing in lane, like Coddle is traditionally a hero that doesn't play in lane. He's like playing out of vision, similar to like Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker, but he's not a roamer. Like he doesn't move through the Twin Gate and gank the other side lane. So I think he's a little bit, like, it's just the map isn't quite suited for a hero like that right now.
Yeah, but maybe the map is suited for the high mobility, so Storm Spirit himself definitely has viable.
Absolutely.
But the supports, we still need to find out beyond Chen, who's immensely broken, Enchantress, who's immensely broken, Io, who I guess is the jury still out on Io, Effie, or are you satisfied with him right now?
I think Io is very good this patch. The map presence that it gives you alone is enough to solicit a pick, especially when you want to be able to match wherever the team is able to on the size of the map, but also the ability to steal Wisdom Runes is always going to be good. But for the most part, I think Io will always have a place in competitive Dota no matter what the patch is.
Yeah, and I guess now we also need to figure out which of the offlaners are the most viable. The man on your screen, JT, actually spoke to Pure.
JT from Xtreme, joining us on day 2. You guys went 0-2 yesterday. Disappointing start. I don't want to rub it in. Disappointing start, but you've come back for more. What's your plan for today?
Hope for a 2-0. I mean 4-0 actually. Yeah.
Hope for a 4-0. Nice. So after the series yesterday, what did you guys do when you went back to the hotel? Did you scrim? Did you pub? Did you watch replays? What happened?
We just watched replay. After the series end, it was 10 p.m. It's kind of late, so not able to scrim, right? So we can just watch replay, see what we did. Because kind of sucks, you know. So find out our mistake and hope today can play better. Yeah.
So in terms of the way the patch is changing and Dota's kind of crazy at the moment, do you think that playing a lot of games is better, or do you think getting a chance to make everybody else can make mistakes first? Do you think that's better?
I think after a new patch, you should have play more games to try to adapt the new meta, right? So you have to play more pubs, scrims will help you a lot. Yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck for today. I'm sure you'll do better, and take it away. Back to you guys.
It's not always just about playing scrims either. We're seeing officials themselves have a big influence. I'm sure all these teams are doing a lot of stuff off hours, but in the high pressure situations of making it through a group stage, you have 4.5 days to figure out what your team is good at, what the other teams are bad at, and I guess specifically for their opponents, because we're going to be looking at Talon, I don't know what What playstyles enable you the most, Sheep? Because we saw them go up against Beastcoast yesterday. I don't even know how much of that was Talon playing well or bad, or Beastcoast just handing them games and taking away games.
I need more like Talon data to,
Yeah.
to see what I think about them, because those throws were like pretty egregious. I mean, Jabs is still playing his offlane heroes as carries, and I'm curious to see how that will work, because they're the only team really doing that, right? Of everyone here, it's like you look at him, he's just straight up carry item. No, none of these auras and stuff. And when Crimson Guard and stuff look so good, I think we doubted them yesterday, right? We were thinking maybe this isn't the way. Maybe this is worse.
I think Talon lack discipline right now. They didn't look that way during their Lima major run. They honestly did in the final day in their series versus Liquid, but before that, it felt like there was a strong voice in the team, and for some reason, I'm not hearing that voice right now. Yesterday, they looked scattered all over the map. The players are very individually skilled, so they were winning their lanes. They had good draft ideas, but then they just had these massive throws out of nowhere, especially in that game 1. So I really hope that they've just kind of picked someone today and said, you make calls and we will listen to you. I hope that's what we see today for Talon.
We can only learn so much just from watching the games. Perhaps we can get more insight from talking to the players themselves.
I think Q has a really good instinct of ganking, and he's really high skill on pressing buttons.
But they're setting up now for Palos. Q is here with the blink. Let's see. Ava, toss with a morphling as well. Nice. Yep, they got him.
Yeah, Q does get bored a lot of times. If the game is just farming, he will just be like, I want to kill, I want to gank.
Sentry down, but Lal immediately throws a smoke cloud into the trees. Requiem's there. 23 pushes them back. They'll take down Meposhka. And Laurel. They're going to be able to get on top of him with the toss. Q's able to make the jump. They take down a second. The arrow does hit onto 23. Can they save 23 Talon? They can't. 23 goes down.
Q just play a lot of mobile games. You know, you see mobile games are pretty popular. And he's playing the pay-to-win games, and it's kind of funny. So in Scrim, he usually requests other heroes. He requests like Skyrath, Earthshaker, I don't know. He just requests a lot of heroes, but in the end, he just plays Tiny.
Now Ollie and Q are here to help out. Q's back in with the jump. They're able to burst Yutoro. Q's back in, takes him out. Jabs will fall. They don't even need him to finish him off. Ollie and Q, they pretty much do it on their own. Q, he's ready to go again. Jumps in, another combo onto Mira. Q absolutely crushing that team fight.
When Q plays like a stunner, he always plays well. He's a really good at like melee +4. It's really good to have this kind of player in the team. He always deal with anything. Just, okay, I'll just play this, I guess. Mirana Naga.
Poor guy, Brian. Homie just wants to play Skyrath. He just wants to play Earthshaker, but his Tiny is just too goated. He's not allowed to do anything else.
Yeah, this is like the opposite of my experience on Fart Studios, is where I'm like, Jenkins, we can pick you anything. It can be Treant, it can be Silencer, and he's like, give me Pudge. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm picking you Pudge. So, but I think the funny thing about this team is that, like, we saw their successful draft yesterday where they had a Chen 5. And so you were talking about their, like, greedy cores, like, all going carry items. And it's like, well, why don't we just have a support that can do all the aura buying for us? Maybe that's the solution for a team like this. Because remember, during DPC, they went 7-0. They won the region, but that was off the back of, like, an offlane Nature's carry Terrorblade and like another carry in the mid lane. So this meta may not be all suited for them, and they are going to have to adjust very quickly.
Yeah, these support players are getting more and more limelight, it seems, in 7.33, and Pyrian got a chance to speak to Oli before this game.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm here with Ollie from Talon. How's it been going so far for you guys? You drew 1-1 yesterday. Disappointing or reasons to be cheerful?
Yesterday is a little bit not doing great, but we will try our best. Like after the games, I mean all the games. Like later on, we will try our best.
Nice. Okay, so when you have the start of a tournament on a new patch like this, and you only get to play one series before you have to go back to the hotel, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Does it give you a chance to watch the other teams more?
We don't really have a chance to watch other team when we are going back to the hotel, but we will find out like playing pubs more instead of watching the games. It's only we will do is like see their draft and see there's a hero quite interesting, and we will watch the replay.
So you tend to do more pub playing, like you just play pubs to try and figure out what's happening on the patch. So what is the craziest thing you've seen in a pub so far on this patch?
I mean, there is a lot of broken hero, and I'm not sure what is going on because everyone is doing the different thing. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Something like Alchemist might be broken.
So you think which hero? Give me the hero that you think is the most broken so far. A lot of people are saying Medusa is pretty broken right now. What do you think?
Zeus. Once I see the Zeus, like at the start, you play the carry build and it provide a lot of damage. But after that, I think, how can you really farm into that item actually in the games? So I think it's not really that good.
Okay, all right. Well, look, we wish you guys all the best. Good luck in your series, and I'm sure I'll get to talk to you afterwards. Take it easy.
That's a good answer. I think straight out of the patch, a lot of people were looking at the viability of right-click carry Zeus. Probably not a support thing, though. We'll see what Oli gets his hands on in this game against Xtreme. Both these teams not doing so hot right now in this Group B. Now is the chance for redemption. Everyone stick around. We're going to be back with our first match on the mainstream of Group B, Talon versus Xtreme Gaming, coming up next. Now, when we last saw these two teams yesterday, they were doing some unique stuff. Everyone is finding out their own approach to a 7.33B. Talon, they did a mid-Omni night, which ended up winning against Beastcoast. That was pretty exciting to watch, and then ended up turning a Pudge into a support. And then Xtreme, obviously, Kaka on the team. They tried their hand at Lion. It did not work out that well. And after that, they were trying to layer on some IO Storm business, as we mentioned in the pregame. Maybe we'll see some reevaluations on all these approaches. I'm curious what's going to be happening for this series.
And I still think Storm is a high priority pick for XG if they can get it. It's their most comfortable mid-hero to play around. But I would like to see a different approach from Talon than last picking the Jobs hero. I really want to see something different this time around.
The game they won, they first phased Leshrac, right? And then that is what he ended up being on.
Yeah, which was rare footage of him actually, 1, being flexed, 2, not playing a right-click carry from the offlane, and 3, playing Leshrac, period, because he usually never does that.
For sure. Talon, if they don't deny pick Storm here, XG are going to take it.
Absolutely.
For this
I'm glad. They banned the IO and they take the Pugna.
Yeah, I was going to say, they themselves picked IO first yesterday, and then they banned it from themselves to pick Pugna. So you already said they're upgrading. They've got the Pugna at home, but that's the IO, you know.
Yeah, they tuned into the game this morning. They were like, wow, this shit looks good.
Looks better than what we had.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. If they do deny Storm, do they give themselves a good Storm game because they don't have any of those buffs unless they want to pick like a Coddle, or for example, and then if they give it, I think they could potentially give it to Xtreme if they have a good idea against it. For example, earlier today, Gaiman played twice against the Storm Pugna. The second game, they adapted pretty nicely.
DK or something, maybe?
Maybe.
Like you're thinking preemptively counterpicking the Storm.
It was, yeah, it was more of like just their general game plan revolved around very tanky heroes that they couldn't pick off with the Storm.
Oh, yes.
No, I think they should just respond to it, like you mentioned. The Nyx is a good idea, but these Storm Spirits have looked so good recently that they've been winning against Nyx Assassin, they've been winning against Anti-Mage, they've been winning against their traditional counters.
Well, Nyx isn't nearly as good against Storm specifically because they put the mana burn from his W onto his ultimate, which I don't think hitting Storm with Vendetta is very reliable. He's one of the heroes that usually you'll want to stun him out of Invis because he does have the potential to react to you.
But you can do that with Carapace on a Remnant, right? And then you can just hit him. For the most part, like, Nyx is an annoying hero to play against as Storm, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. And I just feel like Storm Spirit, with the new build he's been going with the BKB Witchblade, the right-clicking type Storm, Nyx stopped being a hard counter like years ago, actually.
Yeah, because you can all-in commit to killing the Nyx. You're one of like the intelligence heroes that offers solo kill potential onto the Nyx, so he often has to buy some sort of defensive item to protect himself rather than all-inning the aggression. They're probably still going to pick it here. I think Talon clearly shows that they're like prepared for this Storm, but I don't see why Xtreme would open Pugna. Oh!
Sure.
Well, there you go. That's an adjustment.
Oh, they pivoted, right? And it's not a bad pivot. I mean, Underlord is one of the better heroes that you can first phase in this patch. He's just so flexible in how he can play the map, and he can build the auras needed to play into a Nyx and Disruptor, right? He can buy that pipe. He can buy that Crimson Guard for later if he needs to, but I like this approach from XG.
I think their review from yesterday for Xtreme Gaming is that they just need to play like Mind Control, because that's what they lost to 2 games against OG. He picked Underlord both games, and you were mentioning like these are both solo pick-off heroes, Disruptor and Nyx. One of the best ways to deal with that is to just have a very powerful 5-man ball, and Underlord's probably the best offlaner to suit that playstyle right now.
Yeah, and traditionally that's what Pugna does, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you want to play around this hero's sustain.
Yeah. I like Underlord. I think it could have been a better pick. I don't think it abuses both the heroes on Talon enough. Like, you look at these, you think Zoo just obliterates these supports and makes it so hard for them to play a game, especially when you pick something like Beastmaster, where you can play together with the auras and be a lot more powerful in that respect. I think Underlord he's just different. I think it's still fine.
He's built different.
He's built different. My God, those abs.
I think they just gotta ban out in the second phase the Talon heroes that 23 plays that are traditionally good against Underlord, because he's not your greatest flex. He can be flexed to mid, but honestly not ideal. So just, take out the Monkey King, take out the Ursa, take out the Luna if you need to. A lot of teams have been experimenting with it. It's not the greatest, but heroes of that archetype.
Well, you're going to rush Vanguard, so all the carries that are good against you are the ones that don't mind hitting you 20 times, basically. So we're seeing Slark, Ursa, you already mentioned Monkey King. They might even consider something like an anti-mage, but I don't even think it's that bad. But I think as long as those heroes are out of the pool, Underlord's game is like day and night, because once he gets that Vanguard, pretty much no other hero in the game boots him out.
Yeah. By the way, I feel like Disruptor is a pretty good hero against the way that XG play around JT, because JT is kind of the self-sacrificial type of offlaner. They usually pick his hero as a means to stay on the lane and like just kind of body it while Kaka roams. But yesterday they were able to exploit the roaming of Kaka by just killing JT over and over with their Disruptor TA lane. So I think Disruptor is probably the best support to punish a solo melee offlaner. And I feel like Talon saw the game versus OG and they're taking the same approach.
As you guys suspected, Ursa does get taken out, but since you first picked this Pugna, and you're not storming yet, Talon still haven't banned it out if they are thinking that it might come out. Do you now go to the 5-man idea of Pugna as opposed to the mana battery idea?
I really like the way Talon's banning out, actually, because if you're thinking about they're going to 5-man on Xtreme Gaming, the one thing you really have to be concerned about is if your towers die really fast. Like if Talon's forced to respond to every single time that Xtreme Gaming balls up, and they ban out Lone Druid SF. These are two of the hardest, like 5-man right-clicking towers with the Presence Aura from SF, obviously the Bear from Lone Druid. So they clearly see this threat of like Xtreme Gaming hitting a insane timing with like 2 auras and maybe 2 small items on your carry, and you can just end.
Yeah.
They're targeting the non-int ones as well. Like you have your Leshraks and DPs that can push towers really nicely, but you have your Nyx and your Disruptor, and you're hoping those will be able to deal with them.
That's a really good point. And not just that, when you think about Lone Druid, when you think about Shadow Fiend, when you think about heroes like potentially Luna, these are some of the better picks that you can take on first pick, right? You can 23 these heroes, you can 17 these heroes and not feel bad about it because generally they don't have bad lane matchups.
Yeah, very stable.
Yeah, so not only did they take out heroes that could play into XG's Deathball, but they took out heroes that they could draft on the second phase and not be punished for.
Yeah, I think TB might be their last ban, something like that, just a reliable laner that groups up. Anything... Oh, they actually banned the Storm, so they still respect it. I respect that they're...
Well,
they
that
want to get
leaves
rid of it anyway.
your TB, and then it also leaves, you mentioned earlier, Dragon Knight for Talon, but like Xtreme could take it too if they want.
They're almost certainly going to take TB. I think it's just way too good for the way Xtreme wants to play this game, and it's also a very good matchup against Alk traditionally.
Oh. Yeah, it's a really good game. It's like just a lot of units. Like Nyx and Disruptor struggle against them. Alk's going to struggle against it.
Yeah, because you mentioned Zoo. Illusions are, in a way, just Zoo-y.
They're scaling Zoo.
They're scaling
Yeah.
Zoo.
Yeah.
Units. And also Xtreme, ban out the Omni Knight. Is that like a preemptive protection of an Ember Spirit? Because we saw Makoto sack the Ember Spirit mid.
Maybe, actually.
Yeah, that's Paparazzi's most played spirit after Storm, so it would make sense that they would want to potentially set up for it here. I worry though that if they don't pick their carry in the second phase, there's not going to be any good ones left.
Yeah, that
for
was what I was thinking too.
pick. So I feel that maybe you just kind of tank the Ember Spirit ban in the last phase and just get your carry.
They're probably discussing how many options of carry they have left. Like, if we have 4, then they can only pick 1 and ban 2. You know, if we have 3, not so much. You know, so that's a lot of times the consideration. Okay, Rubik Underlord, pretty traditional lane, the damage reduction buddies.
And I just like this hero so much for Kaka. I feel like he's so high impact on it, whereas some of the less conventional picks can be hit or miss.
And like you said, it's first pick, so you just want stable lanes, like lanes that have good synergy. They're going to do their own thing. Even if they're like somewhat countered, they'll have like the presence in the lane that you need from them. And this isn't as much of a roaming for as you mentioned, so maybe they're going to lean away from leaving JT on an island.
That would be nice because I feel like first phasing this Underlord, you better be ready to play around it.
Nice.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, that's probably their mid, right?
It has to be. I mean, it's definitely a good flex to the safe lane. Tundra play it a lot, but I don't know if that necessarily fits the way XG like to play around Ghost.
I would potentially like to see Xtreme pick up a carry that can utilize the portals to go move Alk out of his lane kind of early on.
Okay. Well, it might be an Alk mid too.
Oh,
I've been seeing that a lot as well, so you actually don't know. It could be equally either. I don't love Alk into Underlord because unless you threaten Underlord as a carry, then you usually just get out CS because Underlord's aura gives him bonus damage and he also reduces yours.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're leaning towards...
I don't think it's a mid-alk anymore.
It's like Batrider's also been flexed to offlane now. Like a lot of the...
You're picking this because you want it against the DK, right? Like you see your matchup.
It's true, but what if DK's safe lane?
Oh!
I mean,
this Dota's gone too
also,
far.
Also, like Nyx Bat's like a pretty sick lane duo we see in like an SA games a lot.
And Talon were one of the only teams that were flexing the spot during the Lima Major, alongside EG and Beastcoast. So I wouldn't be surprised. I also think picking the spot now discourages from something like a Sven, which looked pretty good for XG, just because the extra armor and the damage that they were kind of lacking from the rest of their heroes. But now it seems a little bit scary because you never want to get lassoed on that hero. The thing about Sven is whatever covers Underlord in terms of banning also covers the Sven, right? Like, he's not playing against an Ursa, he's not playing against a Slark, he's not playing against the Monkey King, and they looked pretty good on their Ghost Sven yesterday, but the Spat Rider is scary for that.
Yeah, I still think the Illusion heroes are like the best heroes for Xtreme. Terrorblade looks a lot less enticing out of all of them because he doesn't have a Dispel like PL or Naga against the Batrider Sticky, but I think the biggest thing about the carry right now is that they're kind of independent. Like, they're survivable against this stuff. You could even pick, like, a Lifestealer, a Jug, like, just something that you don't have as a liability early on that's going to get ganked from behind by Disruptor Glimpse. Because these heroes on Talon, they're going to run at you while Alk farms. It's, like, a pretty clear game plan. And Xtreme has, like, objective takers or builders, and they just need a carry that's going to be able to join the game at that timing.
Do you think it's possible to play a hero like Morphling that buys like the Manta Scotty versus the Glimpse and Batrider and Alk?
I personally think Morphling's really good against all those heroes except for Nyx.
Yeah.
Like, I think Nyx is... It makes you have to play at like 1,000 HP, which really sucks for your farming speed.
I agree. I think Naga could potentially be an option for them too, but then if you pick Naga, you're losing your potential DK flex. And normally in this first pick, teams want to be able to flex until the very end, until they see the enemy picks.
They still ban out the Terrorblade, despite the fact that Batrider should have been pretty good against it.
It just matches up so well against the other three. That's why I was kind of surprised Xtreme didn't pick it on the 3-4 or on their Rubik DK picks, but they clearly have something else in mind.
I guess it goes with what Effie was saying. If you pick the TB, you lose the flex because everyone knows it's going to go safe lane. But now we don't know where this DK is going. Xtreme, though, they ban out the Darkseer and the Timbersaw. So cover an Illusion, cover a Strength, perhaps. I like the Lifestealer that you suggested. I think that has potential.
They're just all magic damage right now. And they do go Sven. Yeah, you said they covered their bans really well.
Yeah, Sven was my first thought just because it looked really good yesterday, number one, but the bans are just there. The only issue is the lasso that we talked about. I mean, Batrider's always traditionally countered Sven's BKB, but for the most part, I don't think Bat is a menace that he was before this massive change to him.
Yeah. His rework is quite significant. I feel like his matchups might be completely different.
Yeah, but this means that they're just confident in their Sven and the way that they play, and I really respect that. I think Sven is still a good pick here if they can play around this Batrider.
I also think if we're looking at Xtreme and how JT can like play alone, what I want to see them do then is instead of moving their supports to like play the side lanes and maybe be aggressive, just double back and try and stack camps instead. I mean, you have like 2 Ancients now. If they're able to get good stacks on that, like we've seen Liquid playing the Sven, made it look really good. I think it was Liquid. I just really like, you can keep this Sven ahead and then he can match like Alchemist somewhat into matching his timings.
Yeah, I would actually love to see it. That way, the Rubik, instead of constantly rotating to mid, you're playing with a DK. You don't need to help him that much. You can just stack up that triangle for your Sven. That sounds like a great idea.
Bloodseeker last pick for 23-7.
That's pretty
so
good.
Offlane Alk into Sven. Yeah, that's another carry that can potentially threaten Underlord. You don't threaten him after he gets Vanguard unless you're winning. Like if you hit the Javelin timing for your Maelstrom as he's getting his Vanguard, that's one of like the few early carry items that can deal with it. I'm just thinking about the lane momentum. I'm talking about it a lot myself just because if Xtreme Gaming get ahead, their death ball's like absolutely insane. But they play alone on the map on Xtreme Gaming. Like these heroes without like a buddy system are horrible against Talon's draft. So I think if Talon is able to get like a small lead in the early game where they delay out the game, get 3 farmed cores, I think they're looking really good. I personally like Talon's draft better, but I think Xtreme could just walk over them.
It's a little hard for Xtreme to play fights though. If your Sven is getting ruptured, it's like he can't do the one thing he wants to do, which is run around and hit people. Like, you need a lot of control. I guess Xtreme have quite some good stuns, so maybe their fights will start with like more we jump you with like blink daggers and stuff rather than playing a long fight where we get ruptured and can't move.
It's also just a sick Bat Rider game. If Mikoto can have a good start, he can rotate to the side lanes and just get really important kills on the Sven and the DK. Picking the Sven is a gamble into the Bat Rider, but let's see if the XG gamble works, because I feel like they're a lot more disciplined than Talon right now.
What does an off-lane Alchemist get up to, Brian? What's the build?
I mean, I hope he doesn't go the Radiant stuff.
He probably
It
will.
is jabs,
It is
though.
jabs.
I wouldn't mind just seeing like a Greaves pipe. I really do think Xtreme kind of has damage issues until the Sven gets like 4 or 5 items. So I would love to allow my Bat and Bloodseeker to just run in and dump out the damage because they have these extra bit of tankiness coming out. I hope so.
I think Mikoto will own this game on Bat mega hard.
Don't even need to worry about the Alchemist.
Don't
Bat
even
Rider's
care.
going to do the job.
This Bat Rider, dude. Oh my god, Mikoto's going to destroy it.
Yeah, it looks like a great game for Talon, but I think that I'm worried about their communication after yesterday, because if they mess up after winning lanes, then XG are gonna capitalize on that, definitely.
The synergy was kind of missing from Talon, but Xtreme themselves were equally shaky. Let's see which of these teams are going to come out on top in game number 1 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, Talon versus Xtreme Gaming. Fogged, we've heard the words from the panel. What do you sort of think about this game coming into off the back of the drafts? You know, we've got some exciting stuff from Talon. You know, some jabs Alchemist. Always gonna be fun to see what he's able to do on the hero in the position that he is. And Xtreme Gaming, a lineup that does feel that there's going to be a certain point where these heroes are going to come running at Talon as 5, and Talon, they're going to have to try and deal with that. Probably quite an early time in this game.
Yeah, I think that Xtreme is definitely, like I said on the panel, I was agreeing a lot with what Brian was saying. For the most part in the game, it's just, big group up is definitely potential there for Xtreme. If they get ahead, they might just be able to snowball this out of control. But I think Talon, they do have ways to be able to hemorrhage that. They have the Alchemist, the Acid Spray, very good at defending early towers, defending early objectives, and they have ways to split up the map, and I think that's going to be the key to success for Talon, splitting up, finding these heroes if they don't stay together, getting pickoffs, and then doing the Talon specialty. Take it to the later stages of the game, and potentially just thrive off of that one. And yeah, we'll see what Jabs decides to go for. As they said, he likes to play his carry heroes from the off lanes, the Muertas, the Nagasirens in last patch. Now it's going to be an Alchemist and Mikoto Bat. We've been seeing this hero banned quite a bit, even in like the first
this hero is still good, right? I mean,
this hero feels pretty crazy, potentially.
Some of the nerfs, so to speak. A lot of them felt like buffs, right? So more damage on the old Firefly. You get some movements. Like, what's going on here?
This hero does absurd damage.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really need your sticky too much to actually farm neutral camps anymore. You actually just need like one sticky stack or two, and then Firefly just provides all that damage since it's gotten buffed and buffed and buffed. You're fast too. Sure, you don't get Firefly movement speed, but you're at 330 now. One of the few.
And when you sort of look at this game, is this a game where, Bat, Mikoto, if he's off to a hot start in the mid, is he going to sort of have the freedom to just kind of run around the side lanes, run around heroes? Like, how well can Xtreme Gaming deal with a Bat that gets out of control if Mikoto has a hot start?
They could struggle. They absolutely could. It's just the potential is are they going to be able to get that big group up, that death ball with like pipes, Crimson, etc., or is Mikoto, Disruptor, Bloodseeker, and everything going to start splitting stuff up?
Got to be a bit careful there.
Give some respect to this Bat Rider.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, he's keeping it cool. As cool as he can until the Firefly will be there soon.
He could definitely pop off. I mean, we've seen Mikoto do that quite a bit of times. Like, his laning phase is usually pretty damn good. Sometimes a little volatile in the mid game and stuff like that. But that's like a Talon specialty, It's just thriving off chaos. And this is definitely one of those drafts that could just thrive off chaos if they don't get deathballed.
For sure. I mean, they got a Bloodseeker at the center of it all. The perfect carry to survive in the chaos.
Yeah, I like the point that Brian made quite a bit. I mean, of course, he's like the carry player guy. So the Bloodseeker versus Underlord matchup, it's about getting ahead so that you can actually push this Underlord out of lane. Because if Underlord, he gets ahead, he gets Vanguard, and you don't have that phase, that Javelin into that Maelstrom, etc. relatively early, you might just struggle to actually stay in this lane.
I think overall it's just going to be a tough lane for 23.
It should be.
I don't think it's going to be easy for him to sort of get the lane in a position or sort of CS against JT to stop JT from getting these fast items. JT's he's going to hit his item timings down here.
No, absolutely agreed. Especially because it's also Rubik behind. Fade Bolt, like, you have to always add these things together, right? It's the Atrophy, the Fade Bolt, this damage reduction. It does add up when you are playing versus this kind of stuff as a Bloodseeker, since you're one of those like high agilities, of course.
No, absolutely. And meanwhile, on the top side of the map, what are we expecting to go on here? Who's having the happier time? It's going to be a hard start for Jabs.
It should be pretty tough for Jabs, for sure. This is a very strong lane.
Gonna be able to turn with the concoction and the acid spray. Ghost is gonna end up ticking pretty low. He's got the stick charges.
DY's got him.
Jabs, on the other hand, does not have anything to save himself. As first blood goes to DY, Jabs definitely, yeah, it's not gonna be an easy lane.
No,
So far, how many CS? Just 5 CS so far. Oh, Q.
Ghost should be all right.
But in on Ghost.
They're low. I mean, that's also the one thing about the Bloodseeker where it's going to depend on those other lanes of how much he's able to get down here versus these two. Is Ollie. Blood Grenade doesn't quite finish him off. Yeah, we'll see how much that effect has onto 23's farm and the way he's able to get aggressive with these heroes staying low. Paparazzi, once the levels start building up on the Dragon Knight, should be able to hold his own overall versus Bat Rod unless he missteps and Makoto's just able to like knock him back and stuff.
Yeah, so far, 17-3 against the 17-1. He's doing fantastic. Is this expected, or is this Paparazzi sort of playing very, very well?
First few levels for sure for the Bat are a bit weaker. It starts to build up pretty oppressively, but it's all depending on how you play around the stacks. And Paparazzi, he does the stick straight into boots, so you've got ways to play around, and you can always just stun him.
I think a bit of an unfortunate play there, really, from he sort of telekinesis 23 down into that sort of lower part, and that sort of allowed him to chase him a bit easier than rather have to go around and follow his own route. Gave him a bit of a shortcut to taking him out. So, well, 23's happy with that one.
Yep, definitely an important one. Levels down here are super important to be able to try to push JT up pre-Vanguard.
Yeah.
And looking at their draft order, there's a lot of damage mitigation, Owen. There's a War Cry that comes up from the Sven, Fade Bolt, Atrophy, even Breathe Fire from the Dragon Knight. There's so many ways to just limit this physical damage that can come out from the Bloodseeker.
Exactly. Well, DY, with the Decrepify off. Stun comes in from Ghost. DY will be able to turn another blast down, and Q, he's got the Fairy Fire. He's going to have stun in a few seconds. Spike Carapace is back up. Will save him, and stun is going to be there if he needs to throw that out the way of Ghost, and as it is, he does not. Ghost will not be able to chase him down anyway. But indeed, yeah, there's a high chance that there could be these sort of mid-game fights where when the auras are there, XG, they're kind of sitting at all at high HP. It's not going to be easy for 23 to pop off in the mid-game fights.
But they can't actually persist. There's an 11-1 charge up on this Underlord. And
Jabs and Q, they're going again. But DY is going to be ready to turn with a blast. He's able to Decrepify, walk away from Q. Jabs goes down. I mean, Ghost and DY, they're playing this really nicely here with the Sven Pugner, just tripping up Talon on these attempts to get kills. Back down bottom, 23. He's going to be able to pick up the courier as well.
Nice. He needs that.
A couple of times now, Kaka's getting caught out and getting run down by 23. And it's definitely hurting this bottom lane for XG.
It definitely matters because of, it's like Jabs, they're making these plays tops where they're not getting the kills, but they're putting heroes low. I mean, 23, he's race carring.
Yeah, 20, he's like, guys, keep doing it up there. Keep getting in, keep going. It doesn't matter if you die. I'm having a brilliant time down bottom.
Yeah.
He's absolutely telling them that. 2 kills so far in the Bloodseeker.
Cause chaos. That really is the Talon specialty, I feel like. Most games, but especially this game. You have to prevent XG from going for this massive death ball. Kaka, making his way toward top Q, could be in some trouble.
Let's have a look at the 3 of them. See Jabs is going to focus the way of Ghost. Q's able to get the Spike Carapace and the stun off onto DY. DY still finds the kill. If they can go for Jabs as well, definitely a bit tougher.
Yeah.
They're starting to run a bit low on the mana. And Ollie, he's actually turned up with a rotation. Has got a man going a glimpse if he wants to try and make a play for Ghost. He will.
They're going to try.
Glimpse is there. They'll drag back Ghost to put the War Cry, get back under the tower. But the Acid Spray and Concoction is there. They've got enough right to take don't. He's back under the tower. He's salving up. Ghost will survive.
The counter, there's Acid Spray, but there's a War Cry. It gives you way more armor, and Acid Spray was, of course, nerfed recently mid.
They're trying to make an effort onto Paparazzi, but he's not an easy kill to get. He's been farming very, very well, and if anything, he's having a greater time. And now he's hit the 6. He's ready to turn with the help of Kaka.
Makoto.
As Kaka had a tough time down bottom, but he's coming over towards the mid. He's looking to set up for kills. They'll get the last touch in on a Makoto. As Paparazzi able to take him down. Q turns towards Kaka with the help of Ollie. They'll get him, but see if they've set up for another kill for Paparazzi. He's gonna chase, he's going to get it. I mean, he's having a great start on this DK. Did not suffer at all in the bat matchup. 40 and 12 on the CS against the 41 for 1. And now he's picking up these kills in the mid. 2 kills on Paparazzi here.
Literally him and the Underlord, I feel like, are the most important heroes to have this type of early start for them to get that death ball going so they can just easily push down these towers and stuff like that. But 23, he is still holding his own. This is the important thing. Phase boots are done, and he is relatively close to that Javelin. Sure. JT has Vanguard, but Makoto, he's going to come down and try to get this kill to enable 23. But
TP's are coming in.
You save him.
I mean, Kaka's going to be in with the backup, and JT, he's just going to TP out. So unfortunately for Talon, a failed attempt there from Makoto coming in and using the lasso. They barely even get him to half HP, Fold.
Yep, and 7 minutes of hit. So you see XG, they have a bit of a laning advantage coming out here. They're going to grab both Wisdom Runes. Kaka, I'd imagine, is going to walk over and get the secondary one, too. 5-3. Lane's very important with this type of current setup, as we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, a fun start so far from both sides, and nobody getting left too far behind. Even Jabs, who had sort of the tougher time up top, still getting the CS.
Yeah.
And as an Alchemist, you know, with that inbuilt innate Greevil's greed, he's definitely going to be keeping up on the net worth.
And let's see what he builds.
Oh yeah, still
That's
yet
going to be
see.
the curious thing.
I mean, Vanguard first.
Sure.
Anything kind of cool you can do with the Vanguard that maybe sort of a route that an Alch wants to go down in terms of items?
I mean, eventually maybe just disassembles into a pipe or something this game. I'm assuming maybe. I mean,
Pipe would be kind of good this match.
It definitely feels good this game. Versus like the Underlord and stuff like that, just to tank up your heroes. But we'll see, because it's Jabs, so he might just queue up Radiance.
I hope so. I want to see the greed, Jabs. Let's go.
Honestly, like, who knows really with Talon sometimes. Because it's all about causing chaos. Top Jabs should be fine. They're going to turn for Ghost.
I mean, Ghost is he's a tough kill.
It's too tanky.
Really, really tough one to take down with just the two of them. They need a +1, and even then, even coming in with like the backup of Ollie as well on the Disruptor. At this stage, when they don't sort of have the ults, of course, it's still early days. Probably not going to kill the Sven.
No.
And he's going to back off, and he's just going to farm some neutrals away from the lane. He knows there's a fair bit of attention coming his way, Ghost.
It's so nice now. The cleave is actually just so absurd.
It is. I mean, well, level 1, you already get straight up, what, 40%?
Yep. Look at this,
Pretty
80%
much double,
cleave.
right? Yeah, well, it used to be 25.
Yep. It's so valuable, because even in the past, I mean, this is ages ago, of course, but people would like to skill stats sometimes on Sven. Now it's like you just get strength. You get, you get literally everything from
I
cleave.
feel like that's... I mean, why is that
It's
there?
so strong.
No, but why is that there? It's just such a
Why
weird
not?
thing to add to the skill. He gets 2+ strength, or 4+ strength. Oh, wow, he gets 8. I mean, it's something, but it feels like, you know, someone threw that and they were done with the patch. They were like, we need to buff Sven. I just give him some extra strength on his passive.
I mean, how much do you see Sven lately before this?
I know, absolutely, he needs it. But, you know, it just feels like a bit of a... just a weird... Yeah, put some strength on his cleave spell. Why not? Okay.
Paparazzi's got Blink. They've got ways now to really pressure the map, grouping up around this Underlord, who's also very beefy, holding onto a healing Lotus.
I mean, that's what we're seeing sort of already. You know, Talon, they're trying to make moves top, then because, you know, where else do they look to go? You know, they want to try and get something. They want to try and take something away from XG at this period of the game, where XG is starting to get all the tools together to build towards this 5-man. But where do they make the moves, Talon?
And not easy to kill Ghost. Like, these two supports show up here.
They can't. He's at level 8. Ghost he's chilling.
They didn't get Wisdom Runes on the supports, so they're not going to be 6 for quite some time, so the damage is just not really going to be there provided from them. They need the Bat. If they want to go for this kill on Ghost, you need the Bat Rider or the Bloodseeker in order to provide that
They really
damage.
do. And it feels like they need it soon, because Makoto's he's kind of falling behind. Again, you look sort of through the difference of him and Paparazzi right now. Paparazzi's storming ahead.
Absolutely.
It definitely feels like XG, they're going to get this group up push going pretty soon, and Talon might struggle to stop it.
Ollie. They got the Blink. Paparazzi's on him. Easy kill.
It feels like they can do this. And
they have ults too. They have Dragon Form DD. This tower's in trouble.
How do you punish this if you're Talon? Is he just sort of farm up? Just avoid, farm up, try and get as efficient as you can on your Alchemist and your Bloodseeker, and just don't show where the 5 heroes of XG are.
Yeah, I don't think Jabs... I was going to say Jabs is probably the one that wants to go there to potentially try to help it, but he's low mana, low health as well too. He doesn't actually have the potential to go mid. So yeah, this tower's just done. XG, Death Ball's kicking in very early here.
It just, very few kind of openings in this sort of strat from XG right now that the Talon can punish. You know, you're either fighting into 4 heroes of XG, or you're trying to dive and kill this Sven top. Neither is easy for Talon.
The important thing for Talon is, though, that 23 is having a very good start still.
Yeah.
And they are going to get a pick off here, a nice one.
Will they? He might be fine.
Just kidding.
He's going to be able to turn. They take down Ollie.
That's a last
Can't even get the Pugna. I mean, real struggles here for Makoto. He just can't. Like, who does he go on? What does he do? It's definitely... He's just got to be the distraction at this point. Sure, he's not getting kills. Just go in, do something, make space for the Bloodseeker and the Alchemist. It feels like Talon's only way out of this early game right now.
Yeah, it's just going to be get the farm. They just have to split up the map and avoid the Death Ball for the most part and not get picked off. And we see Jabs. Yeah, he's feeling it too. What do you think he's got queued up on?
Is it Midas?
It's Radiant.
Oh, it's the Radiant.
It's pretty.
I was hoping for the Midas into Radiance. You know, the true despair build, but...
The true despair.
We'll be getting the Radiant straight up.
I don't think they're at that full despair just yet. Not just. It means soon.
It is an out lineup that's 3k behind, which never feels great.
But
normally you want to be the one. Sure, it's off.
It's an offlane.
And once he's got the Radiance, recovery's going to begin.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be telling my teammates.
But XG, they're not going to let them really recover too much because it's immediately just run to towers right away. You don't even need a kill. Just walk to these towers, and Talon, they need a lot more time before they can fight into all this. And it's just going to get scarier and scarier because JT, his item time is going to start getting hit. He can go for the pipe, he can go for all these auras, Crimson Guard, etc. And it's really going to limit so much out of the side of Talon.
Going to be very beefy.
Yeah, and
the
they can
thing
stay
is,
on the map with DY too because they have a Pugna. So they can just, you know, give them the health, give them that regen, of course, from that life drain constantly to be on the map.
And I guess the one of the struggles that Talon also is having to deal with at this point of the game is their supports. They hate playing against this kind of style of gameplay that XG is bringing them right now, right?
Nyx. That I was like, you know, when we were talking backstage and we're like looking at the Nyx pick earlier, and we're like, DK and Underlord, these two heroes thrive playing versus Nyx because it forces your team to group up. What does Nyx hate playing against? Group up. And yeah, we're seeing them, they're pairing together, looking for kills, trying to shut down jabs. They're even rifting in, or Fiend's gating in, jabs.
Oh!
Can't get away.
He's trying to use the gate to his own benefit, but unfortunately no way out for jabs. Did get his relic picked up.
Sure did.
You know, steps being made towards the Radiance.
But the Sven's getting very good item timing.
I mean, this Sven's going to be massive, yeah.
He's free farming, and
he's nearly level 12.
He's one of the best heroes also of killing something
That's
like
insane.
an Alchemist. He just eats right through you. Yeah, super fast timings.
How impactful is this Bloodseeker going to be? You know, 23, when he's got his Maelstrom and the BKB done, can they then look for fights, or is it still going to feel kind of tough for Talon?
Honestly, it's still probably going to be kind of tough until he has something like the Shard timing after that.
Okay.
Too. The Shard, I think, is going to be one of the big things that's going to provide him kill threat versus these triple tanky cores, but even then, not going to be easy because they're building for themselves. That's sometimes the issue is like this Alchemist, it's going to take him like 1 or 2 more items where he actually feels like it's like, okay, we have an offlane Alchemist, not a carry Alchemist and a carry Bloodseeker. So we'll have to see what Jabs looks to do afterwards and how it's going to end up well working out because yeah, right now, XG just has full control of the map. Ollie, he just hits level 6. So it's 13 minutes in. This is the effect of not getting those Wisdom Runes, losing the lanes. And next Wisdom Rune, looks like they should at least, Talon should get theirs this time around, but the secondary one will be taken by XG.
Sure. And sort of the status of the game for Mikoto as well. I mean, can they look to make moves with kind of himself and Ollie, look for some sort of static storm setup, go for a play with the lasso, or does he just need to AFK farm his BKB?
I think he needs to AFK farm BKB. They have so much stun, so much control, so much magic damage that'll just go through from. It definitely does feel difficult.
Q,
he's scouting.
Scouting things out.
Sentry.
But they see him. And as you say, this is the struggles of playing Nyx against this lineup that XG responded to the Nyx Assassin pick with.
It's even if you catch somebody, it's like, who are you going to kill? You're not going to kill a DK. You're not going to kill an Underlord. You're never going to kill a Sven. You got to catch supports, but these supports, they're actually having such good games that they're getting tanky. Kaka, he's going for Vessel. So having more answers.
Paparazzi, he's going to get the jump on Ollie.
It's brutal.
He'll be able to pop the stick charges, but Kaka, he's in with a finisher.
I mean, that's fine to secure as a Rubik in most games, of course. In this one especially, because he almost has Vessel. So he's going to have Vessel versus Bloodseeker and Alchemist very early on in this game. Ghost.
Oh. I mean, Makoto's trying to go for him.
The numbers are here, though.
I think he's suddenly decided against that, Makoto. He's on the retreat now.
Got the Fiend's Gate even coming in. They'll get the catch Q again.
Oh, he came over Q. Has he got any way out of this? He's got another stun. Ooh, they found him. Duster's there. DY finishes him off. Another kill here for XG.
Dude, DY is owning. He's 4-0-4. He's got Arcane Boots, soon a Glimmer Cape. And the cool thing about Glimmer Cape now, especially with Life Drain, is they fixed because Magic Resist used to reduce how much you healed with your Life Drain. Now if you actually get Magic Resist, it doesn't matter. You're still going to provide that same Life Drain. This hero is definitely going to be, pretty good on the rise. And Mikoto!
Oh my goodness. He's out of there. Just.
He loses the
They need everything they can get right now, Talon. Jabs he's got his Radiance done.
Okay, but
so now the farm begins, the recovery, it can begin to be planned.
Oh, he just got broken twice, though. No.
Oh, that lost gold. Oh, Kaka.
Hey, Kaka, he knows. He's actually vendetted.
Oh, extra bit of a punch there. I mean, Jabs
Does he have a friend?
out of mana.
He's got friends.
So that he's got the stick charges. DY, he's in, and JT, he'll be the one to take the kill probably. Yep, he'll have that one. Firestorm down, Jabs is gone.
And JT, look at his itemization. It's, as you said, the Vanguards, it's so easy to just disassemble them, go for any type of build. He's got Pipe, the group up, 6k lead, onto the next tower. Paparazzi, soon BKB. Map is quickly shrinking for the side of Talon.
I mean, again, just sort of emphasis on how well XG...
They're playing really good today.
And in the draft, right, they saw the opening 2 picks, you show your 2 supports, and again, this is what Disruptor and Nyx hate the most.
Yep.
And we're seeing exactly why. Just very little things that Talon can do right now. Watch XG just take over the complete game.
Can they punish Ghost down here? He is a bit isolated. This is a pretty good kill.
Oh, Ollie!
Oh, well, is it?
Well,
if they can get it.
It's a bit awkward now. I mean, the Fiend's Gate's there. Backup's coming in. They get the stun up, but the heals are there. DY is keeping Ghost alive. Jabs, he's dead.
They got Ghost. Okay.
They got Ghost.
All right. All things considered.
3 heroes for it, though. It's something.
It's something.
You know, in a game where not a lot has been able to be found here by Talon, it's a tough game.
It's that's the best opportunity they had, though, right? It's like, oh, we found him alone, but there's an Underlord. There's just the gate. They all just appear on top, and he almost actually survives. If DY has Glimmer, I think he lives. He's very close to it.
Yeah, that's a report for the Pugna. Where's your Glimmer?
I think it's coming
DY, come on. You're only 5-0-6. Play hard.
died earlier. He's owning. Don't
he know he is. He
dare hate on DY.
They had a really nice lane top, honestly. Pugna, Sven, I feel like not necessarily a lane you'd expect to be fantastic, but this game it really was.
It's really good. Honestly, I think
they
Pugna's
played
just
it really nice.
Pugna's going to
Keeping
be
each other
massively
alive.
on the rise. This hero's insane right now.
And we'll see it again. Just every attempt here from Talon trying to take down Ghost, and they succeed. But Jabs dies. 23 dies.
And Owen, they have Rupture on Kaka.
Ooh.
Spirit Vessel plus Rupture on this Rubik. They're just looking for kills everywhere.
They're just roaming the map here. Xtreme Gaming.
Nobody is safe on the side of Talon. Mikoto, still no BKB. They're stalking him. Can he get away?
Ollie, he's lucky to have an Invis rune, honestly.
Mikoto! He gets caught!
He should be fine.
He used his TP already. But they're going to get JT out of it. JT in the mid lane isolated.
I mean, are they? It's taken him a long time. He's still alive.
No way he's going to live.
He's
no
actually
way.
going to live.
Oh my god.
I mean, they just threw everything. And the kitchen sink, and the neighbor's kitchen sink, the whole town's kitchen sink.
And
they
Jabs,
threw it all at JT. It didn't matter. He's alive.
Jabs, can he run? Okay, he will. They even killed Mikoto. Paparazzi's looking for another. Won't be able to find him, but my god, JT. Pipe. I mean, Pipe is pretty broken, to be honest here. But I cannot believe that he survives. They find another kill on Jabs. This game is brutal. Talon.
This has been a rough one.
What do they do? I think at this point now there's no hope to take fights unless you have triple BKBs, and then you can try to outnumber, but the number's just never there. They always just Fiends get over every single time. XG, they're playing this way too clean. Next tower.
We're just 19 minutes in that, and XG
Oh.
absolutely taking over the map here. Only a tier 2 left standing out on the map for Talon in the mid.
It's like as methodical as you can get really from XG. It's pretty much perfect plays. They bought a gem. So playing versus this Nyx, playing versus all these heroes that want to pick off, they're going to have this vision constantly. And soon, what about the 20 minutes, Owen? Tormentors, they can just look to take away Talons as well.
They can absolutely go for both of them, yeah.
Yep.
No struggle about doing that at all for this sort of lineup.
Wait, what? Q? I mean, Q actually somehow has farmed a Dag, but...
There we go.
Is that even going to... is it really going to even help that much more versus these super tanky cores? I don't know.
He's got so much HP and all these the resistances with the pipe.
Look at this, Tormentor. See you later. Quickly brought down. He gets lucky.
BKB
DY
down
deserves
Ghost.
it. I like that.
Yeah, he does. He does deserve it. 5-0-6, position 5, Pugna. And, yeah, not every day we sort of see a 5 Pugna do this well. DY...
No. It's on the rise. I think people are really
see more of
recognizing. It's really, like, it's just all about, the map seems to be a lot about just staying on the map more so than ever. And this hero just provides so much sustain, great damage, and he just got him buffed across the board. Like, this Decrepify change is absurd. You don't increase magic damage taken on your allies, you provide extra healing, life drain isn't based off of your damage anymore either, so you actually heal people better and everything too. Yeah, it's incredible. Focus hope for JT.
Ooh, 23! He'll get the BKB off in time.
There's a Rupture stolen, but he should be able to walk out. That's a BKB forced, and they're still hunting Mikoto. Still in the area. He should be able to get away. Oh, and Q. Okay, nice little sneak there. Does at least take away one of the Wisdom runes, so they're going to get both Wisdom runes at the least here, too, on the side of Talon. Small gains, but necessary ones. Is XG. It's time for Roche, the next objective on the menu. Gotta take a little bit of time, though, because God's Strength is wearing off. See if Talon can find anything with this time. How's the timing on Jabs looking? He's still pretty far away from BKB. That's probably their next big one. It's just having 3 BKBs and then trying to find some type of pickoffs. But it's about pickoffs, not straight team fights anyway. It's still very difficult for them to straight team fight with this lineup.
Quick Roche into quick Tormentor.
EK gets it.
Oh, and they were able to actually do it quick enough that the gate's still there to get back down to the bottom lane.
Oh, that is a blessing.
Very, very efficient there from Xtreme.
They still have Rupture as well on Kaka, so the next fight, I mean, these fights are just still going to be so difficult. 23 is just going to get ruptured if they do look for an actual engagement on the side of Talon. And even though they do have these big, double BKBs, almost triple, their initiation is still lackluster because they don't have like a blink stun still at this moment. Mikoto, he's very close to having blink to at least get some type of initiation, but still, yeah, very, very hard.
It's going to fall down to one of those sort of lasso into the base plays.
Yep. Lasso, Rupture, Glimpse.
Yep.
Do lots of damage with that or something. Get some type of pick off. Or yeah, just catch them when they're split up. I think that's going to be one of the biggest ones if they're able to do something like that.
Catch them when they're split up, and Fiend's Gate isn't.
And Fiend's Gate's
because that's
cool.
what's happening. Yeah. At least with the few attempts we had earlier from Talon, they go on someone, they go on Ghost.
It's just
JT brings in the backup.
It's just so hard because it's like, who do you gank? It's like if you want to gank the Underlord, but then the Underlord just puts the gate down to his teammates to bring him. This could be it. Let's see. JT, can they get him?
Hey, looks like they will.
Should be able to.
Very nicely done, Talon. Finding a chance here to take something away from XG.
And 23, I mean, he gets the last hit. Very important for him. He's got to get pretty much everything for himself. He's got BKB, almost Mjolnir, and he's got the Shard.
He has been doing fantastic, considering sort of how hard this game is and how everything else is going down around him.
Absolutely.
He's only died the once.
Ooh, jabs. His TP's on cooldown, 8 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way out here for jabs, unfortunately for him. Ghost dealing way too much damage now. Level 18 on the Sven.
And DY, he's just going to heal Kaka back up to full. And Kaka has a great spell stolen. Now with a Blink Dagger, he has a Concoction. He's got double ways to stun with Initiation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
23 needs more time. XG. Looks like they really want to limit that time, of course, with the way that they're playing on the map. Looking for more. God Strength is on cooldown, though. Don't know if they can go for any type of base break just yet.
They're going to try and get a catch outside the base.
Looks like it.
Smoke up from XG.
What can they find? Paparazzi? I mean, maybe they will just try to brute force this. It's definitely possible.
He could just throw himself into the base.
They're just going to do it.
There's definitely going to be a bit of a temptation to do so. They've got look at Kaka. He's going to be the one to go in. He's got the stolen concoction, throws it down onto Ollie. They just dismantle the disruptor. They'll go for the lasso back here onto Kaka, and they will get him in return. Did expend the buyback here from Ollie.
JT.
They can get more. They get the glimpse back onto JT, but Paparazzi jumps and they get the stun. 23. He'll be able to get the BKB up, but he's got to be. He's trying to stand his ground. Is this really going to work for 23? It is not. He tries to stand his ground, but he's got no place there on the front of the fight against XG's damage right now.
Whoop. Ghost.
Jabs.
Kibby's out.
Maybe Jabs can get something. He'll throw the stun the way of JT.
DY's here.
Ghost, he's down once.
Okay.
He's got that Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2.
Jabs doing some work.
Down JT. He kind of is it, Jabs. He's in with the BKB. He's going to look for JT for the second time round. But the heals, they're there again from DY. And Jabs, he can't do this on his own.
Oh, this Pugna is just doing way too much work. I mean, DY, perfect positioning. And, I mean, 23 runs in, gets initially stunned, and he's just like, oh my god, I need to stand my ground, but it doesn't end up working.
And, because he's in.
Oh.
He's going to get the stun onto the two of them. Ghost, he just goes straight for Mikoto, straight for Q. Q's gone, Mikoto as well.
That's going to probably be the Rax. DY, he can continue to heal up his buddies.
Yeah, we'll see the start of this. Oh, okay, this is towards the end. The clean up. The Jabs he was doing a great job at attempting for, but with the backup dead, no way to sort of interrupt DY from just being able to save whoever Jabs tries to focus.
The bigger situation was just, 23 gets insta-stunned and literally almost dies before he gets the BKB off to turn anything. Yeah. So, way too low to be able to stand his ground and fight.
I mean, that was the thing as well. Even when he was low, there was signs of potential.
It was.
Like, he got low, but he was suddenly sort of in a situation where he was able to live sort of a few seconds longer and get some damage out in return. So you can only imagine that maybe if Talon can find some sort of fight where 23 does not get burst at the start and he's got a clean entry into it, the Bloodseeker might be able to do something. It's a very small chance, though. This is a game 6-24, 15k down. A very, very difficult one for Talon to turn.
I wish he had some like auras or something though, right?
Sure,
like imagine if they had like a solar crest and all these buffs to be able to throw onto him. It's just him standing his ground by himself because everybody has, they've built independently. That's like sometimes, the criticism for Jabs is he builds for himself a lot of times with his offlaner to be a carry. Sure. He's 0-8 this game.
Yeah, but he's got some farm and he's got a Radiance.
Sure.
my carnival. I mean, he's having a great time.
I mean, it's his
He's
style.
nearly going to have his blink dagger. He's saying, lads, don't worry. He's going to soon be ready to carry the game.
Yeah.
Whether that's going to happen before the game's finished, we don't know. We'll see.
It's just his style, right? So there's always a criticism back and forth of what if and all these kind of things. But yeah, just at this game, of course, it probably wouldn't have meant the full change where it's like, oh, 23 is able to carry because he has some type of buff up or anything like that. But, sometimes.
Oh, full Daedalus on Ghost now. I mean, he's already been completely shredding people in these fights. Now he's got the full Daedalus on top of this harpoon.
Jabs, he's able to get away. A full AC also on Paparazzi. Oh, sorry, you just pointed that one out, sorry. Full AC on Paparazzi.
No, I didn't.
And yeah, Daedalus on Sven, so they have very good item timings coming in together.
Okay,
You're talking about the crit. But it's the same kind of concept. Now they're even tankier.
I mean, so much damage.
Yep. Warcry.
Titan Sliver as well.
Everyone's just
He'll take
everyone's
that right,
so
Ghost.
beefy.
Yeah, he will. It's going to have insane damage now with the Gold Strength.
Yep. And DY, he's got a mech also, so he's building. Look at all the auras they've got. Like, it is definitely an aura meta. Even though last one was as well too, this one does feel like it has even more standing of it. Pipe, mech. They've got Lotus Orb too, which is great this game to be able to deal with these single target spells and reflect back. And yeah, they're just massive at this point. Bloodseeker needs all the help he can get. But they don't really have it. They literally don't even have a drums. Not even the supports. They're building for themselves.
Well, how many auras do they have?
On the side of XG, I mean, with Atrophy, Pipe, Mech, they have, what, the 3-4 main ones. There's Q. He's gone.
He'll tank the game.
It's kind of been his job the whole game.
Jabs, he's saving up money here. I mean, he's considering Blink. They are going to have a Blink pretty soon on their next assassin on Q. Obviously, that death does slow it down a little bit.
Well,
so maybe Jabs is thinking of something else.
I think they have to delete the backline. You have to kill DY. He's actually such a menace.
You know what would be the big brain play for Jabs?
What's that?
I think you buy Manta and then you just push the waves out and just hope that you're going to buy more time for your Bloodseeker to get super farmed and then win the game.
Yeah, you take all his farm as well too that way.
Sure, you take his farm, but the game doesn't end. You just got to keep this game going.
That's
Talon
absolutely
take
true.
It late. If they can push this game another 40 minutes.
Ghost. They got a rupture.
Start.
They're pulling him.
Right, they're rupturing the lasso. That's a lot of damage. Ghost,
They got
he's
him.
dead.
Big
and the
catch.
he gets a 3-man stun. He jabs off to the side. There's
3-man static.
Q with the follow-up. What, ladies and gentlemen, this game ain't over. It's not. It's not over.
And that's a gem.
They're absolutely in with a chance on this one.
Mikoto, the dream grab.
I mean, they're absolutely. If they can make that happen just like that, they can do it again. I have no doubt in them.
They need one or two more.
They can do it again.
They
did that
absolutely
once.
can. One or two more of those.
And then they'll be in the lead.
Look at Mikoto. Ghost, he split away from his team.
Yeah.
Why has he
and
left
look
the
at this,
5 of them?
Jabs catches him with the 3 of them, cues him with a follow-up.
Beautiful.
This game ain't over, ladies and gentlemen. Talon.
They're doing Talon things.
I think they just have to do that once more, and then I think they're going to win.
Yeah, maybe actually. Honestly, this Bloodseeker 23, he's level 20.
He throughout it all, 23 Savage has been.
He's been farmed.
He's been playing really nicely.
Yep.
And Jabs' build will come. It will absolutely come to fruition.
What did he end up going for?
What did he go for?
He got a full AC. Okay.
Full AC.
I mean, that's an aura.
Well, there
I
we
like
go.
it. I like it. This is a good one. I like this one a lot.
That's my offlane.
There we go. That's an offlaner. XG, that is a hard hit. What is that swing?
It's a huge hit.
What is it? It's a
As I said, they get hit like that once more, they're going to be done.
15. It's a 7K plus swing, 8K swing. Massive. And yeah, they got the gem too, right? So now Nyx, Ollie, Q, he has the blink and he has gem to be able to catch in case he's not under vision. XG, they got to just stay together. They cannot. That is literally the best target I guess they could have found. It was Ghost when he separated from the 5 of them.
I mean, Mikoto, he's had a tough game, but that one lasso, that sort of initiation, that makes up for it all.
Yep,
just
makes up for everything.
Ripping the Sven away from his teammates, killing him off.
Oh, the Fiend's Gate, they're setting up on top of it.
Oh, are they going to go back in it?
Oh, are they going to? Oh my God, are they going to get a grab here? Ghost.
They go back in.
They're on
They're going to jump on a Ghost. Straight in and go again onto the Sven. He'll be able to get the BKB up, but 23's in there able to take him out. Talon, it's going to be another cleanup for them, absolutely. As XG, they've got to run. They're not going to get the chance to. Paparazzi will be able to turn with the Dragon Tail stun onto 23. Paparazzi's gone.
Oh my God, they're doing it.
I'm telling you, bro, it's over.
It's
XG,
over.
they've lost it. This game, I don't know how XG regained control of this one.
I mean, Talon, what is... Oh my God. They actually just get everybody because they just TP back in. They knew. Oh my Lord, XG, what have you done?
I think this is rough. They knew, we knew, the viewers knew. I know that the viewers never gave up on Talon on this one.
You can never give up on Talon as it gets to the later stage.
This is their sort of game. It really, it's
I mean,
completely
Makoto.
in their territory now. If I was XG, I would be terrified. You know, you just got 5-man
Back-to-back
team
wiped.
What are they saying to each other? Like, what's the plan now? Because everything that felt all kind of fine and dandy, it's not anymore.
It sure
It's
isn't.
not anymore. You see it there.
I mean, Jabs,
on the
he's 20.
faces. I mean,
Look at them. They're like, what
what
the?
do we? What do we do?
Oh my God, I cannot.
There's
believe
no
what we're
discussions
witnessing.
being had here.
Oh, and they're gonna get rushed.
There's no plan B.
They're like, just Ghost. You can't be the first one caught. Stay near us, but that might have been too much damage done. Talon absolutely in full control now.
Oh,
and
they
Roche,
are. They are.
It's spawning right in front of them. The Rift, they're going right back in.
Excuse me?
That's G. JT, he's leading the charge. He's going to let it
Stun
Ghost
on
go in
two of
last.
them.
Jabs, big stun.
23's ready to turn. They're going to go for DY first. Get rid of this Pugna, but DY is
They're on
going to
Ghost.
get the decrepifying time. He's
They got
still
him
going to go
again.
down. They get the lasso on a Ghost. Honestly,
They've done it.
They probably won't call it, but they might call it. Because this is 3 back-to-back fights where they're just doing nothing, Fog. They're just dying.
5-man wiped, a 4-man wiped this time again.
Yeah, again.
And they chose this fight.
They chose death.
Oh my lord, Talon.
This is
oh baby.
I think this has got to feel so rough for XG. And Talon.
This one they chose the fight though. This one they planned a little more though, right? They were like, okay, Underlord going first, Pugna afterwards, Jabs gets a 3-man stun, and they get Ghost again.
I mean,
they get the
crazy.
lasso rupture.
They get the cheese.
Oh boy.
I mean, I thought Fiend's Gate was an Underlord spell, but someone on Talon keeps making magic happen. He keeps just appearing in front of them. These heroes come in, all the heroes die. It's getting fast food delivery straight to them here, Talon. 2 times back to back.
Oh baby. 23's 9-2 now.
Yep.
Kept his cool. Chaos.
Chaos
has worked.
XG's lineup. Now they're playing from behind. What do they do?
From behind, this draft is incredibly tough to play. And they're playing into Refresher. Makoto, he's going to have 2 lassos every time. How does Ghost play the fights?
Is under attack.
They're even going to be the ones likely to claim the Tormentor here.
Looks like it.
Yep, they're going to get tier 2. Should be able to get that also. Oh boy.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, the reason why people always say you just can never count Talon out. Doesn't matter how tough the early game is or how solid the enemy strat looks like. They all know they can build to that one point, and indeed, this is why Jabs does what he does.
This is absolutely
this is
why
he
Jabs
does what he
this.
does. He knows. He knows that things are going to look crazy at the start. He just wants to get the farm himself, because he knows all it takes is just one fight. One fight, and then everything starts to crumble for the enemy.
3 literal perfect fights. Back to back to back. Now where? Look at XG. They're like you said.
I mean, we saw it on the
you saw it on the cameras.
They don't know
like,
what do you do now?
The game plan is
what
broken.
Do you do? Like, you just know as a team that it feels really tough to play it out now from this spot that Talon's put you in.
At this point now, you need to get your own gem, get another gem somehow, and make sure that you can somehow protect Ghost. But it's just not easy. There's going to be what? Yeah, double lassos, soon double ruptures even online too, and they're playing into Aegis Cheese. 23. Starting to throw down the voice lines even.
They're feeling good right now.
They're setting up. They're TPing down bottom. They see Ghost. They see their target.
Dire are scanning.
XG's item. What is the next item timing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Somebody gets a Lincoln's for Ghost. I don't know.
They're trying to build into another Lotus. I mean, they've been reflecting some of the spells anyway, but they need some type of extra thing to just block the spells from connecting on it. But they do have quite a bit of them to go through. They have double lasso.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look indeed. 2 minutes until Aegis does get reclaimed. Kaka, he's trying to get some farm. Wanting his Lotus, but it's not a Lincoln's. JT's actually the one who's got it queued up, and he's not very close to it. Supports now Ollie. Aeon Disc is finished. Q. How many levels of Dagon? This is almost a Dagon 5.
Jabs, he can start picking up the Basher into Abyssal next as well.
Scaling.
He's got the money. Still holding on to the cheese for now.
On the high ground.
But the Ags on Paparazzi.
Okay. I mean, he's a bit more survivable, but they're just going to target Ghost. That's the issue now.
Whoever gets lassoed and ruptured will almost certainly die. Especially if 23 is able to sort of get into the center of the fight, put the BKB and just beat into them. He's dealing out a lot of damage. He's not easy to kill with the sort of amount of sustain that he has. coming out here with that shard.
I mean, Ghost has to play in the back, super far back. They have to somehow get the initiation with Kaka or with Paparazzi to let him hit on these targets, but it's just not easy at this point.
No, Talon's sort of, you know, as each minute passes, Talon's execution it's going to get better and better.
Yep.
This is really the point where the game, it's absolutely in their hands right now, Talon.
Hey, just for one more minute. GT, close his face. Jabs, he's looking to go in.
Looking for the entrance. He's heading in. Who's he going to be able to find?
Himself, but he also
has
JT.
And Makoto, he's in with the backup. We'll see if he wants to drop the lasso. He's waiting out the Lotus for now. There, we'll drop it now. Drags back JT. Paparazzi going to jump forward and try and keep the cover. Ghost is in with a stun all this time. Big damage for Ghost, but 23. He turns towards Ghost, but Ghost, he gets the crit.
He deletes him.
See, round 2 here. Buybacks are coming in. They've got to try and save it. There's the lasso. Caught the stun here onto 23. Savage, 23. Can he get out of this one? The stolen lasso, Kaka. He's able to lasso 23. They're getting him low. They've taken him out.
They're back. Just like that. The stolen lasso, the positioning, Ghost. He's actually able to attack this fight. JT baits him.
And this was a buyback.
Oh boy.
Kiwi's got to get out. And he will. He'll be able to TP away.
Ghost actually gets to attack in a fight.
I mean, a beautiful angle there. I don't know how many he was hitting with the cleave. At least 3 of them.
At least 3.
I mean, that's how they can still do it. If they get the setup and if Ghost isn't the one to be jumped. Sven still hits very, very hard.
Pretty much, I mean, this time around, it's the perfect fight that they're able to get. Because JT, he baits. It does cost a buyback of the Underlord, but Paparazzi, I think he gets the instant stun, right? He got that stun onto the Batrider or onto the Bloodseeker right before the fight starts, and Ghost, he's just wailing away on him.
I see what they can get on the high ground push.
And the Ghost, I mean, he's full committing the gold. Satanic.
Oh, did it? He spent up.
He sure did.
All right, he spent up.
Yeah, as you said, right, they do want to play a little bit for timing.
Sure, they want to close this game up.
They
do not want to leave the risk of this game going any longer. XG, they want to shut it down now.
Not versus the Talon. Chaos.
See if they get a chance to get close to shutting it down. They're trying to finish off these mid-racks.
There's still a stolen lasso as well, so it's terrifying for anyone on Talon to step up.
Yeah, Kaka played that last fight perfectly, just locking down 23 on his second life. They'll smoke, they're going to hang around here, look for the jump.
The lasso.
Jabs. He might not be prepared.
Oh, whoopsie.
Okay, Kaka. Okay. Goes in, but not quite with the surprise element that he may have hoped for.
Tried to get
they won't get anything with this one.
Yeah. Respawns were coming out anyway. Could have actually just been a throw again there.
Ghost doing well as well. He's got this Trickster cloak. That's also making it a bit tougher for them to sort of take him down if they get the jump on him, or if they find the chance to get the jump on him.
Helps for his positioning too. It's pretty important. Back and forth we go.
We love it.
XG. They need to just play those fights with positioning, and now I think JT, he did use buyback, but it looks like he is going to be farming up, or has his Aeon Disc finished, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Aeon Disc is done, so I think, yep, act as the frontliner. As long as he can just tank those spells, allow Ghost to get positioning.
I mean, that's what, yeah.
If Ghost gets jumped, though, they're screwed.
Yes.
He cannot get jumped.
No. And he needs sort of Talon to sort of gravitate around one of XG's heroes so he can get in with these jumps and just get that insane amount of physical burst off on multiple heroes with that cleave, with that god strength at the start of a fight. Which is not easy to do, but they've done it once.
Yep.
See if they can do it again.
Any other big neutral items? I mean, JT, that's another big one. He did get Timeless Relic. They have a Trickster Cloak also on Paparazzi for positioning. What else? Ogre Seal Totem on the Pugna. Rubik has Ceremonial Robe. A very impactful one. I mean, the status resist is definitely pretty massive for these type of disables that can come out on the side of Talon. I mean, 23, he's got the Ninja Gear, probably one of the best items in this patch still currently.
Trying to get his Nullifier.
But they haven't actually gotten any other really massive neutral items for them just yet. Jabs is holding onto the Penta, but that's about it. They don't have the same equivalency of these kind of amazing tier 4s.
We'll see if Talon want to spend up themselves or if they will hold on to the buybacks.
I think they probably want to hold on to buybacks.
Yeah, I mean, the jump burst is definitely something that they've got to be prepared to deal with, especially if they're playing these sort of stages of the game and they'll split up. Someone gets jumped, they'll get instantly cleaned up here, really, by the burst of Ghost.
How much is the buyback? 400 left for Ghost.
Okay.
Soon he's going to have that extra element to play a little more recklessly, but still, it's the same concept. Has to stay in the back lines, has to let his teammates bait the jumps, bait everything so that he can jump in and finish off and just focus fire this Bloodseeker. They now have a Nullifier, so for the Alchemist, this is actually very important to be able to deal with this Warcry and stuff like that. All this plus armor going to be removed.
Yeah, do you like that from Jabs rather than the Abyssal that he was originally thinking about?
Definitely.
Yep.
It's also just like, it's everything. It's Decrepify, it's Warcry, it's all these different type of things that it's going to be really beneficial for, so.
And I want to look for the Roshan here, XG.
I actually really like the way that Jabs itemized after he went for his own greedy items. He went for very selfless items to help out the team. The AC, the Nullifier, super important.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How long on Roche? 1 minute. XG staying clustered. Ghost trying to stay. I mean, look at the. He's staying so far back behind everybody. He has to.
Ghost.
Tense game.
It really is.
Could still be anybody's, as we've seen Talon with some beautiful jumps. Brought them 3 jumps in a row that they did pretty much.
They did 3 jumps in a row that were fantastic, and then that 1 jump from XG.
And 23.
Put Talon sort of back in their place for a little bit.
Yeah. 23 has hit 25 now. So 2 extra rupture charges are online. So now, yeah, he can definitely throw it. As long as he sees the Sven, that's going to be the important thing.
Yeah, vision's going to be very important.
Yep. Vision and the initial jumps are going to be absolutely crucial. JT uses Fiend's Gate to push out top. Quick little situation, though.
Talon, they're going to know that XG's trying to set up for the Roshan.
Yep, it is back up. And this is the Aghanims.
And they want to get over there. They want to get here, Talon. They want to go for this fight.
I mean, Ghost, it's the question, do you want... you have to save God Strength for the fight.
Yeah, you don't want to pop it for the Roshan.
super
it's
fast.
risky. This is going to give Talon time to get there.
They know this is coming.
I mean, Mikoto flame break the wave, so they know that he's around.
Dewarded as well now, too.
They're playing from the high ground here by the portal, by the twin gate.
JT and Paparazzi, they're standing on the high ground. They're trying to just get that information to
Talon
allow Ghost
should
to
know
go.
that they're probably up at Ghost. Look at Ghost's positioning as well. He's in the trees.
He knows.
Makoto's in!
They find Paparazzi.
He's going to get the jump. They're going to try and go all in onto the DK. Kaka jumps forward. See if they can take Paparazzi down. He's pretty tanky. Ghost. He's in over towards the Nyx attacking Q's. They're going to get the spike carapace off. Ghost is going to continue to try running him down. But now he's stuck in the corner. 23 jabs. They focus towards the Sven. And Makoto, he got the lasso off again. As XG, they lose 3.
Buybacks coming in. They're teleporting on the outpost.
With the 3 of them, these buybacks, we'll see if they can catch Talon now on the retreat. As Talon, they're backing off.
23. Ninja geared up. He's hiding. Fiend's Gate to cut them off.
But he's not going to find anyone.
They get 23.
Oh, they get 23. Okay, they get the biggest one. He's going to try for the TP out, but he's not going to get away.
No, he has buyback.
He's got 100 seconds, he's out. I mean, this should give XG the chance to get back towards the Roshan.
Yeah, they don't want to. I don't think they're going to want to buy back the Bloodseeker to run all the way over there. It costs them the big 3, though.
No.
Kaka, he dies instantly. Did you see that? He got one-shotted from the Nyx assassin.
Wait, was it actually a one-shot?
It was a one-shot from the Nyx. He jumped in to try to counter-initiate it. He just got deleted. Wow. Man, the power of Nyx. Yeah. Roche, 20 seconds until he moves. Will they kill it in time? They should. Yeah, they kill it in time.
Right, who's taking this? Ghost.
You just give everything to Ghost, right?
Everything to Ghost. Ghost stages. Who got the Ags?
No,
Kaka?
wait, they give Kaka the... Oh, my lord.
Well, you want to give it to the Rubik here?
Okay, I mean, the potential for him is massive if he can get those type of godly steals, but...
I mean, what would the godly
one.
steal be? What's he looking for, Kaka, now?
I mean, a lasso.
Yeah.
If he gets a double lasso play, it could just be game-changing. Same thing for a static storm.
I mean, look at this
those are very unlikely, though.
Solid way that Talon started this, right?
Look. Bye-bye. Deleted right on the bottom side of the fight, and then they kite Ghost into an awkward
really
position.
did. Ghost couldn't quite finish off that kill and then just gets sort of stuck at the edge of the map. 23 is able to sort of sandwich him in, and obviously leads that fight where they were able to take 3 heroes down, and XG had to use 3 buybacks. XG back in play, of course, though, did get that kill on 23. They get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, the Cheese on both Ghost and Paparazzi respectively, and then the Aghanims on Kaka. They'll get the Tormentor.
It's good patience, though, from 23, not like panicking, using his buyback or anything like that.
Mean, yeah,
he still has 6k gold. He's coming back into play, and they're gonna have the numbers this next fight. They're gonna have, it looks like all 5 buybacks on the side of Talon, so they will be able to outnumber Talon if they get these dream jumps. And so we've seen the jumps still pretty much are everything if they find Ghost.
Oh, Q and Makoto, they're stepping out a little bit here.
Okay, Aeon Disc on Makoto now, so he's got a bit more protection to be able to lead the charge.
40 seconds until his refresher there. So I think DY knows Ghost is by his side too, so Q he's not going to try and tempt fate.
This game is absolutely crazy.
This is, I think, one of the funnest ones we've had so far, at least that we've got to witness. This is fantastic stuff. There's been a great bit of back and forth. Talon
let's see if Kaka's Ags actually ends up doing much of anything, because he might just get deleted by the Nyx Assassin again, right? Like, he could just instantly die like we saw last time.
That is true, and that's a decent amount of investment that you've put into a hero that could get immediately wiped from the fight.
They get the scan. They're on a smoke. The scan is connecting.
They know
on
they're
top
here.
Of Talon.
But Talon has the high ground.
They sure do. Makoto, who does he find?
T23, they're going to try and jump straight over the backline. They've got Paparazzi. And he's Lotus here with the lasso, so Makoto's held in position himself and put the refresher, but he's going to kite out Ghost. They're just keeping their distance from this Sven. As that was the God Strength here from Ghost, so as long as they can sort of wait this out, Talon, they'll be happy with this.
That was an Arcane Rune as well, too, for the lasso refresher, so it's going to come back, I mean, not super soon, but 2 minutes. That was also Reflected Lasso with an Aghanims, because, you know, Paparazzi has an Aghanims, it was Lotus, so Reflected actually catches two heroes.
They're going to try and get as much as they can get done with this God Strength, maybe do some damage here to the high ground, but the fortification will be popped immediately from Talon.
It's a scary place to go up here. Versus this Bat Rider. And they're going to opt against it.
Q.
God Strength is gone.
Dangerous territory here, but he's giving fantastic information.
Yep. Buybacks, the 4 minutes on those three. JT is back available on the Underlord. So he can jump right back into the fight, so he can be that bait.
Sure, but the fact that they've still got a 3 on cooldown makes
they got to be careful. Yeah.
A very, very scary moment still for XG, despite being the team of Aegis and Cheese.
They just have to, every single time, they absolutely need God Strength in every single one of the fights. Ghost, he does not do pretty much any damage without it.
No,
I mean, same thing. Positioning and cooldowns, super reliant.
And I think 23, he's just, he's closing in on having the money to get that Skadi finished and still have the buyback.
And looking at the items from XG, they are very close to having Lincolns on the Pugna at the very least. So they're going to have more and more answers to deal with these lassos, ruptures, etc. That's been really tripping up Ghost.
Makoto.
Ghost.
He's going to go in.
He's in.
He's going to get the grab on Paparazzi, but the stolen grabs there. Kaka drives Makoto back. The Eon just will keep Makoto safe for now. We have stun thrown the way of JT, but Makoto in trouble. They've got a 2k crit coming out there from Ghost.
He's got buyback and refreshers up in 15 seconds, but Kaka, I mean, okay, that's why you give him the Ags. Instantly turns the initiation.
It's a jabs. Concoction. Quick to dodge it, but ends up drawing sort of the stun in deeper. Ghost is going to try and again just get as much done as he can with this God Strength. 23's been caught! He's not afraid he's able to put the BKB. He's going to go straight towards the Sven. Bashes are there. They're trying their best to bring Ghost down, and they will. That's the Aegis gone. 23. He's now attempting to stand his ground against JT, but 23's in trouble. He's falling so low. He's gone. He's got buyback available. They use it immediately. The triple buyback coming out from all three cores of Talon.
Glimpse
back onto Paparazzi Makoto. That's what the BKB jabs. Ready to throw the concoction from the side, but he's not going to have vision upon them. XG, they'll back off themselves now. Successfully have baited out sort of the 3 buyback response there from Talon.
They hit
Quick
hard.
trip back to base here to refuel. Maybe XG can look to strike again now that those buybacks have already been used here from Talon.
They're still so tanky. I mean, 23, he can bring them down once, but then the respawn, and now Q. Oh, I don't think he expected them to come back that quick.
No, he didn't. He didn't expect the Fiend's Gate play.
And a Lincoln's now, I believe it's coming out for the Sven. Ghost, he has one, and the Pugna also does. They're going to start throwing multiple Lincolns and Lotuses onto each other.
Okay.
JT, he almost pretty much, he has one done if he gets to commit the gold. They're starting to get more and more answers for these single target spells. Skadi, purchased. Final hurrah for 23. Everything's on Makoto, but it's so difficult versus this Rubik who he literally always has lasso.
He's always going to be ready to react to Kaka.
His cast range too, the telescope, very impactful.
That's the buyback from Q. Ags coming out here, who's he giving them to?
Is it just going to be the Static Storm? I'd imagine it's Ali. Yeah. So they got Ag Static Storm, so this is another one that could just completely change the tides if they're able to get that initiation onto multiple heroes.
To be so careful when trying to push out these waves though, because XG, they could be ready to jump at any moment. Back to an 11k lead now for XG. It has sort of an excellent mid-game comeback from Talon, and now sort of this return to sort of the lead that XG have had.
And now, I mean, the itemization is pretty crucial, right? Like, they were able to, I mean, weather the storm of after messing up 3 fights in a row, putting JT on the front lines. His itemization became really important, and now these multiple Lincolns, the layers are starting to get more and more difficult.
As well here for Ghost.
Oh boy.
Grab that bad boy.
Dire are scanning.
Here we go.
Now he doesn't need the God Strength for the fight. He can actually have this plus the God Strength.
I mean, are they just going to wait for the 52 minutes to get the double rune? No, okay.
No.
He'll take it now.
They want to take any type of advantage of these cooldowns.
Yep. Still,
these buybacks.
5 minutes where 4 members of Talon do not have buyback. And as you can see, the buyback status for XG, it's going to be pretty fine.
It's also only
a little bit short on the gold, but everything's up on the cooldowns.
Yeah, let's see if they know the timing for the refresher. It's 30 seconds on Makoto. It's probably too difficult to keep track of these 5,000 timings that you need to do in the game at this point. Can 23 do enough damage to deal with all these layers?
As long as Ghost is controlled.
As long as Ghost is controlled,
I think
perhaps.
23's got a solid chance, but if Ghost is not controlled, he will kill everyone.
Sure will.
During this God Strength.
And yeah, as you said, it's just difficult versus all these Lincolns. JT still hasn't bought his, but they still already have the 2 protections and camping around the Tormentor. Bit for it. That will be JT's. Okay. I believe that's everybody's now, right? That should be all 5. Yeah. So the next one, if they want to do it, just going to give that golden XP. Which still does matter. Not as much, though. Yeah, Talon stuck inside the base with no buybacks.
But you would imagine, this 4-minute window, you'd imagine XG want to try and do something.
It's just scary, because that's also like, okay, guys,
sure,
Roche could be
minute-
spawning. Like, Roche could be spawned right now. It could just be coming up almost immediately.
True.
1 minute left on it.
Waiting for Roche may indeed be the sensible
might be the play.
Because then you're still going to have time outside of that to push high ground where Talon do not have the buybacks.
And JT, I mean, he might be able to have the gold to buy his full Lincoln Sphere and have buyback pretty soon as well, too, so.
Okay.
Gaining more strength on XG. I've been checking Healing Lotus status as well, too. Just
was anybody...
I mean, I saw Talon was holding on to a bunch of them, but I think they used a lot of them in one of the
Yeah,
fights,
I think
so.
the block of cheese dream is dead.
No. Will we get a single block of cheese in this tournament? I wonder.
We definitely will.
I mean, we'll see.
There's so many games. One of them, it's got to happen.
I hope so. I feel like it's unlikely because there's just in pubs it's like, yeah, we're ahead, you know, we're chilling, just get the healing bonus. In pubs, in these games it's just like, oh my god, what's going on? Every 7 minutes, this, that, boom. There's 400 different timings that you need to always think about besides just the opponent's cooldowns and whatnot. So I feel like it's really difficult in pro games to get that.
True. I mean, because I guess the thing is in a pro game is like, realistically, will there be situations where the strat is to kind of stock your Lotuses up and go for the block of cheese? Or would that just be griefing?
I think it would probably be one of those like 80-minute games.
Sure, when it's
just like, all right, they're stuck
crazy.
in the base for 20-something minutes, you know, and they're just able to sit back and gather 27 minutes of healing Lotuses, but I think it's definitely difficult in most. Roche.
Okay, they're gonna.
It's time.
They're
Gem,
gonna be
it's
able
in
to
the
go
pit.
for this.
Scouts
I
it.
don't think Talon want to come out and contest this.
Okay, they've got 28 seconds to kill it before it switches sides.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, they should.
Easy peasy.
Aghanims.
Who's taking this Aghanims?
It's just scary for Ghost in particular, right? Like,
What,
I always
just
wanted
throw
to spend,
himself
but
in?
What if he just goes into Fountain? Oh, and are they? Well, they might switch sides.
No, they'll have
5.
They'll have
4.
it.
Yeah, they got it. Okay.
Wait, will they?
Oh.
Oh, it was close.
I mean, he has to walk right through them. Guess they're just gonna give it to JT. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Maybe he's contemplating, but yeah, he'll take it. Yeah, the pit. I mean, it is pretty nice. It does apply movement slow, so.
2 of them now with the cheeses hit, Paparazzi and JT. So not only these heroes that have all these sort of items to be able to save themselves from being jumped, even if they do get jumped, high chance they get off this burst heal and can survive through
There's
it.
a pretty big rune in bottom side, too. This is probably, in my opinion now, late game, this is probably the second best rune. It's DD and shield rune. The shield, it lasts forever. It's 75 seconds.
75, and look at 50%
the
of your
HP
max
pools.
HP. Who's got the biggest HP right now? Paparazzi.
I mean, Ghost and Paparazzi are pretty much identical. So that would be, yeah, they would have like
Ghost.
7,700 HP or something like that on them. Well, they scout it, though.
No, 66. Come on, get your maths right.
What? It's 50% of your max HP.
Yeah, 4,400 plus 2,200 is 6,600.
That is absolutely right. My math is terrible.
I think you confuse yourself with the 75 seconds, thinking like 75%.
Yes, you're right.
I'll
Yeah,
give you that.
that's what happened.
Then if it was 75%,
yeah, no, that's exactly it.
you'd be on top of the numbers.
Thank you. EU math.
This is 56 minutes in. I mean, this game's been just a brilliant kind of back and forth. We had a great mid-game comeback from Talon, and then a fantastic comeback after that from XG. And now leads us to this point where XG, they want to end it, but it's not easy. And honestly, it's not going to get easier because 50 seconds or so, and these big buybacks from Talon, they will be back online. Now, 23, he's quite a bit of gold short.
They do have... The one problem is that they have so many different protections that it's kind of complicated for the side of Talon to get the jumps in order to break the Lincolns, avoid the Lotuses, not lasso yourself, not give lasso also, because we've seen Kaka now get it multiple times, which have turned the tides. It's complicated for sure for the side of Talon.
Is. I mean...
Possible, but complicated. And actually, you know what? 23, he actually spends his gold out.
And that's what I said, yeah, 2,500 short of the buyback.
Yeah,
so
they're going in.
Jabs and Mikoto, they will have their buybacks up. 23 needs to find some money.
And let's see if Ollie's able to land some like multi-hero static storm as well too, because that could just also be a massive answer. Not allow some of these heroes to get their cheeses off, their auras, etc.
Yeah.
Disable type of all these items, of course, with that ag static storm. Who knows? XG in a comfortable spot.
Jabs, what's he going to do with this next Aghanims?
Do you just give it to 23?
I think you give it to 23, right?
Give it to 23 at this point. Do they even know what it does, though?
Do you even know what it is?
Hey, it heals a lot. It gives you a shield, too.
I mean, I think you put it on 20. You get that for 23. I think absolutely.
But he needs buyback. So likely to be able to try to farm that first before he does at least buy it.
Wait, if he gets just enough buyback gold and then gets given an axe, does it grief his buyback? Because he then need more money to compensate for the increased net worth.
Who, 23?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to get buyback.
He's just not going to get it. 2,400 gold short.
XG starting to push. Jabs. Careful. Deflect. Lincoln's.
Getting some hits in onto the melee axe now, Paparazzi.
That's one Lincoln's broken.
Q trying to mess with him with a spike carapace.
Another Lincoln.
Oh, there's the rupture. Mikoto tries for it, but he doesn't find it.
There's too many Lincolns. There's just another one. It's 3 Lincolns.
He can't commit with the lasso. Paparazzi continuing the push here from the low ground. Q again, spike carapace into the stun.
Okay.
Slowing it down a bit.
They get the rupture on him, but he's just getting healed. Look at DY. Portable fountain.
And they'll put the fortification.
Okay.
Slows them down a bit. They're doing their best here to try and make them take as much time possible to take this melee racks down. And Q with the spike carapace. This melee racks, it's gone. SG able to proceed.
They can't stop this.
And Mikoto's going to try. He's not going to get it. And his Eon Disc will get procced.
He's got
the
refresher.
mega creeps out now for XG.
The layers of Lincolns, it's too much, Owen. Reminiscent of TI, of course, just buy 3 Lincolns. And they're so farmed now. They all got their buyback ready here on XG. Everyone but the Pugna, but DY, he's been the one most careful with his positioning in this game on pretty much on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, there really is so much that they can do against Mikoto trying to get the grab on them. Yep. So, you know, we've got to remember, if we do somehow see Mikoto get in and lasso and be able to drag someone back, then Talon, they've sort of made a miracle happen.
Yep. And I mean, there's going to be more layers on. Kaka, he's going to have Lincoln soon too also. So they're going to have what?
True.
Is it going to be like 5 Lincolns? It feels like it might be, because actually Paparazzi, he's going to go more for his itemization. But I thought there was potential of him going for one also.
I think they know this courier's coming out here, so we'll see if Jabs is able to get away with this. I don't think he is.
Ooh.
It's not going to be a safe trip for the courier. The courier goes down.
Sorry, my friend.
So this Aghanims will not be easy for Jabs to achieve, despite having more than enough gold for it.
Okay, that's just JT being JT. I was
like,
oh my lord!
Well, but then he put in the fountain right.
He's cutting off their retreat.
Okay. Trying to spook him a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's still so far from buyback on the Bloodseeker. They just can't jump. They can't get a catch. In XG, they're just keeping them trapped in there.
Buyback situation. Still a couple short on Talon. Just DY on XG that hasn't got his at the moment. 60 minutes is
60
out.
minutes. Giant string. Let's see who's going to get it.
Who's going to get the good
Is it going to be a big dragon?
Let's see what XG can find.
Paparazzi. He guys get the giant ring.
Stygian Deso as well. Does he want that one, Ghost? He does.
Yes, absolutely.
All out damage. Oh boy.
I guess he didn't get a giant's ring. See what other ones they can find. Mikoto, he's trying to sneak out, but gets found immediately. Has to be careful, has to run. Ghost.
Yeah, Xeon just still on cooldown for 40 seconds. He does not want to mess around with Xtreme Gaming right now.
What's the next tier 5 they'll get? Gonna come out of the courier. Let's see what Kaka gets blessed with. Will it be a Seer Stone? They're gonna Fiend's Gate to the other side to claim more tier 5 neutrals.
Yeah, get these tier 5s.
Another one dropped. DY. Yeah, Force Boots. That's a good one, too. Yep.
And you can use it on your allies, right?
You can use it on allies. We absolutely know that now.
Even though it doesn't say it right.
It does not say it on the tooltip.
It does not say it.
But it has been existing since 7.28.
Okay.
So it's been
So it's intended.
Yeah, it's intended. We're just dumb the other day.
It
was a crazy.
I was just reading. I trusted the game.
Analysts should know everything. Mirror Shield on Kaka. All right, another Lincoln's.
Another. And the base is in trouble.
He's hitting tier 4s.
Tier 4s are going down. They got to do something soon here. Talon.
Carapace. Jabs.
He's going to get in, or he's going to at least try to. He goes straight for Ghost. Now he's going to back off Ghost. He's just able to take Jabs down and pretty much 4 right clicks. Makoto's got in on the back lines.
Lasso.
He'll go for the lasso, but the Eon Disc is proc to put the refresher. 23 is going for Paparazzi, and he's kind of doing it. Paparazzi getting very, very low here. They've taken him down. They find Paparazzi. Makoto's able to finish off DY. Ghost turns, takes out Q. And Lasso's there. Makoto's got the drag back onto Ghost, and he's able to get away with the blink. Makoto stays alive.
Okay.
DY's coming with the buyback.
They don't have their Nyx, though. He's short buyback. Okay, he'll have it in 10 gold. The base, the Megas, they're coming in.
And Paparazzi out for 100. He has got buyback.
Okay.
But it could consider it to try and end the game, but again, it's getting risky because look at 23, 400 gold, and he will have his buyback.
Okay.
Level 27. The tier 4s are gone though, so definitely moments where XG, they may be able to sort of just focus down the Ancient. If Talon's not prepared. Fortification, it was used right. They don't have fortification. 30 seconds, actually. 30 seconds, and Talon will have Glyph back up.
XG's not playing any, they're not panicking or anything. Paparazzi's like, I'm dead. I'm not going to buy back right now. I'm chilling, guys. Just farming up.
If he buys back, that would be a huge risk.
Yeah.
Huge risk right now because of the fact that everybody's buyback situation is, it's getting good again.
More mentor. More money.
Jabs and DY. That will not have it available for the next fight. Everybody else is good. Did Jabs actually get to buy his next Aghanim's? He did not.
He did not yet. He hasn't been able to get out there.
He's trying again now.
It just respawned.
To get the courier out. We'll see if the courier mission is successful this time.
It looks like it will. It looks like it will be. And they do get outside and get themselves neutral items also. Mikoto, he got Ex Machina.
There we go. Get that point booster. There it is. Point boosters there. Jabs, mission success.
Who else got a... I'm having trouble clicking. There's too many things going on here.
Yeah, it's left mouse click.
Oh, thank you.
What are we getting? What are we trying to check?
No, I was trying to see if there was another Ex Machina, but it looks like it wasn't. It's just one on Mikoto at the moment.
Okay.
And he's trying to farm Ancients. He should be able to find another tier token.
Does he get another one?
Yep. What is it going to be? Jabs, he's checking.
I mean, that...
It was okay, yeah, okay. It wasn't a secondary Ex Machina on 23, sorry. So they do have 2 Ex Machinas on the side of Talon.
That's a good item.
And they have a Pirate's Head.
And they found another one.
So, pretty damn good one.
And there's the Axe. Who's he giving it to?
Gives it to the Nyx. So we've got Burrow now on Q. All right. I mean, that's definitely, nice.
Let's have a look what Q gets from his tier 5.
What did he get?
He's checking it out right now, and he's going to go with... He's thinking about it. Like, he's really thinking.
It's priced... I mean, he's got a few options. Does he get blessed with Seer Stone?
He's definitely thinking hard about it. Meanwhile, XG, they'll get the Roche.
Another Roche, yep.
Who still needs the Axe? Well, I guess Sven does. Ghost does. Maybe he doesn't want it. I don't think he wants the Axe. Oh, he does. He'll take his time.
Okay. I mean, DY isn't using offensive life drains really at all. He's using it only on allies. And Q, what did he get? He did get Seer Stone.
He went for Seer Stone. Nice.
So he's just, burrowed at the fountain. Look at that stun range.
I mean, the range, he's got Seer Stone and he's got Ether Lens and he's got the Burrow. So it's going to be massive. It's going to be from the Ancient pretty much straight down towards the... Did it reach the stairs?
It pretty much does. Pretty close.
Let's have a look. We'll see if he drops it on this creep wave as it steps up.
It's quite close.
He's moving. He's setting up in a different position.
He's like, ooh, I don't like that spot. That's too close.
Did spend up here, so actually he's fallen short of the buyback.
Oh my god! Did you see Kaka, by the way? I mean, there's so much here.
So much.
Kaka has a nullifier, so now they have a way to actually enter. It's the jump.
But they insta BKB there. That quick reaction from 23. He's able to turn and get the rupture off. There's the stun. I mean, Q catches the 2 of them, gets Paparazzi and goes. 23's trying to step back in, but 23's in trouble. Ghost is in on top of the 23 turns. He's got the bashes. He's trying to come in on to Ghost. 23 falls, though. He's out of the game for 2 minutes. Jabs gets it on the backline. They're taking out D1. They're taking out JT. 23, he's in with the buyback. There'll be a buyback here from JT. They're fiend skating over. 23 pops the BKB. Who's going to go for first? He's going to look towards Ghost. He's in with the Abyssal Blade. Paparazzi jumps across. 23 commits with a BKB. They're going to be able to take down Ghost. 23 takes him out. Another buyback coming into play. 23 trying to TP back to the safety of the base. He'll manage to do so. He TP's out of their Jabs. He'll heal up in the fountain. He'll survive. Mikoto is Gonna look for Paparazzi. Makoto, Eon just provides him some safety, but he gets taken off by the Nullifier. Kaka looking to finish up Makoto with the help of KT. They can jump forward from Ghost here over towards the Nyx Assassin. Q's got, but Q, he still has buyback. The Ancient's falling low. Makoto's in with the BKB. Q, he's able to bar up. They're trying their best to control JT. Paparazzi with the BKB tries to finish the Ancient, but the fortification's there. JT as well trying to close things up with this Q. Pops the spike down. This Ghost trying to end in 23. He needs to get the pressure onto him. He gets the disarm onto the Sven. They've done it. The damage is done. The Ancient falls, and Xtreme Gaming will find this victory 66 minutes in.
I mean,
what
Talon,
a roller coaster of a game for them.
Talon made them work.
I mean, 30 minutes ago, the moments for Xtreme Gaming, you could feel it as we saw on their cameras. They had those 3 fights back-to-back where Talon just completely smashed down Xtreme Gaming's early victory, but they did have a comeback plan. They absolutely did. They pushed it late themselves, and they took Talon on. And so the element of the game, this late stage, this post 60 minutes that normally Talon revels in, but they beat them at it today, Fog.
Look at 23's damage done at the end of the game, though. 82,693 hitting those tanky bruisers. That last fight was chaos. They actually did a good job, I would say, on Talon of jumping backlines, jumping separate targets. Makoto, he just couldn't get lassos versus all these Lincolns, all these different layers. Kaka even having a nullifier at the end there, dispel Aeon discs and stuff like that. I mean, itemization toward the end there was definitely crucial from the side of Xtreme to bring things back into their favor. But Talon, I mean, they really made them work for it.
Oh, this is a fantastic game. Well, I cannot wait for game 2, and I know you ladies and gentlemen won't be able to as well, so do not go anywhere. An insane start to this series, and one that Xtreme Gaming will come out as the victors as in this game 1.
I wasn't even in it, and I'm sweating right now. Talon versus Xtreme, delivering in spades in this game number 1. This fight right here, I thought it was an Xtreme game for sure. And then right here, Jabs gets that triple unstable concoction, and I'm like, okay, maybe Talon have some legs. And then Xtreme just continued to go into the meat grinder for like the next 2 fights. And I'm like, okay, I guess now it's a Talon game. And then the next 20 minutes, I just had no idea what the hell was going on.
You know what happened?
Tell me.
The GOAT himself, Kaka, with those lasso steals, not kidding, when it looked really bad for XG, the lasso steal that they were able to kill the Bloodseeker after he died with the Aegis in that fight near XG's base changed the tides of this game for Xtreme. And that was just such a sick performance from him. And then when he got the Ags later from the Roche, he was able to make play after play, and XG just out-sustained Talon throughout the end, right? They had more Roches, more cheeses, more heals coming out of the Pugna, and yeah, that was such a good game.
I'm gonna call them how I sees them, and I feel like no other team that I see in this tournament has 3 cores. Can Talon please stop? Like, I understand that they're making these games close because they're just really high skilled individual plays where they're outplaying them in team fights or the lanes, but like, I really didn't want to see an Alk with a Radiance. Like, I really wanted to see them be able to like play this aura team fighting game that everyone else is playing. I think they're just purely relying on pressing buttons better than you, and I don't know why you're making it so difficult for yourself.
I don't know either. I hate it too. I'm just like mad the whole time. It just doesn't make any sense. This game was not won off of Alchemist really doing anything like that I felt. It was, this comeback came from so many of these ruptures into lassos, and that was like able to just instantly kill a core, and these fights became so easy, and then they were able to overrun them, and that was it. That was great. And that's why it's so impactful. Like you said, when Kaka was able to start stealing it, because it completely nullified that. And then item timing started to come out. We saw a lot more Lotuses and Lincoln Spheres, and suddenly it's just impossible to ever actually get in there to do what Talon's win condition was. And Alk was just there and just was whatever. Not a fan at all.
It's okay. While we regain composure, I want to get on the floor with Pyrian, because I know generally the players have been quite quiet, Pyrian. This was a long game. This was a 60-minute high-intensity situation. Tell me you heard something.
Oh, baby. Yeah, there was some pop-offs. There was some shouting going on here. Let me tell you something. I was watching this series. I came up for the last few minutes because I wanted to see as much of the game as I could. A lot of yelling, a lot of shouting, a lot of debate. And at the very end there, I heard one sentence. Maybe Bat's not good anymore.
Oh.
That was what I heard. And I thought, interesting. I thought this was a fascinating game. The triple throw gambit declined, as we'd call it in chess terms. By the way, up to this point, Dagon 5 has a 100% win rate. Not anymore. Dropped to 66%. Do you want some more stats?
Give it to me.
OD Pixel is 7 inches taller than Fogged.
That's a good one.
Do you want another one?
I'll take it.
Last one. Most map pings per game.
Okay.
Whitemon with 155. Streets ahead of everybody else. Streets ahead. These are real stats, by the way.
I'm intrigued.
But honestly, the shouting, the communication, even at the very end, they'd been mega creeps, still fighting. I think that they've got it. They've got it. They just needed to get it, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. They got it. They're going to continue to get it. Pyrian, thank you very much for the on-the-floor analysis. We'll check in with you later. For right now, I got one more stat for you guys provided by SVG. Bloodseeker, formerly 100% win rate, 6-0 in this tournament. Now 6-1. Talon not even able to get Bloodseeker a W. Rough situation. Maybe if he was the real carry.
Sorry. I genuinely thought you were going to talk about Splash Mountain when you mentioned SVG.
Splash Mountain getting rebranded. Brian, what are the stats on that?
Tiana's Bayou Adventure, my childhood.
This is what we were talking about for the first 40 minutes when we thought the game was guaranteed. And then it turns out the game was very unguaranteed and we became quickly invested in the result.
No, we were always invested.
There weren't that many kills for a really long game. I feel like there were like insane moments, but there was like a lot of dead periods during that game to talk about.
Jabs was farming it up, Effie. Or what are we going to do about this boy? Is he going to continue playing these right clickers from the offlane or what?
You know, I think we'll see a pivot. We have to see a pivot. The auras and the out-sustaining in teamfights is just too valuable to not have somebody on your team do it. If anything, the pivot could be a 23 Doom, maybe buying the auras himself. That could potentially be a pivot, but I don't think Talon can keep getting away with not building these team fighting items.
I don't think 23 should sacrifice his game to make Jabs the carry, because then you just have a worse carry. Like, 23 is just a better carry player than Jabs, in my opinion.
Is that because it's his main role, or do you have issues with Jabs?
I have mad issues with Jabs. We're beefing, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I really felt the animosity. That's why I had to make sure we were
a lot of
clear.
anger in my I really hate that guy. No, I respect the CEO. I just would not want to see 23 sacrifice his game, because when he has a really good game, he looks amazing, and we saw that game. His Bloodseeker was phenomenal.
Yeah, and Jabs' button pressing was great. We saw that unstable concoction, Brian. He knows how to do his mechanics. It's just the heroes that he's picking don't seem to make him flourish with this.
It's like the team fights, he's winning them with spellcasting.
Yeah.
It's not like he's got Radiance, he's going in, he's chunking people. It's like, well, can you just be the spellcaster with the items that all the other people are buying?
Because for the longest time, all these fights were like, there's a pipe on the enemy, and they're getting Pugna healed, and this Alk is doing no damage with his Radiance, and like, they weren't doing any damage at all. Like, it was so hard to actually get through what Xtreme were putting down.
Time to meditate over it. It was a long game. Xtreme Gaming, congratulations to them, but job's not done. They only got a 1-game victory, and at least Talon seemed like in somewhat high spirits. Well, maybe this was pre-game, actually. The moods may drop as we continue looking at their webcams over the course of that game number 1. But still, a very, very entertaining game of Dota to watch. More to come. Game number 2 of Talon versus Xtreme Gaming coming up next.
What about if you open up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? head. They say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Swear I'm going to make it, no place too far. I already know I'm already somewhere onto the greater. Don't ask me why, I already know I'm already. Oh, yes, let me take you there. Oh, we gotta go now. Yes, let me take you there. Let's go, let's go. Show me something I don't know. Let's go, let's go. Ride it out and lose control.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Barn burner of a game number one between Xtreme Gaming and Talon. How are we going to top it? How are we going to find out how these two teams resolve the situation? We heard it from Pyrian. There might be some information. Batrider might not be as good as we thought, which is also kind of what you observed, Sheep. You were definitely very, very hyped up on Mikoto single-handedly carrying the game, and perhaps we all learned a little bit about Batrider in that game.
I think it's a hard thing to analyze without watching his perspective, because he got changed to a universal hero, which affected a lot. And then obviously all the spells got nerfed too. I don't know if you have more insight, Brian, but for me it just felt like he's not as good at dominating the lane as he used to be. Obviously, I think we also saw he didn't go single point in Flame Break because they changed that spell.
I think what changed so significantly about him is that he's better outside of Firefly, but his Firefly like power spike, like in the middle of a fight, for instance, just like that 15 seconds that he's in the air, it used to give him extra vision, extra movement speed, which I think like really synergized with this BKB build, right? You have that 9 seconds of immense impact in the fights. I think people might be leaning towards more of like an offlane, maybe even support, as you guys mentioned earlier, because he's 330 base movement speed now. His flame break's much better, so maybe people will be building off of like Boots of Bearing type builds. But I definitely think the way the hero is going to be good, if he is still good, is quite different than before, and maybe that's what they felt previous game.
I think the movement speed nerf to Firefly is probably the most significant thing, especially with how movement has changed on this map. And it just feels to me that there's more to this hero than just playing it in the mid lane. I think there's possibility of it being more utility oriented, more like of a side lane hero that plays on Flame Break and as a dispositioning tool, but it's still too early in the patch for people to feel comfortable experimenting like that.
It's a different hero effectively at that point.
So maybe it's something that we'll see later on, but for now, kind of bench the Batrider. It didn't look that good.
We'll see what they opt for in game number 2. One thing that is getting benched, perhaps out of respect, Talon ban out the Pugna and the Underlord. Meanwhile, Xtreme take out the Chen and Doom, and AA first phase against Talon's IO.
Wow. Are they the
and
first
they
team?
counter the Storm preemptively too, because DK, one of the best point-click stuns in the entire game, because AA usually struggles against Storm or gap-closing cores.
And not just the Storm, right? Any Spirit hero just likes playing against Dragon Knight, also the Pucks, any kind of playmaker that you'd want to pair the IO with. So I love this approach by XG. LGD ran this AA today with a Naga on lane, and it looked incredible. This hero got so many significant changes, but the only issue that it has, and it's always had, is being enabled on lane. So I hope that they continue taking a page out of LGD's book and just pairing it with some kill threat carry.
Some stun that keeps people in the cold feet, right? So Sven, Naga, CK, Alk.
Yeah, I would like that. I think as well, another thing, if we look at the bans, Monkey King got through. So this AA also kind of dissuades Monkey King. So yeah, it's overall just a really solid opening to kind of combat all of the problems that seem to have been arising.
Yeah, because that was the first phase ban from Xtreme last time. It was IO and the Monkey King. So see if Talon think that duo is still worthy, or if the AA counters it too hard.
Yeah.
I think AA owns Monkey King now that they gave him his shard for free.
Yeah,
the damage from the Ice Vortex. Yeah, any hero that relies heavily on Blink, or in case of Monkey King, his Primal Spring works the exact same way, where it has the 3-second cooldown if you get damaged. They do elect to go for Storm anyways, despite the DK perhaps like dissuading it, but I think it's still probably their best option unless they wanted to go something like a Pango that is an initiator with magic immunity, but it doesn't really utilize the IO. But then you feel like you kind of wasted the IO pick.
I think what I've really enjoyed about Storm Spirit on this current patch and how people are playing it with the Pugna and IOs is that it ramps up really quickly. Because like DK is going to want to sit and farm like his Blink. If you can stall that out at all, or if you can move before he gets that, it's very hard for him to actually respond and put you down. I think you can apply a lot of side lane pressure with Storm early.
Yeah, and it just speaks a lot to the current state of the hero, that it's winning versus stuns, it's winning versus traditional counters like we've talked about. It just has a really good track record right now. So the hero benefited a lot, obviously, from the BKB change, not as a BKB buyer, but as someone who would play into BKB and not feel as good. That's probably one of the most significant things. The other thing that I would mention is the lack of severe pressure on the mid lane as opposed to last patch gives heroes like Storm time to farm the jungle and then choose when to rotate.
Yeah, I think any hero in the past that if I'm a BKB buyer, they go on me, I lose 50% of my HP or more, then I pop BKB in order to make sure I live. That doesn't work against these heroes anymore because of the fact that Storm still does 50% of his damage to you if you're BKB'd. So he'll be able to finish you off, unlike before. And I think he's probably the hero that fits that description the greatest, where he will likely stun you before BKB, and then he'll now finish you off.
Okay, so then if Makoto's going to be playing this Storm in the traditional Storm way, is Jabs going to be able to play an Aura Enabler?
He could. Will he, though?
Yes.
He's lost picking Sven. Like, yeah, that looked kind of good. I'll take that.
My war cry is aura enough.
Yep, as he buys a Midas.
Yeah. Levels in war cry. It all makes sense.
Because in the meanwhile, it seems like 23 Savage is getting banned out, and Monkey King still gets banned out by Xtreme, despite having the AA. And they take out the Ursa as well.
It's a bit surprising to me, honestly. I think they just respect these like lane dominating carries too much. You do have to respect them, not that they're doing it too much.
Yeah, it also just protects their DK flex and enables them to have another melee safe laner. But it's just such a specialty hero for 23. And Mikoto, they run it mid, right? And if you run this Mikoto Monkey King mid versus DK, you can't flex the DK to mid because it'll absolutely stomp. So I understand the need to take it out.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking forward now at Xtreme, and they have to open this phase with a pick. I'm assuming they'll take another support versus these heroes. I would like to see... I mean, they don't have to go super hard on catch because they have DK, but it would be nice to have a secondary, like something that can do things on the map, because AA is going to be like just, throwing ult from afar, like a disruptor, like a lion for Kaka.
I agree, but I would love to see the Mirana over the lion or disruptor.
I'm down for that too.
Yeah, I think the Mirana just owns so much with the DK. It's so solid on lane. The changes to the Starfall mana also just make it more spammable, and I feel like XG have had a more consistent performance playing their Miranas over the more less traditional supports.
I would personally level 4 that sets up the AA, so like you don't have to have the DK in the play.
Yeah.
Like it'd be like AA Tiny, AA Earth Spirit, something like this, but they might go the route where they just go Mirana to follow up because that's Kaka.
I like the Mirana because I like the damage that comes out and I like the follow-up, but yeah, I don't like that she can't protect herself from Storm. That's kind of my biggest problem, is that if you have Mirana AA supports, then Storm can just feed off of the both of you. As long as like DK's not there to respond.
But if XG play the same archetype of aura buying offlaner, they could just run something like a Mirana Tide and group up with the Tide and be protected from the Storm just by nature of this pipe and Greaves that are going to come out of him. So I don't think it's that much of a concern if XG do that.
Yeah. Oh, they ban Mirana themselves. All right, unlucky.
What are they going to go for? Do they pick Kaka's hero here? You probably want to leave the DK as flex as long as possible. You don't want to pick your carry right here when you can have it lane counter later in the draft.
I think it has to be
JT.
Oh. So they are allowing themselves to pick that melee or offlaner, but this is like a tad bit of a setup. Not as much, though. Does follow up the DK really well, similar to the Mirana, conceptually.
Yeah, I like Willow a lot versus Io. She's always been the pseudo counter to Io after Disruptor, just because it's very easy to play into reload. You drop your Brambles or you drop your Terrorize, Io splits from his tether target. OG have this approach against Io as well, and it works out pretty well for them. She's also a strong laner and provides the DK stun the follow-up damage that it needs early on. It's exploitable by things like ground damage, and Talon don't have that ground damage coming out so far outside of the Storm Remnant. So it works out very nicely for them. I would still like to see something like Tide for Xtreme.
Oh, that's a hero we've seen first round banned in a lot of games. Kind of forget it's in the pool. That's what happens when stocks of Pugna type heroes go up when they weren't really on the radar before.
Oh, this is really nice, actually. Because it's not only is it going to provide vision for the Storm and Io to play off of, it's also going to provide like a setup because he has the stun out of Invis now. So if you have the Invis off cooldown, you can like stun for long enough that you can have like this reload in happen, and you're just providing so much for your team.
Whenever I look at Bounty Hunters like early game, first like 8 minutes, I think like what's the counter rotation coming out from the other supports, and I think he's really good against AA Willow. As like they can't counter his rotations very well, especially AA, very stationary support. Really hates having a 4 that gets up in his face. And they're also setting him up to be able to move by picking Enigma. That's an aura buying offlaner.
Well,
potentially.
Potentially.
It could be a Etherlens BKB.
Savage Enigma guy.
It could be a Midas Etherlens BKB Enigma.
Yeah, homie might just Midas Octarine or something.
Oh, yes. The Mana Boots Vanguard into the Octarine. Yeah, that could be. I actually wouldn't put it past him.
This is the ground damage you talked about.
It's true.
Midnight Pulse. And on the bright side, them picking it means that they don't need to be, since they already saw AA Willow, don't need to worry about Rubik. And now Xtreme pick up a Magnus.
Mira, you seem pretty excited about that one.
Because Magnus has been played recently in this group stage people have been experimenting with the hero, and it looks solid. It does whatever you need it to do, honestly. It can build Initiate if that's what you're looking for. It can build Aura if that's what you're looking for. It buffs up its team, and now they're just going to set up for this melee carry on overall last for Ghost, and he's going to have a way to fight into this Enigma, fight into this Bounty Hunter with the cleave that he's going to naturally get out of it. And now you always have the threat of RP versus an IO combo, right? The thing about IO combos is you can exploit how close to each other that they have to be. And yeah, I like the take a lot. It's very cool.
Where do you think it's going, mid or offlane?
For now, it looks offlane to me, but it's still open to flex for sure.
We had Magnus on Liquid earlier today on the second series of the day on the mainstream, played by Nisha, which was interesting. I think it was a little weird because if you fall behind when you're playing core Magnus, you become like a skewer bot. Like you have to be the one that gets deep in there and like finds the skewer back, which kind of puts you in danger, right? And it's like you want to be a core, you want to be able to scale into this late game, maybe get some damage items, and you kind of lose that ability. So I don't know where I want to see it played. I think the hero does look strong though. It was played earlier as a lane counter to Ember.
But you know what? Now that you describe it, I wouldn't mind seeing it mid versus Storm. It has a good matchup, solid stats, solid base damage. It can farm the jungle really quickly, and it wouldn't have to be scared of any potential rotations coming out early on. And then it can just play as, instead of a skewer bot, a core hero, and that way you can have a potential DK flex to play with the EA. But still, definitely open to interpretation.
Yeah, the game that Liquid played it was against GPK's Ember Spirit mid, and other flex, Duraccio on Gaming Gladiators also played Magnus today. So surprisingly versatile hero.
I would be so down if 33 or if 23 picked like a weird mid game carry like Nightstalker here. I'm just saying, like some hero that doesn't normally be able to farm enough but has Bounty Hunter. I just think Bounty Hunter really opens up the pool of heroes that you can pick.
Or you could Terrorblade again.
Oh, they go for the Wraith. Yeah, they go Wraith King.
Yeah.
He kind of fights early.
Doesn't Naga look good now?
Yeah, Naga does look really good actually for Xtreme Gaming. You said earlier it pairs really well with AA. I think it matches up really nicely against Enigma and lane. It actually is really good against Bounty. Yeah, it was way too good. Yeah, right when you said it, I was like, holy shit, you're right, yeah.
I thought the Naga looked good generally versus the Enigma, but when the Wraith King comes out, I feel like you can just Naga diffusal it
It's
so
even
easily,
better.
so easily. So they're kind of asking for that Naga last pick here. I hope they have a good approach to it. Like, I understand wanting your Wraith King to frontline so that your Enigma or Storm aren't afraid of getting RP'd or skewered back.
Naga is
I don't know,
Bounty
I
Hunter's
like
worst matchup.
Yeah,
in the
I like
entire
XG's
game.
draft so much with this Naga. Like, the Wraith King made it free, I think.
All right, I'll bat for Talon then. Let's go. Because I actually do like Talon's more, but in like a, I don't know if it will play out this way because it's Talon way. Where I think that their damage is a little bit more faster on Talon. I think Xtreme, if they don't land this AAO, I think that they look weak early on. Whereas I think if Talon go like Armlet Deso on the Wraith King and they're just playing with like an Aura on Enigma, this Bounty's running around with a buffed up Storm with an IO, I think that they can just kind of run and run and run at Xtreme, and I'm not sure how they're meant to defend themselves too well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Talon will play now that they have an Aura builder on the offlane. I want to see if that affects their early game at all.
Like if they, look at them. If they get a pipe on Enigma, like where is Xtreme's damage coming from early? It looks rough, in my opinion.
Great question. Will he actually do it though?
I think it's the perfect Naga game. I don't think you can. I think Naga's a strong enough hero that you can't give it away like this. So I think this is like the best 10th pick I've seen so far this tournament. I'd be
That's the vibe
surprised
I
if it
got
lost.
too.
Okay, I'm on board. But then, is it because it just shuts down Bounty Hunter so hard?
The laning stage itself, but also like Bounty Hunter wants to pick and choose its fights, and Naga's like the best carry in the game in the mid game to prevent you from being able to do that. So I really do think Xtreme's going to pick and choose their targets.
Also, versus Enigma on lane, if the lane ever gets pushed back, Naga's one of the more comfortable heroes to just jungle while she waits for the lane to return. So it's always been favorable for her.
It's all up to you, Shoot.
I already made my
the
case.
Talon defense.
I'm standing by Talon. I think that they have the ability to run really hard at this team before they get their items. Because when they get their items, I think Xtreme will just win this game straight up. But at the same time, you have like a Wraith King that's going to be able to soak these like one big ult RPs, whatever. And then, yeah, I'm a big believer in the Makoto Storm.
I want to see these heroes that we have not been able to catch on this Group B mainstream quite yet, and I want to see them debuted with our casters. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tsunami. Absolutely looking forward to this one after we had such a spectacular game one between Talon and Xtreme Gaming. And honestly, this game, we could get even more crazy stuff. We're getting the fun heroes. You know, one side, JT on his Magnus. The other, we've got Jabs on the Enigma. You know, these huge sort of team fight heroes that we love to see, especially between two teams that bring us the caliber of game that they did in that first game of the series. The question is, though, folks, we've very much heard from the panelists, Brian and Effie in particular, they love this Naga Siren. I love it. They felt that this pick, it was kind of game over. Are you kind of on the similar wavelength, or do you, like Sheep, sort of see something that Talon may be able to trip up this Naga pick? Whatever.
Talon definitely has a very fast lineup that can snowball, but I think they absolutely have to snowball. Okay. I think if this Naga is able to sit back and do Naga things, then it's a godly Naga. And honestly, it is a godly Naga game no matter what. Like, if they just stall things, if they just don't get pushed down, and in theory, they shouldn't get pushed down because they have ways to stall out these pushes. And, I mean, Talon, their push, it's not really that, like, absolutely insurmountable that they're just going to be able to cruise through and crush all these buildings. It's going to be dictated pretty much from how many kills they get and how much that's able to snowball. And yeah, let's see what Jabs does. That's always going to be the question. Is
Midas,
he going to go Auras? Is he
Blink
going to go
Dagger,
Midas?
BKB, Octarine. Let's go, my man. We'll see. We'll see. I think he's going to be getting some Auras online this game.
He's probably like,
he's played an Enigma.
It's possible.
I mean, but the question is, right, if you're the Enigma this game, are you looking at Xtreme Gaming's lineup and saying, if I get Blink BKB, I'm going to be at a black hole and they're not going to be doing anything about it, or do they have answers?
They have Mag RP. So
sure.
He's not caught in it. He can definitely catch.
Sort of get an angle outside of it and drop the RP down. Yep.
And the thing about Naga also is if you don't catch the Naga Siren inside of it and she has Shard, just heals her allies too. So there is a lot of different counterplay. I love Naga versus Enigma, not only in laning phase, but throughout all of the game. Because as Brian was saying also, you pick and choose your battles. And even if you don't pick and choose your battles, you can just stall and save your teammates, and then they have massive ways to turn stuff around. But who knows? We'll see how it's going to go.
But you would say this is not one of those like rare Enigma games where you build around the black hole. You do want to just go for the Auras.
I would say Auras, but you know what? Whoever knows really with Jabs.
Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, looking at these the setup here with the lanes, we're starting with both Q and Ollie on the bottom.
I like this.
A bit of extra harassment here as they try and sort of bully XG on this first level, this first wave.
I like it, honestly, because Jabs, he's going to be able to pull the lane back constantly with the Enigma, so he shouldn't, in theory, he shouldn't die up here unless he steps up too far once the net plus the cold feet comes out. And yeah, they're going to be able to apply tons of pressure down here. I'm very happy with the way that they've set this up on Talon.
And they will keep this like this?
I think for some time, until they can get like a kill or two onto JT.
I mean, this is looking like a first blood here, JT. Oh, he's gone. 23. Gets the last touch in. First blood is there, and the tri-lane setup, it certainly seems to be working. Gets what it needed to do there. Gets that first blood.
And they're going to completely prevent this Magnus from getting much of anything. Same thing for the Willow. I honestly say stay down here. They have Obra Venom on the Bounty Hunter. Just keep going for it. Kaka might just step up and die as well if he goes too far forward. Yeah, Kaka, I mean, they're going right on him. Could be in trouble.
He's going to drop the Bramble. We'll catch on to Q. It's going to stop Q from being able to get him with a Shadow Walk hit.
Oh, they're actually turning. Blood Grenade being thrown out onto Q. But still, you can see the reflection of what's causing inside the lanes.
Q could go again.
Yeah. Keep it going.
He's going to be able to get across towards Kaka.
Kaka's still level 1. He's dead.
They've got him. It's going to be another one here for 23.
Beautiful. And Jabs is free farming. Jabs is actually
he's getting a lot of farm out of this lane on his own.
He's getting a ton of denies as well.
All right.
He's getting pretty much everything. Mid lane also, it's a DK versus the Storm Spirit, so Mikoto, he can definitely handle this on his own. Yeah, this is a really good setup here coming up from Talon. In a way that they kind of need to.
I mean, but yeah, as you said, they have to play ahead.
Yeah, you have to play ahead. To get ahead, stay ahead. You, of course, will have the Enigma factor if you get too far ahead that it's just not going to, you'll be fine for later stage of scaling and stuff like that. But yeah, this is perfect for them.
And you do also sort of agree with this from 23, even though you want to sort of play fast and play ahead, you still do go the Radiance build because you're against the Naga Siren? Or would you maybe have preferred to see him itemize in a way that allows him kind of to be able to kind of kill everybody else, rather than go for the Radiance route?
I guess we'll see. We'll see what he commits.
Sure. Because this would lead towards sort of slowing your own game down, right? Because you're going to need a lot of items outside of the Radiance.
I think I'm still all right with him going for Armlet and then perhaps going for Radiance, depending on how that whole mid-game and stuff kind of goes down, like how many kills he's able to get. We'll see.
This is the thing, right? Because they're having this tri-lane and because he's having a good start, he may feel that he's going to be able to kind of get it quicker.
Yeah. Perhaps. I mean, honestly, I could be okay with it. I still think I want to see the Armlet first, to be quite honest with you, but we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah. Definitely options open for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jabs, as you say, top lane, 14 and 5, doing absolutely fantastic on his own. I mean, as we keep saying, Jabs, he likes to play for himself, and what a better way to do that, to play on your own.
Yeah, true.
He doesn't need any backup. He's happy to do it solo here, Jabs.
How much he's been able to keep his Eidolons alive, too. And, Ghost, he actually uses his net onto an Eidolon. So now Jabs is like, oh, nice, I've got like 20 seconds where I don't actually feel threatened by this Naga and this AA combo because there's no net.
I mean, maybe Ghost, he's just really fed up with the Eidolons. You know, they're annoying him. They keep getting all these denies.
He netted it and then immediately ran away.
They've only managed to kill one Eidolon so far. Really nice micro
perfect.
from Jabs. Really, really nice stuff here from the offlane Enigma.
And DY, he's actually going to look to make moves toward like mid kind of in a way, but he's getting stalked by a bounty. This is a bit awkward coming out from XG. Talon, beautiful stuff starting out.
Do you think XG were expecting this sort of lane setup?
No, I don't think so. I think it caught them off guard.
Because I guess it sort of leaves them in a position where, you know, what is DY's job now at this stage of the game? What can he do?
I think that they probably should just... I don't think they should really split up the lane too much. I think he still should play up there. I think him playing in this type of area is actually very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see exactly the sort of the result of that here with Q and Ollie.
He's playing now versus these double roamers that can definitely set up onto kills him.
If Q can get him for another hit, DY's dead. Let's see if he's able to close the gap.
He's going to be close. Oh.
They're gonna get him. A little bit more money, and another kill. Talon, is he out before the cold snap? He's not.
Oh.
Misjudges it a bit there with the TP timing.
Honestly, I don't know if he should have even gone back anyway, so good thing that he stays out here
on
with
the
his
map.
buddy, because he's got his IO tethering him up and healing him, so...
Sure, he doesn't need to technically leave that area.
Yep.
We'll see where they head next. I mean, do you go for any sort of pressure outside of just Jabs on his own laning against Ghost? Like, can you bring heroes up here, or do you just sort of let Jabs do his thing on his own?
I think you actually probably should at this point, because they do have kill threat.
Here we go, net, cold snap. Cold feet, sorry. That'll do it.
I think the IO now at this point, you might want to you stick with one of the cores. You stick with the Storm, probably, and then you just have the Bounty Hunter dictate where these TPs and rotations end up happening. But I don't think that they should leave Jabs completely on an island, because now the levels are starting to come after the Naga. They do have kill threat with the cold feet, as we see there.
23. He's got the Soul Ring done now, so he can play a bit more aggressive with the uptime of Brave Fire Blood. He's going to try for the skewer back, but I don't know if he necessarily wanted to bring 23 with him here, as JT's in trouble. He's got a killing spree here for 23, 5 minutes in. He's going to have Brave Fire Blast up again. Shadow Realm will be there in time, Kaka. He's going to be able to dodge it and TP out. But still, a lot being set up for 23 in this early game. I mean, last game we saw on his Bloodseeker, he was getting these kills early. It's happening again here on his Wraith King.
Yeah, I love keep pairing it up. I mean, the IO, it's up to he can go between this the mid with the Storm and then just following around the Bounty Hunter. Like I said, Q, he's gonna be the one to set up all these early ganks and all these early moves. He's got Urn already finished up too. Very good start here for this Bounty Hunter.
He's gonna hang around bottom again here with 23. He wants to steal some money.
This is aggressive, but he's getting in position. Perhaps Wisdom Rune, 40 seconds.
It's true. He's definitely going to be heading over in that direction. Mid lane, pressure coming in now. Of course, Pat Barazzi, he's been doing very well once again in the mid, 33 and 12. He's hit the 6 at a good timing, and will now be able to get a fair bit of damage done with the Siege Creep.
They're actually, they're popping the Glyph though on the side of on the side of Talon. They really want to take out bottom tower. JT, he steps up. Should be all right though.
Yeah, he's a bit too tanky. He's got the Ring of Health as well, so.
But this sets up Q to get that Wisdom Rune. It's 10 seconds. He's already right there on top of it.
And
you see
a
Jabs
lot
too.
of damage being done to this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane by Talon.
Yep. And they find the Courier, so JT, Vanguard, won't be getting picked up anytime soon. And yeah, double Wisdom Runes for the supports. Okay. The dream.
Getting that, not only the gold lead, but that XP lead, you would imagine, as well. Especially with the way things were set up. You know, Jabs, he's going to have good levels this game, right? It's level 6 for his Arcane Boot. Still yet to see what he wants to do beyond the Arcane. 900 gold right now. Bottom lane, DY will be able to get him with the deny.
All right.
But still an early time to force that tower off the map. Is 7 minutes in, and it's taken out.
And look, DY is going to go check the Wisdom Rune. He's very sad because they took both of them. I imagine Kaka's going to go check the other Wisdom Rune too. He's going to be very sad. So these two supports on the side of XG, they're going to have slow recoveries.
And here we go. There's no surprise here. You know what Jabs is going for. He's getting his Midas.
Of course he is.
He's getting his Midas.
They're playing.
Hey, you know, he deserves it. He's playing on the solo lane, and he did a fantastic job, you know.
That's fair.
Time to treat himself once again.
A lot of time wasted there from Kaka. Good 30, 40 seconds checking out the Wisdom Rune, not finding it.
But honestly, this is going to be interesting to see, right? Because we will be having 23 going for the Radiance, Jabs going for the Midas. Doesn't seem like they're necessarily building towards the timing that the panel kind of wanted to see from Talon with this draft, right? Talon, they've got their own approach to this, and an approach in a way that I think will definitely amp up how the panel felt that this Naga Siren it's going to cause issues later in the game.
He's going to get online. Like, Ghost, he's going to be able to get his items pretty much freely. So, yeah, we'll see if this ends up paying off for Talon. It's very greedy. Mikoto does get stunned up. He's got buddies. He's able to break before the Cold Feet procs.
Oh, and they will be able to pop the reincarnation. Oh, wait, what?
Wait, what?
No, where? What?
He did.
Oh, he did on... Okay.
Just some creeps.
Just some creeps. Wait, is there some sort of high-level play to that, or that's just a mistake? I mean, I know it has some changes with itself, but I mean, either way, it's on cooldown for 3 minutes. 23 saying he don't need that. You know, he'll pop it in the jungle.
Maybe skeletons to farm? I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, well, let's hope he, for his sake, he doesn't get gone on in the next couple of minutes.
Up top, the pull. Should be able to finish off Kaka. Freely and set up for a tower.
And they're taking these towers quickly.
They're making good moves. Very good moves around the map. Mid lane, though, Paparazzi making his own moves. DD Mikoto doesn't get the deny. He's actually going for the kill on Paparazzi.
And let's see if he's got enough mana to play with here.
He might with Ollie pumping him up, but no, he's not going to.
Yeah, doesn't want to go into the tower. I mean, maybe now that Q's coming in with a wraparound, TPs are coming in.
There's a big wand on Paparazzi, though.
Yeah, it's not an easy target to go for, especially with the two supports now ready to back Paparazzi up. Kaka and DY ready to fight. Maybe they can look to get on top of the supports first.
Mikoto doesn't get the deny either. I thought he was actually just going to go for deny with the DD run on the pull on the DK, but ends up giving it up to him.
And there we go. So yeah, 9-minute Midas on Jabs.
Okay, Kaka.
They get the supports, or Kaka, can he get out of this with the Shadow Realm and the Bramble?
One hit.
Mikoto will chase. They'll get him, and he's got enough mana.
Here comes JT.
Just thinking of the RP. I mean, Mikoto on the mana, only starting to pump him up a little bit. He'll drop the RP for this one, but do they have enough burst? They do.
They should.
Dragon Tail to follow up. They'll be able to keep Mikoto locked down. Excellent move there from JT getting involved. Setting up to kill the enemy mid.
Yeah, tumblers. Nice play there from JT. I mean, I'm really going to have to see if this does pay off for Talon, because it does feel like they are kind of playing into the hands of XG when they are going for down this greedy route, but hey, you know, sometimes Jabs, he's able to make some magic happen when he does go down this greed.
I mean, he made some magic happen last game, just unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough magic.
Wasn't enough.
It was a sizable amount of magic, but not quite enough to get a win.
They definitely set themselves up in a position last game where they had high chances of winning after they got those 3 consecutive fights. Just XG, they got their shit together. The easiest way to say it. Paparazzi, Blink, about to be done. He's got to finish Mikoto. He's got to go for supports, not the DK. Yeah, this is a much better target, but we'll get stunned.
Yeah, should be able to continue to commit and to take down DY. Jabs is stepping up, and he's got the black hole.
All right.
Drags back Paparazzi. TP's coming in. They didn't have quite enough damage to kill Paparazzi off, and now with these TPs, they have to back off.
Yeah, Ghost even making the rotation over. I'm waiting to see if Ghost does go down that Manta Diffusal route. Does seem pretty good this game if he wants to go down it.
I think, yeah.
It's good.
Why not,
versus
right?
the Wraith King and stuff, it can be pretty nice versus Storm as well.
It just only kind of buffs up what you can do against a Wraith King that's so strong in this matchup.
He's stunned a Kree. Paparazzi.
Mikoto's going to get caught in the Bramble, though, and again, Paparazzi's able to walk away. He's up to the high ground. Mikoto, he's going to zip to the side, but he gets caught by the Cursed Crown. He's gone. I mean, Paparazzi on this DK has been very pesky here for Talon. We're seeing a few efforts now on towards the Dragon Knight. Each time, just with these 2 braces, the treads and the one, they can't quite kill him.
He even stunned an Eidolon there. He literally didn't even stun the right target and had the kill anyway. Yeah, he baited them. He said that was intentional.
It was the stylish play. He didn't need to stun them.
All right, look at this. Ready? Hoya! And then it baits them forward. Gets him actually caught there. Mikoto not zipping far enough. Gets caught by the Cursed Crown.
Yeah, I mean, and already we're seeing now how much Ghost does do at this stage already with his illusions, as long as there's some sort of lockdown from his teammates. And yeah, they absolutely have that between the Magnus, the DK, the Willow, even the AA, right? Everybody's got some sort of function to set heroes up, hold them in position so this Naga Siren can just clean up with the illusions. It's definitely a bit scary for Talon. They do have the lead right now, but yeah, playing into sort of this greed strat that we know that they like, that they're going to do it again here. Just questions of whether this will be beneficial against a Naga Siren.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm really looking to see what's going to go down. 23, bottom. He's getting closer and closer to that relic. Just a phase into casual helm plus a soul ring. Cool.
I mean,
JT, reload. It's coming. He's got buddies, though. The stun?
He has. And he's trying to get the RP off. Won't find it. He'll get the skewer away.
They got him.
And they get him. Paparazzi pops the dragon form. Cursed Crown holds back Q in 23.
Nice play there from Q. Getting that stun lined up perfectly from the Shadow Walk, so there's no RP on top of that. Relocate. AA Blast, it's online. Kaka still not quite level 6, but DY gets an important one. Both these heroes are kind of the counter. That's why they went for it, to deal with the IO.
Okay.
The relocates and stuff like that. I think Effie was talking. She always brings it up constantly when it's the IO versus this Willow. Is this the fear potential? When they do come in, you can split that tether, or you just set up for it with the brambles and stuff. It is very good counter. Ghost, top of the net worth, Manta, it's done. Let's see what the next itemization is going to be. If it's going to be standard, or if he's going to adapt to the game.
I mean, I think it's you either sort of go Diffusal or sort of Orchid, right?
Yeah, it's
like
Orchid
an
Heart.
build.
Yeah, it's usually Orchid Heart or the Diffusal. I mean, Diffusal's usually not that picked up, but in this game you can see the reason. But he might just go regular route. Chelsea Kaka trying to farm level 6. He's got Paparazzi and DY positioned behind. Ice Blast is at the ready. Who do they find? Ghost gets the net. Do they have the gap closed onto the Storm? DK is coming in.
Oh, look at it. The song into Ice Blast. There you go. That'll do it.
Nicely done.
They didn't even need Paparazzi to play his part there, really. They just sort of set up alone there between Ghost and DY. Very cleanly done. Goodbye, Makoto.
23. Nullifier is picked up, but yeah, just
disassembled.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, face. Nullifier is a new one. But indeed, as you say, just playing with the 2 parts. Still wants to get that Radiance first.
That would be some pretty horrible. That would be the first Nullifier purchased at 14 minutes and the last, because that sounds...
I tell you what, yeah, probably did break a record with that one. on
for a
the
split second.
14-minute Nullifier. Well, we'll probably see that item later in the game.
Probably.
Him.
Yeah. There you go. Fast in the patch fastest. But yeah, it's gone. Top, Kaka. And they finish him off. Hugh, secondary Shadow Walk.
Ghost is heading over. Kaka's still alive, finally falls. Ghost has got to be a bit careful himself. Talon here with the 3 of them.
But Jabs, you know what? He may be going Midas, but he did go Pipe.
Oh, there we go.
And it's a really good Pipe game.
Changed man.
I mean, he did similar last game too, where he went full greed for himself, and then he started building toward Team items. This man, I like it. It's a really good Pipe game.
It is, and he's got it at a good time.
Yeah.
15 minutes in.
Same thing for JT. JT also has the Pipe finished pretty much at almost similar time, but he doesn't have a Midas, of course.
I know. How's the mech doing on Ollie? He's getting there. 500 gold for Ollie to pick up the mech for Talon.
Pretty good. And Q, this Bounty Hunter, 306 so far, part of 9 kills, has Vessel done. So versus this DK, versus the Magnus, a very impactful item choice.
Yeah, still holding the lead, of course. 3k lead for Talon.
Yep. Good position for him to be in. Witchblade also on Mikoto. Bit of good damage. Q. Careful.
He knows they don't see him. He's playing around his sentry hit.
Careful. They have a sentry in Dust. Gonna get the track started.
I mean, yeah, with him throwing the tracks out, then there's a high likelihood that he'll be playing down from the river.
It keeps making the Nullifier, not the Radiance. There we go.
3 nullifiers.
There we go.
They'll get on top of him. They'll take him out for the once.
That may have gotten him killed. They're coming in.
I mean, we're going to see the zip 4. The Ice Blast comes in. They get the RP off onto 23, but there's the Black Hole. It's going to catch JT. Keep 23 safe as they take JT down. The Fear thrown down here from Kaka will push back 23 and Q momentarily, but Talon, they want to keep pushing on as 23 turns towards DY with a Ray Fire Blast. Double kill for 23. They take out 4.
How many tracks
23 and Makoto both pick up a double. And XG, they only get out with Ghost.
A bait play. They thought they got him because he's got this Radiance over here, but it actually turns quickly, and I think that's, what, 3 track kills at least.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolute setup for the money here. 23 is trying to ride out here on his throne. They put a stop to it, and you can see obviously the temptations there because they get sort of this perfect timing to set up with the Ice Blast after he comes back. But the rest of Talon, they were not afraid to push forward into this enclosed area. Jabs reaches in, Black Hole, it's enough to secure JT, and from that point onwards, they just start running out of damage. I mean, it's still at a point where it's a little bit too early for Ghost to really feel super strong turning up to these fights.
Absolutely, especially into that Radiance, and we saw the pipe from Jabs immediately coming in.
They're going straight into 23. They'll see him out here farming. They know that it's Reincarnation's on cooldown. So at the least, XG immediately back on the map for the back of the respawns, and they'll punish 23 and get the push going down bottom. Should be able to take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're still feeling pretty strong, especially whenever Black Hole is going to be on cooldown. That is the one big team fight ability that Talon does have, and they did get a big win off of it, but XG can definitely punch back.
I'll see Jabs will indeed get the Blink Dagger. You know, he's done his duty here, got the pipe for the team.
I'm fine with this. This is great itemization.
Because honestly, already we've had a couple of Black Holes that, you know, they've done big things for the team.
Yep. Blink, BKB, I think the next 2 items that he can go for, and it's perfectly fine. I'm very happy that it went the pipe, though. As we see, it's gonna have this kind of big effect whenever he's playing with that Storm, whenever he's playing with the IO. Gonna protect them a lot.
Well, Q's got his eyes on Ghost. We'll have to be a bit more careful now when he plays around like this, now that Ghost does indeed have the Orchid.
They're coming. Here's the IO Storm. The Enigma's close, too.
See if Ghost can play his way out of this one. Can he get the song off? He'll turn with the silence on the Storm, but they have the control to take out Ghost and leave no chance for him to sing his song.
Oh, and Q is playing unbelievably well. Honestly, I mean, there's a reason that we've definitely seen this bounty hunter banned out, but he's making us really see that reason.
I mean, yeah,
he's everywhere.
He just sometimes has these sort of games. I mean, I remember what was it back in? Where was it when we watched him play as Tiny?
It was Dream League, wasn't it? It was a while ago. It was like the beginning of Dream League, I think.
That was when it was. But I remember they had a game. These two supports, Q and Ollie, and it was. What was Ollie playing? It was.
I think it was Enchantress and Tiny, perhaps?
Enchantress and Tiny, I think it might have been. And they were kind of single-handedly carrying the game, those two.
They were actually just chorus, both of them. They were literally carrying the game.
And this game is very much a joint effort from the whole team, but Q definitely playing a huge part.
He knows where to play. Look at this. Like, he's setting up for the next play, and there's Relocate available. Like, JT, they potentially can just go for him.
I mean, they're tempted to.
Double Shadow Walk, double stunned, Spirit Vessel's on him. They got him.
Another track kill.
You. What a monster. He deserves that last time.
He does, you know. Start making this man the carry now. I mean,
look at this. Immediately moving. Shadow Walk's back up in a second. They have a ward on high ground. Has he gone too far?
Find him. Oh, Jabs is here, though. And he does have Black Hole. He could look for an opportunity at Q. He's going to be able to live.
Oh,
They've got the Black Hole as well to control Paparazzi. Fear will come out in time from Kaka, and they're going to try for the TP out. And actually, they both make it away. Kaka redeeming that situation here for XG. But making sure they don't lose any more, but they still lose. And still there's 2 of them.
It was track kills, 2 of them. Q, he gets them both. Look at him go. He's just everywhere.
Yeah, he can treat himself to the BKB next. I mean, we were already trying to get on top of him there, as long as like the backups from Jabs with his pipe. It isn't too easy to kill this bounty hunter.
No, look at his HP. He's super tanky. He's just constantly looking for more. Like, Paparazzi's being stalked. That was close.
Backup's coming in, JT.
JT's grabbed.
JT, he's coming in, but they'll turn over towards him, though. Throw the silence over the way of Mikoto.
Song.
They do have RP, but JT doesn't look like he wants to set up for anything here. They want to just use this song to back off.
No blink on him just yet. They're tracked as well, so they're still keeping tabs of him. Jabs has blink. Black Hole still cooldown. Yeah, Q. I mean, he's doing like everything, it feels like.
They've got to find this bounty. Buy out all the sentries. Oh,
Paparazzi. Get away. Oh, Q. Can you get away? He will.
A DD rune sitting on the bottom as well. I'll get on 23 if they can.
Yeah, this bounty's just doing way too much work. XG. They're just literally constantly being kept tabs of. Still no blink on JT. They can't really set up these team fights. Ghost, he's still farming very well. That's the important thing, but a 7K lead for Talon. They're feeling very good right now in this mid game. And they have DD now in the Storm, too, for more catch.
Is this something that we've seen from Wraith Kings, this Radiance into the S and Y?
I mean, not so much nowadays because the item was nerfed. It got buffed a little, but playing versus RP and DK and stuff like that, okay.
That's true. I can
see it.
Long duration lockdowns.
Yep.
You know.
Well, quote unquote. They've all been altered and not as much anymore, but
stuns
hey, but now it's even less, right? Versus the status.
Did actually RP stun get nerfed? It did.
It did. Almost everything did except for like Mirana Arrow as a stun in particular.
Yeah.
Q, giving information, scouting out XG, Talon. Black Hole up in 50.
We've got the Blink Dagger done on JT for Xtreme Gaming. Paparazzi's got his BKB. Top lane tier 2. Starting to take a bit of a beating here from Mikoto.
I mean, he's keeping the DD. They're setting up with a relocate. Kaka, double stunned.
Time to look for another track kill. We'll be able to get the Shadow Realm off, and in fact, Ghost is able to turn the silence. They double with the Dragon Tail. They've got the Ice Blast coming in. Mikoto, he'll go down.
And now Q.
They get the drag back. Skewer's there. Q. We'd actually be able to get the kill, but
he is dead. He dies, and it gives it to Ghost. He gets 2 huge kills.
And now 23, he's just got to run Jabs. He's watching from the side because no Black Hole there. 15 seconds until Black Hole's back up on Jabs.
Oh, nice little pipe play.
And these two will get out.
They piped versus the Midnight Pulse to try to go for a further catch to block the damage tick to go for the blink. That was actually kind of cool. And they buy Gem. That's a pretty massive swing around, though.
Sure.
Ghost gets both, and it's a streak from the bounty this time around. So Q, talked them up quite a bit there, and this time, maybe fed a couple kills there for the enemy team.
Give the man a break. How long can he stay surviving on a bounty? It's very difficult, especially against these teams. So these teams, these guys are the top of the top. They buy detection. It's not easy to sneak around as a bounty hunter as he has been. Finally gets caught, and obviously he's just going to be happy that he got a kill on the way out. I think Kaka he ended up with a bounty in his face.
Yeah. sometimes that can't happen. You know, we did mention multiple times XG, they literally drafted these heroes in order to counter relocate. You know, they have the Magnus, they have the Willow, they have the AA, they have great ways to counteract it. This time they are able to find a big strike, and yeah, Ghost, he got the 2 big kills, and I believe that is his heart finished up.
Oh, he's hitting the timings. 23 minutes in. I mean, overall, sure, Xtreme Gaming, they're down 7k. But, you know, as we said from the draft, and we heard, you know, belief to be had in this Naga Siren.
Yeah.
And so far, Ghost is ticking all the boxes.
Sure is. I like the itemization, though, from 23. He's just doubling down at what it looks like, at least if he does full commit. Going for like the Mjolnir next, going for that super hard carry. Versus that Naga Siren, of course.
Yeah, that's absolutely the way to play. Mjolnir is going to be the very nice build.
And now that they have Black Hole back up.
Takes time, though, right?
It does.
take time.
And XG, they're looking to limit that time. BKB on Paparazzi. They bought him a gem right after winning that fight. And they absolutely have a big timing here right now on XG.
Okay. Let's see what they can do with this.
Roche, maybe on the menu.
I mean, why not? They've got RP, they've got Song, they've got all the ultimates. So very easy to sort of hold their own around this confined area if Talon do decide to challenge it. I mean, at the moment, Talon, they're around the mid. It'll take them a bit of time to get her, even if they do intend to, and yeah, already down to half HP. Not going to be a chance for Talon to have a look in on this Roshan. This will be Xtreme Gaming's.
Oh, interesting. 23 also takes the stun talent this game rather than going for his skeleton attack damage. I know this one didn't work last patch.
It didn't work?
It was bugged, the plus 26
it's a
attack
feature.
damage. Well, it was in the bug report. But yeah, it was a feature.
It was in
But now that one does work, and now it actually increases your farm by quite a bit. So interesting to see that he just goes for stun. I guess he just wants more of that lockdown for his team. Been interesting. I always just like seeing what people adapt to when there's patch changes. So maybe just because stuns are nerfed, he wants to have something extra. Cool.
Sure.
Why not?
Maybe feels that the skeletons just die a bit too quickly against
They probably
the
do.
Naga Siren and all the Riptides and such.
And you know what? He's got Radiant, so he's like, I already have farming items. I'm having a great game, so I just want more fighting instead of farming. Bottom, they're setting up for the bounty. He's got to cancel that TP.
Good job he did. Otherwise, we would have had a big old dragon right on top of him. Onto the side, Ghosty finds Jabs. Jabs was able to get out with the blink. They'll drop the RP for this one.
Him. And the reload, it's coming in.
But there's no Enigma.
That's a bold one.
Not really a fight to be had. They do kind of need Jabs alive.
And who ended up? Sorry, I was just checking. It was the. By the way, it was the AA who got the shard. Also, so.
Oh, from the Torment.
Yeah, DY.
That's a good one, right?
It's really good. Global AOE stun. It's very nice. Just be able to set up onto anybody, even setting up onto backlines, like onto Enigma that you're too far away from. You just ult him, and it can stop Black Hole pre-BKB as well too. It's actually one of the big reasons that I think we're going to see AA more on top.
But
of the
yeah,
Ice
that's
Ward
what.
next
So yeah, but the shard stun with the Ice Blast goes through BKB.
No,
No,
not through
it
BKB.
doesn't. It's sure because Ice Blast does pierce keep immunity.
It should not. It should not.
Because it's just applying cold snap, which doesn't.
Yes.
So, okay.
It should not.
It should not.
I played it the other day and it did not. So unless that was changed.
No, I mean you're right. It absolutely shouldn't because.
But the Ice Blast, of course.
It's a cold snap, and cold snap doesn't, even though it's part of the Ice Blast.
Cold snap.
Huh?
Cold feet.
Oh, cold feet. I keep saying cold snap. Why do you keep saying cold snap? No, what it is. It's just I'm sad because we don't see Invoker anymore.
Yeah.
What happened to that hero?
He's dead.
He's actually dead.
He's dead.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Pipe actually ruined him, and a couple of the nerfs also, sadly.
Has anyone tried playing Invoker so far at this major?
I hope not.
If they did, they're probably not going to be in the major long.
Well, I think Quas Wax can still work.
Okay.
But it's definitely been. I mean, it got hit. It got hit hard. The cold snap nerf. Yeah, this one actually cold snap. The cold snap nerf
cold snap.
plus the meteor reduction and everything like that. Not having a 20 talent timing, it really hurt the hero. But yeah, whatever. We'll see if we do get to see somebody play it. I want to see what the route they do go down because it does feel pretty impossible. It's Ghost, Aegis, Heart on his way to Butterfly. He's getting his timings, even though 23 is keeping up. Feeling a bit difficult right now for Talon, even though they have a gold lead.
But again, this is what you sort of expected, right?
It's an amazing
If
Naga
Talon weren't going to be crushing it, even though they do have this lead, the question is if that is, crushing it to an extent that overwrites the fact that Naga Siren probably feeling pretty good about themselves here, Ghost.
Yeah, even though it's 18-8, and there's a gold lead, of course.
Let's see, can Talon deal with the Naga Siren this game? So far, so good, but that could come to an end pretty sharply.
Well, they've dealt with everybody else
next time.
decently. Ghost is just 3-1 and 3.
No,
That's the one
absolutely.
issue.
You
He's
sort of
just a
see
monster.
the position here of the three cores of Talon, second, third, and fourth on the net worth. And of course, with this Radiance build, 23 doing a very good job of keeping up with the farm of Ghost as an Naga Siren, which is not easy to do, especially with Ghost playing as cleanly as he has.
I mean,
this is a free farm Naga Siren.
They're forcing high ground. Jabs still doesn't have BKB on the Enigma yet.
Okay.
So very tough for him to set up for black holes.
BKB is done on Makoto.
Okay, BKB I believe is also done on 23. So at least they're about to have a triple BKB timing on side of Talon to be able to fight into this.
It was 23. Okay, no, still got a slot for this. It's going to be after that they'll probably have to consider what you just get rid of the Soul Ring and get the Mjolnir in.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like Mjolnir Overwhelming Blink or something like that. We'll have to see.
Full Butterfly done on Ghost. So
maybe he has to go for
timings are being
at some
hit.
point. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough few minutes now for Talon to be able to deal with this Naga.
No, nothing changed with Mjolnir, right, in terms of the proc still being able to go or ignore invasion, right?
Nope. Shouldn't have changed.
Mjolnir on its own will still be a decent solution against this Naga Siren.
Yep.
Q scanning things out. They may look for the jump. Oh! In fact, the jump's going to come in from 23. Makoto's going to be in with the follow-up. They're going to go straight for JT.
They got a big one. That's JT.
They get rid of the Magnus. No threat of an RP to be had anymore for this fight. JT's out for 50 seconds.
They're trying to ignore Ghost. They know that the Aegis is going down in 30. They know that they can go for the other targets. They have to just ignore the Naga Siren for now.
Okay.
That's a good jump. Good pick off there onto JT.
BKB on Jabs. And BKB done on Q. So
okay, so quad BKB.
Quad BKB's right.
All right. 23 had to use it last fight, though.
He did.
But he also got blessed. He got a Cloak of Flames. So, I mean, all these type of things do add up when you are playing versus a Naga Siren.
Oh, yeah. You know, he wants to watch the world burn here. Radiance and the Cloak. He's got the items to do.
Paparazzi, how's he doing? He's getting pretty close to AC, and that is the Aegis ticking out. They're going to buy a gem of their own on the side of Talon, try to reestablish the map a bit here. And yeah, Jabs. Tanked some illusions for a second. That was a bit scary. I haven't seen anybody actually grab the Defiant Shell, really. So interesting to see that Ghost does pick it up. And 23 doesn't have BKB.
This
relocate's coming.
Pretty dangerous. Okay, Ghost is going to be spooked himself.
Jabs
pops the song. See if Jabs wants to play him with the BKB and the Malefice Black Hole. He does. He'll set up onto the Naga Siren at 23 with a follow-up Ray Fire Blast, but he's going to get caught by Paparazzi's Dragon Tail. Fears well pushes him back momentarily, and it gives a chance for Ghost to walk away from 23. Q tries to get in on the back lines himself, pots the BKB, but he has to shadow walk away now.
He's caught.
No further fight to be had from Talon. They've got to back off. Just a bit of an ambitious attempt there with the Black Hole to try and go on this Naga Siren, but Ghost, he's very farmed, he's very fat, and he's very hard to kill.
He is unbelievably tanky, and this is all pre-Bloodthorn. So he's about to have that innate magic resist also that's going to kick in pretty hard. Now that is tough, because now there's no Black Hole for 140 seconds. This is a timing for XG to perhaps poke high ground.
Yeah, I mean, very much sort of that moment. Definitely
you can see it.
Something that could have been seen coming, this game. This Naga Siren.
He's a beast.
Ghost.
And there's no glyph. This is a free tower. Paparazzi has a full AC. Get the tower. DY now has a Lotus.
Do you think you want to keep pushing this if you're XG?
They're going to just keep poking. There's no Black Hole, so the big threat is not there.
Poking again at 23.
Paparazzi.
Oh, man, Makoto going deep. He's going to go straight towards DY. DY's going to be saved here.
He's alive.
The pipes pop. DY's alive. 23 is going to go down the once. They're going to try and set up for round 2. JT won't drop the RP for now. 23 pots the BKB. Q trying to get some tracks out, but he gets founded by the Dragon Tail of Paparazzi. Q's out for 45, no buyback. Xtreme Gaming, they get back on with the push.
Oh boy, a big zip, but DY lives. The pipe, I mean, all these different things coming in together. He's tanky enough, and yeah, that's a Rax. And they still have RP.
And now the gold lead is falling into their favor.
Sure is. They're going to continue. Mid tower is getting pushed as well. There's still a glyph available, but it's dying fast.
And Talon, they got that early gold lead this game, but
can't fight.
They played sort of for a late game investment, and it feels like that investment it's not paying off.
It sure isn't.
As XG punishing them hard now. Ghost. What do they do about this Naga Siren?
They don't have Black Hole for 50.
Full Bloodthorn done now on Ghost.
Yeah. XG, they'll back up and reset for a moment here, but big damage done there. They still have everything available too. That's the crazy thing. It's like the next fight, it could just kick off there, and they're in such a comfortable position on XG. Ghost nearly having an Aghanim. I mean, he's halfway to an Aghanims now too. So gotta be strong. And we'll see who ends up getting the next shards, because I believe Tormentor should be getting back on the menu pretty soon. Wish we had a timer for those. I guess I should start writing that down.
That's true. I guess, yeah, we have the roast time on the overlay.
I thought that these little symbols actually did something around the Tormentor, and it would give some timers, but They're just
Wait, what do the symbols mean?
I don't know. I actually looked at it the other
They
day.
do like their Easter eggs. Someone needs to get on this and translate.
Someone get on it. Someone will figure it out. Look,
I don't know what language this is.
someone will get on it.
Somebody work it out. There's a secret message to be had here.
All right, Talon. Let's see what they can find.
Radiant.
They're coming out for this fight. They have their ult.
are.
They've got Black Hole Hit.
23 he is fragile for how tanky
He wants to go in
His
first.
armor is
he's
incredibly
done.
low. No way.
Oh, that is not the place you want to blink.
Oh no, it's one of
He's
those
trapped
spots.
between the stairs.
Oh no.
The relocate out is not going to come in time.
It's a disaster.
He's trapped. He's going to try and TP out with his BKB, and
But
he's
he
not going to get away.
Oh
Do not jump into that.
no. And the RP. Mikoto?
Oh, he'll get out.
Oh my god, no.
Ollie will not, of course, on the return. I mean, Makoto's out of mana. He may still be dead. Paparazzi's looking for him.
No way.
Ooh, they find him.
I
mean, that spot there, you don't want to go there.
Oh,
you do not. I mean, you can look at it as plain as day. That is. I mean, if you have a Quelling Blade, can you get out of there?
I don't
Cut that
think
tree.
so, Owen. I think that is the
you
death
literally-
trap.
It is.
You know what they did? They kept the trap spot, because in old Roche area, there was the spot you get stuck. Now that's near the Roche pit too, and you get stuck.
But this one, it just looks so inviting. You know, it's quite spacious. It's kind of cozy. You got like a nice little light torch here at the side. Got a bit of greenery, a couple of rocks. It looks like a nice place to sort of set up camp, make your home. But not when you're trying to win a Dota game.
And they've lost
unfortunately,
everything.
23 jumps straight into that, gets stuck, and well, Talon, they're going to have to do something quite special to get this game back under control now, because now with a 9k lead on Xtreme Gaming, this one feels extremely difficult for Talon.
Extremely in the bag.
Let's go. 28k net worth.
Oh no, 23. I mean, what a way to close. I mean, yeah.
I mean, he went straight into it.
He really did. He did it to himself. But also, the one thing is, too, when you have to go this build, it feels a little on the Wraith King.
Yeah.
He's actually very fragile. There's an AC and Riptide, so he's actually sitting at like
I mean, how
negative
much armor
armor.
does he have?
He's at 10 armor.
10 armor.
So
Not
when
a
he
lot of
gets hit
armor
by
to be
everything,
having at this point of the game.
He is super fragile. And Roche, it's back up, and that means that spot is inviting again.
I don't think they want to go to that spot ever again.
No, 23 is like never again.
He's going to have some pretty horrific memories of that last fight. He does not want to go to this spot anymore.
Well, it's on the other side now. It did go nighttime.
Wait, is there another spot like this up on the Dire side? There is not, right? The Dire side's safe.
Dire side's safe for 23.
It's pretty safe. There's not really any places you're going to
Wait,
jump
let's
and
make
get
sure.
stuck.
Let's make sure. Yeah, it's
Oh, is this one here?
23. He's walking right into them.
He wants to fight. Now, whether he's ready to fight, I don't know, because he's already dead the once. Mikoto is going to try and jump the back lines. C23 get the BKB off.
Mikoto's landed.
It's just pretty much dismantling them. He's focusing down T1 with the help of Q. They'll get him. JT.
Cancelled.
He'll drop the RP on towards the Enigma. Jazz pots the refresher. Will get the second black hole off. It's a pretty decent one, but indeed the illusions end up shredding him from behind. And now Ghost, he can look to clean up for more. He'll turn towards Q. Q pots the BKB. JT is able to steal away. Q's going to continue to chase him, but Ghost just destroys 23. JT will go down, but Q, he's out of luck himself. Paparazzi and Ghost finish him off. They jump into the trees. They find Mikoto. Kaka's in. Yule Scepter into the fear. Mikoto, he'll go down as well.
Yeah, that just might be it. I mean, double black hole, but he just dies to some illusions. JT cancels the first, the illusions kill the second, and Ghost is full HP. And he had the Aghanim, so he just nets Mikoto, and yeah, GG.
And they call it. Well, there you go. Game 2, and with that, well, both games. Xtreme Gaming is going to be able to pick up here today against Talon. Not quite as long as game 1, but still a fun one to be had here, and especially for Xtreme Gaming. They look solid, and the panel was bang on right. They love this Naga Siren pick at the end of it all. And Talon, maybe there was an approach to be had here because they did have the lead early on, but it just didn't come into play. The way that they wanted to try and play this out, it just didn't seem like that was the way to go against this Naga Siren Fog.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple itemizations perhaps that could have been altered, like the S&Y and stuff like that. You could see how fragile, without having AC on the Wraith King too.
Sure.
Dealing versus Paparazzi, who played a super stable game, having AC, having Riptide, ults minus
DK.
armor. It was overwhelming. They have way too much to deal with them, and these backline supports, they kept surviving. They got their spells off over and over again, and yeah, Ghost, I mean, it was a perfect Naga game. It was a pretty much flawless DK game, and it led to a very successful victory.
Absolutely. A fun series to be had, as I said, and especially for Xtreme Gaming. They're going to feel very good about this one. Had, of course, that tough series the other day where they came out of the back of a couple of losses. Today, though, they'll get 2 wins here against Talon.
Excellent turnaround from Xtreme Gaming after getting 2-0'd by OG yesterday. They show that they still know what's up, and they are representing China well, at least against Talon Gaming, who maybe set themselves up a little bit. Effie, you saw it coming. As soon as you saw that last pick, you're like, man, this is a really good Naga game. And boy, did she deliver.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry.
I can hear you.
Okay. I can't hear myself. But really, it was the perfect Naga game. Ghost played it flawlessly. He joined fights early. He outfarmed the Wraith King. He had such sick songs. It just felt like, he played it perfectly. But I want to call out other heroes and other players on this team for this one. Kaka, my lord and savior.
Let's go.
Okay, it all started when he was on that cliff and he terrorized Talon away, and he gets Paparazzi to TP out. He TPs out. After that, it was just like some domino effect of XG just saving each other over and over again. It felt like Talon were so close to killing the important targets, they couldn't quite do it. And because of the spellcasting from XG, they were able to just buy time for themselves, buy time for the Naga to get strong enough, get that Tormentor, get that Roshan, and everything was smooth sailing from there.
I think there's a lot, like you mentioned, I think the team play coming out from XG is just simply at a higher level than Talon. A simple example that I would give is that Wraith King bought Radiance, which means you're thinking long fights, kind of like kite them, utilize the burn damage over time, and then Jabs went for Blink BKB Refresher, which says we're going to win this fight in the first 5-6 seconds of it with the big black holes. So it's like, I just feel like there's lack of cohesion in the vision they have of this patch, the way they want to play fights, the
At
way
least
that
he built pipe.
He did build pipe. It's just like, I would like to see a Blink Deso Wraith King with that, or...
I agree. I wanted to yell at that.
Yeah, it's like something... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so mad. Why didn't they buy the Deso? Like, I understand. Okay, you're playing as Naga. You want to buy Radiance. But, like, you are crushing these fights with, like, you're bound to find someone, you kill them with Storm, and then you want to turn that one kill into, like, either more kills, or you want to turn it into, like, an objective. And by him going Radiance, it is not allowing them to take objectives as nicely as I would hope them to be. I think he needed that Deso, because they needed to end, right? You're not winning into this later, like, lineup. So I just don't think that he itemized very well on the Wraith King.
It was a frustrating situation, but for Xtreme, a very redeeming one, and we've got Pyrian standing by with Ghost.
Yeah, hi guys, I am, as you say, here with Ghost, off the back of that 2-0 win over Talon. Ghost, I didn't catch much of Game 2, because unfortunately I was doing other interviews, but in Game 1, I've got to say that was edge-of-the-seat stuff. How close do you think you guys were to throw in that first game?
I think it's like we throw 3 times, like it's kind of bad. I think if you make one more mistake, it's game. Because they took the Roshan also. It's kind of bad for us. Like we learned a lot from that game.
So, I mean, was one of the things seemed to be don't go through the Underlord gates. That seemed to get you guys into trouble a couple of times. But you still see the value of this hero. You think he's strong in Dota? I didn't see the draft. Did you not pick him for Game 2 for a reason?
I think they banned it.
They banned it. Well, that answers that. You guys were sort of up against this pick-off lineup in the first game, but you picked all this damage reduction. Like pretty much every hero seemed to have damage reduction. Do you think that's very important in this patch?
Yeah, because of the Pipe Crimson item, yep.
Okay, and you started yesterday, obviously you went 0-2 yesterday. Today you went 2-0. Do you feel like you're back to playing some really, really good Dota?
Yeah, because we still new to this patch. We're still learning. We didn't get much like scrims before we came to Germany. Yeah, we're still learning.
Okay, good stuff. Well, best of luck to you and back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Pyrian. Yeah, they are feeling better, and they actually have a Southeast Asia doubleheader today because they took down Talon 2-0, and their next opponent right after this is going to be SMG. So if they're able to maintain this momentum, that would be fantastic. Talon, on the other hand, I'm with you, Sheep. I think they're going to need to reevaluate their itemization because that seems to be a critical flaw in all of their games.
Yeah, I mean, the pipe was a step up. Glad to see it. It was great. I mean, I think, yes, the pipe, great jobs, but I think the pathing in the new map kind of griefed Talon a little bit,
yeah.
right? They had the blink on the Wraith King into that weird little nook, and then the black hole on the Naga, which the rest of Talon couldn't path to.
Okay, I know we've kind of beat this like a dead horse here, but this one offlaner has a BKB and a refresher. The other one has a Lotus and a Force Staff. Who wins in this patch? It's the offlaner with the Lotus and a Force Staff. Like, that's just... Sorry, Jabs. Like, that's just where we are. You gotta... I think he's gotta just embrace it and accept it. Like, he's not a carry this patch.
Lessons are being learned, but he's got to learn these lessons very quickly because, again, it's a short group stage. You need to figure things out. And as we get into our next series, it's going to be Beastcoast taking on Shopify Rebellion. Oh, it's a very entertaining America's showdown. Stick around, everyone. We're going to be back with our final series of Group B on the mainstream after a break. It's time for Stack City, everybody. I got Shopify Rebellion's Saberlight and Crit to do a very, very simple Dota task. Stack neutrals, as many as you can. You're level 6, you can pick whatever hero you want, and you have 5,000 gold. Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Vintage choice.
Went for the classic.
The classics. Saberlight.
That's what he's saying.
Okay. Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I don't know why he would go for that.
He relies on his micro.
But you can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? You will see. I mean, maybe if you're like a under 11k pleb, then you can.
Are you telling me that you're not going to use your disruption illusions to stack more?
Yeah, I will not.
Oh,
I have a genius
heartbreaking.
plan.
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, okay.
That's right. I'm gonna root them.
Okay. 18 seconds. Actually, less than that, because we don't know the leash times. Instant disruption. Both illusions on the same thing. No. Shadow poison, 53.
This is fucking disaster.
Excellent work. We've got one camp for Saberlight.
I got two.
You got 2 on Crit. We're off to a great start.
This is fucking so hard, actually. If I was Dire in the last patch, it would be so much easier.
Okay. Are you gonna go for the same camps, or are we reevaluating?
Okay, I have a new strategy. Okay. Yeah, I think you just go for 3 instead of going for 6.
You do realize you just fed. Oh. I see what's happening. He just gave up. You don't want the smoke.
I'm sure he's gonna fuck up his own stack because of that.
That is correct.
Hey,
good read.
How many did he get? 0. You fucking idiot.
The sabotage strategy, it had some legs.
I was too fast. I tapped it too fast.
Well, and the fact that there are like a million camps now, so you block one, you just go to the other 50 camps.
Dire's definitely better.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right. I will just say Dire's like
I'm sorry.
way better.
Would you have liked a coin flip?
Yeah.
First pick, second pick.
That's fine. I can take the disadvantage.
It's last chance, gentlemen.
Is he's doing it again now?
Is he?
Yeah, he is. What else is there to do?
He's a sadist. He knows his mission is lost. Bro, you're not even cutting the tree. Oh, you did. Okay, never mind. No, you
I'll
didn't.
get it this time. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I forgot to mention another rule, and it was how many camps remain alive at the end. But technically, that little guy is still alive, so I will accept it.
Yep. So I stacked 1 and then 2. I don't know how many I got, but I definitely got more than him.
You definitely got more than him. I don't even need to count. Crit.
Yeah.
Congratulations on winning Stack City.
Yeah.
He is now the mayor of Stack City.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Well, you saw Crit become the brand new mayor of Stack City, but we filmed a handful of those, and the results may surprise you. Let's see how good he'll be at pulling those kinds of shenanigans off against Beastcoast, because that is Shopify Rebellion's opponent coming up right now. Shopify Rebellion actually just got 2-0'd by Tundra, so they had a hot beginning to day number 1. Welcome, SVG. Thank you for the finger guns.
It's my Muerto.
I was going to say, I'm Muerto.
We're gunslinging out here, but I still want to learn more about stacking. SVG, you're a support player. Pulling, stacking. That's true, formerly. But I have a bit of a pulling dilemma right now with this DHL pro tip.
Oftentimes in Dota, when the lane is up here, your life becomes miserable. This is even more so true when you are this guy. Why? Because you have to stand here to hit creeps, and these idiots can smack you with total impunity because the safety of their tower is within farting distance. So, what is the response that most people have for this all too common situation? The position 5 goes here and pulls these guys into the creep wave. And because carry players are greedy spoon-fed babies, a lot of them will continue to last hit like they're not dangling their heads into the mouth of a hungry lion by doing so. Then, they die. As a support, it feels like this mistake happens every single time. But let's do a thought experiment. Let's take the other perspective for just 1 second. As a carry, sometimes you are freely happily CSing with your support serving you entree after entree of delectable shared tangos.
No! Tangos. For me, just no more tango.
Then boom, just like that, out of nowhere, the enemy team goes on you and your support is nowhere in sight. You die, abandoned and lonely, and yet you are still expected to carry the game. So, what's the problem here? And where is the disconnect? The disconnect is that it takes mental effort to last hit, and it takes way less mental effort to stand around its support. So, what might be blindingly obvious to you as a 5 is not obvious to your carry, and reasonably so. So, what's the solution? Well, there are 2 that I can suggest. 1, you can make it very clear to your carry what you're about to do, and then only go do it when you've received verbal communication that they are okay with it. In good faith, I cannot say though that this one will actually work, because I fully realize that people don't communicate in Dota pubs and they don't behave rationally. Which is why I would recommend the second solution. You can push the lane into the enemy tower to bounce it back to in front of your tower. This way, you achieve the same thing as pulling neutrals, but without leaving your carry to die.
All right, Avery, former support player. You watched this DHL pro tip from Jenkins. Do you now know how to pull the safe lane without griefing your carry?
I wished I'd seen this video 7-8 years ago.
I've learned a great deal. Now, if you at home think that you've learned it, well, you should go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips, and you might have an opportunity to win a €250 Steam gift voucher if you think you can answer the quiz. Did you commit it all to memory? Did you memorize what Jenkins says?
I always
Generally, for me, it's in one ear and out the other.
Yes.
But DHL pro tips of his, I remember those.
They're the best.
They're the very best.
Some
but
might
are
say
they as...
the best delivery?
The best delivery, the best logistics, the best of all. But is it as good as the best in South America? Because that's what Beastcoast have been, at least in their regional DPCs. Beastcoast has been topping their tours, and then whenever it comes to LAN, maybe Evil Geniuses gets the upper hand. But regardless, the region as a whole is powering up significantly, and Pyrion actually got a chance to speak to Beastcoast a little bit earlier today. No, but we'll talk about Pyrion later. For right now, Effie, tell me about Beastcoast.
Beastcoast, oh Beastcoast. Being a fan of this team is just going through a roller coaster ride every single game they play. If they win lanes, they lose the game. If they lose lanes, they make a comeback and win the game. They're just very exciting to watch. They're very heavy on skirmishing. They play around their carry K1 a lot. He is kind of the 4 Protect 1 guy. He just plays it forever. It doesn't matter what patch he's in, but this team is definitely, for me, the most South American flavored team of them all. EG are really solid, but I feel like they lose their identity a little bit in these international tournaments, but Beastcoast carry it through with them to the very end.
Which is for better or worse.
For better or for worse.
It's always entertaining.
Yes.
I think this team says that about themselves, though. When they're watching Schofield do some crazy ass shenanigans, I think Hector's sitting there like, this is pretty entertaining.
I mean,
I have a feeling that's not what he's saying in that moment.
Whenever he gets the win, I'm sure he's appreciative of it, but whenever the inevitable Beast Coast throw happens, because that's the duality of it, Brian, either when Beast Coast is in the game, someone is going to throw, either them or the opponent.
Well, it's like when whoever's winning, the way you lose the game generally is the opponent killing you. So it's like on the team that's losing to make the plays. And I feel like the thing I see in this team is that they always make plays. So if they're winning, they're only giving themselves a chance to toss the lead, while when they're behind, like their execution with ability pressing and all that's really good. So like they make the plays necessary. It's just like maybe sometimes we should just tone it down, but that just never happens. It's like asking Japs to build Aura. It's just not gonna happen.
They would lose the flavor then.
Of course.
You know, it would break my heart to see them lose their identity. And another team whose identity that I want to learn more about is Shopify Rebellion.
The Shopify Rebellion roster has had a rough couple of years under the Evil Geniuses banner. After a chain of disappointing tournament performances, they made big changes to their team and got picked up by a new organization, Shopify Rebellion. Along with this, Saberlight joined the team as their new offlaner to finish out the new roster composed of North American favorite Arteezy, Abed, Crit, and their legendary captain, Fly. All impressive players in their own right. Together is where they really shine.
Falling up with the Gravekeeper's close, Saberlight's perfectly fine. Last bit, in the last few seconds, really, of the Shadow Dance kill on tries to go for Mighty, but he can't do it. The Ancient's exposed, and Arteezy's ever close it up. And the second life, he's going to be almost early on his own, though. Sacred's dead. K1 control the second time round, out of the game for good. With no buybacks available, this one, it's over. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion take game 2.
Despite their clear improvements and a respectable fourth place finish in the last major, that is far from enough to satiate them. Shopify Rebellion will bring on the night in Berlin. And they are looking to prove to everyone that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Very, very nice 3-man back on it for Saberlight. The follow-up's there from Arteezy. They'll be able to clean up all 3 kills.
Oh my god, it's Saberlight.
TP's over to the outpost. Big Scott still ready to fight. Arteezy's getting in and getting healed up by the Grease Crit. He's able to keep Arteezy's healing and healed up and staying. He can push up for more. Arteezy looks towards 9.
In a world where North America has to take on all the other regions, one team, sometimes 2 teams when TSM does good,
fight and represent the entire region. Wow, I feel like I should have watched that thing on IMAX.
Yeah, that was very dramatic. for
Incredibly
sure.
intense video. The thing I always laugh at, they make those videos so intense, and I can tell you, the comms in those intense team fights that look so cool when they montage them are not intense. It's just like, yo, slap his ass, slap his ass. You know, let's get him. I'm Clift. I need a 4-staff. I need a 4-staff. That's Shopify comms in a nut. Peter, come back.
You're telling me that Fly's not an intense man? Maybe he's not. Maybe he has got a cool exterior. Maybe Pyrian learned a little bit more about him earlier today.
Okay, I'm here with Fly from Shopify Rebellion off the back of a pretty tough 2-0 loss to Tundra. How are you guys feeling about the tournament in general, though, that series aside?
We had a pretty good day yesterday. So yesterday we felt pretty good. Now we kind of got owned. It's a new patch. You're gonna have to reassess constantly. So that's what we're gonna do. We don't have too much time to figure out exactly what happened. We just gotta focus on the next game. So that's where we're at right now.
And the next game is against an opponent you've played a lot, is Beastcoast. You know them very well. You 2-0'd them in Dream League. Are you confident coming into this game against them?
I'm pretty confident against Beastcoast. I think it's a team we know pretty well. Obviously, with all this new patch, you never know what's going to happen. They're a super chaotic team. So I actually kind of look forward to playing them because I think it's a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of kills on the map. And they're a team that plays really fast. So I'm excited. I think I have a pretty good idea of how they play, but I feel good.
Okay, should be a good series as well. I'd just like to say as well, it must be nice to have Abed back, but is there a period of adjustment after replacing a stand-in with your original player? Does that take some time to get used to again?
It kind of does, because Abed is definitely a different player than Mikey. It's not like we forgot how to play with Abed or anything, but we did have to change a bit how we view strategy, because we developed a lot of things revolving around Mikey, and we had like 2 weeks to do that. So I wouldn't say it's too much of a readjustment period, but it's a little bit.
And the new patch on top of that as well. All right, well, thank you, Fly. Best of luck in your series. Back to you guys.
A lot of factors that they got to consider after a fairly successful Dream League run, but these guys got championships in mind. They want to lift a trophy. That man on the right of your screen may be destined to never do so, but who knows? It all starts here, the journey in the Berlin Major. Day number 2 of groups. Opponent number 2 for today on Shopify Rebellion against Beastcoast. Stick around, everyone. We'll be right back after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
let me catch you up on what's been happening with these two teams if you're just now tuning in. Beastcoast yesterday split series against Talon and SMG. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion had a pretty exciting day number 1. They were able to 2-0 IG and then split series against Team Spirit. And then earlier today, Brian, apparently they had a fascinating series against Tundra that we didn't catch on the mainstream, but was a 2-0 in Tundra's favor.
Yeah, I was looking it over. It looks like they lost to Mid Alchemist twice. They also lost with Abed going 6-0-9 as Bowrider, so no deaths and a losing game. That's an accomplishment of itself, and that is why I think we see the first round Alchemist ban coming out from Shopify, maybe a bit scarred, because it's such a scary hero, not only because it gets Greevil's Greed for free, so his laning stage is now strong, but he's also like a 1-2 or a 3. So having that flex, that value in a core is pretty rare.
Storm's coming.
Storm's coming.
First big Storm. It's a Bulba classic. It's back in the meta. Oh my, he resisted. He resisted.
Somebody else is clicking the buttons.
The discipline on this
I thought with the Nyx ban, for sure we were going to see. I mean, they're taking it on 8. If Beastcoast don't take it here, I'm calling it. The Storm's coming. Coming.
We'll see.
Literally. That's like a double entendre right there. I like that.
What you got for Beastcoast, Effie? What's on your mind for these South Americans as we saw them yesterday?
They're disruptors, they're enchantresses, they're tusks. One of those could come up.
There's the disruptor. I'm into it. Especially if it's preempting. Well,
And they're tusk.
there we go.
Well, they play the same heroes every time. But no, I think Tusk is a very valuable hero for Beastcoast, even though we know that they first phase it whenever they can, but it's one of their most comfortable flexes. And you definitely need to have heroes that are as flexible as possible when you're drafting against Shopify.
Okay, who's clicking the buttons back here?
Are we sure this is the right draft?
Yeah, I think we reversed the two teams. Is Storm potentially the IO ban right there? Is that a production issue?
See, Bulba's crunching some numbers. He's got a very wrinkled piece of paper there.
I mean, XG did the same pivot when they thought that their enemy prepared for their Storm opening. They just shied away from it, and they went for the Underlord instead, so maybe they're just trying something else. That being said, if Storm is not taken out in the second phase, I do see it coming out eventually.
I feel like it's pretty good against Tusk. Maybe like the mid lane Tusk is a bit different. I'm not sure. It seems like you'd free farm that lane, and you can get away from the snowball shards, so I'm a bit surprised, but at the same time, like, Beastmaster, usually a hero that will get banned out in the second round. Saberlight special, he's like Grandmaster tier on this guy.
I feel like something Shopify dealt with Mikey is they ended up first phasing his hero a lot, and I think this team, outside of when they feel an Abed hero is super broken like Storm, they don't generally like doing that. They prefer to just pick their supports. We've seen Shopify even do double support openers. A little sus in my opinion, but like if you get away with it, it's good for how the team wants to play. So I'm not surprised to see him just kind of go back to the staple of like, all right, we're just going to take our offlaner early. Beastmaster is one of the highest win rate offlaners currently at the tournament. He's boasting like at least 60 or 70% win rate across at least 10 plus games. So he's kind of destroying every lane he goes to, getting mega farmed. You can stack the Ancient Camp right behind your tier 1 with boars and then go clear it with 50 mana axes. That's just ridiculous in my opinion. So I'm not surprised. I don't think this is a bad pick by any means. You have mana, you have CM to give him free mana for the lane, and Beastcoast first 2 picks are not dealing with the summons anywhere on the map right now.
They can definitely correct that later on, though. But I like that you brought up the openers because I feel that Shopify in general are not a first pick team. Like when they do have first pick in drafting, I'm usually not that impressed. They were a first pick team at Dream League because of Mikey, and they would use the overall 8 to secure his hero in a favorable matchup. But now that that's not there anymore, I feel like they've put themselves in a very susceptible position with this Beastmaster to just get countered right now, and then also get overall countered by the Hector hero in last phase. Very concerned about that, to be honest.
Are all the beasts going that Drums of Slam build, or are they like 50-50 on the Helm of the Overlord? I haven't been able to see this because I have seen it successful.
I saw Mind Control do it.
Okay.
I didn't catch any other ones who did it, but for the most part, I've been seeing the normal summons build on this.
Okay, because I think it's definitely better against the lineup Beastcoast has already, and they're banning out the illusion carries, which are, if I'm a carry and I see Beast, I'm thinking, does my support, is it like a Jakiro or a CM, something that will help alleviate the push early, or is it something like Disruptor, which deals very poorly with it, which means my hero has to, and those are almost always the illusion heroes. Sometimes you see something like a PA that looks to kill it in lane. They might go for something like that because it is more of a Hector playstyle. These like CK's PA, I mean not necessarily PA, but like these kill type lane bulliers, and they also have Tusk who can go through the Twin Gate. It's something where if you punish Beast early, he's definitely a different hero, and maybe they'll even block the Ancients or attempt to do something like that, because exploiting Beast's laning stage, I think, is the best thing you can do against this hero.
Yeah, I also feel like Beastcoast could take their Tiny or Ember approach into these summons. If they go for the Tiny, they've got the flex between Schofield and Dark Mago, and if they go for the Ember, they kind of lose that. But typically, that is how they play into these summons here, is these melee, like tanky mid laners that just run into him over and over and don't let him get to the point where he's snowballing the map.
Sounds like Kunkka.
That is a Dark Mago here.
I don't want to see it.
Well, not right now, at least. Not right now. I think the one hero you can pick now is the Tiny if you want to potentially flex the Dark Mago hero, but if not, if you're not looking at the Tiny, then it's got to be their offlaner reveal.
I think what's so funny about Beastcoast is even if Hector sees his lane matchup, he'll never pick until 10th. Like I feel like 80% of their games, Hector's their 10th pick hero, which is maybe something Shopify considered. Like if we reveal our offlaner early, it's not really a big deal. They would have 10th pick countered it anyways. So they go for the support counter, so we are flexing the Tusk to mid lane. Chen and Enchantress deal quite well with the boar in lane, but a lot of times the option for Beast is that they just don't level it. He'll probably go the Drums of Slam build, opting out of the Helm of the Dominator into the Overlord because Chen can take over the Dominator creep early and then gets the Shard to take over the Ancient later, so he'll almost certainly be going that route.
So Shopify ran techies yesterday twice on crit. And they're seeing something in this hero right now that makes them want to try it. Do you feel like this is a good enough game for them to try it, Avery?
Kind of not. I don't have faith in that hero. I think that hero suffers into Chen particularly because you can just build all the auras. You're going to have fast pipe in this game. You're going to have static storm you have to leap into. Tusk can be really obnoxious for the hero. I feel like they're going to pick another Chen counter like Mirana or something.
Yeah, that's
and just
smart.
like throw it up there. I wouldn't even be surprised to have Crit play Maiden just because this team really likes having creep answers on the lane. Like they will do something crazy like that, pick a Phoenix for Fly,
or
something like this where you get the Tusk matchup as well. Ench is also on the menu here. Like Shopify really likes support matchups. They like to force these matchups they feel are kind of old school. So even if the techies is better for the game, it's like, well, do we want to play techies into Chen on lane? Maybe that's weird. I don't even know if it's bad. It's probably okay. It's just maybe they prefer to have extra creep dealing. I think Pango is designed to do that. Wouldn't mind to see Coddle Pango here as well. I don't know if a lot of teams are playing support Coddle too much. We saw the offlane Coddle a lot before the patch. I feel like
It's been played.
Tundra did it twice.
It's been played. They lost to Cuddle today when Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra did it twice.
I don't think it's bad. I think the new Blinding Light is significant on the laning phase, and then you're just going to power this Pango up into the mid game. Beastcoast don't really have the best wave clear right now either. So if you can just shove the map and play off the Hawk Vision, it's going to give Pango the mana to stay on the map, like the Storm mini combo. Then you're just slaying Beastcoast all over the place. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, you mentioned, Mira, that they could have gone Tiny on Beastcoast as like a flex option. The one thing I really don't like about this Chen is you know exactly where these three heroes are going right now.
Yeah.
So they feel very comfortable picking Pango, a hero that traditionally like does have lane matchups he suffers in, but he should get off to a perfectly fine start, which makes it even more enticing to enable that diffusal timing, which is exactly what you guys just said, the Coddle doing just that.
I understand needing to take this Chen just in case the CM Flex was still open for Shopify, and Stinger has impressed on his Chen before. Maybe they just value the hero so much that they were okay with giving away this Tusk Flex so early, and they're just depending on this Chen's ability to win them the game later on, maybe buy the auras. If Chen is buying the auras, then you could also have the potential Tusk offlane flex. You still don't know.
Oh.
But to be honest, I don't like Chen that much in terms of playing versus these really lane-intensive style teams like Shopify, because I do feel that Chen is really strong, but he takes time to get strong. He needs to collect his army. So for the laning phase, he doesn't offer too much by way of protecting his carry.
I agree with this. Usually you want that independent carry, and Void's like decent for that in terms of survivability, but I'll just be honest, like I'm not a huge fan of this Faceless Void pick at all. I don't like him into diffusal mids like Pango. You do have early to mid-game mana problems, and Beastmaster has the BKB piercing disable before you have BKB. During Chrono, you can just simply get blinding lighted, and these are things that are sometimes negligible if you have Chrono damage follow-up, but they don't, so...
Unless there's something new about Faceless Void in this patch, or unless that lane gets absolutely dumpstered by early time dilation, I think this pick is absolutely trash.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't want to be... I'm like, I'm not a captain.
Like, basically, you're just giving Shopify 100% full tempo control in this game.
Okay.
I don't think the Void combines with any of your other heroes in the team fight. I think, like you said, he's going to get Blinding Light in the early engagement. So basically, you're saying we're going to win late game. I think the lane will be okay in terms of dilation. You do mess with Pango a lot in the fight, but it's a big question of how much can Void power up the damage. And I think if you're Shopify, like, don't you just go like Lone Druid or something? You just push it. You go high ground at 22 minutes, and what does this Beastcoast lineup do? They have 0 outspam. They have Lero.
Yeah, I was gonna say
no
wave clear. Like that's one of Faceless Void's biggest issues is that he doesn't influence the momentum on the map at all for like the first 15 minutes, other than like the one Chronosphere every 3 minutes. And you already said that.
And we've seen Shopify do that. Shopify played these Beast and Lycan lineups, especially the Lycan. Like Arteezy Shadow Fiend is a threat here. The Lone Druid's a threat here. They're gonna ban the Ursa for the same reason.
Yeah, I think Lone Druid's coming like right now.
Just go high ground at 25 and end the game.
Yeah, you got 9th pick. That's like the perfect 9th pick
Boba.
carry hero.
I'm sending you the message, brother.
Telepathically.
Scratching his chin. He's like, that's Shadow Fiend.
So what last hero could they even pick on Beastcoast that is going to do damage in a Chrono?
So old Beastcoast would have picked Snapfire. That's their go-to offlaner when they want range damage. But the issue with Snapfire is it's been changed. It doesn't seem so comfortable for them, and I don't feel like it's enough, honestly. I wouldn't mind seeing the Tusk being flexed offlane, play with the Disruptor, and maybe try to play for kills early on, and then just still pick Dark Mago as hero here last. Something that can do more than the Tusk as the game progresses, because Tusk will fall off. If you're playing for late game, I definitely would have been more comfortable with the Dark Mago Kunkka, the Dark Mago Tiny. But I don't even think Tusk offlane flex is good this patch. It just doesn't feel like it does enough. So they go for the traditional Void counter in the Wraith King. You just reincarnate through the Chrono, so Void has to go on the rest of your team, which isn't so bad as long as they have damage coming out of Beastcoast. It's not there yet.
There is literally no damage. I don't generally like Wraith King into Void nearly as much as like a year or two ago, but it definitely highlights and is going to punish the Beastcoast lack of damage even further. So it's not the Lone Druid in terms of going high ground at 22 minutes, but the Skelly Boys plus the Beastmaster aura, like they are going to have to respond to this from Beastcoast. And the two ways you can respond to it are killing these summons or like taking the engagement, or by like counter pressuring on the opposite side of the map. I don't really think they have that option. Chen's not going to nearly be able to match the push power. So maybe they go something like Death Prophet. Maybe they go something like Tide to stand in front of the towers. Like that's really all I can think of in regards to...
Tide doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, Tide
I have
does
some
look
gut
nice.
feeling they're going to go like offlane Phoenix or something, because that's a
Please don't.
classic. I wouldn't want to see it. The thing about the Wraith King is it can push too.
It can.
You can push pretty fast. If you go the Deso build, you can do Roches really early with this ball lineup and just go high ground. And at the same time, you get that Chrono answer. And it creates really strong dual side lanes for Shopify. If you can put the supports in either matchup, but I'm just thinking about Chakra Beastmaster with the new axes, and then you have a Maiden Wraith King lane as well. I mean,
I'm sorry. I can't believe
I told you I had a
called
gut feeling. I just felt they were going to do it because it adds to their lineup. It's kind of the thing you want, but I'm telling you, I feel like Beasto is going to get mega punished. The flip card, the reverse Uno, the ultimate reverse Uno card now, though.
Okay.
Is that I feel as though Beast Coast is going to get crushed in this early game, and those are usually the games they win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm going to go Beast Coast. They're going to.
Okay. They're right where Shopify is playing right into their hand here.
I don't like Beastcoast's draft. I'm just gonna say it. I think Shopify's draft is way better. It makes more sense. They have scaling throughout the entire game. They have solid lanes. They have the Pango and Coddle duo, which is way too strong right now, especially with the early Diffusal Blade. The one thing that maybe is good for Beastcoast is I have seen Hector on his Void win games that he shouldn't win. I've seen him scale all the way to late and just kind of solo carry. But for that to happen, Beastcoast have to take it very, very far, and I don't know if Shopify's going to let them.
If there's one region that can win with this type of lineup in these type of games, it is the SA region. Beastcoast and EG can pull out games like this, but sometimes I look at SA drafts and they thrive so much on chaos and just like being able to bluff and outplay and drag the game out, and it's almost like disrespectful to the pace that Shopify is representing. Like these heroes are so slow despite having the Chen. I don't know who plays around the Tusk. Like I don't know who enables him to be strong in the mid game. I have to go with Shopify.
These are questions that we need answered by actually watching the game play out. What an exciting draft from Beastcoast. Will it win? Let's find out with our casters. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, let's find out indeed if Beastcoast have it in them to take this one, closing up the draft rather humorously as well in terms of SVG. He called it. He was like, he was feeling the Phoenix pick. The Phoenix pick indeed does come out. Of course, it has that fantastic synergy with the Void, the Wombo combo, the Chronosphere into the Supernova. The question is, Fogged, will it be enough? Because overall, it seemed like the panel, they didn't really like the Void direction that Beastcoast went in.
No, not so much, especially not what he's playing up against. It definitely feels like a tempo draft. I mean, Shopify, they're going to be looking to play very fast, very aggressive, and Beastcoast, they've gone down their own their own full type of strategy. I mean, we'll see if it's going to work. It looks a bit weird. It looks a bit slow. If anyone's going to be able to do it, though, it's Hector going for the late game super carry as the Void.
I mean,
I don't really have faith in it, but let's see if they can make magic happen, because there are limited egg hitters kind of in a way, right? They have the inner beast aura that comes from Beastmaster, but lots of melee things, so maybe Sacred can do some crazy stuff, maybe.
I mean, so what is it about the Void that doesn't feel great? Because I'll be honest, I kind of like the Void here.
You kind of like it here.
I guess I'm on my own. I wouldn't mind. I think this is a decent game for the Void. I think time dilation is pretty annoying for Shopify Rebellion's heroes.
For like the Coddle and Beast and stuff like that.
The Wraith King, you know, is a solid pick against it from Shopify. Causes issues where you're going to have to commit twice. But I think there's potential here for K1.
It's very slow. It is unbelievably slow how it can farm. So you have to make tons of space for this hero. Maybe Mago is going to be able to make some magic happen as this Tusk to make space. He has sometimes with his Tusk, with his Kunkas and stuff like that, his Tinies. These are like the 3 big that he does play, but it is a very slow hero. And yeah, we'll have to see if it is going to work out for him. I don't have a lot of faith in it, but hey, Beastcoast, they're an absolute wild card sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, an outsider sort of looked at the carries elsewhere, any sort of other matchups or any hero that's kind of gone unanswered, you know, has the potential to pop off and become unstoppable this game from either side?
I mean, the Pango has a Coddle behind him, right? So it looks pretty damn good for him. He's got a lot of different potential to be able to deal with Static Storm and everything, too. He can just click the roll up when he gets glimpsed in a lot of situations. And I think Saberlight is honestly set up for success.
Okay.
I think this is a pretty damn good Beastmaster game. Depending on which build he does go down, it feels incredible. He's also just going to get pumped up from the Coddle. And I think Coddle overall, I actually been wanting to see this hero more. I know Tundra now played it twice, but this new, like the Blinding Light now being a normal ability, and when you now get when you pop ult, your Solar Bind is 35% magic resistance reduction at all levels. It's actually insane how powerful the ability is. So, yeah. There's the matchup, of course, the Time Dilation versus Coddle that we've seen. I know is Yatoro, who talked about it a bunch. Double stacks of Time Dilation versus Illuminate.
Okay.
But you actually just have Blinding Light always now. So if you Chrono, you get Blinding Lighted. It's going to be a sad Void unless he's got other heroes throwing damage in. But yeah, we'll see how everything ends up going down.
And also, so for Beastcoast as well, as you know, Avery was pointing out, this is something we see from them, you know, getting Sacred on this offlane Phoenix. What do you think it is about this team that they like the Phoenix in this offlane position with? Like, what does it do for them? What has it done for them in the past?
It's just the SA region. It's when they see, they're like, oh, there's no egg hitters. We need damage provided in Chronosphere. I think that's the 2 biggest things that he was looking at. Because it's not just him, it's Whisper as well that does like to go for it. Schofield could be in some trouble.
That's looking like a first blood hit. Sure is. Arteezy takes him down with the help of the Skeletons. They will lose Fly in return. Did dive for this one, Sacred, so we'll take a couple of punches from Arteezy on the way out. How are we doing on the mid so far? Dark Margo, 12 for 3 against the 9 for 1.
He should hold
a bit of a lead here as the Tusk.
Yep, he should have a good lane. And I think a lot of the game is going to, in my opinion at least, it will be up to him how much he's going to be able to make happen as this Tusk to get that early advantage to mess with some of these heroes on the side lanes, shut down potentially even this Beastmaster. But yeah, we shall see.
I've got to be honest, so far in this top lane, I mean, this Blinding Light, it seems
amazing.
rather annoying.
Yeah.
For K1, he is having a slow time, a slow start here against Saberlight.
I mean, it's also just, I'm not sure why this actually happened, I'll be honest with you, is why the hell is Beastmaster Axe's 50 mana? Why did they buff this ability, Owen?
50 mana?
It went from 65 to 50, and you've got a Coddle behind you, and there's more Ancients to farm, so... Yeah, this I don't know, this hero still feels absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I guess they just felt we didn't see this hero enough last patch. Maybe they weren't watching.
I don't know. This hero, it does feel absolutely crazy. Universal now, of course, but I feel like it's incredible. And he got strength buff in the most recent patch. Catch here.
Should be a kill.
Should be.
Light. He's gone.
Good couple kills here, but last hits overall. Looking very good for the side of Shopify.
Arteezy doing fine down here on the CS.
I'm just going to be watching mid for the most part here, see if Mago can make some magic happen.
Is there sort of a chance in this matchup to kill the Pango if Arbid steps in the wrong place?
Absolutely. Mago, very aggressive player as well too. He could push the limits of this hero. They won. Time dilation, slow down their aggression. And all right. Let's see what Stinger can do. He's got a Centaur Courser, so he's got the Cloak Aura now for his buddy. Tank up some of that magic damage.
Yeah, he needs everything at K1. He's getting a huge amount of harassment thrown his way.
It's dead.
Oh, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Centaur Courser.
It did its job for
3 seconds. Just
better
about.
than none. Stinger.
Stinger.
He might be dead.
They get the Time Dilation crit. He's got 3 stacks of it on him. He could be in trouble.
turn towards him. He's got the blinding light up, though.
Uh-oh. And now there's a chakra. They could turn onto K1. Not quite going to be able to. That melee creep.
I'm still forcing K1 away from the wave and such. It's not a fun time in this safe lane.
Definitely not. I'm curious to see what build Saberlight does go down. If he is going to go Drums of Slum since he's playing versus Chen.
Yeah.
Right now he's going to have Vanguard already done.
If anything, it's impressive that K1's actually been able to find as much CS as Arteezy has on the other side of the map right now, 16 and 15. So it's proven to be a difficult lane with the way that he's being pushed back, but still able to find something up there.
It's Sacred now.
It's going to be another kill hit for Arteezy to partake in as they get the setup.
Yeah, and even though
already here, Wraith King 4 minutes in.
Yeah, and even though there are the same last hits, he's having to use a lot more regen on the Void and stuff like that, and it was the significant kills that Arteezy's getting. He's actually 500 gold ahead at Void.
And Saberlight now with the Vanguard.
He's immortal.
Yeah, they can't kill this Beastmaster, so Saberlight's going to continue to be able to free farm.
And Crit, with his time spent away from top lane, he goes toward mid. Abed now pretty much, I mean, not tied completely, but pretty close to. He's going to fill the bottle and give him a casual little chakra as well to enable him. And we'll see the stacks. Beastmaster, of course, you go 2-1-1, max your axes afterwards. He's going to have stacks on the far left side for the Ancients. The ones that really is pretty impossible to contest in the early game, especially with the heroes that Beastcoast has. Sacred, he's going to go down the Meteor Hammer route. So feeling like they do lack some tower push and stuff like that.
Oh, yes, which is fair.
Yep,
right?
absolutely.
Out of their lineup, Beastcoast don't really have the means to take the objectives. So this Meteor Hammer first will definitely offer some sort of solution for that.
I mean, Saberlight's just standing his ground.
Yeah, K1 can't really trade with him at this point in time. Crit also coming around from the side. Line up a blast.
Sneaky position there. Refresh the axes.
K1.
Blinding Light doesn't connect. He'll be able to scurry away. Now Crit. I mean, Crit should still just be fine.
K1 just left very, very low one spot. Fly's
Fly's
coming in
here.
to help out.
He's found him.
He wasn't ready for that one, K1.
Now Stinger, can he get away?
I don't think so.
Refresh Fly's abilities.
Round 2.
More axes.
See if he can maybe deny to the neutral Stinger. He can't. At the least, does he
Deny
want
the
to
bounty?
bounty?
Yes, he will.
Some things to be found, but still Fly. Farm the neutral creep. And this top lane, just a difficult lane here for Beastcoast.
And now what Arteezy's doing is he's just jungling. So he's a Wraith King, so he's able to do this very early on with the skeletons, and they're just going to leave bottom for now for the Phoenix to just free farm, and they're just going to keep on
They're going to try for Saberlight.
Okay.
He's sitting at sort of about half HP, get a good deep glimpse back. He's going to go for the TP out. Where's the bash?
Non-existent.
Not there.
Tips him.
Cheeky.
I mean, he's half HP, but it's a Vanguard, so that half HP is actually full HP for other heroes. Of course.
If they got a bash, he probably dies.
He probably does, yeah. They're very limited on damage early. And even, I mean, early, but also throughout a lot of stages for this Chrono, they don't really have the best heroes to do it. That's why they went for the Phoenix, to try to add something into it. And they fly. Should be able to. Nice net.
Got some well-needed gold here for K1. As, Stinger and Schofield are able to set up for him to pick that kill up. It's got to be careful. I mean, Saberlight, he hits the 6 now. So real kill potential here from Saberlight if he gets any sort of +1 in this top lane. Even if the 2 supports of Beastcoast are heads, they've got to respect this Beastmaster.
Absolutely. I mean, 1 or 2 sets of axes plus Aurora and K1. If he doesn't have walk up, he's going to just go down. Very farm Saberlight. And yeah, Abed, he's now pulled ahead. Well, pulled ahead in last hits at least, but pretty much same net worth as a Tusk, which is very important. And now, Mago might be in trouble.
They've got Abed's got the Rolling Thunder. Oh, he's going to hold on to it for now.
He's got second swash.
And now we jump up to the high ground. In with the swashbuckle and the shield crash. It's not enough damage straight up. Dark Margot.
Can he get away?
Fly gets in with the slow. Won't be able to close the gap for the Frostbite.
Bringing
so
numbers.
Turn attention towards Schofield. K1's TP'd in. He's going to get caught by the Rolling Thunder. Abed, he's going to maybe look towards Dark Margot. No, he's going to turn back round, look to help Crit out. As Schofield goes down, Crit will not be saved. Abed not able to keep K1 off him. So it ends up just being a support trade. He wants this DD rune. He'll get it. He gets away with this somehow. I mean, crazy moves there from Dark Margot, stepping into the river. Another swashbuckle. It's not enough. And in fact, Abed, he's the one in trouble. K1, he's chasing him down. One bash, he might not even need a bash. Just one more touch.
He's got one charges.
K1's got him.
The roaming.
I mean, classic Beastcoast stuff here, getting away with these sort of moves. Dark Margot going back in for the DD rune.
Wait, Margot died.
Okay, and then he went back to mid.
He went back to mid to fly. What? Oh, no.
Wow, what a roller coaster of emotions.
Oh. Bottom. Arteezy doesn't have Reincarnate. Can they go for him?
And they're going to try. K1's here.
I mean, the roaming level 2 time dilation.
This is a good Faceless Void. Great stuff here from K1. He's all over the place. They're not ready for him.
And now Fly. I mean, Saberlight's in the trees,
He's
though.
level 6 now, K1. He could drop a Chrono if needed. He doesn't even need it necessarily for Flyers. Flyers just dying now and drop it.
Do they have the Meteor Hammer? They do.
There's the follow-up. They've got the Supernova as well.
The roaming
He's going
Void.
to put the roll, but they've got the root. Snowball's coming in. Beastcoast, they're coming in with these crazy moves.
I mean,
Shopify
K1.
Rebellion, I don't think they know what's going on, Fog.
Honestly, dude, the level 2 time dilation is actually working with his movement. He's got Midas. He actually is going to have Midas done at a pretty damn good timing.
And, you know, they said that this Void, it's going to take a slow start. It's going to take time to come online. But he's running around the map. He's 2-1-4. He's got his Midas done.
Oh, my God.
This is a new level of Faceless Void being brought to us by K1 here. Level fantastic.
Sometimes, you know, you see the 1-1-4 skill build, the 4-1-1. Nah, he's just going 2 points time dilation and roaming.
I want to see what he puts his next point in. Where's it going? Probably, it's got to be Time Walk, right? You want to keep that low.
I mean, it's Hector, who knows? He's got the Midas, so maybe he wants the bash.
Correct build as well. Yeah, Midas Maelstrom.
Chaos ensues as Beastcoast. What was the score? It was like 7-2, and now it's 8-8.
Yep.
They get some big kills, and they get the tower, and I believe they got... I mean, a Wisdom Rune picked up at like 10 minutes. I think usually we see them picked up immediately at 7. This time, no.
Kalma lang kalma. Relax lang.
Wild stuff.
That crazy stuff here. Taking the lead now.
Look at Mago. They see RTZ.
They do.
He's got no ult.
I mean, this is normally a part of the map that's kind of safe to farm 10 minutes in, but not when you're against Beastcoast.
Give it a
Their
K1.
whole team's here. He's dead again.
Sacred gets it. Killing spree for him. 5 heroes appear on top of RTZ.
Yeah.
And they've got Meteor. They've got some creeps. Can hit the bottom tower as well. All right, nice moves.
And tier 2. 11 minutes in, they're putting pressure on it.
Glyph will clear out most. Mech not going to keep the catapult alive. Can they keep pushing? There's going to be answers. Coddle's coming down. K1.
How long's
Up
Chrono's
K1.
back up on K1?
K1.
He's fine.
Careful.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, they want to keep pushing this tower.
Meteor Hammer up in 2. They're getting good
11
damage.
minutes in. And they've already taken off the HP of this tier 2 tower here, Beastcoast.
They're looking for crit. They know he's trying to blast it out. But the tower, it will survive.
Oh, Teaser's going to have Reincarnation back up in 10 seconds. They've got Eisen and Beastcoast.
Okay.
They're sticking around.
And although they're making a lot of aggresses, but they're making it as 5 heroes. Reincarnate,
I mean,
4
if they
seconds.
get the kills, it's definitely worth it, K1.
They have to respect the rotations that are going to come. Saberlight and Abed are still massive. I believe Abed, he has defusal done.
Dire's top tower is under
Don't overpush your hand here.
There we go. They'll smoke up and back off Beastcoast. They respect the fact that the Shopify Rebellion are turning up right now, and they're happy to look for fights elsewhere, though. They've got Chronosphere, they've got Supernova, they've got that combo ready to execute again.
I mean, they did some unbelievable plays there. Shopify timings have been hit.
Yeah, they're not afraid to fight themselves now, as you said, with this diffusal done on Abed.
And level 3 chakra, so it's going to refresh that swashbuckle almost immediately. He's got a haste rune, and he, of course, got blessed with Lance of Pursuit.
They're going to swing across to the top side of the map.
One gets away. And yeah, he's got Treads, Midas, and the Javelin already finished up at, honestly, much better time than expected after the start that he had. The Roaming Void. He's coming in, Shopify. Looks like they want to chase him.
Oh, they're going over here as well to the top half of the map.
They're very strong with this Pango. Depending on the positioning, if they can get the Chrono, they have all the 5 numbers here on Beastcoast. Can they silence this Pango? Can they catch him in Chrono?
Shopify.
Abed shows.
Oh, he's going to jump in. Straight into the Static Storm. They'll glimpse him off the side. It will get put to a stop it by the Rolling Thunder. The roar as well from Saberlight. We'll see K1 watching the fight from the side. He's eyeing up the best opportunity for the Chrono, but he's caught in the Frostbite. They can't get the stun combination. It's not quite enough. K1 jumps across now. Supernova's there. He's trying to get in, but he gets blasted back in by the Blinding Light. Continues to look to chase down Saberlight. Saberlight caught in the shards and kept in range of the Supernova stun.
Saberlight's tanky.
He's going to try for the TP out. K1
can't
not going to drop the Chrono here. He's still eyeing up his opportunities to do so elsewhere. Drop it now. Catch both Abed and Fly. He's got enough damage to take down Fly. Looking for Abed as well. Dark Margo in with the snowball. Punch up. It's not quite enough to take Abed down straight away. And K1, he ends up dying for his efforts this time. It's Dark Margo.
Margo, they're still all alive. RTZ's here too.
Dark Margo. He's going to be able to pop the one charge. Get his mana back up. Both him and Sacred falling rather low as Shopify Rebellion watch from the side. Abed will be ready to jump again.
Stinger. looking to try to find something. Arteezy, he still has Reincarnate. And we see, by the way, crit with the Pavis build. That's what protected Abed from the punch. The Pavis. See that big damage absorption. Saberlight also went for Mac to Max. The Mac that comes out from the Chen. A lot of cooldowns being exchanged.
Yeah, because they really wanted to fight that, but K1 not quite able to get the chrono that you would hope for there. A lot of things kind of tripping him up, you know, just sort of getting caught by like these stray swashbuckles, losing some of his mana, getting knocked back by the blinding light. It just made it very difficult to get the chrono early on in the team fight, which definitely cost Beastcoast that time out.
If they were able to get the initial catch on Abed with that static storm, that would have been a huge fight for them. But all in all, Shopify, they come out ahead in this one. The Pavis, the little things, absolutely adding up.
Yeah, we'll see again.
Like if if they finish off the Pango there, they're going to probably wipe the whole team fight. But the fact that it doesn't fully connect, Shopify and able to reset constantly, protect each other with the mech, with the Pavis constantly.
Yeah,
and able to
great control. You know, so at the start of this fight, you know, Arteezy and Fly on the back lines, they delete Stinger, and then they also just slow down the entrance for K1 into this team fight. It finally gets over it, but at this point, it's just a little too late.
Yep, and honestly, Crit, what godly positioning. Both times there, he gets the Pavis to pretty much save Saberlight, then he gets the Pavis to save Crit probably up here too. I mean, this item, I actually thought it was going to be purchased like every game on
honestly,
multiple heroes.
I feel like it's the first game that we saw. In terms
I think
of
it's the first one we see.
It's not a popular one.
No.
You feel it's a bit underrated?
I think it's massively underrated. I think we'll likely see this item get used a lot more. As top, Scopefield. Axes, Blast. Top. Yeah, this item, the thing about Pavis is that the build-up is incredible, and it's, like, if you look at the actual stats it provides, it's phenomenal. Like 2.5 mana regen from an item like this really early. Honestly, I really thought that we were going to see this picked up like on 3.
And what sort of cast range of it like?
1,000.
Oh, it's massive.
It's massive.
So you can put that buff on someone from a mile off.
Yeah. It definitely limits a lot of power from something like a Core Tusk. Because you go for the punch and it's just completely absorbed. It's a 3K lead Shopify. After a little bit of shenanigans goes on from the bottom lane, they do recover everything.
Yeah, a lot of chaos so far, but so far, Shopify Rebellion definitely the ones to benefit from it the most. Advantage.
And they're going to start getting some big auras online fast. Like Saberlight, he had Mech last fight, now he has Greaves. He's got a cloak going down that pipe route. He can honestly disassemble, and he's pretty close to having it finished very soon, since he has that Vanguard finished. So tons of protection that they're building up versus this lineup right now at Beastcoast. That is definitely limiting damage until the later stages. And Arteezy, he is just going to go down the more standard route. He pretty much has the Deso done on this Wraith King as well. Almost level 2 on Reincarnate. A lot of minus armor coming out on their side from that Pango and from the Deso that's soon done. Vision placed up toward top also, so they see Dark Mago right now. And Mago, he's definitely falling behind on farm, but he's still strong. He's got this blink finished up, he's got initiation. If they can get that jump, get the initial silence and control the Pango, that's kind of their success in the team fight. But they have to get the connection. Sacred, he's got his own pipe. And they do have that mech, of course, that Stinger has finished up.
Oh,
they're feeling strong.
Destruction as well for Arteezy.
Oh, he got the destruction?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's,
the dream.
It's going to be some big hits coming out from the Wraith King.
Oh, yeah. At the same time as the Deso. See what they can find here.
They want to keep looking for the fights, Beastcoast.
Yeah.
Even though it is going to get more difficult,
for sure.
Say with these items that Shopify Rebellion is getting online, Beastcoast still very much feeling that if they can sort of force the team fights around their ultimates, they'll have this strength against Shopify.
Let's see bottom. Saberlight, they saw him with the ward, it expires. Saberlight trying to get out of the area. Mago, is he going to blink and catch him?
He will. Gets him with the jump. Saberlight's going to try again. This time around the snowball will be there to stop him. Is he going to try again? Yes, he is. He's like, please,
here, though.
let me get through this twin gates.
One more.
I want to leave. I want to get out of here.
And he will. Yeah, she's just too tanky. And now Greaves he didn't even have Greaves up. Now he's got to go up. And now they're at Roche.
Arteezy was ready. I mean, they do come through the portal here.
Stinger.
They've come here, but Shopify Rebellion.
Hello.
They're happy to fight. A couple of hits here from Arteezy brings him down low. They'll be able to buy some time inside the snowball. K1, he's come across. See him jump towards the side, but he gets caught by the Rolling Thunder. Now we drop the Chrono, but it's a bit awkward. They can't really get in on this straight away. The Chrono comes to an end.
The egg is good.
It's there, but Shopify Rebellion, they've already been able to keep out to the side of it. Arteezy, he was caught underneath it, but he was already popped out with the Reincarnate. He's back, and he's ready potentially for round 2.
Dark Margo attempts to jump in towards Saberlight. He's got the shards, and by some time getting in with the snowball as he goes towards Saberlight, but Saberlight's going to live as RTZ finishes off Dark Margo with the crit. Swashbuckle from Arbed, catches Schofield on the retreat. Beastcoast, they're just not getting away with these fights that they're really trying to force, Fog.
Oh, and they're just so tanky. Saberlight drops to what, 50 HP. Greaves
so
come back up. They guys, honestly, crit again. He's just protecting. He's protecting everybody. Medallions being thrown. Pavise consistently. They're healing and sustaining through everything. And that was literally every ult being popped from side of Beastcoast as well.
It was the full team fight, and it just wasn't enough. It just didn't cut it. It didn't take down anyone.
This is one of the reasons the Wraith King's picked. It's versus these big cooldowns. He just tanks both. The egg actually ends up connecting on him, but then watch Hector at the end. Hector literally gets crit and then swashbuckled and almost dies in one hit. RTZ with the damage.
Absolutely. Armlet, Deso, Orba, Destruction. This man slaps hard.
Sure does.
As we see, again, just sort of the ults coming out, but
it's awkward.
They're all there, but just not in the right place at the right time. Things do not fall into place for Beastcoast. And as you say, Supernova catches RTZ, but it did not matter one bit. Back in action.
K1.
Shopify Rebellion, they're ready to start running at them. Static Storm will catch on to the two of them, but of course outside of that, they don't have the other ults. So Beastcoast, they will not want to try and fight this time. They're on the run.
Schofield.
He's going to get caught. Big hit coming in from RTZ potentially.
Over the cliff.
Down on the low ground, so RTZ won't get a chance for the kill. Arbed, he'll take it instead.
Sacred, can he get away?
They've got Raw.
He's in trouble.
They've got a further stun.
Just a crit.
Oh my goodness, just a crit indeed.
Deleted, and look at the time. Oh, this is a 14-minute Wisdom Rune, by the way.
Oh, they're about to get another one, but in 15 seconds.
15 seconds, and they're going to potentially just get the Tormentor as well.
They can definitely force it.
Shopify getting some big snowball going on here.
Tormentor.
Wisdom Rune. They're waiting for both. Abed is going to bottle them.
Yep, there we go. Wait for it to mature. Wait, what?
They're asking who wants what. They're probably like, hey, who wants the Wisdom, right? They give one to RTZ, Abed bottles one.
It.
And then
sharing is caring.
Nicely done.
Fly. He'll go back and pick up his own.
Unbelievable sustain, though. It's not even just the auras that we see Saberlight providing. It's also just Crit's positioning in most of these fights. The Pavise, the Illuminate Blast, all these different things, they add up.
Yeah.
When you're limited on damage in type of this mid-game from the side of Beastcoast, yeah, all these little things are going to cause you some issues.
Yeah, this Cole pick, it's looking pretty nasty. Yeah,
I love his fights.
Crit's doing a lot of work this game.
I love his items too. I really love the Pavise into Solar Crest. It feels like.
And he's just all about the saver. He's going to get the 4-staff next as well.
Yep.
Crit, he's going to have you covered. You're in a bad spot in a bad time in these team fights. Crit, he'll bail you out.
And other thing to, we'll wait for that. I'll say in a second. Crit.
I mean, he's got backup.
He's tanky.
They're scared to commit on him. They have the combo. They've got Chrono and Supernova K1. Eyes on him to see if he goes in it. Again, though, caught by a swashbuckle. His mana falls so low.
He's in
He'll
trouble.
pop the BKB, but he's got no mana to play with.
He's
just got to run with his last bit of mana. They use the Time Warp to get away. Stinger's going to get left behind. One more hit from RTZ, and Stinger's gone.
K1's out of mana too. RTZ, he's got Blink up in 2.
Does he want to go for more? Does he want to dive the base?
He does.
Sacred. They're going in. Up to the high ground. Sacred will be able to dive away.
Punch. Can they bring down RTZ?
They've got to do it twice. He's got Reincarnate available, of course.
Pavise.
They're healing him up. Pavise and a heal keeps RTZ safe. Turns. Stands his ground against Dark Margo. Will be caught in the Static Storm, but he still hasn't died yet. Finally, he'll fall. K1's in with the Chrono. Catch the two of them. The Supernova follow-up will be there, but is it enough damage? Saberlight, he'll get dragged back, but the ult's coming out from Fly. They'll dive forward. They cannot kill Saberlight. Pavise is thrown down on him. RTZ's in onto the high ground. Finishes off K1 as both K1 and Dark Margo fall within the realms of their own base. RTZ, he's ready to go in for more.
He's been here for 45 seconds.
And Arbed's jumping in. Swashbuckle and shield crash. Beastcoast getting held back onto the table. RTZ in again. Another kill here for the king.
Oh, and they still have shields. Look at the barriers. They're just tanking everything.
I mean, they're low, but they're not.
They're not. Sacred, another dive forward. Is it enough?
RTZ's eyeing up more.
Okay, he'll die.
All right.
But he's got another life. They just this time.
Still 2 dead. K1.
Can't punish him.
Out of the game. Dark Margo, he brought back for this, but indeed no successful punish to come out from Beastcoast. Shopify Rebellion continue to pump up the lead. 15k advantage, 23 minutes in.
And now they're massively ahead. Mago, he is now behind the supports at this point. Just the consistent fights. Shopify just bringing it to the side of Beastcoast. They can't handle this. They need every ult to take fights, and they're not winning the fights even with the ults. And quick thing to point out, and I was trying to mention before the fight's all done, I didn't see this, but Sacred, he actually maxed Icterus dive. I feel like that actually hurts their potential of damage massively. He doesn't have max Sunray. That's usually one of the keys that you want in order to have when you're playing with something like Void. You sit in the back. I guess maybe because he's a core that he wanted to go for this type of build, but I mean, they needed every little thing, and at this point now Shopify in complete control of the game.
And Crit changing up his build, you know, he's like, guys, I'm already saving you enough with the Solar Crest and the Pavis. I'm going to get something offensive, get this Hex online.
I mean, look, Mago, he shows his face. Crit, he's on him. Solar Crest.
He's ready to start.
He's just, I mean, look at this Coddle beat on him.
Dark Mago's terrified.
Got the Solar Bind as well in a second.
I mean, he
Snowball.
should be terrified because there's backup coming in. Saberlight's here.
And he's going down. Another set of axes. Farewell, my friend.
Basher nearly done here for Abed.
Man, it looked for a second when K1 was doing the roaming, the score was 8-8,
Sure.
and now it's 22-10.
I mean, unfortunately, emphasis on the second, really. I mean, it was sort of that one moment down bottom. It looked like maybe Beastcoast had some sort of way to sort of surprise us all with their draft and do something fantastic around the Void. But since that, it's kind of fallen down a deep slope here for Beastcoast. It's not easy to recover. K1's going to go for the TP out. One more crit, not going to be enough, and crit wasn't there in time. So K1, he'll survive.
Too much pressure. Shopify, everything pretty much back up.
Yep.
You mentioned Abed, massive. Aghanims was finished in the last fight. Now he's got Basher, level 16, so he's got the talent as well. Shield Crash is online. 3-second cooldown. And Saberlight, he just goes back for the Vanguard, tanking up even more.
Yeah, they're ready to try and end it. Start getting these high ground pushes going here, Shopify.
Mago, yeah, he's just completely answered this game, it feels like. The Pavis, it did its damage in the fights when he did get the jumps forward. He's level 12 now in this Tusk, pretty much just behind both supports. Sacred.
And he's going to get deleted. Didn't even get a chance to press anything there, Sacred.
I mean, how much armor reduction is it? Let me look at all this one here.
Do the maths.
11 from Abed. And
he's in for more Arteezy.
Gives 9, so minus 20 armor.
Glimpse is going to kind of work in Arteezy's favor. He'll get back to hitting the buildings. He's fine with that. Now he really wants to hit heroes. He's diving tier 4s. They get the Chronos there.
He doesn't have BKB.
And he's going to get roared. K1's out. He does have buyback, but I don't think it's going to do much here as Beastcoast dying on the way back to the fountain. They'll call it GG. As Shopify Rebellion, they take this win pretty early. 26 minutes in for them.
It looked good from the draft. There was that 1 second, as we were saying, from Beastcoast, but overall, I mean, Shopify. The itemization's beautiful. Saberlight there, the Chad, tanks everything, keeps his buddies alive, him and Crit. I feel like they had a spectacular performance. They
absolutely, and they were just able to sort of keep Arteezy covered and
they sure could,
allowing him to pop off. You know, Arteezy, he was in.
Sure.
He had 12 kills picked up by the end of it all there from Arteezy with his aggressive Wraith King plays. Yeah, this is what you want to see. There's Blink, Armlet, Deso, Orb of Destruction. Why not? Helps him get those kills with that insane damage. And it was just too much for Beastcoast. A fun effort from the start from Beastcoast, but definitely the difficulties that we expected to see with their draft, they did begin to show themselves, unfortunately, for Beastcoast. To Shopify Rebellion will take this game 1.
Even some things the old Beastcoast comeback cannot surpass. It was touch and go there for a moment. Definitely was like, wow, K1 is roaming a great deal, Effie. This is a 4-position Faceless Void because it was moving around so much on the map.
I mean, you gotta give him credit, right? That was easily one of the worst Void games of all time, just in terms of draft. Everything on the enemy team counters him, but they went for it anyway, and he somehow created a game for himself when he did the level 5 TP mid into 2 kills, into a rotation bot, into a 3rd kill, and then there was a little bit of chain feeding going on from Shopify, but unfortunately, not even getting creative and the way you move around the map could salvage something like that. Shopify had everything going for them in terms of draft. Eventually, when they stopped going 1 by 1, they grouped up. They had the early items on the Wraith King. They had the double swashbuckle with a diffusal blade on Pango. It's like, how do you play into that as Beastcoast?
Yeah, it's the moves he was making that we were hyping up in the back. I was like, this is what a weird rotation, and then we're like, what a sick level 5 Void rotation. These are the types of things that you know how to do on heroes you specialize in because you've played so many games, you know what to do in these wonky games. But those are the moves you have to make that are not standard because you're not in a good game. You're adjusting to what's going on. So as much as we are praising Beastcoast for making something out of nothing, you put yourself in a situation where you had nothing. So
I think something about their first 3 picks was very off to me. Felt too low damage, or there's not enough lane flexibility. Yeah, the Chen didn't add anything. It puts Schofield on Disruptor, then he's going Arcane Boots, Blink Disruptor, like trying to catch, but Shopify are just going to 5-man into you. You're not going to have catch issues in this game. You're going to have team fighting issues, dealing with Arteezy and the fight problems. I actually thought it was really cool they went back for this Wraith King with the Armlet Deso build, because that isn't a way we've seen people use this hero, at least recently. It used to be very popular at TI10. Ame was running it there to a lot of success with this super fast objective taking. That's where we were thinking like Lone Druid, but this hero fits the bill. I feel like this was just a layup for Bulba.
Yeah, no.
Reddit haters in shambles.
I'm glad you brought up the draft looking weird, because it was the Chen pick that griefed their draft, because I think the Disruptor Tusk opening is their standard, but they gave away their Tusk Flex way too early by revealing the Chen. They should have just fanned it out in the second phase if they felt pressured to take it, or like seek to take it out in the first phase themselves. But they pick the Chen, suddenly they have this Tusk that's going mid in a game where it's not necessarily advantageous. They have to pick their K1 hero way too early, and they pick Void because there's not much you can pick with the Chen. It didn't even help. He didn't even win the lane. He got ganked on by the Crystal Maiden. He got flanked by a Crystal Maiden. And how often does that happen? I don't know. I just want to point out a crit item build real quick. The Pavis and the Lotus Orb, the Pavis, whatever. That was ownage. Saberlight lived through so many engagements where it looked like he should have died, simply because of how tanky he was by nature of his item build, but also getting supported from crit.
The damage here we see, like, I'm wondering, does Pavis, if you hit somebody while they have Pavis on, does it count towards your hero damage?
I don't think it should, because it just goes
because it's blocking it.
Yeah, it's the raw damage reduced or whatever kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think the highlight of that entire game for me was when Saberlight attempted to go through the Twin Gate like 6 times, and they kept canceling.
That was absolutely great.
They kept chain stunning, like canceling last second, and he still got through. And then they followed him through and took the fight on each.
I love how he roared the guy to try and let him through. He's like, stop stopping me. Just let me go through the gate. He goes through, and then they eventually go through the gate into the fight.
That was some cloudy shit.
He lived through everything, which kind of speaks to Beastcoast's lack of damage. It felt
was
like he should have died so many times. But didn't you guys feel like Void was always out of mana? Like, he just was always constantly out of mana. He was always getting double splash buckled. There's nothing he could do. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you put yourself in a situation as a Void where you're playing into a Pango Coddle?
Questions that I'm sure Beastcoast are agonizing over, but Avery, if we were able to theoretically Twin Gate our way down to where the players are, imagine if we had such a technology. What would you like to wonder? What would you like to know? What would you like to see?
Hello.
Not that.
Yes,
oh my God.
Command, Control, I hear you. Yes, go for Pyrion. Any questions?
Deep cover.
Go questions now.
Pyrion.
Yes.
What is Bulba eating for lunch?
That's a good question, actually. I did see that a delivery bag arrived with food. I don't know if that's
I saw those bags. I'm wondering what was in them.
I didn't get a chance to find out. I'll ask them next chance I get, and I'll have that information for you after this series. I guarantee it. Lots of shouting. I don't know if you guys can hear that coming across, but there's lots of nice! Lots of yelling going on. This game's over, so that's a different series. I couldn't even tell you who it was. It sounds like Spanish, so it might be one of the South American teams, but not Beast Coast, because they got walloped in that one. Do you guys want some more stats?
I love stats, Pyrion. Give it to me.
These are some good ones.
All of them.
At the end of day 2, which we're coming up to here in Lima, Lina had been picked or banned every game. It hasn't been touched this tournament, not once. She's a non-factor. Cinderin, you know Cinderin, has the longest name of all the talent work in this event here. Troels Linkholt Nielsen. Who do you think has the shortest?
Who's the shortest name amongst the talent?
You.
No, my last name's pretty long.
It's Effie.
Oh, that's true.
BZM, youngest player here, just turned 18. Dota All-Stars predates him. He was 6 when TI1 happened. He was 4 when my eldest daughter was born. And I am 260% his age. It's the only stat I could beat him at in the game Top Trumps is age. 260%.
Impressive numbers, Pyrion. I'll see that on the scoreboard later on. Good stuff.
Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Pyrion. Always love the numbers. 260%.
That's good math.
That's good math.
That's
good
EU
numbers.
math right there.
That's a Juggernaut crit.
Is that really?
No, it's just too much. It used to be Wraith King crit, but then he got buffed.
He would be not viable if he was.
Maybe it is. Who knows? It's a Wraith King crit, I think.
It's now 300%. That's what we saw there, the 300% one-shotting those Chen Centaurs.
I know. They were just getting disintegrated. And maybe Shopify will just straight up disintegrate Beastcoast in a 2-0. Or maybe Beastcoast might have something to say about that. Stick around, everyone. We're coming back with game number 2 after a break. I've got Shopify Rebellion's very own Saberlight and Crit to play a little game of Ward Sweeper. You will both be playing a level 6 Slark. You'll be wandering around in your jungle for 2 minutes, placing 4 Observer Wards. You're going to be spending 2 minutes finding the enemy's 4 Observer Wards with your 4 sentries. How's your warding game?
It's pretty on point. You would be surprised.
Really?
Yes.
All right, gentlemen. 3, 2, 1. Place your wards.
Over here.
Wow, that was a frame-perfect place.
But I doubt it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Over here.
They're putting them in some really weird places. Okay. Crit has placed his 4. I can't believe you have a completely cosmetic-less Slark.
What do you mean? I have the weapon.
Oh, you have the weapon, that's right.
It's the best thing. They make it, but the weapon. I do have it every hero.
You got a good... Okay. His 4 are placed. Okay. You can start... Hey! Stop that. No playing dirty. 3, 2, 1. Place your sentries.
We have to place them right now. Or...
I mean, you can take all the time you want, but you have 2 minutes to find all the enemy sentries. Ward number 1 has been placed. Crit, you've been dewarded 1 time. Good tip, Saberlight. Keep drawing aggro. This is not helping you.
Fucking annoying. Oh, well, would you look at that?
Would you look at that? A little passive went away on your buffs. But where?
Rich?
Where are your fucking wards at? You haven't even placed a sentry yet. Oh, okay. Shadow Dance. What? Oh.
Where is this shit?
Where is it?
I have no clue.
Nice one. Hello there.
Oh, I caught a glimpse.
It's actually like when you put it in a camp, it's procs your passive.
This is the strat. I'm gonna have to remember this and not tell the other teams.
Hey, sport.
You got 40 seconds remaining. Both of you have 1 ward a pop.
I have 2.
You have 2. You got 2. Never mind. You're losing, Crit.
Yeah, I am losing right now. There we go. There you
God, what a beast! 9 seconds, Crit.
I don't know where it is. It's like up here somewhere.
Just YOLO it. Alright, I'll give that to you.
Nice
2 to
one.
3. Saberlight, the champion. Congratulations on the win. It's
been a pleasure.
I'm glad.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Last game of the night here on the main stream. Game number 2 of Beastcoast versus Shopify Rebellion, where I do love me a classic Beastcoast throw, counter throw, comeback. But I don't know if Shopify is going to give it to them. Shopify got straight up traumatized earlier today, 2-0'd by Tundra Esports, and they don't want to have that happen. Not after such a stellar day number 1. They want to come into this clean, perhaps undefeated. And maybe Beastcoast is going to give it to them, because if they're going to continue wilding out with Tusk, Disruptor first phase, which is, I'm okay with that. And then they're like, wait, on second thought, let's just make this Tusk a mid and then pick Chen. And then let's pick a Faceless Void and have no damage into Chrono. Well, that's a little too many steps too far for me. I'm not okay with that.
So how do you step it back?
Yeah.
I have a feeling Shopify are going to go for Beastmaster again, even from second pick. I don't think they care. I think when this team finds heroes they're confident with, especially for Saberlight, they're just going to jam them early. So I think if you're Beast Coast, you got to think about that potentially. I'd also think about this Coddle. This hero's going up for me very fast in this tournament. I feel like he combines really well with a lot of the mids. You have the Storm threat. You have Leshrac sitting somewhere back in there, but Ember Pango up there as well. Like really big popularity mids. Just synergize really well with the Coddle, and he can go either lane and create a threat, can stack camps. The early blinding light's annoying for CS. I feel like we would see that hero rise. And then if I'm Beast Coast, I feel like the one hero they've had success with has been Hector Bloodseeker. So that's what I'm thinking about if I'm Beast Coast right now. Like, how do we get Bloodseeker somewhere in this draft at some point later down the road? Because it's likely getting second phase banned a lot.
I agree on the Bloodseeker completely. I think that's what Beastcoast should go for, especially since they're first pick here and they won't be able to counter any of Shopify's second phases. It's just a really solid hero they can go for.
I thought we might see this because last game Shopify banned it out first. And I think they were ready to take it themselves. I'm almost surprised.
Oh, that's the face of a man who doesn't want to play versus
Yeah, they lost.
Again.
We mentioned it last panel. They lost twice to Tundra. Like I'm almost scouting out Tundra's drafts in order to see what Shopify is going to pick. Because in their earlier series, Tundra had CM, Coddle, and Wraith King all in the same lineup. And guess who was the offlaner in that lineup, Tsunami?
Underlord?
Yes, it was. So yeah, Shopify just taking a page out of Tundra's drafting book here.
Yeah, Beastcoast also ran this Alchemist yesterday versus SMG, and they won, but they got it in the second phase overall, and they still had their good old Disruptor coming in handy. So I would like them to see one of their standard supports come out here with this Alchemist. I hope it's not the Tusk, to be honest. They're definitely not flexing it the way they should, and they should bench that from their first phase for now. But Disruptor still looks like a good hero here, especially versus Fiend's Gate.
Disruptor definitely looks solid. I like that Shopify took this Rubik. You don't have the Rubik response here. I think they instantly would have snapped it versus that Underlord if they had the option of doing that. So kind of nice opening from Shopify. Not super punishable, especially since you took first pick Alk. Snapfire comes to mind, or that Phoenix again, but does Beast Coast have faith in Snapfire? I don't know. if they do.
No.
I feel like they don't.
They 100% would have picked Snap over Phoenix last game if they had faith in the hero. That's
Probably
just
true.
their go-to offlaner for Sacred.
That brings a tear to my eye.
Do you ever go Bloodseeker? Like, I know they hate picking Hector's hero, but they ain't getting it. I just feel like they're gonna like not have a Hector hero to pick into Underlord now. Like
it's
I think they might let them have the Bloodseeker on Shopify.
You think so?
Yeah, if they're not too concerned with it. I think that now the Chen should definitely be out of contention for Beast Coast. You're playing into this Underlord. You didn't pick it up in this first phase. Please, please do not double back for it in the second phase. It is not good for you here. You don't want another hero that's countered by the same things, which are the auras coming out of Underlord.
Do they have to ban it out themselves if Shopify want it? Because Shopify first phase banned the Enchantress, so perhaps they're leading for a Chen. If you like a Chen Rubik support duo even.
I would like for them to ban it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Chen looks good, especially if he's got an Underlord to play off of. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the Aura build. He can just go for something more utility, like the Lotus that we saw crit build last game, or the Pivies.
Alternatively, if they want to bait Beast Coast into picking a Bloodseeker, we are seeing Ancient Apparition stocks rise, and you'd be able to be pretty countered against Chemical Rage and Bloodseeker's Thirst Heals.
I feel like Beast Coast need to decide what they want out of phase here, and then what's going to happen in the mid exchange, because I don't think Beast Coast are a team that will play this Alk mid. Like Dark Mago actually has played in the past, but I think it's unlikely for them to do it.
They played it yesterday.
He's been
Has
playing
he
in
been spamming
pubs.
pubs?
They
Okay.
played
Maybe-
it. They played it yesterday.
Maybe it's
They-
back on the menu then. I mean, then that makes that second phase a lot easier for them if Dark Mago's willing to play it. I think sometimes it takes him out of that initiator playmaker role, which is why sometimes it's not about the hero. It's like, does Beastcoast actually want him on a hero like that? But if he's been spamming and they're willing to do it, then this mid exchange becomes a bit easier. You still have to think of what Abed's likely going to take in the second phase here, which I think is the more likely option for Shopify, because that Coddle Pango really limited Hector's hero pool going to those later picks and just destroyed them on the map.
I don't think Alk is necessarily not a playmaker hero because we saw the way 9 played it last series. He just went phase armlet, blink Mjolnir.
That's true.
And just went ham. So I when I saw Dark Mago playing it in a pub, oddly enough, he went like solar meteor hammer kind of items. So like kind of like utility, low cooldown, run at you consistently items. And maybe we might see that coming out from him here. Kind of like a different take on the same thing.
Thing is, we don't know if it's going mid still, because the context of yesterday's mid Alchemist that Beastcoast ran was that they picked it on second phase on 15,
Yeah.
and then they played into a Phoenix, and they just picked Troll on 18 to counter the Phoenix, and then they swapped. So this time around, they can't really have some incredible carry counter pick coming out that solicits swapping out the Alchemist so early.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to be carry here with their bans.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Because-
too. They're kind of telegraphing that a bit. I think.
I mean,
like
the
Ursa's
downside
a
of banning
pick
like
against-
this too is you're removing your heroes versus the Underworld.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
I know you're thinking it, Brian.
I was looking through their history on Beast Coast, and I don't really think of like Slark, Ursa as Hector heroes, but those have been the traditional bans that teams are going for when they open Underlord, and like all the like they've had these heroes in their draft. I see 3 times, and they lost all those games in Dream League. When they had a Slark or an Ursa in their draft, and the only time they picked the Ursa was on 24 when it was like a god tier Ursa game, and they still lost. So that's almost like if Underlord's the meta hero and you are against it and you are forced to ban Ursa yourselves, like that kind of stuff can just lose you drafts. Like, I actually think like that allows them to ban Bloodseeker, for instance, which is a hero Hector does love playing. Not the about the CM. Just I don't like. I think the CM's. I think the CM's fine. I hate the situation Beast Coast has put themselves in again, even though it's only this so far into the draft.
They're also open to getting stormed on 18 by Shopify. That's a possibility here. Storm has a great lane versus Alchemist mid. If that's what they're looking at, it's a good hero to jump Disruptor. Sure, Disruptor can counter him, but there's no reliable stun coming next to him right now. And if they just... I don't know, I just don't like the idea that this Alchemist isn't a flex, because it puts them in a situation where they won't be able to counter a Storm with another Dark Mago hero like a Tiny or an Ember.
I feel like they're just going to jam the Tiny, or maybe they have faith in Lifestealer to be able to carry this game, but it's like an earlier Lifestealer pick. I don't know what other carry Hector really wants at this point, though, if you have to take his hero to keep this Alch open. There's like some Razor, you can pull an Ag shenanigans, but we haven't seen any teams really doing that.
Does Sacred play Alch at all? I feel like Sacred's one of the the offlane specialist type guys where he just plays a very small hero pool all the time. So
It's back. It's back from the dumpster.
Wait, so Snappfire's win rate's been much lower. Is there a reason? Like, did she get changed in some point?
She's universal now, isn't she?
Oh yeah, she is. Okay.
Also, the Shard cookie jump damage got nerfed a little bit, which was starting to tank her a bit. That's not the most recent patch. That was why she was falling off a bit before that, right?
Gotcha.
But I still think it's a decent hero for how Beastcoast plays. Like, even if the hero's slightly worse, this is one of those glue heroes that can just make a bunch of your other heroes fit together and work in the fights with the cookie with it's a high damage support. It's really nice here for Schofield. He can just pop off. Like, does he want to play another melee hero into this type of lineup with all the zone control Shopify already have? Like, you're not going to pick Nyx here, right? Yeah. When you're getting Rubik stolen and pitted. So I feel like it's like the best of what they have to make their lineup work, which sometimes just make a pick good. Like, even if the hero's kind of underwhelming.
I don't like the Snapfire very much, to be honest. Like, yeah, the cookie is going to be really valuable versus the double root in Crystal Maiden and an Underlord, but for the most part, it doesn't feel like the hero does what they want it to do, and it's not like picking to counter an Undying or picking to counter a Phoenix, which is when we saw them do it yesterday. It's just being picked because they don't know what to do here. They're at a loss.
I will say what I like about the Snap is I think it does more damage than the last 4 heroes in their opening draft last game. So
that's
true. That aspect really amps up their mid game, but at the same time, like now you're revealing your offlane duo when I don't think you necessarily had to because you have the Alch.
Does keep the Alch flex open technically.
It does.
Like, you can get a last pick carry here, and Shopify has shown theirs in that terribly.
This is just a nice TB game, man. Like, I know they have a lot of mid game magic damage, but like TB, he just loves having the pipe Crimson on his team. He gets like the Dragon Lance. A lot of people are even going like Falcon Blade. And that mid game, this TB, who's usually susceptible to magic, not so much anymore. You can also like sunder BKB targets now, which is a huge buff that I believe has been mentioned on panels. They don't lose the HP, but you get your HP back. I don't know. I still like Shopify's game plan being a lot more straightforward this game.
I definitely prefer it. Unless they, on Beastcoast, like maybe they could go for this mid Zeus and just run the Alchemist carry so they have this solution for TB. And they also ban out the Storm and the Leshrac. So yeah, those would have been really good heroes for Shopify, but it also just protects their backline heroes and Snap and Disruptor. But maybe it indicates that they want to do the mid pivot here. I really feel like they should, because if they don't, it looks like another loss for Beastcoast.
You want them to run the Alch mid, or you want this
I want them
last
to run the Alch on the safe lane and
Okay,
just try to go for something like a Zeus here, something that doesn't get hard countered.
They're going to have to reveal it, which gives Abed his pick of the litter of a counter pick, aside from the Storm Spirit, which gets taken out. And also, Effie, you didn't mention your boy Earth Spirit popped in. Any reason why Beastcoast sees value?
I mean, it's a valuable hero in this patch with the Blood Grenades and the Twin Gates and the roaming potential. It's a good hero with Snapfire. There's a lot of kill threats. You can jump the backlines in Crystal Maiden and in Rubik, but Earth Spirit doesn't like to play into pipe. Snapfire doesn't like to play into pipe. So these two heroes are countered by the same thing. They also don't like to play into roots. You don't want to roll in as an Earth Spirit and get rooted, right? So it's not a patch where Earth Spirit's buy BKB. I feel like you have to play a flawless game here from the offlane and Beastcoast for this to work out. I also think that the magic damage coming out of Earth Spirit versus Terrorblade is not that significant. They're going to have to wait for level 6 on Snap or a rotation from their mid laner, which might not happen if it's an Alchemist, to kill the Terrorblade.
All right, my gut read.
Okay.
For the Beastcoast pick.
Phoenix.
I feel like they're going to light steal or a jug.
Okay.
I'm not going to like it. Again, I feel like it's coming. I think they want to put this Alch mid, and then it's just a question of like, oh, well, what carry are we winning this game? The Lifestealer, I feel like Hector's one of those guys who feels like he can actually beat Terrorblade with Lifestealer. Because if you get ahead and you just run him with Spell Immune, he can be kind of weird.
You wouldn't like Faceless Void again?
It's much better this game than previous.
I mean, they might just tiny too. Like,
The Hector Jug might inspire some
troll.
faith. Oh,
I should have remembered the troll.
It was literally the hero they picked
We were
yesterday with
talking
this
about it,
lineup. Okay, this is the same draft, other than the Earth Spirit substituting for Tusk, that they picked against SMG yesterday.
But I think the order in which the heroes come up make a big difference. The Troll came out after the Phoenix, and so did the Snap.
It's true.
Heroes just coming out as a way to fight early. Like, Troll did get a very significant change in that he can use items in his BKB now.
That is potentially pretty nasty if the lane mid goes as bad as it can for this Timber Alch. It used to be 100-0 back in the day. It's probably better now. I feel like Dark Maga will survive. My worry in this game is what the hell does Troll do versus Crimson Underlord?
And what does
You
the
buy
rest
Ags
of
and you just
Beastcoast
spell it.
do versus Pipe Underlord? Like, they're not going to kill this TB if he's just piped and crimsoned. And I love the Timbersaw pick. I think it does everything you need it to do. It can rotate early. It has a good lane versus Alchemist. It can invade the jungle. It's good versus Earth Spirit. It's good versus Snapfire. It can build Yules to kite the Troll. Lots of cool stuff going on for Shopify.
All the cores for Shopify, I think, just have individually good matchups if left alone. So I think the only way Beastcoast can get the momentum in the game that they need to have enough space to farm with this mid Alch and Troll is to have numbers. Like, they need to have Schofield be going back and forth between that Twin Gate. Maybe Gimp Saberlight start, whereas Vanguard comes out a bit later, and then suddenly Troll can solo. That's what I'm seeing, because I think you have to leave Abed alone. You have to choose Arteezy or Saberlight to pick on. I would probably choose Saberlight because he's going to be the aura builder, slowing down their timings. I still like Shopify, but I think Beastcoast definitely has a better chance this game than previous one.
I don't feel like Beastcoast have the damage to fight through the items that Shopify are going to build. And to kill this Timbersaw early, it's going to take everything. They have to rotate at least 3 heroes, and they're going to need the Mortimer's Kisses. So it looks really scary.
What if Hector goes Mjolnir Ags?
Ooh.
I'm down.
Pure magic damage dispel build. Just gets in there, deletes the auras, deletes the armor, doesn't care about your front line, doesn't care about anything. Shoot him in with the gobble up. You can't run.
Who needs a
you
blink?
can't hide.
Are we
He's coming for you.
Devil's advocating for Beastcoast again?
I think Shopify's going to win game.
Oh, shame.
No,
shame.
I'm all with Beastcoast, baby.
Let's
Ride or
find
die.
out. It's game number 2, Ride or Die with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Ride or die, indeed. Let's see if Beastcoast could do it here in this game too. Fogged, what do you make of it this time around for Beastcoast? Have you got a bit more hope for them this time round, or Do you again see some difficulties with this lineup running into what Shopify Rebellion's got through this time?
Similar concerns. I'm going to have to see Schofield make some magic happen because I've seen these trolls versus Crimson Guard, and it is usually quite sad.
Hello?
Bottom, a 4v4, 5v5 going off.
It's going to be first blood for Arteezy, though. And Schofield.
Is he going to get 2? Okay.
They'll get the 2 of them.
And
So
with
2
Stinger.
for 1 there.
Stinger. They know. Where's he going to go?
Where is he going to go? He can take them for a nice little walk.
He's got, what, 325 move speed, Arteezy 345. All right, he'll get
He should
away.
be fine. He should be fine. He'll be able to go for a nice little walk here across Shopify Rebellion's half of the map.
Look at the damage split. Frost Nova hitting, what, 4 heroes, 700 damage from CM, a 3 or 4-man Blood Grenade as well.
That's going to feel very nice for Arteezy. First blood for him.
Dude, Blood Grenade in those 5v5 fights is pretty ownage. That's actually pretty cool. But yeah, I'm maybe slightly more hopeful, but I think they're going to have to do some absolute magic. I really think so much of this game is going to be up to like tri-laning and shutting down Saberlight. I think Schofield, he's got his work cut out for him, but hey, maybe he can make some magic happen. Because I think if once Saberlight, he gets Crimson, once he gets Pipe, I don't know what damage there's going to be. And I think now, Mago, he actually had a pretty decent lane last time, right? He actually was doing good versus Abed. This is not an easy lane.
Sure. I mean, how kind of crushing is this last pick Timbersaw this game?
All right, looks pretty damn good with all the auras and everything. The tri-lane, though, they should be able to get Saberlight. Maybe a kick. Oh, man.
They're not going to get him. They're not going to get him. Saberlight's fine. They end up losing another hero in that effort there. Stinger goes down.
The Timber pick it works great with their lineup. Just because it's very hard to it shuts down the Alchemist at any point in the later stage of the game. The lane, of course, it's gotten better in my opinion for Alchemist quite a lot because you literally just have a free hit point in Grievous Breed, so you're able to farm and stuff like that. But yeah, in the overall aspect of the game, where's the damage going to come from? It's going to have to come from just like magic damage, and there will be these auras that come out early from Shopify. So yeah, let's see what goes down. Also, for Snapfire, what I've seen at least, this hero, like, you've gotten nerfed a lot in these last couple patches. Your W, of course, too, with Shard. But it's also just innate magic resist. Really hurts.
Want him this time round, they'll get him.
Nice.
Saberlight taken out. K1 and Stinger able to make the play.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to be looking at Schofield a lot to see how much he's going to be able to do inside laning phases. Top. Catch Sacred.
Meta, couple of hits.
He's got wand. Can he get away?
Oh, it's a good slow there. Schofield will be able to slow Arteezy down just enough to provide some safety for the Snapfire, but will not indeed be able to save himself. Arteezy still ends up finding a kill here with a Metamorphosis. Bottom lane K1. He's going to be okay. They'll glimpse back Crip. Crip taking a lot of damage in return there.
And I'm seeing what build the K1's got queued up right now. That is not what the panel wanted to see, and definitely not what I was thinking about either. I really thought he was going to go down more of like that Maelstrom kind of route, even though it doesn't feel great.
Top lane, Arteezy actually ends up still getting Sacred.
It's a solo.
And through sort of the last seconds there of the Metamorphosis, after Sacred was initially able to run away to safety. Didn't stay at a safe distance. Arteezy, he ends up killing essentially both of them during that meta.
Wait, it's 5-2 already. Goodness. And they get the side pull off too. So a couple creeps going to be denied. Arteezy will get the last hit on that Centaur. He's feeling good. He's got boots and the band of Elven skin.
He's kind of low.
He's got 13 wand.
Oh, and he's playing with that to his advantage here. Tries to turn there with the cookie as Schofield. He's put the Fairy Fire, but he will still die, and Arteezy able to step safely back under the tower, pushing his hero to the limits there. Arteezy, knowing that he was safe under the cover of his wand charges.
Watching Reflection slow attack speed is pretty brutal. You see them try to hit him, but they actually just can't versus the CM attack speed slow, plus that Reflection, of course.
And how overall for Beastcoast as well, how do the timings work when you're running this? You know, you've got it's kind of the double carries, right? The Alk in the mid, Troll in the safe lane. Like, how do these two sort of come together in sync to play the game?
Versus what they're up against, I'm not too certain, I gotta be honest, though. And I think they're gonna have to play around Sacred, like what timings he's able to get with like early mech and everything like that, because I really feel like they're going to quickly run into big damage.
I mean, with Sacred, he's having a tough lane. So those sort of early timings, they're not going to be early at this rate.
Abed. It's relatively even in the mid lane at the least. I thought this one was going to be a bit more difficult for Mago, but he's holding his own very nicely, actually. The nerfs, of course, coming out toward Whirling Death.
Fly. He's going to step down to the bottom lane.
Oh, he's coming down. All right, K1. How much regen? They have like no regen, and he's slow. He doesn't have boots. Well, levels crit, level 3, level 2 nukes up online.
What do you reckon? High chance of a kill here?
Definitely potential.
With a Frostbite, Firestorm, telekinesis back into the Firestorm. K1 will get taken out. They were not prepared as Fly makes the twin gate play.
It's a quick and easy rotation. He just goes right back toward top. CM, a very powerful hero in the early game. Top the roll, doesn't connect onto Arteezy either. He's got treads and raindrop already, Owen.
They can't go on him anymore.
Oh, they sure can't. Sacred even constantly in trouble.
And anytime he has Metamorphosis available, they will die on Beastcoast if they step anywhere near the Terrorblade, especially when it flies around to enable Arteezy in the lane.
Oh god, Saberlight. He actually has Vanguard already. Oh boy. This one might be actually more rough than last time, it feels like.
Sacred, he's got the stick charges.
Can he get away?
Reflection, Arteezy wants to get in for a hit, but doesn't want to dive the tower. He'll back off. So this time around, Sacred will survive. I say that, look, last time Sacred survived, then walked back and still ended up dying. So we'll see if he plays a bit safer this time around.
They try late, but he's got Vanguard. Can they finish him off?
It seems like they really can't.
They really can't. And he's
Stinger.
turning.
One more hit, or at least a couple more from Crit, but won't be able to get them. Stinger's able to get around the trees. They'll turn towards Crit.
But there's another Fade Bolt.
There's another Firestorm. As they're just not able to push for these kills at Beastcoast as much as they try. They get Crit and Saberlight low, but they will not be able to kill them.
Crit has one.
They still want to go here, Beastcoast. But
my lord.
They just both end up walking into die. In fact, all three of them end up dying. They really wanted those kills, Fog, but they do not get them.
And Saberlight now has plus 125 damage. If they come back down in these next, 30 seconds, they're just going to get... Oh, my goodness. It's devastating, Owen. But Crit's baiting them. He had full wand, Fairy Fire. He had the Healing Lotus as well.
They're going to go up top. You know,
They're like,
they say,
get out of bottom.
Screw bottom lane. We're going top instead. Let's see if they can get Arteezy.
They have chance here. The kick, it lands. They should have him.
Here we go. A good move to be made.
Get him. There you go. Fly, though. Now, level 6 has been hit on Abed. Now they have kill threat onto Mago.
Yeah, Fly.
Farewell.
From the bottom lane to the mid lane, he's setting up these early plays.
He's owning. 206. Regen Rune even spawns toward bottom. Abed, he's more than healthy. He's actually going to tank the tower a bit here to keep the catapult alive in the mid lane. This is devastating. For K1, it's just what is the itemization in order to recover? I think he has to go Maelstrom. Yeah, he switches it. I think he has to do this. I don't think you can go Battle Fury in this type of game. You're not even going to do damage once you do get it. And no matter how much farm it's... But you're not going to get much farm with the space that's being given anyway. It's a 4K lead at 6 minutes.
Fly.
Sacred. He's
They
found
can
again.
get him.
Crit's here.
He's dead. See if Arteezy gets the kill.
He will.
They set up more gold here for their Terrorblade.
Oh, and Arteezy actually buys a Blood Grenade. So he's actually tanky and can do more threat inside laning phase as well too. Cool.
A 5K lead already. We're just 6 minutes in. And the mid Dark Margot trying to hold back Abed. Definitely getting to be a bit of a risky lane for Dark Margot to stick around in.
It's level 3 on the Whirling Death. If you get 2 stacks of that onto this Alchemist, likely to die. Abed, he's fine. And they'll get killed. Oh, this is way more devastating than the last time. Stinger's also just dead.
Very cool of you.
Well, it's 3 to 14 in 7 minutes.
Yeah, this is wild. Shopify Rebellion. There is no stopping them here today.
No mercy. They're not even going for Wisdom Runes. They're up. They're like, we don't care. We're just killing heroes. You're not going to get any breathing room. Hector, he's level 4. The supports on Shopify, they're about to hit 6. And now they will back up for Wisdom Runes.
So right now, where would you say the hope lies for Beastcoast?
Next game.
There isn't a next game.
I play around Sacred.
Game.
Wait for Sacred to hit 6 and play around Mortimer Kisses. That's going to be the biggest timing that they do have coming up now. Because right now you can't play near Hector. Don't go near K1. You don't really want to pull people near him. Play around your Snapfire. Wait for her to get those kisses online, and then hope that you can get some type of kills to get you back in the game. Because yeah, support's nearly level 6. Arteezy free farming. Everyone free farming, and Saberlight gonna soon be unkillable as well too once he starts getting these auras.
They want to go in on mid.
This is a bold attempt. And he stuns himself, and now Mago.
TPs are coming in, Fiend's Gate as well. They've got the kisses.
Can they get him?
Maybe they can get Abed.
Okay,
they do. They do get the kill, but it will cost them by the looks of it both of their lives. And Sacred, they'll try and run, but indeed the stolen kisses. Crit able to finish off the kill in style.
Oh, and
he'll also farm a
shoots
cap.
some farm. Nice. This is brutal. All 3 cores, top net worth. Alchemist almost getting surpassed by Crit. And how do you recover these type of troll games? Yeah, it needs Maelstrom, but even then, it doesn't feel good to go like this. Mid, Saberlight, can they go for him? Kick back.
Get back under the tower. Light's got the ult though, and it's done with the setup. Saberlight, they're gonna try and chase him.
Glimpse.
And they get the concoction onto the two of them. Glimpse back's there as well. They should get him. Saberlight.
They have to get him.
No.
This is illegal if he
He
gets
must
out.
die. He has to die. He will die. He had no business getting out of that one, and he won't.
But here's
They
Abed.
get the kill on Saberlight. K1 just died.
Yep, he died to a CM tower, but honestly, Owen, this one's impossible. this troll has no way to recover. They're hunting him.
Sacred's trying with the Dukes, but Abed's on the chase. Oh.
Bye-bye.
A nice attempt to hide, but not a good enough attempt. Another kill for Abed. 20 kills already here for Shopify Rebellion. We're just 9 minutes in.
This is crazy. They even already got bottom tower, and now they got mid tower. Arteezy doesn't even have to use the meta. His timings are unbelievably fast. Top net worth. He's part of 9 kills as well. And Hector, he only has treads. The poor lad.
Some insane kill involvement there we see from the supports.
Hey, Crit, he's looking for solo kills. Wants Schofield, he gets the lift.
Has he got the damage though?
Got another Fade Bolt in 4.
Oh, it's going to hit hard as well. Schofield's got to run. There it is.
Needs it. Yeah, I mean, Crit, 6-1
what
and 10.
Yeah, it was 6-1 and 10 on Crit and 3-0-13 on Fly.
They're
The
just
supports,
running in
they're ruling the game right now.
Yeah. Thinger. Glimpse, but
Maybe
it chain
if
jumps
they can
right
land
through.
the kisses, Arteezy, he's getting low.
Oh.
But he will live. It was not quite enough damage. Arbed and Fly, they'll turn back towards Sacred.
Goodbye, my friend.
I mean, the concoction's there, but not before Arbed was able to just kill off Sacred underneath the tier 2 tower.
I mean, it's like pub games. They're literally just running at them. Anyone who shows is just dead. Literally running all over the place. Saberlight helping out his buddy, throws the Fiend's Gate back to the base, and yeah, we see the Timber Chain as the glimpse goes off.
They
right
nearly
through them.
got Arteezy.
Close.
Good sort of hits with the kisses, but they pretty much needed one more connection. And back in action, K1.
Oh no. Oh. Well. Yeah, and Arteezy, even though he went back to base, Saberlight dropped the Fiend's Gate for him, so he comes right back to top. Top tower gets claimed meta. Looking for more even.
Top tower is under attack.
Lift. Sacred. Caught.
Another one. I think he's dead. Well, the panel said, you know, very much ride or die for Beastcoast. This is just ending up as die or die. Not really much else going on from them here. This is
I've never seen this many
kills. This is a rough
kills.
game.
It's 25 kills in 12 minutes just on Shopify. This is before they even have the auras, Owen. This is before the Crimson is even online, the pipe. They're just rolling them.
I mean, let's try and backtrack for a bit. Where did this all go wrong?
Lanes, when they went 3 heroes bottom and got triple killed. I mean, Fly did some godly rotations. Him and Crit really did God's work to just shut down pretty much any type of move that Beastcoast was trying to prepare. And then they have an Alchemist versus the Timber. As soon as the level 6 hits, Alchemist dies. Like, everything just crumbled. And yeah, I mean, Snapfire. Sacred did walk back up and die. He also was pretty much getting nothing in the lane. It was disastrous from across the board. All 3 lanes. Sacred. Sorry, K1. Looking Saber. Can't even touch him.
And they're going to keep trying to see if they can do something about Saberlight, but backup's on its way.
Crit. He's waiting. He's got Blink Dagger already.
Get the Static Storm down onto him. K1 will pop the ult.
Okay.
They're bringing Saberlight low. They'll get him. But it will cost K1 his life. It'll also cost the life of Schofield.
He's got the steal.
Also on the verge of dying. Flight finishes off with the ult. And Arbed, he's chasing Stinger back to the base. They get Saberlight, but it costs them 4 lives.
Honestly, this one's definitely callable. Abed's got Kaya Sanj level 12. Everyone's literally free farming. The supports, yeah, Crit. He's soon to surpass an Alchemist even.
I mean,
this is insane.
This has got to be some sort of record. 29 kills at 13. I'm not crazy, right? We've never seen anything close to this, have we?
No, never.
29 kills,
definitely.
13 minutes. Abed, with the smile. He's having a great one.
And when do you also see a Terrorblade who's 7-1 and 4? Everyone just has so many kills.
This is 29 kills, 13 minutes in. That is insane. And yeah, indeed, here we've got the records coming out. Highest amount of assists in 30 minutes on any hero from Fly.
I mean, these plays from Fly were actually amazing, right? Just
up and down the map, using the gates perfectly.
Yep, they're abusing them amazingly. Radiance is done for Mago. There you go. That's one timing. K1, he almost has Maelstrom, but at this point.
I mean, they're waiting for him.
Whoop.
He's not got his ult for 10 seconds.
They're all here.
And he's pretty dead, K1. No ult. 30 kills. We've hit the 30 kill mark at 14 minutes in. And that number's only going to get crazier. Dark Margot's dead.
0 damage. There's a pipe already now. He gets the range for the stun. He'll secure the kill. He deserves it.
This is actually insane.
32-6. Tier 2's the fall. Sacred shows his face. Crit. He's on the hunt. He's got concoction ready. He's just walking at him. He's taunting him.
Is there any way out of this for Sacred?
No.
No.
Farewell. Abed will secure it.
We're never going to see kills this high at this
Never.
minute. This is really is. I don't even know.
Oh, can they get Arteezy? Oh no.
They can turn for Schofield. There's to be another one for Abed. Beyond godlike. 15 minutes in. 11-1 and 4.
Tier 2s, that's 2 of them now. 15 minutes besides the 34 kills. K1 can't even step outside.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, we've had we had the longest game today, didn't we? I think we're also going to be on the verge of having one of the shortest.
That is for damn sure. No one can go anywhere. They're gathering up. Let's see what they can do. There's a pipe and a Vanguard now on Saberlight. Does he have the Crimson finished? I think he probably does. I'm checking the courier. Not quite. Soon though. He's not even going for it actually. He's going solar. K1.
Him. They're going to look for K1. He gets the concoction out. K1, is he able to get the ult off? He is. He's on to Saberlight. Good damage here with the kisses. They will manage to bring Saberlight down. But it's cost them 2, maybe more. I mean, Dark Margot's looking for the concoction. Abed's pretty low.
Yules.
And he's able to get the chakram off. Abed, he's getting low. He's going to live. He's actually able to pick up an ultra kill. Oh, he's looking for the
Give him the rampage.
He's looking for the rampage. He's coming for Stinger.
He's
16 minutes in. Abed, he'll get the rampage as Timbersaw. GG is called 39-7 at just 16 minutes in, Fog.
A much bigger beatdown than last game. Wow. This game felt over at 6 minutes. The support rotations, the lanes, everyone just dominating. Well then.
I mean, we'll never see something like this again. 39 kills, 16 minutes. That is ridiculous. That's complete. It's just ridiculous, Fogged.
Yeah. Look, what 16-1 and 4 on Abed.
Yeah.
26. I mean, 26.
Look at these KDAs.
Why? What the?
In a 16-minute game. In a 16.
What are the damage numbers? Let me see. What? I mean, these damage numbers. You don't see this at 16 minutes.
No, Abed was 17k. He did more than 1k damage per minute. Abed. What a game from him. What a game.
He did more. I mean, he didn't do more damage than the entire team at Beastcoast, but it was pretty close to him doing more damage than absolutely everybody on Beastcoast. Yeah.
Woo. Well, I mean, it's a memorable game. Unfortunately for Beastcoast, they'll definitely do their best to try to not remember this game, as it was rough. It was rough. A rough series, unfortunately, overall for Beastcoast. Shopify Rebellion looking phenomenal. And nothing less than that today from them at all. 2-0, Shopify Rebellion. Wow.
All right, well, it looks like we have a new fastest match of the tournament now. Previously, that record was held by Gaming Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses. That was an 18-minute GG. But Abed was speedrunning this in game number 2. Last pick, Timbersaw. Probably could not have had a better game if you had even scripted it. That was devastating.
Yeah, it was an awesome Timber pick. It gave them everything they needed. Damage, sustainability. Beastcoast draft was very bizarre again in this game too. It just felt like they didn't have the damage to play through this Underlord that came out way too early. But for the most part, Abed definitely popped off. I think the standout player to me overall, though, is Fly. His rotations were so on point. That early tri-lane that they did on EG, just being, sorry, did I say EG? On Shopify, being able to rotate through the Twin Gates. CM just camped Troll. Like, Fly did not allow Hector to have a game. He just killed him over and over and over again. And they just, at some point, even Arteezy came on the TV, joined in, got a kill on Terrorblade, got the tower. Everything was so clean. And in the end, they just had this Timbersaw that they had no damage for on the side of Beastcoast, and I understand why they GG'd early. I didn't see any plausible way back into that game.
Yeah, I think Terrorblade just fits this meta perfectly. He loves using his meta to just go through the Twin Gate, take the tower real quick, and then go right back. That's something you could have never done in the past. Fits the hero perfectly. Shopify did Shopify things. Like, that's exactly how we see them win. Clean, good Dota. And I'm just going to try to be straight with the Beastcoast fans here, guys. One of the most concerning things I see when a team's losing is that they just plug and play a draft from the previous day against a different team, against completely different heroes. This is 4 out of the 5 exact heroes they picked against SMG earlier, and I feel like they look completely lost in this meta. Like, I don't think they have any idea what to pick, like how to play. I think individually good plays coming out, but like I see no identity for this team right now.
Which type of Avery are we getting? A more ruthless one or a more courteous one?
I think Brian's got
I already took care of that part.
They're already dead. I don't need to. I think part of what Beastcoast is struggling with is they have 2 of the most hero pool restricted players in the entire tournament and in probably entire Pro Dota. I think Sacred and Dark Mago have notoriously played their 5 to 6 heroes that they thrive on, and outside of that, not a lot of flexibility. And the issue with you going to a new patch is you often have to try a bunch of different stuff and be willing to try stuff that other people are succeeding with so you can figure out why that's good. Even if that hero doesn't end up being the premier hero of a patch, at least you're going to learn why it's working now and you can build that into something. Right now, it's like, we're looking at this draft. Do you just want to pick Dark Mago Tiny again? Do you just want to pick the Kunkka? Like, no one's playing this. We don't know if it's good. Maybe they should be. I have no idea. But I think it's really holding them back. Where Shopify, they're continuing to experiment, build on their ideas. They're building on the Underlord. They're building on this Crystal Maiden tri-lane meta that looks really strong in a lot of the games. We saw other teams doing it today. And I feel like that is the best way to find success early on in a patch, at least, is to just get out there, start doing something. You have a little success. Keep building up that ladder instead of going down into the pit, you know?
Into the abyss, of course. Shopify, though, they are climbing their way out, and they climb their way out to a 2-0, and we've got Pyrian standing by with Arteezy to learn more.
Hey, what's up? I'm here with Artur, just after that 2-game series. Artur, that second game in particular, that looked a close one.
Yeah, it looked like our Tundra game 1 a little bit. Although we didn't tap out at minute 17, mentally we were tapped out at minute 17. And sometimes you just have like the wrong read of what you're supposed to pick or do in the game, and it just snowballs out of control.
Talking of snowballs, Fly had the record for assists at 13 minutes in that game. You guys never stopped. And it looks like now when I see the carry farming in previous batch, you'd just be hitting creeps. And now you're like rotating bot. What's going on?
It's too easy to connect. Like, you can just be farming and then you just kind of move like 5 seconds, because especially at nighttime you move faster, right? So you move like 5 seconds to that portal, you TP there 3.5 seconds, suddenly you're on the opposite side of the map, there's some team fight, you get in there, get the assist goal, get the last hits, and then you go back to the portal. Like, it's too easy to rotate right now.
Another problem is, and I'm wondering if this is something you've noticed, around the 20-minute mark, say, around the time the conductor rises from the ground, you win a fight, you're going to get wisdom runes. You're going to get your conductor, their conductor, we call it the conductor, it's the what is it called?
Tormentor.
The tormentor, conductor, the architect, the chosen one, whatever. It's like so many objectives that you get to snowball even harder.
True. I mean, I know a lot of players, they don't like the abundance of like objectives on the map. Like, there's too many things to do that you kind of have to weigh which one matters the most, and then it can lead to disorganized teams even being more disorganized. Like, you add chaos into what if like a team is already having kind of issues. It's just too many things that people are going to start doing around the map. So it kind of benefits the teams that have their affairs in order in some degree. Like the teams that have those long discussions about, okay guys, this is what do we do in this moment, you know, it favors those teams. So I guess it's becoming more of a nerdy game. Like, it's just more nerdy things, because it's like before these variables didn't exist, right? It's very like the map kind of was the same for many years. Yeah. So now you throw all these variables in and no one knows what the most efficient move is. So it's going to take some time for the efficient move to come out. But I honestly feel like Dota these days, it's very accelerated. People find out things very fast. So I imagine in about a month we'll figure out what the best, like, optimal, you know, do we give up our wisdom rune? Okay, well, let's just go stick one guy smokes to the wisdom rune, like 2 men. What if we anticipate this team always does this 2-man smoke? You know, get some nerdy shit coming out.
Nerdy shit is what Dota is becoming. Congratulations, Artur, on winning that series. Back to you guys.
This is the future that Tundra Esports led us to. It's a mathematical game. I used to play off of emotion, off of feel, the vibes. Now I gotta look at numbers all the time. I don't want to crack open a spreadsheet when I'm playing Dota.
You can do a bit of both, Tsunami. some teams are pure id, you know, they're pure instinct, like Beastcoast. And other teams like Tundra, they like to crunch the numbers, but for the most part, I feel like the perfect formula is something in between. You don't want to make things too theoretical. You have to just try everything. You have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to pick some garbage heroes like Troll, see where it takes you, and then eventually something will work out for you.
Eventually. Now, they only have 3 more days to figure that out, though, because we are wrapping up a Group B here on the mainstream. There's still a couple of other games going on the Earth and maybe Ember streams. I don't know if Storm. I don't know. There's a lot of spirits going on. Where are the standings, though, as we wrap up day number 2 of groups? OG continue their hot streak, although they do suffer 1 defeat against Team Spirit. Elsewhere, Tundra Esports also continuing a great deal of success in a very nerdy patch as they get their 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion earlier today. And Spirit, yesterday they did not do that well, and as a result they are still 5-3 alongside Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, bottom of this group, Invictus Gaming. What the hell? Why is IG 0-8, Brian?
I feel like the China region as a whole, just other than LGD, looks incredibly weak.
And Aster.
Oh yeah, sorry, Aster. Sorry, that's an NA team.
No, that's a Chinese team with an NA mid.
Zhumail. Besides, it's all the rage these days, importing a North American. That's why OG's doing so well. They got Kid-Track, SVG. That's the secret to success.
I mean, NA Ringer, it's just too damn easy. I mean, we even brought one on the panel in Peter, so everybody's going to win here.
There you go. And that is also maybe contributing to why in Group A, Gammon Gladiators and Team Aster are looking top of the charts, though no reason to sleep on other regions. Eastern Europe's very own BetBoom is also 5-3. Middle of the pack is PSG LGD and 9 Pandas. And Evil Geniuses Liquid, 3-3.
That's kind of shocking, yeah.
I was going down the list, I'm like, where's Liquid? Why haven't I gotten to Liquid yet?
I guess I'm paneling too many Group B games because China looks great here, and on the other hand, we're looking at Team Liquid surprisingly at 3-3. I think like what I'm seeing from these teams is so many people have a different identity in the earlier games. Like BetBoom, I really like their 4 Pudge that they played against Liquid twice, so that's a hero we might be seeing more and more of. And that might be heroes or teams that are prepped more for. Everyone's probably got Liquid in their sights as well, and that's probably hurting them. But Gaming Gladiators, I have to imagine, is probably dealing with the same thing, and they're still at the top of the group.
Yeah, it's just that Liquid played Gaming, Aster, and BetBoom. Those were the 3 series that they played, and these are 3 of the best teams in the tournament. So I'm not too concerned by their score. I think they'll be able to get some 2-0s from the rest of the teams. But for the most part, I do agree that people are gunning for Liquid. That has to be happening. But I think that the high skill teams of last patch should still be the high skill teams of this patch. So even if you have people gunning for you, 1 week of preparation is not enough.
Yeah, and we are closing in on time because let's look at our schedule when we return here for day number 3 of the group stage. We got 9 Pandas versus PSG LGD at the top of the day. After that, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. I think 9 Pandas was the match. It was BetBoom, Aster, and
they
9
played
Pandas.
9 Pandas?
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't 2-0 9 Pandas.
That's what I'm saying. They split all 3 of their series, and maybe now is the chance for revenge against Gaming Gladiators after losing in the Dream League finals. After that, it's going to be Talon going up against Tundra Esports, and last series of the day, a Tundra doubleheader. They will be going up against OG, which may be, Brian, the defining match for top of Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. Does it make that much of it? You get to choose your opponent, right? For first, second, that's how it works.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I mean that's probably going to matter a lot because these middle of the pack teams, I think there's going to be some teams with momentum towards the end of the group stage, while others maybe got figured out over having a good start. So I really do think that that's going to play a big role.
One nerdy team.
One
instinct team. Who do you pick? Choice is yours, Brian.
I'd go for the nerds.
In this patch?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was watching that Arteezy interview the whole time. I'm hearing him talking. I'm like, is he happy about this or is he sad about it?
I actually had no idea
I can't tell. Is he enjoying the patch? Doing all the conversations, the numbers? That team kind of likes that. At the same time, he seemed kind of annoyed by everything on the map. But then there's more creeps on the map, which means more gold.
I got the vibe he was happy because he was saying a lot, which
he was
means he's in a good mood, right?
Yeah, but
he was elaborating very clearly.
He's biased,
Yeah, it's a lot on his mind. You got a 2-0, you feel good. Will you feel good enough to make your way all the way to the upper bracket? We're going to have to find out. I hope you guys have been enjoying this broadcast. Day number 3 is upon us. Stick around, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow on ESL One Berlin Major 2023.
Nothing to say. He's making his presence be known, and this top lane going for the media. That was a concoction into 5 heroes and just using Meteor Hammer instead. He gets into the tower for his transgression and will die. This is going to be a lot of work for the production here. But we see the gang coming in. C-Smile wants another dual victory. They're trying to get the Brew Master before he hits 6. There's a huge Meteor Hammer from nothing to say. That hits everybody. Goodness gracious, this time it works. C-Smile dead.
Astral Pull.
Luna dead as well. Astral Pull available for the Void Panda.
We have plenty of time. Let's read it all. Read it all quickly.
Stuns, any disables, anything here. Nisha committing, going for GPK. He does have that cheese. He's going to pop it now as he goes in. It's a chain on 2. Rezo's going to follow him in with the Spirit Siphon going out with all this ghost damage. GPK's almost dead. They need a little bit more, but he jumps away to his Remnant. Another Slight going off. He survives through it all and baits Liquid into a nasty situation with Save. Hooks in one more once again.
On top of it. Are they going to go back in?
Oh, I think gonna. Oh my God, I think gonna get a grab here. Ghost.
They go back in. They're going to jump on a Ghost. Straight in and go again onto the spare. And he'll be able to get the BKB off. But 23's in there able to take him out. Talon, it's going to be another cleanup for them, absolutely. As XG, they've got to run. They're not going to get the chance to. Paparazzi will be able to turn with the Dragon Tail stun onto 23. Paparazzi's gone.
Oh my God, they're doing it.
I'm telling you, bro, it's over.
It's
XG,
over.
they've lost it. Jump forward from Ghost here over towards the Nyx Assassin. Q's gone with Q. He still has buyback. The Ancient's falling low. Makoto's in with the BKB. Q. He's able to borrow up. They're trying their best to control JT. Paparazzi with the BKB tries to finish the Ancient, but the fortification's there. JT as well trying to close things up with this Q.
They're on the throne.
Ghost trying to end in 23. He needs to get the bash onto him. He gets the disarm onto the thread. They've done it. The damage is done. The Ancient falls. And Xtreme Gaming will find this victory 66 minutes in.
Maybe they go something like Death Prophet. Maybe they go something like Tide to stand in front of the towers. Like, that's really all I can think of in regards to...
Tide doesn't sound bad.
Yeah,
I have some gut feeling they're going to go like All Thing Phoenix or something. So that's a please don't. Fantastic. I wouldn't win as well.
I'm sorry. I
told you I had a gut feeling.
It's cost them 2, maybe more. I mean, Dark Margo's looking for the concoction. Arbit's pretty low.
Yours.
He's able to get the chakram off. Arbit, he's getting low. He's going to live. He's actually able to pick up an ultra kill. Oh, he's looking for the rampage. He's looking for the rampage. He's coming for Stinger. 16 minutes in. Arbit, he'll get the rampage as Timbersaw. GG is called 39-7 at just 16 minutes in, Fog.
A much bigger beatdown than last.